In Yunwo City, the grand competition of the three prominent families is underway. The residents of Yunwo City regard this triennial contest as a grand event. Not only does it reveal the development of the three great families over the past 3 years, but it also provides insight into their future aspirations. Those who place in the top 50 of the competition are highly likely to pass the entrance examination of the Falling Sunset sect. As one of the top sects in Yun County, even becoming an outer disciple presents boundless possibilities for the future. Figures darted across the arena, while cheers erupted from below, and among the spectators, individuals of status from the three families whispered to one another, offering their critiques of the disciples on stage. Among them, the most lively and conspicuous was a youth of around 16 or 17 years. With striking good looks and a tall, upright stature, his broad smile revealed a set of gleaming white teeth that sparkled in the sunlight, exuding a cheerful aura. He frequently erupted into enthusiastic applause, gesturing animatedly to the elders beside him, laughing heartily. Those elders, although responding with smiles, could not conceal their growing impatience. His name was Gu Feng, the nominal young master of the Gu family, one of the three great families. His title was merely a fad, as Gu Feng's father had perished while safeguarding the family mine, alongside Gu Feng's mother and other skilled members of their lineage. As the sole survivor of his line and a descendant of family heroes, Gu Feng had been appointed as the young master of the Gu family. However, the residents of Yunwo City understood that it was only a matter of time before this young master would be stripped of his title. This was not solely due to his lackluster talents without backing. Even the most gifted individual could not escape the fate of being cast aside. The struggles for power within small families could be more ruthless than those among larger forces. I heard Gu Feng is deeply ostracized at home, living worse than a servant. But today, it seems his situation is not as dire as the rumors suggest. The elders and disciples of the Gu family pay him no heed, yet here he is, appearing so cheerful. Quite the enigma. I heard a few years back that Gu Feng resided in a dilapidated little courtyard, without even a servant, living a solitary life. The murmurs from below reached Gu Feng's ears, and his smile grew even broader. He was deliberately provoking the elders of the Gu family. His joy was built upon the suffering and discomfort of others. Just as the rumors outside claimed, as the young master, he had no duties to fulfill, and his treatment was hardly distinguishable from that of a servant. The elders loathed him, and the disciples ignored him. This was no secret. Had it not been for the fear of his nominal fiancée, they would have stripped him of his title long ago. His fiancée was none other than the renowned Chu Yanran, the first inner disciple ever admitted to the Falling Sunset sect, a prodigy known throughout Yunwo City. She possessed a melodious name, Chu Yanran. Before turning 10, she too had lived in Yunwo City, and their engagement had been arranged during that time. As Gu Feng was a transmigrator with a precocious mind, he had known since childhood that they would marry, and had taken special care of Chu Yanran from an early age. However, after the tragic demise of Gu Feng's parents and subsequent upheavals in Chu Yanran's family, she left Yunwo City, and the two never met again. He had only heard that she exhibited extraordinary cultivation talent and had been admitted as an inner disciple of the Falling Sunset sect 3 months prior, gaining widespread fame. From that moment, Gu Feng understood that their engagement had effectively been annulled. After all, he was merely a lowly first-level body refining cultivator, the weakest among his peers in the Gu family, let alone in comparison to Chu Yanran. Marriage could lead to divorce. How could he feel humiliated over a mere broken engagement? He regarded it with indifference. He tugged at an elder's sleeve, exaggeratingly shouting. The elder's expression of discomfort brought him delight. Regardless, after the engagement was annulled, he would leave the Gu family. Why not seize this rare opportunity to irritate those scoundrels? Great families have their dignity, and internal strife must remain hidden from public view. Thus, there was no concern of them turning against him on the spot. As the competition approached its conclusion, several figures descended from the sky, landing in the viewing area. Elder Liu, what brings you here? The heads of the three families all rose, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man leading the group. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, scanning the crowd before his gaze settled on the beaming Gu Feng. His questioning eyes turned to the girl beside him, who nodded in response. Gu Feng observed this scene with surprise, quickly realizing that the girl in question was likely his fiancée Chu Yanran. Since childhood, She had possessed a captivating beauty, and after several years apart, she had grown even more striking. With her tall stature, exquisite features, and waist-length flowing black hair, she exuded an aura of cold elegance that made ordinary people feel inferior. Noticing Gu Feng's gaze upon her, Chu Yanran displayed no expression and turned her gaze toward him. Her eyes passed over him, and Gu Feng understood that they now stood in different realms. She was no longer the adorable little girl who had chased him for sweets. Very well, let us part amicably. It's not a big deal. Gu Feng mused, recognizing that in this world, breaking off an engagement was an act of profound humiliation. Given their previously good relationship in childhood, it should not be raised in public. His thoughts were optimistic, yet reality proved starkly cruel. At the moment the competition concluded, Elder Lu approached Gu Feng, accompanied by Chu Yanran and another young male cultivator. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as thousands of eyes converged upon them. No way. Are they going to annul the engagement on the spot? This is too pitiful for Gu Feng after today. He will likely find it hard to show his face in Yunwo City. Alas, Gu Feng is handsome, but his cultivation is woefully inadequate. In a world that reveres strength, one must endure the humiliation of being belittled. The members of the Gu family watch with cold indifference. Gu Feng's disgraced fate is already sealed. He should bow his head and quickly return the marriage contract. Leaving this place of strife, perhaps he can salvage a shred of dignity. A poor child who lost his parents at 10, forced to endure oppression and bullying from his kin, evoked pity in others. Alas, no one could aid him. This tribulation was one he must navigate alone, and the humiliation was his to bear. Elder Lu and his companions approached Gu Feng with measured steps, while the elders of the Gu family shed their pretense, standing aside with mocking expressions. They wished neither to intervene, nor could they. The Falling Sunset sect was a major sect, and major sects commanded the respect they deserved. A public annulment of an engagement was inevitable. As the three drew near, Gu Feng rose to his feet. With a smile revealing a row of dazzling white teeth, he displayed no hint of humiliation or anxiety. This composure elicited quiet nods of approval from the onlookers. Ultimately, he had managed to hold his ground. It was not too disgraceful. Gu Feng, Elder Lu, allow me to speak. Chu Yanran interrupted Elder Lu, swiftly stepping forward to stand before Gu Feng. Our engagement, a mere jest of our elders in childhood, should be dissolved here and now. Chu Yanran's countenance was calm and unperturbed, her emotionless gaze consistently overlooking Gu Feng's head. Like a goddess standing upon the clouds, she looked down upon this mortal realm. Gu Feng, undaunted by her imposing presence, simply expressed his confusion, saying, "Who are you?" Chapter 2. The Lion's Roar, Compensation for the Breakup. A faint sound of laughter wafted up from below, surprising the onlookers who had anticipated Gu Feng's reaction. They had expected him to either furiously denounce his opponent for breaking promises or to silently accept his fate. Handing over the marriage certificate and leaving in disgrace instead, he uttered a rather absurd remark that seemed comical in the current setting. As an outer elder of the Falling Sunset sect, Gu Feng had encountered numerous situations and people, so his reaction did not surprise those present. They merely watched him with keen interest. Chu Yanran, the central figure in this matter, briefly displayed a look of astonishment, but overall remained composed. Only the young cultivator beside her glared with sharp eyes, exuding palpable malice. "Is this amusing?" Chu Yanran asked, her voice calm yet cutting. "Not at all," Gu Feng shrugged, his gaze boldly surveying the young woman before him up close. Her face was smooth and fair, with a delicate nose and large, expressive eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her refined features seemed like a divine blessing, harmonious and flawless. A faint fragrance emanated from her, stirring the imagination. Is it really necessary to conduct the annulment in public? Could we not find a more discreet setting? Do you think I would cling to you shamelessly? This is my master's intention. I never wished for it to be this way." Chu Yanran replied coolly, adding, "After resolving this matter, I will join the Falling Sunset sect and devote myself wholeheartedly to martial pursuits. We are unlikely to meet again in this lifetime, I understand now. You think I hinder your cultivation? How fortuitous, for our thoughts align perfectly. Let us annul this marriage." Gu Feng's nonchalance was perceived by others as mere bravado. In the midst of their banter, he retrieved a thin red paper, reading it meticulously before folding it neatly and offering it to Chu Yanran. Just as everyone thought Gu Feng had resigned himself to his fate, he suddenly retracted his hand. With a wide grin revealing 2 rows of white teeth, he said, "Would it not be better to discuss the annulment in a more private location?" Pressured by the falling sunset sect, he felt no shame in this. "I fear it is you who should be concerned about shame." Gu Feng's light-hearted demeanor while conversing with Chu Yinran only deepened the young cultivator's scowl. "You brat, are you truly going through with this annulment? Be sensible." Gu Feng swiftly discerned the young man's role as a sycophant to Chu Yinran. Ignoring the glare directed at him, he inquired of her, "Is this what you desire? He doesn't even look impressive. We share a common, albeit distant, brother-sister relationship." "We are not well acquainted," Chu Yinran replied coldly. Jiu Feng nodded in understanding. The young man's face flushed with anger, his fingers cracking audibly as laughter echoed from below, fueling his rage. Prior to this, he had indeed harbored feelings for Chu Yinran. Others may have pointed this out publicly, but he had faced a ruthless rejection. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, leaving him seething with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze squarely on Gu Feng. "Let's cease this idle chatter and discuss the matter at hand. I have no objections to your annulment, but you must provide me with compensation for the breakup." Gu Feng raised the marriage certificate, speaking with utmost seriousness. All eyes, including Elder Lu's, widened in disbelief. After confirming Gu Feng's words, murmurs erupted among the crowd. How shameless, to demand compensation without a betrothal gift. Unheard of. What audacity, to brazenly extort a disciple of the falling sunset sect. Why stoop so low for fleeting glory? It is hardly worth it. If we see Gu Feng's corpse by tomorrow morning, it should come as no surprise. The notion of breakup compensation was laden with implications that set minds wandering. The head of the Gu family, his expression grim, chastised Gu Feng, "Gu Feng, restrain your childish behavior. Do you not feel any shame? Silence, you old fool. My disgrace is none of your concern. My parents died fighting for our clan, and how do you treat me? Their heir? You withhold spirit stones and deny me even basic support. Do not serve the Gu family. This clan has no humanity left. The falling sunset sect is so formidable that they can force others to annul marriages in public? What grand sects! They are nothing but pretentious. My future lies among the stars and the seas. I have no need for this broken engagement. And you? Cease your chatter. Your foul breath disgusts me," Gu Feng erupted, his words splattering like foam. The entire Yunwo city seemed to freeze, the atmosphere heavy with shock as everyone stared in disbelief. Madness. He has truly lost his mind. While his demand for breakup compensation might have annoyed the falling sunset sect, they were a respectable faction unlikely to retaliate. However, Gu Feng's outburst had smeared the reputation of the entire Gu family into the ground. The small family's ruthlessness exceeded that of larger sects. Once Gu Feng left Yunwo City, he was likely to face assassination from his own clan, especially after he had insulted a disciple of the falling sunset sect. "Jiu Feng, you are doomed." After venting, Gu Feng took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. "I hope this was not too much of a bother." "You will regret this," Chu Yinran coldly retorted, regarding Gu Feng as already dead in her eyes. Nevertheless, she felt no concern. After today, he would merely be a passerby to her, of no consequence. Time is of the essence. "What are your thoughts on the breakup compensation, Yinran?" Elder Lu asked impatiently, to which Chu Yinran nodded in agreement. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Feng produced a golden abacus, clattering it with purpose. Like many who traversed realms, he possessed an extraordinary gift. 3 years prior, on a stormy night, an object resembling an incense burner fell from the sky into his mind. The burner had 3 openings, and after considerable contemplation, he discovered it required spirit stones. By depositing spirit stones into the 3 openings, he could extract milky, golden, and purple liquids from the base. Due to a shortage of spirit stones, he had only tested the milky liquid, and a single drop had propelled him past the first stage of body refinement, endowing him with immense power. He had long sought an opportunity to raid the Gu family's treasury, but it was heavily guarded. Today, having encountered Chu Yinran, he intended to extort her handsomely. His voice rang out, "At 3 years and 1 month, I secretly fed you a piece of jerky, worth 100 low-grade spirit stones due to its exquisite seasoning. At 3 years and 2 months, I gifted you a wooden sword, intricately carved over 10 years, valued at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 odd item after another spilled from Gu Feng's lips, leaving the crowd agape and bewildered. This lad is engaging in blatant robbery. A piece of jerky, no larger than a thumb, priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. This is more outrageous than theft. 100 low-grade spirit stones could sustain an ordinary household for a year. The children of the three major families, considered elite in Yunwo City, earned a mere 50 low-grade spirit stones monthly to cover living expenses and cultivation. Each subsequent item Gu Feng named exceeded the last in absurdity. Like a string of firecrackers, Chu Yinran, who had maintained a proud and aloof demeanor, began to shift in discomfort, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 3. An exemption clause worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To call it compensation is an understatement. It is beyond mere robbery. A tattered children's book, priced at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, came with an outrageous backstory. According to Gu Feng, its value stemmed from being sourced from a mysterious master, concealing unparalleled techniques within its pages, should one master them. They could alter the heavens and the earth. One might have encountered boasting before, but never to this degree. The tales of the heavenly puppet, a handkerchief left by a saint, a rosary once wielded by an ancient sect leader. Everyone stared at Gu Feng in astonishment, bewildered by his serious demeanor. Even Elder Lu, accustomed to grand affairs, could not suppress a twitch of his lips and a quiver of his beard. This rascal is utterly shameless, risking life and limb for such wealth. Beside him, Chu Yinran's pupils contracted. The Gu Feng before her was a far cry from her memories. This was the first time she had witnessed his sheer audacity. Initially, she managed to maintain her composure. But when he claimed a candy he had eaten as a child was worth 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, she could no longer restrain her fury. Her eyes widened, flames of indignation igniting within her. What candy could possibly be worth that? This is robbery. Calm down. A single piece of candy is indeed worthless. The value lies in my saliva that clung to it. It is pure and innocent. From a boy untouched by the world. You want it now, but I cannot simply hand it over. Gu Feng was adept at reading the room. Sensing Chu Yinran's impending rage, he scrambled to explain. His survival instinct kicking in, laughter erupted. The heavy atmosphere dissipated, and the crowd became lively. Chu Yinran bit her lip, striving to contain her rising emotions. She understood that any dispute with Gu Feng would only lead to her embarrassment. This is a scoundrel, she screamed internally, waves of shame washing over her, wishing to flee with the marriage certificate and never return. Enough. I will compensate for everything at the stated prices. Bring me a piece of paper, and I will write it down. Upon hearing Chu Yinran's sharp command, Gu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. You should have said so earlier. My mouth is parched. He then produced a long sheet of paper from his storage bag, unfolding it to reveal a meticulously written list of items and their prices. Good heavens! I am utterly amazed. This lad has clearly prepared for this. It was evident that Gu Feng had orchestrated this extortion well in advance. With a grin, he folded the list and handed it to Chu Yinran, who accepted it with a dark expression. She glared at his gleaming white teeth, wishing she could smash them to bits. Elder Lu cast a sidelong glance at the list, his beard twitching uncontrollably. When he saw Gu Feng approach Chu Yinran, brazenly adding a 0 to one of the item prices, the room erupted in laughter. The young cultivator, his face twisted in rage, bellowed, "What audacity! You dare fabricate charges and ruin Chu's reputation?" "Where?" Gu Feng stepped forward, feigning ignorance. "Which one?" "This one." The young man pointed, his expression darkening, stuttering as he struggled to articulate his indignation. "Oh, you meant this one. This is actually a favorable term for her. Why are you so agitated?" Their vague exchange left the crowd perplexed, brimming with curiosity, eager to discover the nature of their dispute. Elder Lu, reveling in the chaos, read aloud, in the spirit of mutual respect and equality of the contract. Considering the differences in gender, the utmost respect shall be afforded to the female, having kissed a few times. I shall charge 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for each instance, to be deducted from the total compensation. Gasps erupted, shattering the silence of Yunwo City. What? Chu Yinran kissed Gu Feng. This cannot be true. It is too absurd. Do not be alarmed. Children playhouse and kissing is quite normal. Too. Kissed the girl next door when I was young. Heavens, Gu Feng is so fortunate to have tasted the lips of a goddess. How envious. Why did I not have such delightful companions in my childhood? I want one too. The air filled with howls, shouts, and envy. laughter intertwined, creating a cacophony that overwhelmed Yunwo City. Brat, are you seeking death? The young cultivator was nearing madness. His goddess had not only tasted Gu Feng's saliva but also kissed him. This cruel reality ignited a fiery rage within him, nearly driving him to annihilate the insufferable pest before him. If not for Elder Lu's presence and the watchful eyes of the crowd, he would have crushed Gu Feng without hesitation. Brother, do not be so agitated. I can simply strike that line out. Will crossing it help? You should tell them that you made it all up. That would not be wise. After all, the event did occur. Ask Chu Yinran if you doubt me. At these words, the young man turned to Chu Yinran, hoping to hear her deny the accusation. Yet, what met him was her murderous gaze. In that moment, he understood that she loathed him more than the despicable Gu Feng. Had he kept his mouth shut, no one would have known of her childhood kiss with Gu Feng. Silence! Chu Yinran shouted, her face contorted, her earlier calm demeanor shattered. Her pearly teeth clenched, lips nearly bleeding, her fingers cracking with tension. With a swift motion, she tore the list in half, her complexion darkening. How many spirit stones in total? I will pay. Chu Yinran's composure remained admirable. Even in her fury, she did not exhibit murderous intent. The first exemption clause is waived by your brother, adding 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to the total. As for the second exemption clause, valued at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, shall I grant you relief? At this proclamation, the scene erupted into chaos. The first exemption clause for kissing, costing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for 5 instances, was eclipsed by the second, far exceeding any mere kiss. The crowd was eager to uncover what Gu Feng had done to merit such a staggering waiver. It was clear that whatever it was, it must have been 10 times worse than a kiss. Eyes glinted with suspicion, surveying Chu Yinran from head to toe. The atmosphere was thick with howls of outrage, curses, and laughter, as Gu Feng became the epitome of villainy. Chu Yinran's complexion shifted from pale to deep crimson, feeling the weight of Gu Feng's earlier words. I fear it is you who should be concerned about shame. Regret flooded her mind. If only time could rewind, she would never have chosen to annul their engagement in such a public spectacle. Gu Feng's retaliation was fierce, leaving her enveloped in endless humiliation. Chapter 4. Ex-partners, farewell, until we meet again. The din of insults, laughter, and raucous chatter reverberated beneath the observation platform, where the leaders of the 3 great families exchanged subdued chuckles, while the members of the Gu family wore dark expressions. They glared at Gu Feng with intense hostility, wishing to tear him apart. This boy's actions were not merely an affront to Chu Yinran, but also a disgrace to the Luoxia sect. The Luoxia sect was a formidable entity for the modest Gu family of Yunwo City. A single elder could easily annihilate the entire Gu clan. As the nominal young master of the Gu family. If Gu Feng's actions were misinterpreted by the Luoxia sect, it could spell disaster. Elder Lu of the outer sect cast a dubious glance between Gu Feng and Chu Yinran, continuously surprised by this young man at the first level of body refinement. Unlike the majority, he did not bellow in fury at Chu Yinran's perceived betrayal of principles, nor did he resign himself to retreat in disgrace. Instead, he opted for an absurdly humorous tactic, turning the tide in his favor, shattering Chu Yinran's haughty demeanor and pulling her from the heavens down to the earth. This seemingly reckless behavior was likely a product of careful deliberation. Beneath his nonchalant exterior lay a proud heart unwilling to be oppressed, prompting him to rise in defiance. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too great. Before absolute power, everything was but fleeting. Forget the 100,000 spirit stones. No need, Chu Yinran retorted, her gaze fixed fiercely on Gu Feng. Splendid. The total comes to 543,090 low-grade spirit stones. Just give me 540,000, Gu Feng exclaimed, extending his hand towards Chu Yinran with a radiant smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Chu Yinran was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening as she processed the staggering figure. 540,000 low-grade spirit stones were an exorbitant amount. Even as an inner disciple of the Luoxia sect, her monthly cultivation resources were worth only a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. To amass 540,000, she would have to toil for at least 7 or 8 years, and that was under ideal circumstances. Realistically, it could take twice as long. Chu Yinran trembled with anger. This scoundrel intended to ruin her financially. The crowd was equally astonished by such a colossal sum. The Gu family, one of the three major clans, primarily dealt in iron ore, and their annual profits did not even approach that amount. Gu Feng was doomed. This so-called breakup compensation was excessively harsh, and Chu Yinran would never concede to it. It was unlikely she could even produce such a sum. A few thousand might be feasible, but Gu Feng was demanding a fortune. The murmurs below did not deter Gu Feng. His hand remained outstretched. What? You didn't bring any spirit stones? Seeing Chu Yinran frozen in disbelief, he furrowed his brow and inquired softly. The atmosphere grew tense, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Elder Lu, you are a respected elder of the Luoxia sect. What do you think we should do? After a lengthy pause, Gu Feng blinked at Elder Lu, his tone respectful. Elder Lu had not scolded him thus far and had publicly read the humiliating clause, indicating that his relationship with Chu Yinran was not as harmonious as one might assume. Hearing this, Elder Lu regarded Gu Feng with a hint of admiration. This young man was astute and perceptive, likely sensing the tension between him and Chu Yinran, deliberately prompting him to mediate. Jiu Feng's actions not only provided him with a way out, but also secured a temporary ally, quite a clever maneuver. Glancing at the visibly distressed Chu Yinran, Elder Lu chuckled inwardly, relishing her predicament after her earlier arrogance before him. Cousin Gu, how about we revise one of the terms of your breakup compensation? Elder Lu suggested nonchalantly. From the time you met Chu Yinran until today, it has been 15 years. I support your claim for 15 years of emotional damages. I understand that after today, you will endure considerable ridicule for being jilted, which will have a significant impact. However, the demand for 1,000 years of emotional damages is excessive. Perhaps we could reduce it to 100 years? Elder Lu's reasoning was sound. That clause was indeed rather harsh. Agreed. We shall amend it as per the elder's suggestion, Gu Feng replied amiably. Excellent. The other terms are generally acceptable. Calculate the total compensation amount after the revision. With a nod, Gu Feng began to calculate, and after a few breaths, he declared, after deductions, the total comes to 450,000. Given Elder Lu's involvement, I will offer a discount, rounding it down to a neat 400,000. Gu Feng once again afforded Elder Lu a gesture of respect, which pleased the elder immensely, his admiration for the young man growing even more pronounced. With Elder Lu mediating, the breakup compensation was effectively settled, and all eyes turned to Chu Yinran. Silence descended, an oppressive stillness. Even with the amount reduced to 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, it was still beyond Chu Yinran's means to bear. With Elder Lu's intervention and her prior haughty attitude, it was too late for her to backtrack or refuse. I don't have that many spirit stones. I can pay a portion now and the rest later. Chu Yinran's head drooped, her voice subdued, her pride evaporated. I in this day and age, who dares to collect debts from you? An inner disciple of the Luoxia sect? Are you afraid I might default? One must know the face and the heart of others. Gu Feng retorted coldly, offering no quarter. I will wait a few years before I annul the engagement. Chu Yinran's tone was low. She simply could not gather such an immense sum. You cannot just say you will or will not annul it. It is not that simple. Today, it must be done. If you lack spirit stones, then borrow some. As he spoke, Gu Feng's gaze wandered meaningfully towards Elder Lu, who feigned difficulty in response. I am not wealthy. Who carries 400,000 low-grade spirit stones casually? Elder Lu lamented. I only have around 300,000 on me. At this point, Chu Yinran's face was flushed with embarrassment, but she adjusted her mindset, stepping forward to respectfully bow to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, I, Chu Yinran, will not borrow your spirit stones without recompense. I am willing to pay interest. What are you saying? We are all fellow disciples. We should help one another. 2% interest per year. Please draft a promissory note. Looking into Elder Lu's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, she turned to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, if you wish to obtain 400,000 spirit stones today, that is impossible. Here's the deal. I will act as a guarantor. Chu Yinran will pay a portion today, considering her need for cultivation. The remainder can be paid back within 30 years. Should she fail to repay by then, I shall personally accompany you to collect. Jiu Feng's mind raced. Elder Lu truly knew how to conduct business. By acting as a guarantor, he would collect 2% interest each year, effectively profiting from Gu Feng's own money. Quite the ingenious maneuver. This old fellow was not as upright as he appeared. He nearly fell for the facade of his righteous demeanor. 2% interest was exorbitant. The ultimate yield would likely rival Gu Feng's own gains. Chu Yinran, humiliated on 2 counts, gritted her teeth and pinned the promissory note without hesitation. This annulment had cost her dearly. Both her reputation and her finances had taken a significant hit, and soon, the entire Yun County would be abuzz with gossip about her entanglement with Gu Feng. Becoming fodder for idle chatter, with the spirit stones in hand, Gu Feng readily returned the marriage certificate. Chu Yinran crumpled the document in her fist, glaring fiercely at Gu Feng, wishing him to exhaust every last spirit stone. After a slight bow to Elder Lu, she departed the scene without a backward glance. May your words bring you fortune. What a fool, oh no. Ex-fiancée, please take your leave and remember to work hard to repay your debts. Gu Feng called out cheerfully, clutching the 400,000 spirit stones he had cobbled together from Chu Yinran. Chapter 5. Elder Lu's Invitation. As Chu Yinran hastily exited, Gu Feng's voice echoed behind her, causing her to stumble momentarily as she quickened her pace towards the city gates. Gu Feng, with a heavy storage bag in tow, smiled broadly, his eyes sparkling with the allure of the spirit stones. His carefree demeanor elicited a slight twitch in Elder Lu's mouth, his brows knitting together as he observed Gu Feng counting his spirit stones with abandon. You truly value wealth over life, don't you? With such a sum, aren't you worried about overindulging? Despite his words, admiration gleamed in Elder Lu's eyes. That it's fine. Chu Yinran is from a reputable sect. How could she possibly seek to assassinate me? Gu Feng replied with an innocent smile, displaying his pearly whites, utterly unconcerned. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Elder Lu, could not help but roll their eyes. This was a classic naive mentality. While Chu Yinran might refrain from causing trouble due to her pride, it did not mean others would do the same. It was well known that around beautiful women, one would find more sycophants than true friends, eager for an opportunity to impress. Take that young cultivator who had accompanied Chu Yinran. His fierce gaze upon leaving made one wonder if he would ambush Gu Feng on the outskirts of Yunwo City, especially since the entire city was aware that Gu Feng would inevitably leave. What are your future plans? Elder Lu, not entirely convinced of Gu Feng's naivety, chose to change the subject. I plan to leave Yunwo City, find a place to live, and engage in some business to sustain my life. Elder Lu glared at him, realizing this young man was jesting. Anyone capable of extorting millions of spirit stones from an inner disciple of the Luoxia sect would not be content with mere survival. Just kidding. What wisdom do you have for me, Elder Lu? As they spoke, Gu Feng discreetly slipped a portion of spirit stones into Elder Lu's hands, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Do you truly think I am some beggar? Keep your spirit stones. Elder Lu chuckled, declining the offer before his expression turned serious. Would you like to join me at the Luoxia sect as an outer disciple? That sounds great, but will my cultivation meet the standards for an outer disciple of the Luoxia sect? If it were merely to be an outer disciple, Gu Feng would have refused outright. After all, his predecessor was a genius of the inner sect, and entering the Luoxia sect would only place him at the mercy of others. However, the situation had changed. Elder Lu's direct invitation indicated he would provide support. Chu Yinran, as an inner disciple, could not possibly command an outer elder. With Elder Lu as a backing, Gu Feng's prospects looked significantly brighter compared to struggling alone. Whether you can enter the outer sect is entirely up to me, Elder Lu stated confidently. Among the 100,000 outer disciples of the Luoxia sect, it's not an issue to accommodate one or two. The sect would not question it, as many elders have done so. Gu Feng was clever and knew how to navigate social dynamics. He was precisely the sort of person Elder Lu was looking for, hence the invitation. Though you are at the first level of body refinement, I see your vigor is robust. May I examine you to see if you possess any unique constitution or bloodline? That would be troublesome, Elder Liu. Gu Feng found his cultivation progress perplexing. Both of his parents possessed considerable talent, and one would expect him to inherit that, yet here he was, seemingly inadequate. Under the gaze of the crowd, Elder Lu unleashed a strand of energy that coursed into Gu Feng's body. Gradually, his expression grew grave, his brows furrowing in concentration, eyes reflecting shock. After a moment, he retracted his energy, shaking his head with a sigh. Elder Lu, please do not sigh. I can face reality and why talent is subpar, isn't it? With the three-legged incense burner in his mind, Gu Feng believed that regardless of his innate talent, it would not hinder his future rise. Thus his expression remained relaxed, devoid of tension. If I am not mistaken, your constitution is reputedly the king of trash. What does that mean? Still trash. Now it was Gu Feng's turn to roll his eyes. Elder Lu's jesting was unkind. mocking another's plight. Let us go. I will explain the specifics when we reach the Luoxia sect. Upon hearing this, the onlookers in Yunwo City could only envy him. A mere first-level body refinement cultivator had not only managed to extort 4 million spirit stones from the inner sect's Chu Yinran, but had also caught the eye of Elder Lu, securing his position as an outer disciple. Historically, in a weaker area like Yunwo City, there were only about 200 individuals who successfully entered the Luoxia sect, and all were outer disciples. Jiyu Feng's maneuvering had catapulted him to success, unraveling the knots of his predicament. Even if the Gu family harbored ill intentions, they would have to reconsider their approach given Elder Lu's backing. The Gu family members wore grim expressions, realizing that leaving a threat unchecked could lead to future complications. Although Gu Feng was labeled talentless, this world was rife with miracles. One could not rule out the possibility of his resurgence. Had they known this would be the outcome, they might have eliminated him earlier to avoid future fears. Just as everyone assumed Gu Feng would follow Elder Lu out of Yunwo City, he shook his head in refusal. Elder Lu, I will handle matters concerning the Gu family first before heading to the Luoxia sect. Huh? Elder Lu's puzzled gaze met Gu Feng's. I am still the nominal young master of the Gu family. I must complete the necessary handover procedures. I fear that if I become successful in the future, they might come crawling back to ingratiate themselves. Elder Lu nearly choked on his words, taken aback by Gu Feng's self-importance. With such lackluster talent, it was unlikely he would achieve anything significant in martial arts. Yet here he was, convinced of his future potential, fearful of the Gu family's attempts to forge connections. Are you seeking death? To me, aside from spirit stones, my life is of utmost importance. My parents are heroes of the Gu family. They have bled for the clan, and they would not harm me, Gu Feng replied with a grin. Elder Lu scrutinized him closely, observing the confidence in his eyes, which provided a sense of reassurance. Here is your outer sect token. Upon reaching the Luoxia sect, seek me out. Thank you, Elder Lu. As Elder Lu departed, the onlookers regarded Gu Feng as if he were a fool. This boy seemed to have lost his mind. While the Gu family might hesitate to act against him due to Elder Lu's influence, his 400,000 spirit stones would be difficult to retain. It appeared that despite his cleverness, he was making a grave mistake at such a critical juncture. Amidst the size of the crowd and the laughter of the Gu family's higher-ups, Gu Feng followed the Gu family group away from the arena. Throughout the journey, Gu Feng kept his head down, a peculiar smile playing at his lips. After enduring the Gu family's bullying for so long, he could not leave without exacting a measure of revenge. Chapter 6. The Surging Power of the Body. Still at the first level of body refinement, upon returning to the Gu family estate, Gu Feng feigned fatigue and made a beeline for the old courtyard on the back mountain. Once he confirmed no one was following him, he swiftly entered his room, closing the door tightly behind him. Please do not let me down. Returning to the Gu family carried greater risks, but it remained within manageable bounds. With Elder Lu's deterrent, the Gu family would not dare to plot against him openly. At the very least, he was safe within the estate. If he had to sacrifice the 400,000 spirit stones on him, it would be a small price to pay for the chance to plunge the Gu family into despair, ensuring they would not recover for a decade. Gazing at the mountain of spirit stones within his storage bag, Gu Feng felt a rush of excitement. This stunning sight was reminiscent of when his father had taken him to the Gu family's treasury as a child. His predecessor had indeed been astute, recognizing his need for spirit stones and ensuring they were delivered promptly. Jiyu Feng chuckled to himself, then began to scoop handfuls of spirit stones and deposit them into the three-legged incense burner nestled in his mind. As the spirit stones continued to pour in, a milky white liquid began to form at the bottom of the furthest incense burner. Before long, a droplet of milky liquid the size of a pea coalesced and lay quietly there. Previously, he had relied on a single drop of this liquid to make tremendous strides in his physical cultivation. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as Gu Feng willed the droplet into his body. Boom! The milky liquid surged within him like a meteor explosion, a deafening roar reverberating in his ears, sending vibrations through his eardrums. The countless capillaries on his skin opened wide, releasing streams of black impurities. Soon, he was enveloped in a thick layer of filth, the nauseating stench permeating the entire room. The physical cultivation process is divided into 9 levels: refining the skin, refining the flesh, refining the tendons, refining the bones, refining the meridians, refining the blood, refining the marrow, refining the organs, and refining the viscera. Each level builds upon the last, forging the body from within until one can open the dantian and ascend to the next realm. Qi drawing. According to the standards of the cultivation world, Gu Feng's physical strength should have long surpassed the first level of physical cultivation. Perhaps, as Elder Lu had remarked, his constitution was that of a king among trash. Despite consuming over a dozen droplets of the milky liquid, he remained stuck at the first level, though he could feel his physical strength steadily increasing. After consuming a full 100 droplets of the milky liquid, Gu Feng felt despondent. With his spirit stones dwindling, he decisively halted his cultivation. What on earth was happening? 100 droplets of divine liquid could not allow him to break through the first level of physical cultivation. This was hard for him to accept. He had thought that having a golden finger would lead him to effortless success, but it seemed not to be the case. Where was the promised story of the waste materials comeback and the destiny of the chosen one? In his fury, he directed a punch towards a nearby stone statue. Boom! The resounding crash startled him, dust swirling in the room as the statue cracked and collapsed. What terrifying power! A single punch shattered a stone statue. His raw physical strength estimated to be over 10,000 pounds, at least comparable to a 5th-level cultivator. Jiu Feng pinched his own cheek, delivering punch after punch, the air around him resonating with a whooshing sound, akin to colossal waves crashing against rocks, each wave more powerful than the last, his body brimming with inexhaustible energy. After completing a set of basic fist techniques, Gu Feng gazed incredulously at his hands. Now, he was utterly convinced that he had indeed grown stronger, and terrifyingly so. Although his cultivation realm remained at the first level, he felt confident enough to face any 5th-level cultivator without fear. Could it be that he possessed the legendary physique of 1,000 levels of physical cultivation, designed to masquerade as a pig to eat a tiger? Gu Feng stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Regardless, the enhancement of strength was paramount. Whether he remained at the first level of physical cultivation or not, he could still be invincible. Shattering all realms was not merely a dream, though flying would be too difficult. Gu Feng was inherently carefree, with a blend of roughness and detail in his character. For the moment, he chose not to dwell on the things he didn't understand. After all, Elder Lu had seen through his true constitution, and he would clarify it upon reaching the Luoxia sect. His gaze fell upon his storage bag, and he couldn't help but grimace. The consumption had been staggering. The previous 400,000 spirit stones had dwindled to a pitiful few thousand. The road ahead was long and arduous. He had to keep earning. With a chuckle, Gu Feng exited the room and made his way to the courtyard, striding directly toward a rockery. With a ferocious punch, the rockery exploded. He spread his arms wide, lifting a boulder the height of a person and tossing it into his storage bag, repeating this with over a dozen such massive stones. When he felt he had collected a volume comparable to the 400,000 spirit stones, he finally ceased. Next, he meticulously arranged the remaining few thousand spirit stones atop the stones until they were entirely obscured. After completing these tasks, he took a bath and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, the Gu family's conference hall was filled with high-ranking members and talented disciples. What should we do about this kid, Gu Feng? The family head, Gu Tianba, asked, his eyes narrowing. He is now an outer disciple of the Luoxia sect and cannot die in our Gu family. An elder spoke up, his meaning clear. Gu Feng must die, but due to Elder Lu's influence, he must not die within the Gu family. This sentiment was echoed by all present. Had he not latched onto Elder Lu's support? Or if he didn't possess so many spirit stones, they would have merely expelled him without resorting to lethal measures. Unfortunately, he had squandered the best chance for escape yesterday. If he sought his own demise, they would reluctantly oblige him. Once he leaves Yunwo City, I will lead a few people to ensure he disappears without a trace. Gu Xing, seated in the position meant for Gu Feng, declared with a sinister expression. He was Gu Baishan's only son, at the 6th level of physical cultivation, and expected to smoothly enter the Luoxia sect as an outer disciple. Well, one must use full force even when hunting a rabbit. You are not careless in facing Gu Feng, a 1st-level cultivator. I am pleased that you wish to take others along. Jiu Batian nodded in satisfaction, lavishly praising his son. The gathered crowd subtly acknowledged this. Gu Xing's strength was unmatched among his peers in the Gu family, and there was no suspense in defeating Gu Feng at the 1st level. With such a decisive advantage, his caution was commendable, a testament to the family's future. After about an incense stick's time, Gu Feng yawned and arrived late. You all are here so early. You weren't plotting against me, were you? Just kidding, pay no mind. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes, he marched directly to the seat of the young master, looking down at Gu Xing and chuckling awkwardly before stepping aside. What a coward! Did you think having Elder Lu as your backing would make you bold enough to challenge me? Gu Xing sneered. Who would dare? Brother Xing, you will always be my elder. Gu Feng lowered his head, forcing a smile. Since Gu Feng has arrived, let us begin. Gu Tianba waved his hand, instructing the proceedings to commence. The Gu family, though not particularly impressive, adhered to their necessary protocols. After a series of formalities, Gu Xing officially took Gu Feng's place as the nominal young master of the Gu family. Being unburdened is a relief. The weight on my shoulders over the past few years has been unbearable. Esteemed uncles, Gu Feng will take his leave now, he announced, turning to depart. Everyone has their ambitions. If Gu Feng wishes to leave, we certainly will not keep him, however. Do leave your belongings, him? Gu Feng turned back in confusion. What belongings? Don't play dumb. I have inherited your position as young master and, by extension, your assets. Hand over your storage bag. Gu Xing stood up, blocking Gu Feng's path with a mocking grin. Chapter 7. The sweep of erasure, the dawn of a legend. Gu Feng was taken aback, instinctively clutching the storage bag at his waist and retreating several steps, warily eyeing the crowd. His frightened expression brought amusement to onlookers. Hand it over. Gu Xing laughed sinisterly, snatching the storage bag from Gu Feng's waist. He glanced inside, tossed it to Gu Tianba, who did not even look at its contents before securing it at his own waist. Leaving your storage bag is for your own good. The world is rife with danger, far beyond what a naive child like you can handle. There may already be hordes of vile characters lurking outside the Gu family, merciless killers waiting for you to step out. This massive sum of spirit stones is either a death knell for you or better left within the Gu family. Gu Batian spoke somberly. How can you do this? I am an outer disciple of the Luoxia sect personally appointed by Elder Lu. How dare you? As he spoke, Gu Feng's voice dwindled, losing conviction. The Gu family members wore expressions of derision, showing no signs of concern, still harboring hopes of surviving long enough to enter the Luoxia sect. How could Elder Lu possibly concern himself with a trivial dead weight? Even if he sought to intervene, without evidence, it would be futile. This boy thought far too highly of himself. Jiu Feng hung his head, fists clenched, his face betraying frustration, anger, and helplessness. An exquisite spectacle. What? Are you unwilling to leave? Shall I have someone carry you out? Gu Xing stood with his hands behind his back, a smirk playing on his lips. My parents contributed to the family, shedding blood. You cannot treat me this way. Upon uttering this, scattered laughter erupted, with none feeling pity for Gu Feng, only disdain. What you say carries some weight, with not even a single spirit stone to your name. If you were to leave like this, others might think our Gu family lacks compassion and bullies a poor orphan. Gu Xing nodded slightly, then turned to Gu Batian, exclaiming, Father, Gu Feng is rather pitiful. Shall we provide him with some traveling funds? Ha ha ha, my son speaks wisely. It is our Gu family's proud tradition to treat others with kindness. After all, Gu Feng carries our blood. We should grant him some leniency. As he spoke, Gu Batian signaled to Gu Feng, who smiled grimly as he produced a handful of low-grade spirit stones and tossed them on the ground before Gu Feng, as if dismissing a beggar. The journey to the Luoxia sect is long. At least allow me to select some weapons or medicinal pills for protection from the treasury. Gu Feng's face darkened, his eyes flashing with determination. If they refused, he would immediately leave. Want to retrieve weapons and pills from the treasury? In your dreams? Get out immediately, Gu Xing barked. With a sigh, Gu Feng picked up the spirit stones from the ground and prepared to exit the conference hall. At that moment, a voice rang out like a celestial melody. Bring Gu Feng to the treasury. He may take whatever he wishes, as much as he can carry. Gu Batian gestured to a nearby disciple, who nodded in understanding, a smirk on his face, and approached Gu Feng. Aren't you going to thank the family head for his generosity? Thank you, family head, Gu Feng murmured, his face a mask of suppressed rage. Could I have a storage bag? Otherwise, I won't be able to carry much. A storage bag. Ha ha ha. What is this fool thinking? Can he not comprehend such blatant humiliation? The guiding disciple scoffed. Follow me, or you can choose to leave right now. Fine, I'll take it. Gu Feng lowered his gaze, feigning submission, but inside he was laughing uncontrollably. He had initially intended to take a risk, never expecting it would actually work. Laugh all you want. Soon enough, you will be the ones weeping. After Gu Feng departed, the Gu family members in the conference hall erupted in laughter. This boy has no backbone. Should we not spare his life? Forget it. For safety's sake, it is better to kill him. How pitiful. If Gu Tianqing knew his son was such a coward, would he not be furious enough to kick the coffin lid off? Ha ha ha. Winding through several long corridors, Gu Feng arrived at the Gu family treasury, a 3-story building guarded by disciples and formations. Enter. You have only half an incense stick of time, so cherish this opportunity. The guiding disciple did not follow, knowing Gu Feng lacked a storage ring and could be easily monitored upon his exit. Ji Feng entered the treasury with an unpleasant expression. Immediately, he bypassed the medicinal pills, weapons, and techniques, heading straight for the spirit stone storage area. The precious items were protected by formations, making them unattainable. Even if he could take them, he could not carry them out. His sole aim was the spirit stones. Soon, he reached the room filled with spirit stones. His eyes widened at the sight of countless sparkling diamond-shaped crystals, filling the entire room. An estimated 2 million, as the year drew to a close, the Gu family's external funds had all returned, ready for inventory before distribution. This sum of spirit stones was crucial to the entire operational chain of the Gu family. Losing them would cause chaos among upstream and downstream merchants, leading to the family's decline. Gu Feng was no naive rabbit. From the outset, he had plotted to bring down the Gu family. A slight maneuver had yielded success, filling him with immense pride. However, this was not the time for pride. The pressing matter was to transfer all these spirit stones into the 3 incenses burner, converting them into divine liquid. Once in a safe place, he could gradually refine them into his own strength. With this thought in mind, Gu Feng wasted no time, rolling up his sleeves as he swiftly began to deplete the room of spirit stones. Sweat poured down his face, his complexion flushed, his spirits soaring to new heights. These were not mere stones. They were the stepping stones to his rise. With these spirit stones, his strength would undoubtedly experience another leap forward. As the half-stick of incense approached its end, Gu Feng emptied the room of spirit stones, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. After catching his breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and adjusting his robe, he lowered his head and stepped out of the treasury, casually taking a long sword and a few bottles of pills along the way. Ah, how punctual! The disciple guarding the treasury door glanced at the items Gu Feng was carrying, nearly bursting into laughter. You lack any discernment, choosing such worthless items, yet you dare claim to have once been the young master? What rubbish! Upon returning to the conference hall and undergoing inspection by the gathered members, Gu Feng was finally allowed to leave the Gu family. Ha ha ha! Shinger, you are being too harsh. Gu Feng only took 3 bottles of pills. Yet you withheld 2. Gu Batian laughed heartily. Father, even the worst pills are not simply given away. If he is to die, is it not a waste if he consumes them on the way? Gu Xing replied with a chuckle, "My son speaks wisely. As the future head of the family, he must strictly control unnecessary expenditures. Only in this way can our Gu family thrive. Son, I will heed your father's teachings. I will prepare and set out at night to eliminate this boy." Very well, go. Take a few more people with you. Gu Feng stood at the entrance of the Gu family, his back forlorn, muttering angrily as he was driven away by the guarding disciples, leaving in a state of disarray and unwillingness. Such a plump lamb has slipped away. Gu Feng left without even a storage bag. I had anticipated this. This fool would rather benefit the Gu family than us. The Gu family was truly ruthless, allowing Gu Feng to leave with only a few hundred spirit stones, a worthless sword, and a bottle of pills. Disperse. These are all worthless trinkets, not worth our while. The ruthless individuals lying in ambush around the Gu family lost interest upon seeing Gu Feng's disheveled appearance and quickly scattered. Following the main road of Yunwo City, Gu Feng headed straight for the city gate. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned back to gaze at the place he had called home for 18 years. Feeling a surge of emotion, Yunwo City, I wonder if I will have the chance to return in this lifetime. With that, he turned elegantly, striding toward the distant horizon, embarking on a journey toward an uncertain future. The moment he stepped out of Yunwo City, the curtain rose on the legendary life that awaited him. Chapter 8. It's over. I have nothing left. Yunwo City is located in a barren area of Yun County, with a narrow road leading to the city gate, flanked by uneven yellow earth slopes. Beyond this narrow path lies a range of mountains. A slender figure raced down the road, appearing somewhat insignificant under the setting sun. An hour later, Gu Feng halted, gazing at the towering mountains before him, grinning as he wiped the sweat from his forehead and plunged into the dense forest. Once inside the woods, he slowed his pace, carefully covering his tracks to avoid detection. Jiyu Tianba would undoubtedly send people to pursue him, leaving no chance for him to survive. He had no illusions about that. This had nothing to do with his emptying the treasury of spirit stones. He knew Gu Tianba well enough to understand that he would stop at nothing, even disregarding familial ties. Simultaneously, he recognized that, due to Elder Lu's influence, the Gu family might be somewhat wary. The elders of the Gu family held a modicum of reputation in Yunwo City. A rash move could attract unwanted attention, making it difficult to explain to Elder Lu should something go awry. Although Elder Lu might not mobilize for a small fry like him, it was best to act with caution. Most likely, Gu Xing and the others would use the upcoming Luoxia sect assessment as an excuse to pursue him for training. Among the Gu family's younger generation, aside from the somewhat formidable Gu Xing at the 6th level of physical cultivation, none could instill fear in Gu Feng. If they dared come, he would ensure they found no place to bury their bodies. Jiyu Feng's eyes gleamed with sharp determination as he entered a relatively concealed cave. In the dimly lit cavern, after confirming that no venomous serpents or insects lurked within, Gu Feng settled onto the ground in a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. His thoughts delved deep into his mind, while the 3 incense burners before him nurtured a substantial quantity of milky divine liquid, the essence of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps due to his insufficient realm, the spirit stones placed into the other 2 burners yielded no reaction. Gu Feng paid it little heed, for the milky divine liquid at hand sufficed for the moment. Drops of the divine liquid infiltrated his body, devouring and refining him. The veins in his arms and forehead throbbed, pulsating with a slight tremor as the sensation of rapidly increasing strength washed over him once again. Clenching his teeth, he felt the transformation of his corporeal form. The shallow gray impurities seeped from his skin's pores, the odor less rancid than the previous night. Could it be that I have made a significant breakthrough in my physical cultivation? Gu Feng felt invigorated, gritting his teeth as he accelerated the refining process of the divine liquid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. A dozen cultivators, of similar age to Gu Feng, gathered in the council hall, accompanied by the senior members of the Gu family. Shinger. This matter must be executed swiftly and decisively. Gu Tianba chuckled. Given Gu Feng's pace, he has likely covered no more than 100 miles. He will probably rest in the dense woods of that mountain range tonight. We can catch up in an hour. Spend half an hour searching for him, and another hour returning. Father and the uncles will be waiting here. My brothers and I will be back shortly. As Gu Xing spoke confidently, his demeanor inspired reassurance among those present. He stood tall, exuding an aura befitting a leader since assuming the role of Gu family's heir. After all, Gu Feng's realm of physical cultivation was well established and had remained so for years. It was impossible for him to disguise his true abilities under their watchful eyes. Even if he possessed hidden depths at such a young age, no one believed that he could surpass Gu Xing, especially with so many exceptional members of the Gu family accompanying him. Jiyu Feng was undoubtedly doomed, with no room for doubt. Make haste and avoid unnecessary complications. Gu Tianba nodded in satisfaction, watching Gu Xing and the others depart. A maid brought forth exquisite wine and food to pass the time, allowing for a discussion of the family's gains and losses over the past year. Approximately half an hour later, as they deliberated on next year's development plans, Gu Tianba's mind flickered. He suddenly remembered the storage pouch he had obtained from Gu Feng earlier that day, still hanging at his waist. The storage pouch functioned similarly to a storage ring, with the primary difference being that the former could not be bound to a master with blood, leading to frequent instances of loss. I almost forgot. There are still 400,000 spirit stones here. Gu Tianba removed the pouch from his waist, weighing it in his hand, a smug smile spreading across his face. This lad, while somewhat bothersome, has proven to be quite useful. Look, he has generated a handsome sum for the family. In a bountiful year, the entirety of the Gu family's surplus barely matches this figure. In ordinary years, we wouldn't even earn this much. He handed the storage pouch to his second uncle with a grin. Take care of these spirit stones and ensure they are delivered to the treasury tomorrow. His uncle wiped his hands, accepted the pouch, and stood with a slight smile. I will deliver it to the treasury at once to avoid forgetting. As he spoke, the second uncle hurriedly left, impervious to any calls to stop. This lad still evaded drinking as he always did. Knowing one's limits is wise, especially since his tolerance for alcohol was lacking. With the unexpected fortune of 400,000 spirit stones, they could expand their iron mine and grow the business next year. This evening was particularly delightful, celebrating both the spirit stones and finally eliminating the Gu Tianqing branch. Let us drink to that. The clinking of cups filled the air, laughter ringing out, a scene of sheer joy. Just as the revelry reached its peak, the second uncle rushed in, disheveled and pale. Elder brother. The treasury for storing spirit stones, he gasped, his words fragmented. Ha ha ha, second brother. Are you saying the treasury can't hold more spirit stones? Gu Tianba laughed, and those around him joined in, the mood light. This was indeed a bountiful year. And with most of the payments not yet received, the treasury was overflowing with spirit stones. How could they possibly accommodate another 400,000? Let us sit down and drink. Tomorrow we will hire some craftsmen to expand the treasury. Gu San's face flushed as he pulled Gu Air to sit down. Suddenly, Gu Air slammed the cup from Gu San's hand, shouting, "What are you doing drinking? There isn't a single spirit stone left in the treasury. And this?" He opened the storage pouch, dumping its contents onto the floor. Pebbles and spirit stones scattered everywhere. The crowd froze, their expressions shifting dramatically, awakening from their inebriation. "What on earth is happening?" Gu Tianba bellowed. "We have been played by that Gu Feng. He has somehow stolen all the spirit stones from the treasury." "What?" The clatter of broken glass and spilled food echoed as Gu Tianba bolted towards the treasury, with the others quickly following. The sight before them plunged the Gu family into disbelief. Each of them rubbed their eyes, pinched their thighs, struggling to accept the brutal reality that the spirit stones had vanished. How could this be? The Gu family had no storage pouch capable of containing 200,000 spirit stones. Moreover, they had checked Gu Feng before he left. There was no way he could have exploited a loophole. How did he accomplish this? Staring at the empty room, the crowd felt as if their souls had left their bodies. "You insolent wretch! How dare you?" Gu Tianba roared, leaving a massive hole in the wall. "Everything is gone. The Gu family is finished." Beside him, Gu Air was engulfed in fury, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. That Gu Feng must have some hidden trump card. This is bad. Gu Xing and the others. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone sensed the gravity of the situation. Ji Yufeng, who often feigned weakness, appeared harmless, yet his cunning was profound. A person with such depth of strategy would not overlook the possibility of ambush. He likely anticipated that Gu Xing was leading the pursuit. Therefore, his strength could very well surpass that of Gu Xing. Contemplating this, Gu Tianba howled, "Second and third brothers, go find Gu Xing and the others, and bring back Gu Feng and the 200,000 spirit stones. I want him alive. He must possess some secret, or he could not have taken so many spirit stones without a trace." "Understood, elder brother." Two figures, radiating killing intent, dashed into the night. Chapter 9. A sudden onslaught. "Brother, there's no need to rush. Even if Gu Feng is hiding his strength, it can't be that formidable. The most likely scenario is that he hasn't concealed his power at all. He might have used some mysterious object to transport the spirit stones. Indeed, he has never left Yunwo City, making it impossible for him to acquire any high-level cultivation techniques. Concealing strength is no simple feat. He lacks the capability to, as the saying goes, misfortune often brings fortune. Gu Feng has perhaps been too reckless, revealing his mysterious treasure in his impulsiveness. This could turn out to be a blessing for our Gu family. Well said, fifth brother. Gu Feng is like a gift from heaven, destined to aid our family's growth. At this moment, Gu Tianba managed to steady his emotions, shaking his head with a wry smile, realizing he had perhaps overreacted. "I was too hasty. I shouldn't have sent my second and third brothers together." A flicker of anticipation danced in his heart, curious about the treasure Gu Feng possessed. In the pitch-black cave, bursts of thunderous sounds erupted. The slender figure seated on the ground glimmered in the darkness. After a while, the light faded, and Gu Feng rose, gazing at his hands, shaking his head in resignation. His entire being had undergone a monumental transformation, yet his realm remained at the first level of physical cultivation. Am I destined to be stuck at this level for life? After several hours of cultivation, hunger gnawed at Gu Feng's stomach. He emerged from the cave, caught a plump rabbit, swiftly skinned and cleaned it, igniting a fire to roast it. The starry sky slowly shifted. This was his first night spent outdoors since crossing over. He remained indifferent to the uncertainties of his future, adhering to the philosophy of letting things unfold naturally. After all, there were no deep-seated grievances. Once he dispatched Gu Xing and the pursuing group, he would seek refuge with Elder Lu at the Falling Sunset sect. As a young man who had faced the trials of a 21st-century society, Gu Feng understood well how to navigate life alongside influential figures. Achieving success in cultivation would be wonderful. Who wouldn't want to traverse the world, standing among the masses as an object of admiration? Yet, if he failed to cultivate, it mattered little. He could spend his life at the Falling Sunset sect as a mere outer disciple, and what could the Gu family do to him? Having swiftly devoured the rabbit, he gathered a pile of wet soil to extinguish the fire before returning to the cave. Not long after he left, over a dozen figures arrived at the spot where he had roasted the rabbit. Xinggu, Gu Feng shouldn't have gone far. The embers are still warm. One of the Gu family members reported to Gu Xing. Yes, he is likely still around here. Search carefully for traces and find him to kill him. Understood. The group dispersed into several teams, fanning out in different directions. Soon, they discovered signs of passage. After relaying the information, they regrouped and followed the trail forward. The rustling sounds startled Gu Feng, who suddenly opened his eyes wide. They have arrived. This was not what he wanted to see. After all, they shared blood from the same ancestor. Gu Feng wished to avoid a situation of mutual destruction unless absolutely necessary. Stretching his limbs, Gu Feng stood up, stepping out of the cave with steady strides. Gu Feng, we have finally found you. Not hiding in the cave waiting for death. You are quite the character, Gu Xing remarked, momentarily taken aback before grinning. Gu Feng merely regarded him coldly, his demeanor perceived by Gu Xing and the others as the last defiant stand of a weakling facing death. Your father was too arrogant during his life, looking down upon everyone, including my father. Your fate today is of no one's doing but your deceased father's. With arms crossed, Gu Xing looked down on Gu Feng, hoping to see fear etched on his face, to compel him to kneel and beg. Yet Gu Feng's stoic presence shattered his illusions. Then let the killing commence. Gu Tian stepped forward, crossing his arms as he moved with an air of disdain, clearly dismissing Gu Feng. Each step was deliberate, leaving behind deep footprints, the aura of the 5th level of physical cultivation emanating from him, pressing down upon Gu Feng. Though not lament the world's cruelty. From the moment your father perished, your fate was sealed. Gu Tian sneered, halting a mere yard away from Gu Feng. Did I ask that your final word? Just then, Gu Feng spoke, his voice low yet clear enough for Gu Tian to hear. Just as Gu Tian opened his mouth to retort, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the air being ruptured, followed by the sudden constriction of his pupils as an enormous fist loomed closer. The overwhelming force sent shivers through his mind, momentarily disorienting him. Swift, unimaginably swift, fierce, indescribably fierce. To the onlookers, Gu Tian resembled a wooden post, frozen in shock as he allowed the blow to connect. The sound of shattering echoed through the still night, similar to an egg falling from the sky. Gu Xing and the others felt a chilling sensation on their faces, instinctively reaching up to wipe it away. They were met with a mixture of gray matter and crimson liquid, pungent and foul. The scene before them plunged them into confusion, for Gu Tian's head had inexplicably vanished, his entire torso falling backward without so much as a cry. He was dead, killed by Gu Feng with a single punch. Before they could process this shocking revelation, Gu Feng's raven hair billowed wildly, his eyes filled with terror, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, plunging into a flock of sheep and commencing indiscriminate slaughter. His iron fist swung with a terrifying force, clashing against the weapons of Gu Xing and the others, producing a sharp metallic sound. Upon closer inspection, their eyes widened in horror. Gu Feng's fists left deep imprints on their weapons. With each strike, swords twisted, and their internal organs felt as if they were dislocated. Agonizing pain shot through them as they spewed blood profusely. The screams echoed in their ears as Gu Xing turned, instantly dumbfounded at a cousin, only slightly weaker than him, had his arm shattered and kneecap broken by Gu Feng, collapsing to the ground in agony. Terrifying. Far too terrifying. Gu Feng moved as if in a realm devoid of adversaries, executing the most fundamental of martial techniques with no one able to withstand his onslaught. His slaughter was decisive, resembling the arrival of death itself, devoid of any compassion. After incapacitating his kin, he delivered a final blow, obliterating their heads as he witnessed his relatives fall one by one. Gu Xing's heart plummeted, his body turned cold, his face etched with fear. He did not ponder why Gu Feng was so powerful. Nor did he consider rescuing his fellow clansmen. The only thought in his mind was to flee, unbearable. Remaining here means certain death. I must escape. He dropped his weapon and fled with reckless abandon. Suddenly, a searing pain surged from his knee, causing him to lose balance and collapse to the ground. Before he could react, Gu Feng's foot pressed down, sinking into his chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. Gu Feng, please don't kill me, I beg you. Spare me. Gazing at Gu Feng's impassive face, radiating murderous intent, Gu Xing soiled himself, yellow liquid streaming down as he desperately pleaded. Do you recall what I said to you earlier today? You will always be my Xing God. I am a man of my word. When I say always, I mean it. Let this moment be eternally etched in time. No. With a forceful thrust of his leg, Gu Feng crushed Gu Xing into the ground. Gu Xing's eyes dimmed gradually, his mouth moving in vain, fingers lifting only to fall helplessly. Gu Xing had fallen. After dispatching Gu Xing and the others, Gu Feng swiftly tidied the battlefield, discarding their bodies into the cave he had previously occupied. Clutching a dozen storage pouches, he vanished into the dense forest, disappearing into the night. Chapter 10. A striking blow. Ambushing the first level of Qi cultivation after running for 5 or 6 miles, Gu Feng abruptly halted, his face contorting with inner turmoil. He stood still for a moment, gritted his teeth, and dashed back in the direction he had come. Soon, he burst into the cave where he had disposed of the bodies, his gaze fixated intensely upon the dozen corpses, his eyes flickering with determination. This mountainous, forested area was vast. With his speed, even without rest, it would take him at least 10 days and nights to traverse it. Having been away from the Gu family for over half a day, Gu Tianba had yet to suspect the possibility of the spirit stones being stolen. A faint chance indeed, as the sole suspect in this significant theft, Gu Tianba would undoubtedly erupt in fury, immediately dispatching a pursuit. His second and third uncles, being his blood brothers, would surely be assigned this critical task, with one or both sent out in full force. Both were at the first level of Qi cultivation, capable of utilizing their internal energy to enhance their speed several-fold. If Gu Feng focused solely on fleeing, it was highly probable he would be caught within 3 days, a risk of considerable magnitude. Naturally, the risk of returning to the cave outweighed the danger of a direct escape. Should a confrontation occur, his chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. He could not remain passive. The best strategy was to find a way to counterattack. The recent surge in his cultivation had elevated Gu Feng's strength. According to the standards of the peak of the 9th level of physical cultivation, he possessed at least the strength of the 8th level of Qi cultivation. If he were to exploit the element of surprise and target their weaknesses for a sudden ambush, he might achieve the impossible, overcoming the odds with a single, decisive strike. Under the weight of his considerations, Gu Feng resolved to return to the cave, embracing the immense risks involved to resolve all lingering concerns. The cave, modest in size, offered no nooks or crannies to conceal oneself, providing a clear line of sight. Such an environment would greatly diminish a person's vigilance and significantly enhance the chances of a successful ambush. He swiftly excavated a small pit in the center of the cave, just large enough to accommodate his body. Subsequently, he arranged a dozen corpses haphazardly around the pit. To eliminate any traces of human arrangement, Gu Feng threw the bodies from a distance, ensuring they landed near the small pit. Finally, he hoisted Gu Xing's corpse, took a running leap, and concealed himself within the pit. In the darkness, Gu Feng crouched, his gaze icy, minimizing his breath to the utmost. Resembling a ghost awaiting its prey, poised to strike. In his hand, he held a dagger, glinting with runes, obtained from Gu Xing, though it remained within the realm of mere mortals. It sufficed to penetrate protective auras, particularly since his second and third uncles were merely cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level. Time dragged on, each moment an excruciating ordeal. As dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, warming the interior. Just as Gu Feng began to think he had overestimated the situation and prepared to leave, he detected movement outside the cave. From the low murmurs, he discerned that it was his second uncle, a formidable practitioner at the 1st level of Qi induction. Thump, thump, thump. Gu Feng felt his blood rush, his heartbeat escalating, his arm trembling slightly as it gripped the dagger, his palm damp with sweat as the footsteps drew nearer. He held his breath, his body quivering with increasing intensity. Gu Feng had his own methods to manage the tension. He racked his brain, desperately recalling the dozens of gigabytes of instructional materials he had perused before his transmigration. Yamit, he muttered the incantation from that distant island in his mind, and miraculously, his heart calmed. The ringing in his ears subsided, and his body ceased to tremble, his focus sharper than ever. Although he could not see, he mentally mapped out the cave, including the vicinity of his second uncle. It seemed Gu Urshu was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, standing there in shock. After a few breaths, the footsteps resumed, now lacking the previous steadiness, signifying his internal unrest. Jiu Tian, Gu Shao, wake up. Gu Urshu's voice quivered, and the sound of him sifting through the corpses echoed above. Suddenly, Gu Feng sensed a heavy breath, followed by his second uncle's roar. Gu Xing. Who harmed you? Gu Urshu had never married. To him, Gu Xing was akin to a son, carrying all his aspirations and hopes. The unexpected blow was unbearable, and his mournful cries were intermittent. A beam of light filtered through a crack, and through that narrow opening, Gu Feng glimpsed a corner of his uncle's long robe. In the next moment, the light intensified, the cool dawn enveloping him, signaling that the time to act had arrived. As Gu Urshu lifted Gu Xing's body, he noticed an incongruity. Yet, Gu Feng was swift, ruthless, and precise. Just as Gu Urshu's hands rose, a dagger, gleaming coldly, plunged deep into his throat. Gu Urshu's pupils dilated in shock. Unable to fathom that Gu Feng, after committing murder, would dare to linger beneath Gu Xing's corpse, launching a sudden and devastating attack at his moment of greatest vulnerability. Who granted him the audacity to ambush a practitioner of Qi induction with his meager strength at the first level of body refinement? Gurgling, fresh blood spilled from Gu Urshu's mouth as his pupils widened, filled with a crimson hue. The killer's resolve was unwavering. Gu Feng, devoid of compassion, exerted all his strength, twisting the dagger in a thunderous moment. As Gu Urshu's eyes lost their light, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking Gu Feng's chest with tremendous force. I felt as though a massive hammer had struck him, and Gu Feng found himself involuntarily propelled backward, crashing against the rock behind him, a metallic taste flooding his throat. The shock of it all was overwhelming. Even a practitioner at the first level of Qi induction possessed terrifying power. Had it not been for his surprise attack, he would have surely met his end. Gu Urshu's body lay quietly aside, his hand still clutching Gu Xing's corpse at the moment of death. Breathing heavily, Gu Feng felt as though an eternity had passed in that brief instant, the suffocating tension leaving him shaken. Struggling to rise, he approached his uncle's body, bending to retrieve the storage pouch from his waist. The pouch was plump, filled with a considerable number of spirit stones. Ah, how familiar! Isn't this the over 10,000 spirit stones I left behind? Gu Feng mused, counting them roughly, a feeling of oddity washing over him. On his way out of the Gu family, he had lamented the loss of those spirit stones. Little did he know, Gu Urshu had pursued him to return them. As the saying goes, what is mine will eventually return to me, he thought, the spirit stones finding their way back to his possession. Within the storage pouch, aside from the spirit stones, lay Gu Urshu's personal belongings, medicinal pills, weapons, secret techniques, and unfamiliar spiritual herbs. Securing the pouch to his waist, Gu Feng made his way toward the cave entrance, but soon returned to his uncle's body. He crouched down, preparing to strip the valuable robe from his uncle's form. Jiu Urshu, you were always so frugal. You should understand your nephew's actions. After all, I am in need of funds, and your robe holds considerable worth. Given the peculiarities of cultivation, Gu Feng believed he must not relent in his pursuit of wealth, cherishing every precious spirit stone. The robe appeared to be worth at least several dozen spirit stones. Wasting it would be a shame. Since it had remained undamaged during the confrontation, a thorough cleaning would render it indistinguishable from clothing worn by the living. Perhaps with a discount, he could sell it. As he leisurely stripped the robe from Gu Urshu, footsteps echoed from outside the cave once more. The sound approached rapidly, too fast for Gu Feng to react before it reached the cave entrance. Chapter 11. A dangerous escape. Is it the third uncle? Gu Sanshu's left leg bore an injury, resulting in an uneven gait that made it easy to distinguish his footsteps. His second uncle was not alone. He was accompanied by the third uncle, presenting the worst-case scenario for Gu Feng. Practitioners at the Qi induction level have opened their dantians, allowing their techniques to manifest a layer of spiritual energy on their surfaces, capable of enhancing their weapons. This sets them apart from practitioners at the body refinement level. Tales of one defeating another at the body refinement level are conditional. They either involve ambush or exploiting a weakness. However, such outcomes are not absolute. Only an unparalleled genius at the pinnacle of body refinement has the opportunity to confront a practitioner at the first or second level of qi induction directly. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Feng held an accurate understanding of his own strength. He did not assume that having successfully slain Gu Urshu meant he could defeat a practitioner at the qi induction level. To be blunt, had he engaged in a direct confrontation moments ago, he would likely have been no match for Gu Urshu, let alone facing his third uncle, a practitioner at the second level. Unable to rely on brute strength, he had to resort to cunning. Perhaps unaware of the situation within the cave, Gu Sanshu approached with caution, his footsteps nearly silent. With his back to the entrance, Gu Feng's mind raced, sharpened by the life-and-death crisis. His hands continued to methodically strip Gu Urshu's robe. Outside, Gu Sanshu was alert, crouching low as he approached the cave, the pungent scent of blood wafting from within. Accustomed to the dangers of the world, he quickly discerned that there was more than one corpse in the cave. Gripping his weapon tightly, he remained on high alert, a faint protective aura shimmering around him. Concealed behind a rock at the cave entrance, he peeked inside, Feng. The sight of Gu Feng's back sent a jolt through Gu Sanshu, and just as he prepared to reveal himself, a youthful voice emanated from within the cave. Gu Feng's voice. He retracted his head, deciding to bide his time. Master, what realm do you possess that allows you to strike down a practitioner at the first level of qi induction from afar? But I am merely at the first level of body refinement. Practitioners at the qi induction level seem like mythical beings, and I rarely dare to meet their gaze. Master, I will strive to reach your heights one day. Forget it, the Gu family is ultimately my father's clan, and I carry their blood. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall let them be. Memories of Gu Urshu cradling him in his youth flooded his mind. As Gu Feng's voice echoed, Gu Sanshu was increasingly taken aback. He cautiously peeked further in, witnessing the sprawled corpses of Gu Xing and others. Upon seeing Gu Urshu's lifeless form and the gaping wound at his throat, his pupils constricted, a tumult of emotions surging within him. The cleanly executed strike had left Gu Urshu, a practitioner at the first level of qi induction, with hardly any chance to resist. Analyzing the conversation between Gu Feng and the unseen assailant, it became clear that the attacker was a figure of formidable prowess, far beyond his understanding. While he had considered the possibility of Gu Feng feigning strength, it was implausible. A mere practitioner at the first level of body refinement would not have the audacity to kill and then remain at the scene. Nonchalantly stripping the corpses of their garments, Gu Feng exuded confidence. With this realization, Gu Sanshu contemplated retreating. The blood feud of kin could never outweigh his own life. Vengeance could wait until he conferred with his elder brother. There was no need to risk himself. Is someone hiding at the cave entrance? Panic struck as Gu Feng's sudden exclamation confirmed his presence, sending a chill down Gu Sanshu's spine. Without a moment's thought, he turned and fled. A practitioner at the second level of qi induction was a notable figure in Yunwo City. Outside, he was nothing and could easily be killed by even the most ordinary individual. The stakes of 200,000 spirit stones and deep-seated grudges suddenly felt trivial. The priority was his own survival. With a panicked expression, head down, he propelled himself forward, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy to escape. Time slipped away as he ran, and after a while, sensing that no one pursued him, he slowed his pace. Though he dared not linger, within the cave, Gu Feng perceived his third uncle's departure, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves after the earlier ordeal. He had escaped unscathed, but it had been a close call. Phew, scavenging the belongings of the dead nearly turned me into one. He understood that his greed had saved him. Otherwise, he would have likely encountered Gu Sanshu head-on outside the cave, which would have spelled disaster. Having successfully intimidated a practitioner at the second level of qi induction, he felt a sense of pride. The Gu family would likely refrain from troubling him for the foreseeable future. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Feng decided not to linger any longer. He stepped out of the cave, heading in the direction away from Yunwo City. 7 days later, Gu Feng finally emerged from the dense mountain forests and traversed another 100 miles. Arriving at Baoang City. This city was several times larger than Yunwo City, with a significantly elevated level of practitioners. The ancient streets were teeming with those at the qi induction level. Generally, fighting was prohibited in such cities, So Gu Feng did not feel threatened. He found an inn, indulged in a hearty meal, washed up, and enjoyed a restful sleep. The next day, he headed straight for the largest merchant association in Baoang City, the Wania Merchant Association. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Upon entering, a young servant greeted him with a smile, exuding warmth. "I wish to sell some items. Please, lead me this way." The Wania Merchant Association was renowned in Baoang City for its scale and reputation. As his father had mentioned, this merchant association had branches throughout Yun County, ensuring he would not be swindled. The items displayed before him confirmed his father's words. The rare treasures seldom seen in Yunwo City were casually arranged on the shelves here. If he fancied anything, he could handle it freely. Due to the mysterious three-cavity incense burner, Gu Feng's cultivation required only spirit stones. Rare treasures held no value for him. The young servant was astute. Despite Gu Feng's humble attire, his eyes betrayed his noble lineage, suggesting he hailed from a prominent family. "What items do you wish to sell, young master?" The servant escorted Gu Feng to a middle-aged steward before departing. His task complete. "Elder, could you appraise these items for me?" Aside from the dagger used to slay Gu Ershu, Gu Feng retained nothing. This bottle of medicinal pills is of average quality, with some exterior flaws, 100 low-grade spirit stones. This sword lacks runes and is made from ordinary materials, 50 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged steward, experienced and efficient, assessed the items with a glance. Ji Feng had no experience in such matters and could only make rough judgments. The prices seemed fair as the steward swiftly quoted prices. Gu Feng produced a small golden abacus, deftly manipulating the beads with remarkable speed, faster than the young servant behind him. The steward watched in astonishment, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Young brother, are you in the same line of work?" Chapter 12. That is quite notorious. Hearing this, Gu Feng lifted his head, revealing a bright smile and a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Elder, my family does not engage in this business. I merely worked in a merchant association for a few years." The steward nodded slightly, understanding the source of Gu Feng's dexterity with the abacus. "Your items have been accounted for. The total is..." He glanced at the young servant responsible for tallying the items, who whispered, 25,800 low-grade spirit stones. "If there are no objections, let us conclude the transaction," the middle-aged steward stated. The calculations were precise. Gu Feng raised his abacus, affirming the total matched the servant's report, though he sensed certain prices were unreasonable. The steward shot him a quizzical look. It was his first day on the job, and to avoid customer dissatisfaction, he had slightly inflated the prices of Gu Feng's items. These goods would not fetch such prices at other associations. This young man seems to think the prices are too low. Perhaps he is here to stir trouble. The steward felt slight annoyance but maintained his composure, eager to hear Gu Feng's thoughts. "This bottle of medicinal pills is indeed average, with some surface flaws, but 2 of them are quite decent." As he spoke, Gu Feng took the bottle, poured out the pills onto the counter, and quickly selected a few, presenting them to the steward. The steward's brows furrowed slightly. This young man was overly meticulous, extracting fine pills from a pile of subpar ones. "Fine, these few pills are indeed good. We can raise the price." Just when he thought the matter was settled, Gu Feng's subsequent actions sent the steward into a fit of rage. This young man refused to concede on any item, meticulously scrutinizing each one and negotiating fiercely. A transaction involving over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones felt like $1 million deal. Ji Feng spoke eloquently, his words flowing like a torrent, as if his tongue were equipped with a motor, delivering arguments with persuasive clarity. Unbeknownst to him, an hour slipped by as the steward clenched his teeth, his eyelids twitching, clearly struggling to maintain his patience. "Enough! Raise the prices of all your medicinal pills by 10%, spiritual herbs by 5%, weapons by 10%, and materials by 20%. Wonderful! Had you said so earlier, we could have avoided this lengthy discourse." Gu Feng grinned, revealing his bright teeth, exuding a sense of triumph. "By the way, isn't the price of this robe too low? Young man, do not overstep your bounds. Do you think that just because you've washed the clothes clean and sprinkled some pollen on them, I cannot tell that they were stripped from a corpse?" Gu Feng, caught in his deception, scratched his head in embarrassment. A total of 36,000 low-grade spirit stones. He raised a small abacus in his hand and presented it to the middle-aged steward. The steward gave him a long, scrutinizing glance before turning to the attendant. "Did you calculate it correctly?" The attendant paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. All right, then pay him. The middle-aged steward's face darkened as he waved his sleeve, causing the items to lift into the air, categorically scattering into different cabinets. Such finesse and precision and control of strength were unparalleled in the Gu family. The outside world truly harbors hidden talents. Soon, the attendant finished counting the spirit stones and handed them to the middle-aged steward. He weighed the stones and asked, "What is your name?" "In response to your inquiry, my name is Lu Quan," the attendant replied respectfully. "Lu Quan, you are dismissed. Go settle your accounts in the finance department and leave." "What?" The announcement shocked not only the attendant but also Gu Feng, who wore an expression of disbelief. The attendant had always been diligent in his work. How could he suddenly be dismissed? Coming to his senses, the attendant bowed his head and quickly gathered his belongings, heading towards the back room. Once the attendant departed, the middle-aged steward approached Gu Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a gaze that sent chills down one's spine. After a few breaths, the steward asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I dismissed him?" Gu Feng shook his head honestly. "Because he is blind. He could not even see that you manipulated the beads a few times and overcounted 2,000 spirit stones." Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then offered an innocent smile. "Yes, that's so. Perhaps there was a miscalculation during the counting process. Then just deduct 2,000. The middle-aged man glared at Gu Feng. "I couldn't be bothered to calculate. Do you really think I can't count?" With that, he placed 36,000 spirit stones, precisely as counted, into Gu Feng's palm. "You are quite shrewd. Our Wania Chamber of Commerce lacks someone like you who can exploit the unwary. Would you be interested in working here?" "Thank you, senior, but I am currently a specially recruited outer disciple of the audacious sect and must report there. If one day I am expelled, I will consider coming to work for you." The middle-aged steward looked puzzled. Since when does the audacious sect even have special recruits for outer disciples? This young man before me is merely at the first level of body refinement. His strength likely does not even meet the threshold for the outer sect. Perhaps sensing the steward's disbelief, Gu Feng produced the outer sect token given to him by Elder Lu and handed it over. The steward examined the token, speechless. This young man was clearly someone who had taken advantage of connections, and his audacity was remarkable. One might mistakenly think he was a prodigy. However, in a certain sense, he was indeed a special recruit, albeit in a different context, one who served the elders of the outer sect in a menial capacity. His future might not be any better than staying here. And as they were not related, he chose not to comment further. "You have a membership card for our Wania Chamber of Commerce?" Gu Feng shook his head. "Would you like to apply for one? Regardless of transactions, any business dealings can accumulate points, enhancing your privileges in our chamber and granting you corresponding discounts." "Wow, isn't this essentially a membership card? No wonder the Wania Chamber of Commerce has grown so large. It possesses unique features. Then I will take one." "Name? Gu Feng." "Gu Feng? The one from the Gu family of Yunwo City?" Senior, do you know me?" "I haven't seen you, but I've heard of you. I did not expect you to be the one who extracted a hefty breakup fee from the audacious sect's unparalleled beauty." Chu Yinran, how intriguing. Someone bring him a purple gold card. Senior, am I really that famous?" "Indeed, quite famous." "Then senior, would you reserve a position for me in your chamber? If I cannot make it in the audacious sect, I would like to seek refuge with you. I look forward to your arrival." With the purple gold card in hand, Gu Feng left the Wania Chamber of Commerce, his brow furrowed in thought. The steward's words had left him somewhat anxious. Previously, he had thought Chu Yinran was merely an ordinary, specially recruited inner disciple of the audacious sect. It now appeared that it was not so simple. If she were truly ordinary, the incident surrounding their broken engagement would not have spread so widely. Nevertheless, he decided to take things one step at a time. With Elder Lu's protection, she likely would not have the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Casting aside his worries, Gu Feng returned to the inn and began a new round of cultivation. Chapter 13. A chance encounter is better than an invitation. After Gu Feng departed, the middle-aged steward casually remarked, "Find someone to take my place. I am done here." He crossed through the inner hall and arrived at a secluded courtyard. "Uncle, have you finished your experience?" A young girl approached, smiling with a glint of mischief in her eyes. The middle-aged steward shot her a fierce glare. "That young man is insufferable. More than 30,000 low-grade spirit stones worth of trash business has thoroughly exhausted me for over an hour. My head is spinning." "Hee. You cannot blame him for being difficult. For someone at the first level of body refinement, more than 30,000 low-grade spirit stones is an astronomical figure. If it were me, I would probably haggle for half a day." The girl's voice was melodious, and she gracefully served a cup of tea. Haha, this time you misjudged him. That young man is not poor but rather quite wealthy. The middle-aged steward took a sip of tea, a smile spreading across his face as if he had just realized something. Oh, he is wealthy, but his attire is rather shabby. The girl pouted. He has at least 200,000 low-grade spirit stones on him. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. That certainly warranted a purple gold card. The reason for the purple gold card is not his wealth, but because he is Feng. That name sounds familiar. Is he the one who extracted a large breakup fee from Chu Yinran, causing her to lose face? The girl suddenly perked up. Chu Yinran was known as the most talented in a century in the Luoxia sect, possessing both strength and beauty. All disciples revered her as a goddess, unreachable. It was expected that a person destined for greatness would rise far in the martial world. Yet such an extraordinary figure was humiliated by a mere first-level body refinement youth in the insignificant Yunwo city. When news of the breakup circulated, it had shocked everyone. Some male disciples from the Luoxia sect even planned to seek trouble with Feng, but later, for some unknown reason, they fell silent. Even if he is Feng, he should not possess over 200,000 spirit stones. Well, it seems he has somehow managed to plunder the 200,000 spirit stones stored by the Gu family. Plundered? The girl exclaimed in disbelief. The treatment Feng received from the Gu family was known to many, especially following the breakup incident. Overall, the Gu family was quite harsh towards him. Under such circumstances, he not only took his 40,000 spirit stones but also plundered the entire Gu family. This was quite legendary. This young man was no ordinary person. Not only had he plundered the Gu family, but he had also killed over 10 talented disciples who had pursued him. While that might still be within the realm of understanding, his feats of killing and intimidating Tu Chi drawing realm cultivators were almost unfathomable. Not many in the Luoxia sect could achieve such a feat, especially not someone at the first level of body refinement. The middle-aged steward's somber tone left the girl speechless, her eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. It was hard to imagine how Feng managed such a miraculous comeback. He must possess secrets. Granting him a purple gold card would forge a beneficial connection. A wise transaction indeed. Cici, when you arrive at the Luoxia sect, even if you cannot befriend him, do not make him your enemy. This young man appears harmless but is, in fact, ruthless. He can kill his own brothers without hesitation and shows no mercy to elders. Though those he killed were deserving, it is not something an ordinary person can do. In response to her uncle's warning, the girl named Cici nodded earnestly, her curiosity about this seemingly innocent young man, who flashed a bright smile revealing 2 rows of perfect teeth, only deepening. A young man who is shrewd, holds immense wealth, and yet still retains a certain naive charm is hard to ignore. Returning to the inn, Feng dove into his cultivation point 2 days later. He hung his head low, feeling utterly dejected. What the hell kind of constitution did he have? After spending over 200,000 spirit stones, he still could not break through to the first level of body refinement. A total of 240,000, plus the 36,000 acquired from the Wania Chamber of Commerce, had all been transformed into divine liquid. He had thought that such a substantial investment would at least allow him to advance in his cultivation. Reality dealt him a harsh blow. His progress felt as if it were locked away. Unchanged. Aside from his physical strength steadily increasing, nothing else had shifted. His previous trip to the Wania Chamber of Commerce had made him acutely aware of the scarcity of spirit stones. The combined wealth of Uncle Gu and Gu Xing only barely yielded 36,000 spirit stones. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, who knows when he would earn them? Initially, he had great confidence in his future, but now he felt disheartened. If breaking through the first level of body refinement was so difficult, then the higher realms were utterly out of reach. What good was being strong at the body refinement level if it remained the lowest tier in the cultivation world? A rumble. His stomach protested, prompting Feng to jump off the bed and exit his room, calling out, "Young man, bring me some food." As his strength grew, so did his appetite, increasing exponentially. After ordering dozens of plates of roasted meat, he barely felt satiated. No increase in cultivation but a skyrocketing food requirement was inflating his living costs. This left Feng, who was already strapped for spirit stones, feeling quite speechless. "Bring me 20 more plates of roasted meat." Transforming his frustration into appetite, Feng indulged once again. Burp. He patted his belly, nodding in satisfaction. After filling himself, his spirits lifted, and the clouds of gloom dissipated. Life must go on. If 200,000 spirit stones could not help him break through, then 400,000 would do. If that did not work, then 600,000. If that failed, 800,000. As long as he was alive, he should not give up. Earning money was the way forward. With this resolve, Gu Feng felt a surge of ambition. Had he not been in public, he might have been tempted to shout to the heavens, "Young man." Just as he called out, he suddenly jolted as a thought struck him. He quickly glanced at the storage bag at his waist, and his expression changed. "Oh no, I used up all my spirit stones during my training. The storage bag is cleaner than my own face. There isn't a single spirit stone left. Esteemed guest, do you require assistance? Bring me 10 more plates of roasted meat." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The waiter, accustomed to all kinds of customers, showed no surprise at Gu Feng's extraordinary appetite and hurried off to fetch the roasted meat. When the 10 plates arrived, Gu Feng began to eat slowly and elegantly. For now, he could only stall for time, hoping for a miracle. Perhaps a naive fool would enter and shout, "I'll pay for everyone." Okay, perhaps that was wishful thinking. How many naive fools could there be? Running off without paying was certainly not an option. He would likely be beaten to a pulp. Observing his situation, he decided to negotiate with the innkeeper to see if he could work off his meal. Just as he was about to call the waiter to fetch the innkeeper, 2 figures entering the door caught his attention. One of them was familiar. It was the middle-aged steward from the Wania Chamber of Commerce. Feeling a spark of inspiration, he quickly stood and waved. "Senior, what a surprise to encounter you here. A chance meeting is better than an invitation. Allow me to treat you today." "Uncle, it's Gu Feng," Cici exclaimed without hesitation, pulling at her uncle's sleeve as they made their way to Gu Feng. She was quite interested in him and could not let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 14. This young man eats without paying and packs 1,000 plates of roasted meat to take away. Once the two were seated, Gu Feng felt a surge of confidence, straightening his back as he snapped his fingers. "Order." The waiter rushed over again. Gu Feng graciously handed the menu to the middle-aged steward, who looked on with suspicion. Based on their brief previous interaction, he had a rough idea of Gu Feng's character, and this young man did not strike him as someone who would treat others casually. "Young man, do you have some ulterior motive? Senior, where are your thoughts wandering?" After leaving the Wania Chamber of Commerce that day, I visited a few more chambers and realized that the price you offered was significantly higher than the market rate. Gu Feng's expression was sincere and pure, his smile revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Humph. I'll concede that you handle matters well, and your reasoning for treating is sound." The middle-aged steward lowered his guard entirely. "Cici, order anything you like." With her big eyes twinkling, Cici glanced at Gu Feng, suppressing a smile as she ordered several dishes without hesitation. The three soon became familiar with each other. Gu Feng learned that the girl was named Yen Cici and that the middle-aged steward was her uncle. "Gu Santong. Uncle, I raise my glass to you." "Haha, good. My previous impression of you was mistaken. You are quite an open-minded young man." No, Uncle Gu, you flatter me." Young people bond quickly, and Gu Feng was cheerful and talkative. Soon becoming familiar with Yen Cici at Gu Feng, "Did you make it hard for her to save face because of your breakup with Chu Yanran? We are still good friends after the breakup. I, Gu Feng, am a man of integrity. How could I harbor resentment or seek revenge against her for breaking our engagement? I swear on my conscience, this is not extortion but rather her debt to me." Yen Cici nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Chu Yanran had become a highly sought-after inner disciple of the first sect in Yun County. It was understandable that she wished to focus on her cultivation, or felt Gu Feng was unworthy of her, leading her to break their engagement. It was indeed despicable to choose such a public venue rather than privately negotiating. Even as a fellow woman, she could not condone that behavior. However, the underlying reason was that Chu Yanran had a direct competitive relationship with her sister in the Luoxia sect, and Yen Cici relished seeing Chu Yanran suffer. Yu Santong's expression turned peculiar as he observed Gu Feng's audacity. This young man had the audacity to price a common wooden sword at several thousand spirit stones. Was this not extortion? "Stop dawdling and eat. Don't skimp on my behalf," Gu Feng warmly urged the two. This time, Gu Santong took the initiative, ordering lavishly, knowing this young man was wealthy and could afford it. Soon, plate after plate of exquisite dishes arrived, and Gu Feng beamed with delight. After some time, Gu Feng stood up, swaying slightly, and awkwardly addressed the two. "I drank a bit too much. I need to relieve myself." "You young man, how much did you drink?" "Hurry back," Gu Santong teased, unaware of anything amiss. Once out of Gu Santong's sight, Gu Feng's eyes cleared. He casually grabbed a waiter and ordered, pack 1,000 plates of. A few breaths later, he stuffed the food into his storage bag, left a note, instructed the waiter, and slipped out of the inn, heading straight for the city outskirts. Oblivious, Gu Santong continued to drink leisurely. "Uncle, do you think Gu Feng will be all right? Shouldn't you check on him?" Yin Cici inquired with a hint of worry. "Cough. What is there to check? Focus on eating. Some of the dishes here are quite rare and extraordinary." Oh. Approximately half a stick of incense later, Gu Feng still had not returned. Now, Gu Santong felt something was off and called for the waiter to search for him. The waiter's response left him stunned. "What? That young man left half an hour ago." "Indeed. He mentioned he was going to deliver food to a friend and left first. Did he settle the bill? He said you all should pay." Ugh, Gus Santong nearly spat blood in exasperation. He never anticipated Gu Feng would be so shameless, using the restroom as an excuse to sneak away. How infuriating. Gus Santong slammed his fist on the table, startling Yin Cici. "How much is it?" He held a respectable position and did not quarrel with the waiter. Jiu Feng would eventually go to the Luoxia sect. A monk may run, but the temple remains. Catching him for a good beating was only a matter of time. The total came to 15,600 spirit stones, rounded down to 15,000. "What? Why is it so expensive?" Gus Santong roared, and even Yin Cici beside him was taken aback. "This is a black shop. A meal costs 15,000 spirit stones, more terrifying than robbery. He had dined here before, and for such a small order, it should not exceed 1,000 spirit stones. That wretched waiter actually demanded 15,000 spirit stones from them. If this isn't clarified today, do you believe I want to tear your establishment apart?" Gus Santong's terrifying gaze unleashed his full aura. How absurd. Being conned by Gu Feng was one thing, but even a mere waiter dared to bully him. The tiger does not show its might to be treated like a sick cat. The oppressive presence of Gus Santong frightened the waiter, who trembled, his lips quivering. This was a formidable customer. But paying for a meal is a fundamental principle. One cannot dine and dash simply because they are powerful. Gathering courage, he spoke. "Sir, I'm new here and would never dare to deceive you. Before you arrived, that young man ordered over 100 portions of grilled meat, costing over 1,000 spirit stones. Then you and this young lady ordered some food and spirit wine, adding another 1,000. The waiter recounted meticulously, his sincere gaze leaving no room for doubt. Jiu Feng, that scoundrel, is he a reincarnated pig demon? How could one consume over 100 portions of grilled meat without bursting? Gus Santong's fury ignited, while Yin Cici smiled gently, her lively eyes filled with astonishment, unable to reconcile the image of over 100 portions of grilled meat with Gu Feng's physique. Piling up, it would be larger than him. How could he possibly consume it? Yin Cici strained to visualize. Even so, with just over 2,000 spirit stones, how did you arrive at 15,000? Gus Santong gripped the waiter's arm, unwilling to relent until it was clarified. That young man, upon leaving, packed 1,000 portions of grilled meat and 100 bottles of spirit wine. Here, he left a note. Jiu Feng's note. Uncle Gu, I'm in a bind. I don't have money to pay the bill. Consider this meal my treat. I, Gu Feng, keep my word and will repay you. Ugh. Gus Santong felt blood rush to his head, nearly toppling over. This rascal dines without paying and even takes takeout, 1,000 portions at that. What's more outrageous is that he shamelessly claims it was his treat. Treating others with someone else's money? How generous! No wonder he has been acting so casual, as if he never intended to foot the bill. As for Gu Feng's claim of being broke, that was pure nonsense. It had only been 2 days, and he had already exhausted over 30,000 spirit stones. Even if he had spent it all, he still had over 200,000 on him. Recently, there had been no transactions exceeding 100,000 in Bawang City. This is an insult to his intelligence. That wretched scoundrel, he had seen shamelessness, but never such audacity. Next time they meet, he would teach him a lesson. Noticing her uncle's fluctuating expression, Yin Cici stifled a laugh and tugged at his arm. Uncle, just pay the bill. Gu Feng will surely repay you. He must be in a tough spot. Fearing his reputation would be tarnished, Gus Santong pinched his nose and reluctantly settled the bill. Throughout the journey, he muttered curses against Gu Feng's ancestors, while Yin Cici stifled giggles beside him. Cici, Uncle retracts what he said before. Once we reach Luoxia sect, do not associate with Gu Feng. Why not? I fear you will be conned by him. This rascal is too much of a conman. No. I must inform your sister, and when she encounters Gu Feng, she should help me retrieve those 15,000 spirit stones. Chapter 15. Your illicit gains have been confiscated. The vast expanse of this world is immeasurable, surpassing the breadth of Blue Star by hundreds of times. Instances of two cities being connected are rare. Between cities like deserts, rivers, dense forests, barren lands, or mountains. After leaving Baoang City and traversing several ancient cities, the Luoxia sect was not far off. Here, many youths of similar age to Gu Feng appeared, most of whom were practitioners at the body refinement stage. Although there was still over half a month until the Luoxia sect's entrance examination, they arrived early to wait and interact. Jiu Feng had already been accepted. He merely needed to report to the Luoxia sect. And without delay, he passed through this ancient city. Of course, the primary reason was that he had no spirit stones and could only pitifully reside outdoors. Fortunately, Yun County had no formidable beasts, and he traveled safely. Following the winding mountain path, Gu Feng climbed over 2 mountains and found a rock to rest for a moment. Just as he was about to rise, several figures leaped out from a hidden spot. Hand over your spirit stones. 5 burly men stood before him, not much older, with their auras suggesting they were body refinement stage 7 or 8 practitioners. Jiu Feng was already troubled over his lack of spirit stones and was infuriated upon encountering robbers. I'm so poor I'm considering robbery myself, and you bastards dare to rob me. Robbery. Hand over all your spirit stones. With that, he sprang into action, like a swift leopard, swinging his iron fists as he charged forward. Ah, ah, cries of despair echoed. Moments later, the 5 robbers lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Jiu Feng rubbed his palms together, removing the storage bags from the 5 men and opening them, instantly brightening his mood. Inside were some spirit herbs, weapons, and nearly 20,000 spirit stones. A heavy counterattack had been executed. Big brother, take what you want, just don't kill us. Yes, we're only robbers. We've never harmed any passerby. We're not irredeemable villains, I'm just too poor. Thinking that with so many young disciples heading to Luoxia sect, I could rob a few spirit stones to ensure a better life in the sect. The 5 men wailed, pleading for their lives. Jiu Feng stroked his chin, contemplating. If one wishes for a horse to grow fat, one must not deny it night grass. Observing their attire, they did not seem much better off than himself, yet they were evidently more affluent, which stirred a sense of imbalance within him. How long have you been robbing here? 3 days, just 3 days, the leader replied in terror. Jiu Feng's strength was overwhelming. In his presence, the 5 seemed like children, utterly devoid of resistance, and killing them was as easy as squashing ants. What? 3 days? Gu Feng was astonished. Their efficiency was indeed astonishing. Having robbed over 20,000 in just 3 days, that would equate to over 200,000 in a year. A work efficiency that would dwarf the hundreds in the Gu family. Gazing at the 5 on the ground, Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with greed. What are your names? Xiongda, Xiong Xiongsan? I know. You must be Xiongxi. Hearing this, Gu Feng interrupted the 4th speaker. Big brother, I'm Xiong Wu. My father thought 4 was unlucky. Hence no Xiongxi. Well, that was unexpected. This father certainly did not follow conventions. You really have only been robbing for 3 days? Honest truth, no deceit. Absolutely true. The 5, sensing Gu Feng's murderous intent recede, felt a slight sense of relief. Is it really that easy to rob? Don't deceive me. Big brother, do you want to join in the robbery? Upon hearing this, Xiongda perked up, thinking the figure before them might want to join their ranks. The entrance examination for Luoxia sect had age restrictions. Among them, they were considered the stronger group, and united, they were nearly invincible, provided they did not encounter someone like Gu Feng. What nonsense, do you think I am that kind of person? Gu Feng swiftly slapped the speaker. Yes, Big brother is righteous and would never stoop to robbery. These goods are confiscated. Take care of yourselves. With that, Gu Feng departed with flair. The 5 opened their mouths, wanting to plead, Big brother, since you disdain robbery, could you return our storage bags? Yet, under Gu Feng's imposing presence, they dared not vocalize their thoughts. Alas, we've encountered a tough opponent. We'll just have to accept our misfortune. This fellow is adept at disguising himself, hiding his true strength of body refinement stage 1 to deceive us. They had cautiously robbed, avoiding provoking those at body refinement stage 8 or above, only to end up back at square 1. No worries. There are still over 10 days until the Luoxia sect entrance examination. We have plenty of time. we must work harder than before. The big brother speaks the truth. Among our peers, we are indeed formidable. Those as strong as before are rare in this world, and we will not encounter them again. Let us rob 12 hours a day without rest and go all out. The five gathered together, trying to muster their spirits. Little did they know, Feng, who had already walked far, returned once more. Hey, robbing passers-by is immoral, but robbing you all carries no psychological burden. Keep at it. The more you rob, the better, and I shall reap the rewards in the end. Having grasped the base of the five brothers, Feng continued on his way. He understood that ahead lay many others harboring the same intentions as the Xiong brothers, prime targets for his future endeavors. Wealth awaits. In Baoang City, at the Wania Chamber of Commerce, Yin Cici and a dozen other practitioners of similar age embarked on their journey to Luoxia sect. Uncle, you need not see us off. This is a trial, and we will be fine. Gus Santong stroked Yin Cici's head, a smile gracing his features. The Wania Chamber of Commerce was not renowned for its combat prowess, yet he held no concern for the safety of this group of young practitioners. The weakest among them was at Body Refinement Stage 6. With such a luxurious lineup, the chance of an incident was minimal. Once we reach Luoxia sect, go to your sister. She is an inner sect disciple and has the right to bring 1 or 2 outer sect disciples. Lastly, let me remind you again, do not associate with Feng. That boy is a con man. Understood, Yin Cici replied with a smile, then led the group on their way. Leave the toll. The familiar cry rang in her ears once more, and Yin Cici felt utterly dispirited. She had anticipated encountering bandits on the road and had made ample preparations, but there were simply too many of them. Almost every few miles, they faced a new wave of attacks. Despite their group's formidable strength, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught. Are you Wu Qi from the Tianqi Chamber of Commerce? I recognize the mole on your forehead. At the moment of paying the toll, Yin Cici recognized one of the masked bandits. You're mistaken. I am not Wu Qi. The tense tone only solidified Yin Cici's certainty about his identity, leaving her incredulous that a distinguished genius from the chamber would resort to highway robbery. Under Yin Cici's piercing gaze, Wu Qi faltered, admitting defeat. Cici, I have no choice. Wu Qi removed his mask, chuckling wryly as he recounted the tribulations faced along the way. The Wania Chamber of Commerce group listened in confusion, their minds in disarray. The incident began with one individual who specialized in robbing robbers, causing widespread grievances among bandits. Unfortunately, that individual was exceptionally powerful, leaving them helpless. Thus, these bandits, seeking to recover their losses and vent their frustrations, began to escalate their robberies against passers-by, not just robbing but also assaulting. As those robbed experienced repeated encounters, their frustration mounted. Why should they be the sheep? Thus, a peculiar phenomenon emerged, akin to a large fish preying on smaller ones. With layers of robbery occurring now, along the entire road, bandits were ubiquitous, creating a chaotic scene. So, you two were robbed and, feeling aggrieved, turned to banditry? Yin Cici felt an impulse to laugh. Truth be told, it was not entirely Wu Qi's fault. With her gentle nature, she could not help but explode after being robbed multiple times. Curiosity piqued within her about the formidable individual responsible for robbing robbers, causing the current chaos. There was no way she could enter Luoxia sect in a state of utter poverty. That would be humiliating, Wu Qi chuckled ruefully. Just as Yin Cici bowed to take her leave, a tall figure cloaked in a veil dashed towards them with incredible speed. Beside her, Wu Qi trembled, immediately taking flight. Unfortunately, he was too slow and was swiftly knocked to the ground with a kick. The masked figure, wielding a large blade, bellowed, "Bandits, your illicit gains have been confiscated." Yin Cici's eyes widened. That voice sounded familiar. Perhaps it was Feng. Chapter 16. Enforcing the law with a notebook? Wrapped in a headscarf, the masked figure revealed only a pair of bright eyes that sparkled with excitement. Looking at Wu Qi and the others was akin to gazing upon a pile of glittering spirit stones, and combined with his tall stature, it made Yin Cici unable to suppress a laugh. Feng turned to glance at her, as if slightly glaring, urging, "Hurry up." Wu Qi's face turned pale, nearly in tears. "Big brother, we haven't made a profit in days." Wu Qi had witnessed Feng's strength. The best strategy upon encountering him was to flee. If one could not escape, they should not resist, for resistance would only invite a thunderous reprisal. He had seen much of the world, yet Feng's prowess still left him shaken. He remembered the day he encountered a group of robbers composed of body refinement stage 9 practitioners. Having just been robbed, Gu Feng appeared at the right moment. With a simple swing of his iron fists, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, causing the 9-stage practitioners to scream in terror. One of them had their weapon shattered, while another was stomped into the ground, nearly meeting their end. In his presence, even the strongest were like toys, easily crushed, instilling a sense of pressure akin to that of a Qi refinement stage practitioner. Since that day, Wu Qi resolved never to confront Gu Feng directly. His own frail body could not withstand a single blow. Open your storage bags. Let me check for illicit gains. You all too? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow, stepping heavily on Wu Qi, directing his blade towards the other robbers, commanding loudly. Among the other robbers, one who had not witnessed Gu Feng's might attempted to retort but was quickly silenced by a companion. Yan Cc's curious eyes blinked. She was filled with intrigue. She knew Gu Feng was not an ordinary body refinement stage 1 practitioner, yet she never expected him to intimidate Wu Qi and the others without lifting a finger. It was worth noting that Wu Qi was a body refinement stage 8 practitioner, ranking among the top 10 in Baoang City's younger generation, slightly stronger than herself. The sight of the once proud Wu Qi sprawled on the ground calling him big brother left her feeling disoriented. Just how strong is he? Yan Cici pondered Gu Feng's combat prowess. With no other option, Wu Qi and the others lowered their heads, opening their storage bags. After a few encounters, they began to understand Gu Feng. As long as they did not resist, he would not strike. Gu Feng leaned forward, peering directly into the storage bags, then roared, "What audacity, daring to deceive me! The contents of your storage bags are all ill-gotten gains. Speak the truth." "No, these are our own belongings, not stolen. Indeed, we had plans to rob, but we didn't succeed. Big brother, you must believe us. If you don't, ask them." One of the robbers, in a moment of desperation, pointed at Yan Cici and the others nearby. "Silence. If you do not speak the truth, I have evidence." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Feng swiftly produced a small notebook from his pocket and flipped through its pages. Wu Qi was robbed 3 days ago. Xiang Shiwan was robbed on the same day. Zhou Rui was robbed the day before yesterday. You band of robbers, do you still dare to deceive me? You have all been robbed before. Now, with items in your storage bags, do you still feel wronged? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Wu Qi and the others gaped, their throats moving without a word. They had never anticipated that Gu Feng would possess such detailed information, even knowing when they had been robbed. The items in their storage bags were indeed stolen, and they had thought to evade detection, unaware that their adversary had a meticulous record. "Brother, your eyes are astute, and you observe with keen insight." Wu Qi awkwardly smiled and willingly handed over his storage bag, followed suit by the others without hesitation. Yan Cici was utterly astonished. Who would have thought a robber would carry a notebook? It seemed that only Gu Feng could pull off such a feat, remembering the day she had narrowly escaped. She couldn't help but smile, her gaze fixed on Gu Feng. This truly was within his capabilities. "You are wise to comply. Time is of the essence. You must hurry to avoid missing the entrance examination for the Falling Sunset sect." Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others exchanged glances, gathering their courage to speak. "Brother, there are many robbers ahead, and without a toll, we will be beaten badly. Injured, we cannot pass the examination." The robbers along the way had become ferocious. If they discovered a poor passerby, they would lash out in rage. "Rest assured, this is my final inspection. I have ordered all those whose illegal gains I confiscated to head towards the Falling Sunset sect. Ahead lies a clear path, devoid of robbers. I must not linger. I need to deal with the last batch of unlawful individuals. Farewell." With that, Gu Feng dashed away, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Alas, after all this, we are still left with nothing. They resigned themselves to their misfortune upon encountering him. After all, they were not the only ones suffering. This thought brought them some comfort. Wu Qi and the others sighed and continued forward alongside Yan Cici. As Gu Feng had predicted, they encountered no further robbers, as if all had vanished. Crossing the mountain, they were near the Falling Sunset sect. Acting as their guide, Wu Qi wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled at Yan Cici and the others. "You have been the luckiest on this journey, not robbed at all. Hee, we have been robbed a few times too, but we were fortunate to start late. Had we departed a few days earlier, our experiences might have mirrored yours." Upon reaching this point, even Wu Qi, who had been thoroughly robbed, felt uplifted. The Falling Sunset Sect, a premier sect in Yun County, was a revered place for countless young aspirants. The childhood dream was about to be realized. Nothing else mattered as long as they could enter, ensuring a bright future ahead. Listen, it seems many people are gathered ahead. Someone called out, and the group looked up, their faces revealing astonishment. In a clearing about 10 miles from the Falling Sunset Sect stood a throng of people, an unusual sight indeed. Filled with curiosity, Yin Sisi and the others hastened forward. "Brother, what has happened here?" Wu Qi inquired, stopping a passerby. The response was startling. The crowd of thousands was waiting for Gu Feng. Chapter 17. An extravagant lineup. What? They are waiting for him? Upon learning their purpose, Yin Sisi gasped in shock, wanting to turn back and inform Gu Feng. "Do not move. Can't you see there are patrols here?" Wu Qi, experienced in the ways of the world, sensed something was amiss. Such a large gathering was not spontaneous. There was likely an organization behind it. What should we do? Yin Sisi felt anxious, having unilaterally considered Gu Feng a friend. There were thousands present. No matter how strong Gu Feng was, he couldn't possibly defeat them all. A mere barrage of spit could overwhelm him. He certainly did not appear foolish. He would likely run upon seeing such numbers. He does not need to participate in the Falling Sunset Sect's examination. He can afford to wait, but those people cannot. With this thought, Yin Sisi couldn't help but chuckle, realizing Gu Feng was clever enough to foresee this. The thousands gathered were destined to wait in vain. Yin Sisi and her companions relaxed, standing aside to observe the unfolding situation. Through the throng, she spotted a courtyard-sized clearing in the center where dozens of young cultivators sat, all exuding an air of arrogance and deep energy. Most were at the 9th level of body refinement, with a few at the 8th level. None lowered as time passed. More of this caliber joined, totaling over 100. This assembly would send even those at the Qi induction realm fleeing in fear. "Your friend had better not show up. Otherwise, he is doomed," Wu Qi remarked ominously. These individuals are incorrigible, having committed wrongs and yet seeking to punish the enforcers of justice. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's lips twitched. Indeed, a woman's logic could be quite peculiar, with a marked double standard. While Gu Feng had only robbed robbers, it was undeniable that many were compelled into that life, if not for their own grievances. Who would willingly lose face to rob? The root of this farce was Gu Feng, without a doubt. Considering Gu Feng was Yin Sisi's friend, Wu Qi refrained from saying more. The sunset cast a brilliant hue across the western sky. Just as the crowd thought the masked bandit would not appear, a tall figure wrapped in a headscarf, wielding a great sword, emerged before them. His strides were steady, his gaze unwavering, undeterred by the daunting scene ahead. As he approached, the crowd instinctively parted, for among the thousands present, few dared to act or had the capability to do so. "Oh, so many people. Have you discovered a treasure?" Gu Feng's appearance was comical. Resembling a king of beggars, the beggar gang's 9th elder had only 9 bags, whereas Gu Feng sported at least dozens of storage bags at his waist. This was after he had refined his spirit stones. Otherwise, there would have been even more. "Masked bandit, do you dare to show yourself?" Acting in the name of justice while committing robbery was more despicable than the robbers themselves. "We have waited here today to give you a lesson you will never forget. Surrender all the stolen goods and publicly repent, or..." The clamor of dissent and anger resounded. In the distance, Yin Sisi clasped her hands anxiously. She had never expected Gu Feng would truly appear. How could such a clever person be so stubborn? She whispered, wanting to rush out to help him, but was pulled back by those beside her. "Sister Sisi, you are only at the 7th level of body refinement. What can you do? Do not worry. They should not kill him. He will just endure some pain," Wu Qi also advised softly. Though a victim himself, he still admired Gu Feng's strength. Strong individuals robbing the weak was rather commonplace. Clang! The great sword sank deep into the ground as Gu Feng stood tall. Surveying the crowd, so many wished to act. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted into chaos as some weaker cultivators began to back away. "You overestimate yourself?" A tall, slender cultivator stepped forward, laughing. It was Guo Renkai from Chinren City. At the 9th level of body refinement, rumored to possess a terrifying physical strength of 50,000 pounds, a figure that had likely increased since last year. Upon recognizing him, the crowd erupted into a cacophony. Guo Renkai was the top genius of Chinren City. Despite his slight stature, his physical strength was formidable, capable of unleashing a tremendous force exceeding 50,000 pounds. This was an astonishing figure. Typically, one was deemed a genius if their physical strength surpassed 40,000 pounds at the pinnacle of body refinement. Guo Rinkai had evidently not reached that peak, but exceeding 50,000 pounds made him an extraordinary prodigy. Is it just you? That hardly seems sufficient. Gu Feng cast a dismissive glance at him, shaking his head. Over the past few days, he had plundered and trained. While his realm had not changed, his physical strength had reached levels beyond his own comprehension. Even if it was not close to 100,000 pounds, it was not far off. A mere 50,000 pounds was beneath his notice. Your strength is impressive, so you should not mind adding one more to your tally, a gruff voice echoed, and the crowd looked on in horror at the newcomer. This person stood 9 feet tall, towering over most present, with muscles bulging and veins prominent. Scars on his face enhanced his intimidating presence. With each step, he produced a thunderous sound, leaving deep footprints in the rocky terrain. This individual, known as Chao Yuan from Northwest City, nicknamed Iron Skin and Bone, was a practitioner of brute force, with physical strength reaching an astonishing 60,000 pounds. He had spent years battling beasts in the mountains, having once torn a demon bear apart. This is Tsang Sha from Iron City, also at the 9th level of body refinement, a seasoned mercenary. In terms of combat experience, none here can compare, Wu Qi whispered, still in shock at the lineup before him. Each person stepping forward was a standout among their peers in Yun County, some even stronger than the outer disciples of the falling Sunset sect. Yin Sisi was pale with fear. No matter how strong Gu Feng was, he was merely a body refinement cultivator and could not possibly defeat so many. Watching Gu Feng isolated in the midst of such ruthless individuals, she could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, summoning her courage to shout at the group of over 100. How can you act this way? As geniuses, what skill is there in overpowering the weak? We are all here for the examination. There is no need for this. You must return their belongings, or you will be killed. Ji Feng looked at the girl in surprise. He had never expected someone would stand up for him in such a situation, especially someone he had previously wronged. Cici, I will repay the money I owe you. There is no need to chase after me so eagerly. These minions cannot harm me. Gu Feng placed a hand on her shoulder. Smiling. Chapter 18. Is there anyone else who wishes to strike? I shall accept them all. What time is it, and you still joke? These people. Yin Cici's expression was tense. Where did this little girl come from? 7th level of body refinement? Does she not fear being killed? They regarded her as a delicate flower, concerned about the consequences of any harmed. Ha ha ha, do not worry. I will be very gentle in my approach. The crowd snickered. A mere 7th level of body refinement was courageous but foolish. Among those participating in the encirclement of Gu Feng, any one of them could easily kill her with a single punch. My sister is Yin Yeshua from the inner sect. On her behalf, let us resolve this peacefully, without violence. Upon hearing the name Yin Yeshua, the countenance of the crowd changed. She was a peer of Chu Yinzhan, immensely powerful. If she truly would intervene on behalf of the masked bandit, they needed to reconsider. Everyone, her sister is indeed Yin Yeshua. It is common to compete during examinations, and it would be best to reach an amicable agreement. Wu Qi approached with a smile, corroborating Yin Cici's claim. What should we do? The 100 or so individuals exchanged glances, brows furrowed. Surrender all stolen goods, and you may leave safely, Guo Renkai declared on behalf of the group. Excellent, Gu Feng, quickly present the items. They will not harm you. Hearing this, Yin Cici's eyes lit up with excitement as she nearly leaped in joy. She reached out to unfasten Gu Feng's storage bag from his waist, but her hand was halted. Thank you for your assistance, but it is unnecessary. Gu Feng smiled slightly, loosening all the storage bags at his waist and placing them in Yin Cici's embrace. Keep them safe. Do not lose a single item. I have a little notebook to keep track. Under Yin Cici's astonished gaze, Gu Feng stepped forward. If I recall correctly, I have not robbed you, have I? His eyes were sharp, his tone resolute. Robbing robbers is an act of justice. Therefore, you are the villains. Is there anyone else who wishes to strike? I shall accept them all. Ji Feng surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor exuding an air of authority. Brother, should we strike? Xiong Air's eyes flickered, eager for action. Are you out of your mind? Our combined technique can unleash 80,000 pounds of force. Would we not be defeated? Xiong retorted sharply. Have you lost your senses? This terrifying person is not someone you can challenge. Following their initial encounter with Gu Feng, the Xiong brothers felt increasingly humiliated, as their strongest abilities had gone untested. Hence, they sought Gu Feng again, this time employing their family's secret technique from the outset, yet their outcome had not improved. After that battle, Xiongde was thoroughly intimidated. This man was no ordinary opponent. He was a demon, his strength beyond comprehension. With so many present, we need not lead the charge. Guerrilla tactics should pose little risk, Xiong'er insisted. Open your eyes and observe closely. Among those here, are there any who have not been robbed by this scourge? Do they not seek revenge? The absence of participation stemmed from sheer fear. Defeat was inevitable, but overcoming Gu Feng without injury was equally impossible. Can you guarantee that you will not be the one he captures and beats? Xiongde expressed his frustration. The boss has a point. We have acquired a few things these past few days, and it is not worth the risk. I feel these people cannot harm him. Xiong Wu added, furrowing his brow. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing. Those who met his gaze lowered their heads, then retreat far away. Lest blood splatters upon you, it would be ill-fated. Clearly, Gu Feng held little regard for Guorenkai and his cohorts, which deeply wounded the pride of these prodigies. Miss, since you are Yin Yeshua's sister, we shall not make things difficult for you. Leave this place or do not blame us for being ruthless. Seeing Gu Feng's resolve to confront them head-on, Wu Qi sighed and shook his head, leading Yin Sisi away. The crowd held their breath. A rare spectacle was unfolding, one rarely seen during examinations. On one side stood the powerful and mysterious masked bandit, having swept through robbers unchallenged. On the other, over 100 prodigies from various cities in Yun County, all at least at the 8th level of body refinement. When these two forces clashed, it would surely be a cataclysmic confrontation, a visual feast. The commotion here could hardly escape the notice of the Falling Sunset sect. As early as half an hour ago, the gatekeepers had detected something unusual. Tomorrow marked the day of the Falling Sunset sect's recruitment examination. Typically, the square at the sect's entrance would be filled with eager participants by now. Yet today, not a single soul was present. The gatekeeper disciples ventured outside to investigate, astonished yet eager to uncover the details of the incident. Once they grasped the situation, they hastened to report to the outer sect elders. Elder Lu, as the chief elder of the outer sect and the primary overseer of the disciple recruitment assessment, bore the brunt of the responsibility when unforeseen events arose. With little time for inquiries, he summoned several other outer sect elders and hurriedly made his way there. Old Lu, this is your specially recruited outer disciple, displaying immense spirit. Upon reaching their realm, their keen hearing allowed them to discern the unfolding drama from a distance. When Elder Meng learned that the instigator of the conflict, Gu Feng, was a disciple personally recruited by Elder Lu, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Tio stand alone against over 100 prodigies at the 8th and 9th levels of body refinement is a rarity in the history of the Falling Sunset sect. Regardless of the outcome, this audacity earned his respect. Gu Feng. That name sounds familiar. Could it possibly be him? Another elder murmured, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it was the same Gu Feng who had previously caused trouble for Chu Yanran, leading to a hefty compensation of 4 million for their breakup. Elder Lu chuckled ruefully, having initially anticipated that Gu Feng would discreetly approach the Falling Sunset sect to seek him out. He never imagined such a commotion would ensue at a robber, compelling most to turn to banditry. Only someone as reckless as him would dare. Yet, this also aligned with his character, for he was indeed the sort who would dare to deceive Chu Yanran. His cultivation level was peculiar. Though he was merely at the 1st level of body refinement, his vitality rivaled that of a pinnacle genius at the 9th level. An elder well-versed in body observation voiced his astonishment. His physique is rather special. At the 1st level of body refinement, have you examined his body, Old Lu? Could he possess that kind of physique? Elder Ming questioned. There are myriad physiques in the world. Some are born extraordinary. According to ancient texts, there are formidable beings who remain trapped in the body refinement stage, yet can wreak havoc across the lands due to their cultivation being several tens of thousands of layers deep. Thus, Gu Feng's unique physique, while noteworthy, did not overly astonish the crowd. Haha, you guessed correctly. He is indeed of that physique, known as the king among the worthless. Pift, Old Lu, I was envious of you, but now, not at all. Nonsense, no matter how worthless he is, he reigns supreme among the outer sect. That's no small feat. As for the inner sect, let's not even go there. Elder Lu laughed. Enough talk. A fight is about to break out. A group of body refinement novices instilled a sense of tension in the elder. Ha ha ha, me too. I eagerly await the clash between both sides. If he possesses such a physique, there might still be a chance. At the very least, it won't be a one-sided affair. Chapter 19. Shocking all, overpowering the prodigies present. It seems there are no others left. Very well, judging by your attire, you appear to come from prestigious families, and your storage bags are quite full. They must contain many valuable items. I shall reluctantly take action. Gu Feng's boastful declaration incited a stir among the crowd. His audacity was staggering, thinking of robbery even in the face of imminent danger. Several prodigies, who had been hesitant, could no longer contain themselves and leaped into the fray just as Gu Feng prepared to accede. Gu Feng was indeed powerful, but it was implausible for him to be incapable of contending against over 100 renowned prodigies of Yun County. If they united against him, even a practitioner at the Qi induction stage would be hard-pressed to escape unscathed. Recognizing familiar faces, Gu Feng furrowed his brow. You lot shouldn't have anything valuable left, right? You fool, do you really think yourself invincible? I, Lu Biao, do not believe you are that strong. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, ceasing further words as he positioned his large blade before him, gripping its hilt with one hand and the blade's tip with the other. Suddenly, he let out a fierce shout, unleashing a formidable aura that sent the headscarves of his opponents flying and revealed his concealed face. Many were witnessing Gu Feng's true visage for the first time. Straining to see within the arena, in the next moment, gasps of astonishment filled the air as Gu Feng's massive blade, under the might of his formidable physique, began to crack and splinter into countless fragments. The blade, etched with 2 complete runes, was a superior weapon among mundane ranks, yet it was easily shattered by brute force, revealing the terrifying nature of his physical prowess. Surely, even the renowned Chao Yuan, known for his ironclad physique, could not compare. How has he cultivated this strength? His physique doesn't appear particularly robust, yet his power is astonishing. Not only the spectators outside, but also the more than 100 contenders within the arena felt a slight tremor from Gu Feng's display. However, Gu Feng had no time to wait for their shock to subside. With a thunderous roar, he dashed into the throng, his speed astonishing. What courage! To dare engage us before so many witnesses, do you not regard me? Chao Yuan? Chao Yuan's fierce eyes widened in fury as his muscles bulged, and with a powerful leap off the ground, he surged forward, his right fist swinging ferociously toward Gu Feng. A tremendous shockwave reverberated through the air as his fist cut through the atmosphere. Producing a deafening roar, he resembled an enraged grizzly bear. His massive frame instilled fear, while Gu Feng appeared diminutive by comparison. Unfazed by the overwhelming force, Gu Feng met the incoming fist head-on without even flinching. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and in that fleeting moment, thoughts of victory and defeat flashed through the onlookers' minds as the outcome became evident. Chao Yuan's expression drastically shifted as his colossal form was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing several dozen meters away, accompanied by a scream, blood erupting from his mouth like a geyser. The shocking blow left the crowd agape, struggling to breathe. What manner of monster is this? With a single punch, he incapacitated the renowned Chao Yuan, who boasted a strength of 60,000 pounds. What is happening in this world? The ordinary limitations of 60,000 pounds were easily disregarded. It was absurd, utterly ridiculous. Only then did the crowd realize they had grossly underestimated Gu Feng's prowess. This highwayman, who brazenly demanded their ill-gotten gains, was an extraordinary hero of unparalleled strength, far beyond mortal comprehension. Is it truly so outrageous that Chao Yuan fell so swiftly? Just one move. While there is no denying Chao Yuan's strength, the masked bandit might surpass all expectations. Fortunately, I hesitated and did not rush in. That choice was indeed wise, in stark contrast to the astonishment of those surrounding them. The individuals within the arena were gripped by terror. Chao Yuan was no mere paper tiger. To be fair, in a fair fight, few could claim confidence in defeating him. Such a fierce individual being felled by a single strike left them feeling hopeless. The thought of retreat sowed seeds of fear within them, diminishing their resolve. Gu Feng, however, cared not for their trepidation. He unleashed his terrifying strength like a young divine beast, delivering blow after blow with unyielding ferocity. Each punch struck flesh, leaving none standing in his wake. He exhibited an invincible demeanor, with every blow either incapacitating a foe or shattering a weapon. The cries of agony resounded, echoing through the air. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of his figure as he deftly maneuvered through the chaos. Blood splattered, teeth flew, and the sound of bones fracturing reverberated, shaking the very core of those present. He resembled a demon king, sweeping through the battlefield. After the passage of time equivalent to half an incense stick, the battle ceased. All over 100 prodigies lay defeated on the ground, some with concave chests, others with broken arms, some with bent legs, and others barely clinging to life. All had lost their capacity to fight. They stared blankly at the sky, fear spreading in their pupils, their once proud demeanor extinguished. They had anticipated a challenging battle and considered the possibility of sustaining injuries, but they all shared the belief that when the dust settled, the masked bandit would be in a pitiable state. Yet, reality proved ruthlessly cruel, shattering their disbelief. Over 100 renowned prodigies, each with a name and a legacy, had fallen in mere moments. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe the process as a rapid defeat. It had been too swift, so much so that their minds struggled to process it, their heads buzzing. How could such a formidable body refinement practitioner exist? Surely, he must have surpassed the legendary limit of 100,000 pounds of physical strength. Yin Cixi erupted into cheers, shaking her companion Wu Qi, who appeared bewildered, questioning what had just transpired, where he was, and who he was. The 5 brothers of the Xiong clan recoiled in fear, realizing the foresight of their eldest brother. Thankfully, they had been prevented from intervening, or they would have ended up like those prodigies, sprawled on the ground in agony. Even Elder Liu, who had been observing from a distance, was rendered speechless. They were all dumbfounded, their eyelids twitching in disbelief, having anticipated a fierce battle, only for it to conclude in an instant. Jiyu Feng's strength had surpassed their comprehension. These high-ranking outer sect elders had witnessed countless prodigies over the years, but had never encountered one of his caliber. This physique seemed to surpass even the legendary ones. How could it not be strong? If it were not, history would not have witnessed so many superpowers striving to cultivate such individuals, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Truth be told, if I were to command an ancient dynasty, I would gamble on this physique to see how far it could ascend. Stop daydreaming. Even with the resources of an ancient dynasty, you couldn't cultivate such a physique. Many have tried and failed. Alas, such a strong physique, yet unable to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, the mysteries of heaven truly baffle the mind. You have been defeated. Gu Feng's nonchalant declaration fell upon the gathered prodigies, who, pale and defeated, lowered their once proud heads. Due to your earlier disrespect towards me, I shall confiscate your possessions. With that, Gu Feng began to relieve the defeated of their storage bags. Spare me your protests. You have been vanquished and are now my captives. Consider yourselves fortunate that I have not slain you, though you wish to tempt fate. A prodigy attempted to resist, but Gu Feng swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The remaining prodigies dared not voice their anger. At this juncture, resistance would only exacerbate their injuries, jeopardizing their chances in the upcoming entrance examination for the Falling Sunset sect. After collecting all the storage bags, Gu Feng also gathered the scattered weapons, leaving no fragment behind, even retrieving the remnants of shattered weapons. All these were valuable. The materials of broken weapons could be reprocessed and sold for some profit. Once he had completed his task, Gu Feng stood still, casting a contemplative gaze upon the more than 100 individuals. You, remove your clothes. Chapter 20. Robbery and Auction. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in shock, and the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. The wails within the arena ceased as fear washed over the defeated, who struggled to shift their bodies out of Gu Feng's line of sight. Hurry up, remove your clothing. Gu Feng's expression darkened as he advanced, stripping the long robes and shoes from the wailing individuals, clearing a storage bag specifically for this purpose. His movements were swift, as if rehearsed countless times, displaying an alarming proficiency. The crowd was left in a state of disbelief. His method of disrobing was swifter than that of a courtesan, evoking both laughter and incredulity. You don't go too far. You've robbed us of our storage bags. And now you want our clothes. Is there no code among the outer sect of Falling Sunset? One prodigy protested, but his defiance was met with ruthless suppression. Is this not the outer sect of Falling Sunset? Are you even disciples here? Believe me, I can make it so you won't be able to attend the assessment. With that, the prodigies fell silent, enduring their humiliation in silence. Provoking this calamity could lead to being beaten so severely they would be unfit for the entrance examination. The surrounding spectators struggled to contain their laughter, witnessing a spectacle where the once proud prodigies found themselves stripped bare, left with little more than their undergarments. Among the fallen prodigies, only a single pair of trousers remained. Despite Chao Yuan's imposing stature, his dark complexion revealed surprisingly fair skin. Guorenkai appears quite slender, yet his chest muscles are quite developed. Meng Xiaotian is less impressive in person. Aside from his decent looks, he possesses little else. The whispers of the crowd plunged the more than 100 prodigies into a profound sense of shame. This humiliation was 100 times worse than their defeat. Do not look at me like that. Who forced you to band together against me? In the face of adversity, one must stand tall to showcase their masculinity. Brave prodigies, raise your heads and face this world. Gu Feng struck without hesitation, unrestrained by any moral code. How audacious! This masked bandit has thoroughly offended the prodigies. One must admit, he possesses remarkable boldness. Rarely do prodigies emerge from humble beginnings. Most have some background, yet he seemed entirely unafraid. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you good news. Looking at the array of items before him, Gu Feng found the weight of them cumbersome. Since he intended to sell them anyway, why not offer them to these prodigies? They would likely pay a higher price than anyone else. Considering you are to participate in the entrance assessment tomorrow, as a specially recruited disciple of the Falling Sunset sect, I shall not be overly harsh. Thus, I shall prepare to sell these medicinal pills to you to aid in your recovery for the examination. Jiyu Feng's enthusiastic proclamation left the crowd speechless. He had robbed them and was now offering to sell them their own belongings. Was this not absurd? It was easy to envision that these medicinal pills would be priced exorbitantly, far exceeding market value. The prodigies were not fools. Who would buy them? As anticipated, after Gu Feng made his offer, no one responded. They averted their gazes, pretending not to hear. Brother, your injuries appear severe. This bottle of third-rank young-enhancing pills is perfect for you. Will you buy it? My injuries are inconsequential. I do not require your concern. The prodigy shot him a disdainful look. While I cannot defeat you, please do not take us for fools in the next moment. The sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed through the air as Gu Feng pressed his finger against the man's wound, flashing a wide grin. It's not that serious. Why the loud cries? I'll buy it. How much? 1,000 spirit stones. What? A bottle for 1,000 spirit stones? Are you robbing me? The prodigy exclaimed, aghast. This pill was worth merely 300 spirit stones in the market, yet he demanded a price thrice as high. What nonsense! Do you think I need to provide you with medicinal pills after robbing you? And just to clarify, that 1,000 spirit stones is the price per pill. The onlookers collectively spat blood. It appeared he was selling pills but was no different from a robber. I have no spirit stones. You can borrow some. You're all famous. Surely you have many friends. Faced with Gu Feng's overwhelming presence, each prodigy begrudgingly borrowed funds to purchase the pills. It was clear that choosing to buy was the wiser option compared to enduring another beating. Brother, since we're selling, why not sell your clothes to me as well? Some prodigies, maintaining a positive attitude, proposed a deal to Gu Feng. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng found it quite reasonable. Since everything is for sale, why not sell the weapons too? Cici, come help me. Hearing Gu Feng's call, Cici hopped over like a lively rabbit. I'm prepared to hire you as my sales assistant. Hiring is one thing, but I'll help you for free. You won't accept payment? That's splendid. Once we reach the outer sect, I shall treat you to a meal. Perhaps not. Yin Cici politely declined, knowing Gu Feng would eat and pack food, and she lacked the funds to cover the bill. Do not be overly courteous with me. I am wealthy now, and when the time comes, I shall indulge freely. The quality of the food is irrelevant. I shall choose only the most expensive. I will pay for it all. And you shall join me, Gu Feng declared generously, patting his chest. This was soon followed by a comical scene, as Gu Feng led a group from the Wania Chamber of Commerce to host an impromptu auction. This robe belonged to the unparalleled talent of the Northwest City. Chao Yuan, you wish to possess his might and grandeur? Then acquire this robe. You shall not suffer a loss, nor be deceived. The starting bid is merely 80 spirit stones, and everyone present is welcome to bid. Nonsense. Who would want to wear a robe that someone else has donned? Even if one admires it, buying it in front of Chao Yuan would be a slap in his face. Shishi, is there something amiss with my pitch? Why do all clothing items sell at the base price? Hee, these are all individuals of extraordinary caliber. Not everyone possesses your fortitude to offend them. Upon hearing Yin Shishi's words, Gu Feng quickly understood. Let's auction weapons directly. They will be participating in the entrance assessment tomorrow and urgently need suitable arms. Yin Shishi suggested. Weapons? I fear they may lack the funds to purchase them. A single pill sells for 1,000 spirit stones, which they might manage to borrow, but weapons surely cost several tens of thousands. This is no small sum, and they may struggle to procure it. They may be short on cash, but their families are wealthy. They can write IOUs. The outer sect is an independent entity, impervious to influences from external forces, or even the inner sect and the outer sect. One is nearly invincible. As long as they remain within the Luoxia sect, they need not fear repayment issues. This is indeed a valid point. To Gu Feng's surprise, the auction for the weapons turned out to be extraordinarily vibrant. Even the onlookers among the cultivators joined in the bidding. A moment's contemplation revealed the reason. The bidders entering from outside were all masters at the 9th level of body refinement, and they had a direct competitive relationship with these prodigies. Weakening the strength of their opponents would enhance their own chances of victory, so engaging in the auction was only natural. The commotion continued until deep into the night before it finally concluded. Including the proceeds from the robbery and auction, the total income approached 6 million, comprising over 1 million spirit stones and 400,000 in IOUs, with unsold rare treasures calculated separately. The harvest was bountiful, and he had made a substantial profit, leaving him exhilarated and radiant until dawn. This is your reward. Having reaped a great deal, Gu Feng directly offered double the compensation, much to the delight of Wu Qi and the others. Shi, this is the debt from our last meal. Just take it, ding. The melodious chime resonated as the grand gates of Luoxia sect swung wide open to welcome young talents from all corners. Following the crowd, Gu Feng entered Luoxia sect. Upon his arrival, he immediately felt as though he was ensnared by a beam of light, and soon, petals began to rain down from the skies. The sounds of drums and music filled the air as a dozen elegantly dressed figures gracefully descended. Surrounding him in a song and dance, Jiyu Feng, Yin Shishi, and all the disciples participating in the entrance examination were left in utter bewilderment, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Only the outer sect elders shook their heads in wry amusement, wearing expressions akin to constipation. Chapter 21. The welcome song for Chu Yinjin's former partner joining Luoxia sect. Just as Gu Feng stood there perplexed, a banner unfurled. Welcome Chu Yinjin's former partner, Gu Feng, to Luoxia sect. Upon the appearance of this banner, the eyes of all participants in the entrance examination swiftly converged on him. Oh, this is Gu Feng. No wonder he is so formidable. How could someone engaged to Chu Yinjin be anything less than extraordinary? Losing to him is no disgrace. Chu Yinjin's reputation among this cohort of exam candidates was substantial. Nearly everyone had heard her name. The entanglements between her and Gu Feng had become a topic of much interest. Those prodigies who had been previously beaten and extorted felt a sense of balance restored. Being defeated by Chu Yinjin's former partner was not shameful, given his own illustrious standing. Jiyu Feng's eyelids twitched, and he silently cursed. Who orchestrated this bizarre spectacle? Just as he was about to inquire of the dancers beside him, a graceful figure approached slowly, with flowing black hair shimmering in the light. A flawless face adorned with a languid smile, she exuded an enchanting aura, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. As she approached, the outer sect disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they could not help but swallow hard. On behalf of all members of the Sunu sect, I extend a warm welcome to our former junior brothers joining Luoxia sect. Her magnetic voice reached Gu Feng's ears, prompting him to involuntarily smile. This alluring woman was indeed a talent. She directly addressed him as former junior brother and had orchestrated such a peculiar arrangement. If it were anyone else, they might be flustered, but Gu Feng had endured 9 years of compulsory education and the grind of a 996 work schedule. In terms of life experience, he surpassed everyone present. Congratulations to us both. Upon this declaration, everyone, including the mature woman, momentarily froze, utterly bewildered by Gu Feng's unexpected joy. What joy could there be in becoming a former partner? Now that I am a former partner, does that not grant you an opportunity? He remarked, throwing a flirtatious glance at the mature woman, laden with playful implications. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the music and dance ceased, and the group of outer sect elders widened their eyes in disbelief. This Gu Feng had an audacity that was not to be underestimated. He dared to tease her. Giggles erupted from the mature woman, who chuckled, "Little brother, what is this? Do you wish to become my current partner?" Gu Feng lowered his gaze, surveying her figure, and smirked. What shall I call you, sister? She is Chu Yuhuan, the leader of the Sunu sect, ranked 5th in the inner sect. This woman is not to be trifled with. Avoid contact with her. Yin Shishi whispered in Gu Feng's ear. Little sister, be careful. Your words may shorten your lifespan. Chu Yuhuan narrowed her eyes, 2 glimmers of light flashing as she pinched Yin Shishi's cheek, causing her to leap back in fright and hide behind Gu Feng. If you encounter any hardships in the outer sect, seek out the Sunu sect. We will take care of you. With that, Chu Yuhuan swayed her hips and departed. Excellent. Does that mean I can navigate the outer sect with ease? By the way, can I ask you to cover my food and lodging? Came the excited voice from behind. Chu Yuhuan's eyelid twitched, and a delightful smile graced her lips. This former partner of Chu Yinjun is quite amusing. Initially, her actions were intended to provoke Chu Yinjun, but now, she felt a flicker of interest in Gu Feng. This man was indeed unique. After the group of singing and dancing female cultivators departed, Elder Lu coughed lightly. All irrelevant individuals, please leave. The entrance examination of Luoxia sect is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng raised the outer sect disciple token in his hand, standing tall as he stepped forward. Everyone, perform well in the examination and showcase your true abilities. I, as a specially recruited outer sect disciple of Luoxia sect, look forward to becoming your fellow students. As the crowd gazed at him in disbelief, Gu Feng slowly ascended the platform, taking his place beside Elder Lu, his face beaming with a sense of superiority. His gaze swept across the assembly below. One might mistake him for the outer sect's senior disciple, specially recruited outer sect disciple. You speak so brazenly of backdoor connections. You truly are a talent, Elder Lu thought with a sidelong glance at the peculiar figure standing proudly beside him. He then addressed the gathered crowd. This examination consists of 3 trials. The first overall winner will receive 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and a high-grade weapon. What? The outer sect examination offers rewards. Just the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones alone is astonishing. Let alone the weapon and pills. Combined, this must be a fortune. Gu Feng was no longer composed. He stepped forward earnestly, addressing Elder Lu. It would be inappropriate to grant preferential treatment. I wish to participate in the entrance examination. Silence. All right, no need to be agitated. I was merely jesting. Gu Feng felt disheartened, having lost an opportunity to earn money. After confirming the identities of all candidates, Elder Lu instructed another elder and then beckoned Gu Feng. Follow me. Soon after, Elder Lu soared into the sky. Taking Gu Feng into the outer sect. As they traversed the air, Gu Feng discovered that the outer sect of Luoxia sect was vast, at least 2 or 3 times the size of Yunhua City. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape. Spiritual springs bubbled, medicinal gardens flourished, and ancient trees towered, with mystical beasts occasionally appearing, all showcasing the grandeur of a major sect. Groups of disciples could be seen everywhere, some meditating, others practicing martial arts, or listening to teachings. The atmosphere of cultivation was intensely palpable. Not long after, the 2 descended to the ground and entered the Elder Hall. Gu Feng, how do you find the outer sect? One word, impressive, Gu Feng replied excitedly. Elder Lu rolled his eyes. This lad always had a knack for peculiar expressions. Once you enter the inner sect, you need not worry about Chu Yinjun targeting you. She likely has no time for that. Even if she did, I am not a mere decoration. Her reach does not extend that far. Elder Lu's first words provided Gu Feng with reassurance. The outer sect operates on a survival of the fittest principle, and it is crucial to remember one thing. Do not provoke violence that leads to death. The conditions in the outer sect aligned closely with Gu Feng's expectations. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature, and the sect encourages competition to sift out the exceptional disciples. Elder Lu continued to elaborate on the outer sect structure and some rules. Gu Feng listened intently, as this information was vital for his safety in the foreseeable future. More importantly, he needed to scrutinize the outer sect's regulations for potential loopholes to exploit for profit. This discussion lasted nearly an hour. Elder Lu, what exactly is my constitution? Gu Feng finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Elder Lu chuckled, wearing an expression that suggested Gu Feng's impatience was amusing. Your constitution is very special. It may not be well received if it becomes known. Is it the case that this constitution once wreaked havoc on the world in ancient times, resulting in numerous enemies? Gu Feng inquired, his mind conjuring images of universal enmity and bloodshed, filled with both excitement and trepidation. You are overthinking. I only advise you not to boast about your constitution. for fear of being ridiculed, which could affect your mindset. If you are unbothered by mockery, then consider my warning null and void. How can it be like this? Chapter 22. The final outcome of the 10,000 calamities body. Why would I be ridiculed? Is it because my constitution is forever stuck at the first level of body refinement, unable to break through? Fortunately, Feng had been mentally prepared and did not feel overly disheartened by Elder Lu's words. However, the expression on Elder Lu's face surprised him. He shook his head and denied this notion. You, like others, can progress through the levels of body refinement, qi induction, and postnatal stages. The only difference is that you do not differentiate between the first and ninth levels. Since the mythical age, when the goddess Wania created humanity, the human species emerged in the world, learning to harness fire and consume raw flesh. After countless years of change, humans learned to cultivate. The cultivation system arose in tandem, with the existence of minor realms being a gift from the heavenly path, allowing cultivators to have clear goals and receive positive feedback periodically during their training. However, the great path is 50. The heavens 50 and humanity occupies 1. Every so often, the world gives rise to 1 or 2 anomalies. For instance, in ancient times, there were occasionally body refinement cultivators who could only advance within the body refinement realm, with no endpoint in sight. Elder Lu's references were as bewildering as a celestial script, leaving Feng's head spinning. He finally could not help but interject, Elder Lu, could you avoid such lengthy speeches? I believe I understand your point. I can break through, just like any ordinary cultivator, but there is no distinction of 9 levels? Precisely. Elder Lu shot him an exasperated glance. Do you not see that I was in the midst of an engaging discourse? Then what does ridicule have to do with it? I feel my constitution is quite strong. As of now, I have yet to discover anyone stronger in the body refinement stage. Feng sighed with relief, feeling somewhat dismissive. His greatest fear was being stuck at the first level of body refinement forever, which would rob him of many pleasures, such as flight or the ability to project spiritual energy. As long as you can break through the major realm, everything else will be manageable. Elder Lu chuckled, as if he knew Feng would think this way. After clearing his throat, he continued, under normal circumstances, you can only cultivate to the postnatal stage, and you cannot transition further. What do you mean? Feng was momentarily perplexed. After prolonged cultivation in the postnatal stage, I fear you may perish. Elder Lu spoke cryptically. Feng was taken aback and quickly asked, is it that my constitution lacks compatible techniques? Not at all. Elder Lu shook his head. Then what is the reason? Please do not keep me in suspense. Feng's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued by Elder Lu. Yet the elder continued to speak in half measures, leaving him wanting more. Because your constitution will face a heavenly tribulation when breaking into the innate stage. Furthermore, every subsequent breakthrough after reaching the innate stage will also encounter a tribulation. Elder Lu's expression grew serious. Before Feng could inquire further, Elder Lu continued, this is no ordinary tribulation. It will strike at your body, spiritual energy, and soul altogether, posing an enormous threat. Moreover, this tribulation disregards any treasures. At least, according to ancient texts, no item has been recorded as helpful against this tribulation. In the ancient ascension tribulations, treasures could offer protection. But your constitution does not allow for that. It remains a mystery from time immemorial. Is it impossible to transcend the tribulation with one's own abilities? Feng found this hard to believe. It is possible, but estimates suggest that cultivators with such a constitution can only succeed in transcending the tribulation if their body, spiritual energy, and soul are all cultivated to the utmost limits. Well, that's a relief. I can just cultivate all 3. It'll just take extra time. Feng responded lightly, viewing it as a non-issue. If given sufficient time, it would not be a challenge. However, the tribulation for this type of constitution does not grant you the luxury of time to cultivate all 3 to perfection. The moment any one of the 3 reaches completion, the tribulation will be triggered. Elder Lu shook his head, laughing. Is it not possible to control the pace of my cultivation? I could bring all 3 to a near-perfect state and synchronize their completion at the last moment to transcend the tribulation. Feng furrowed his brows. While that method is challenging, it is not entirely impossible, Elder Lu conceded. How far do you think you are from achieving the pinnacle of body refinement? Elder Lu countered with a question instead of answering directly. Feng was momentarily speechless, but quickly reacted, exclaiming, is it that my constitution prevents me from even perceiving my cultivation progress? Isn't this obvious? Feng stood there, realizing that based on the current circumstances, His highest cultivation could indeed only reach the postnatal stage, and even then, he could not delve deeply into it. Having traversed realms to possess a golden opportunity, yet unable to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, left him feeling quite resentful. Kid, do not overthink it. Just focus on being an outer sect disciple. When you reach the postnatal stage, you can take on the role of a deacon in the outer sect and live peacefully for over 100 years, which is far better than being struck dead by heavenly tribulations. Elder Lu seemed to sense Gu Feng's reluctance and offered this counsel. The reason your constitution is strong is due to the simultaneous cultivation of the 9 levels. The difficulty lies in the simultaneous cultivation of body, spiritual energy, and soul, requiring resources that far exceed those of ordinary cultivators. Without the heavenly tribulation, it could be considered the greatest constitution of all time, and major powers would scramble to nurture you. However, at present, no faction is willing to invest in your training. Since ancient times, countless factions have verified that this is a path of impossibility. The most famous occurrence was several thousand years ago, within an ancient dynasty in Zhongzhou, where a constitution of this nature appeared. Unfortunately, as that dynasty began to decline, it could only endure for a few hundred years. Thus, they embarked on a reckless gamble, pooling the resources of an entire dynasty to cultivate that peculiar physique. Did they succeed? Gu Feng inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Indeed, Elder Lu replied with a melancholic air, they successfully expedited the demise of a lineage that could have endured for centuries. Gu Feng nearly choked on his own blood, exclaiming, given the gravity of the situation, you still find time for jest? It was a poignant reminder of the adage that joy often derives from the suffering of others. Smiles do not vanish but merely shift. To this revelation, Gu Feng began to grasp the disdain surrounding such a physique. For one whose fate has only 2 outcomes, ascension or downfall, and who remains invincible among peers, the world has ample reason to scoff. What value lies in being invincible if one can only attain the acquired realm? Such sentiments would likely echo often, even if by a stroke of luck he broke into the innate realm. The mockery would persist, merely transforming the acquired into the innate. Does this physique bear a name? Yes, it is called the Wanjie Dao body. A splendid name. I, Gu Feng, shall be the first to ascend to the pinnacle of the world with the Wanjie Dao body. After declaring this audacious proclamation, Gu Feng took his leave, leaving Elder Lu shaking his head in resignation. There was one thing he refrained from telling Gu Feng. The fate of all who possess the Wanjie Dao body is ultimately the same. They fall beneath the thunderous tribulation. He hoped Gu Feng would heed the warning and not plunge headfirst into danger. Chapter 23. How outrageous. I never dared to seize, yet they have the audacity to rob. Along the way, Gu Feng furrowed his brow. Contemplating the road ahead, he recognized that Elder Lu's words were well-intentioned, yet an intense sense of resentment simmered within him. He firmly believed that every physique possesses its inherent value and purpose, and that there exists a solution. Moreover, he possessed unparalleled conditions compared to previous Wanjie Dao body bearers, namely the 3-legged incense burner in his mind, which undoubtedly bolstered his confidence. After a short while, Gu Feng arrived at the modest courtyard arranged for him by Elder Lu. The courtyard was small, comprising merely 3 rooms, but it offered a decent space for martial training. Upon entering the central room and closing the door, he began his practice. Drops of milky divine liquid entered his body, visibly enhancing his physical strength. This time, Gu Feng focused wholeheartedly on the sensations during his cultivation, only to find, as Elder Lu had indicated, that there was no discernible feeling during the advancement of the Wanjie Dao body. It matters not. The acquired realm is still distant. The boat will naturally right itself when it reaches the bridge. Challenges will arise, yet I shall overcome them. I must have faith in myself. Days and nights slipped by unnoticed as he consumed the entirety of the milky divine liquid within the incense burner. He missed the deadline for the entrance examination and wondered if Yin Cece had passed. Would she face bullying from those prodigies he had previously robbed? That seems unlikely. After all, her sister is quite renowned within the inner sect. With that thought, Gu Feng redirected his attention to his physique. The Wanjie Dao body, as expected, was not to be underestimated. After expending resources equivalent to over 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, he still failed to break through to the body refinement realm. This left him astounded. Surely, if such resources were wasted on a mere pig, it would have broken through to the Qi introduction realm by now. In a wonder, Elder Lu remarked that no sect wished to cultivate the Wanjie Dao body. Regaining his composure, Gu Feng exited the courtyard, inquiring along the way. After a stick of incense burned, he arrived at the marketplace for trading items, the outer sect exchange. The exchange was vast, divided into 3 areas: buying, selling, and temporary stalls where disciples could set up shop. The outer sect resembled a small world, bustling with food, entertainment, and business opportunities. After all, in the realms of wealth, companionship, and cultivation, financial resources held the utmost importance. With sufficient spirit stones, one could purchase high-grade cultivation resources, ensuring one does not fall behind in competition. Upon reaching the selling area, Gu Feng approached a seemingly amicable steward, placing several storage bags on the counter. "Elder, could you please appraise these items?" The slightly plump steward, intrigued by Gu Feng's unfamiliarity but the abundance of storage bags he produced, merely glanced at him before diving into the task of assessment. With a single glance, he accurately quoted the prices of various items. Gu Feng observed intently, fearful of any oversight. As his fingers danced, the sound of the abacus echoing in the air. The steward, perplexed, had never encountered such behavior in his years of service. A flicker of anger crossed his face. Does this lad doubt my professional capability? While my cultivation may be lacking, my professionalism is not to be insulted. Please, do not be angered. These items are for Elder Lu. I fear mistakes might lead to his reprimand, Gu Feng said with an apologetic smile, casually waving the outer sect token Elder Lu had given him. "Ah, so you are Elder Lu's esteemed disciple." The steward's demeanor shifted instantly. His expression brightened as he recognized Gu Feng's significance, acknowledging the high regard in which Elder Lu was held. "Oh, how fortunate to be favored by Elder Lu, I understand." The steward regarded Gu Feng with newfound respect, and with a flourish, he held up a 3-leaf Qinglan herb, raising his voice, "A 4-leaf Qinglan, 1 stalk." He subtly nodded towards Gu Feng, who reciprocated the gesture. It was well known that the value of herbs increased tenfold with each additional leaf, and the steward was discreetly extending an olive branch. Gu Feng smiled inwardly. Where there are people, there are networks. Having Elder Lu as a powerful ally certainly made matters easier. Of course, he understood the importance of moderation. One must not wield power recklessly. In the end, after pricing all items, the steward even raised the overall price by half a decimal. "May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder?" Gu Feng inquired with a hint of intrigue. "You may call me Steward Mo," came the reply. "Thank you, Steward Mo, for your assistance today." After Gu Feng departed, Steward Mo smiled slightly. The outer sect's trading regulations were stringent, and any excess would have to be covered from his own pocket. Spending a little to cultivate a relationship with Elder Lu's disciple was a worthwhile investment. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Feng's connection to Elder Lu was purely circumstantial, with no further ties beyond that introduction, yet Gu Feng's silence deepened the misunderstanding. Upon returning to his courtyard, Gu Feng resumed his cultivation. The Wania Dao body seemed insatiable. After converting over 50,000 spirit stones into divine liquid, not a single bubble emerged, and he still had not broken through to the body refinement realm. The spirit stones were far from sufficient. With a determined thought, he retrieved a stack of IOUs. He truly wished to avoid collecting debts unless absolutely necessary. It was not fear of refusal but rather the interest these IOUs carried. The longer he waited, the greater the yield. However, it seemed unavoidable now. He needed to recover the debts from Chao Yuan and the others, while postponing any dealings with Chu Yinjin until his power increased. Stepping out of the courtyard, he ventured into the area where new outer sect disciples resided. Just as he was about to inquire about Chao Yuan's whereabouts, he unexpectedly bumped into Wu Qi. Wu Qi appeared unwell, and Gu Feng initially assumed it was due to the exhausting outer sect examination, as they were currently impoverished, lacking elixirs for recovery. Wu Qi spotted Gu Feng and, after a moment of surprise, approached him with a smile, though his gait seemed somewhat unsteady. "Senior brother, what brings you here? Have you heard about the events that transpired?" "What events?" Gu Feng asked, puzzled. "The incident where we were attacked and robbed by the senior outer sect disciples." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's expression turned strange. Wu Qi and his companions were indeed unfortunate. He had robbed them on the way here, and now they faced yet another robbery upon reaching the outer sect. Could it be that they were simply fated to be victims? Sensing Gu Feng's confusion, Wu Qi pulled him aside and recounted their experiences post-examination. "The day before yesterday, after the examination concluded, we barely had time to celebrate our success before we were intercepted by seasoned outer sect disciples. Without a word, they attacked and robbed us, leaving no one unscathed. Does the sect permit such robberies?" Gu Feng asked, astonished. Well, there are some restrictions, Wu Qi nodded, continuing. To encourage diligent cultivation among outer sect disciples, the sect allows them to rob each other. But with limitations. Within 6 months, one disciple may only rob another once, and only the items the other possesses at that moment may be taken. Forcing the writing of IOUs is forbidden, as is physical assault. What a marvelous policy! Gu Feng's heart raced. Such a provision was unknown to him, and he felt he had missed an opportunity. He then glanced at Wu Qi. Did everyone get robbed? Yes, everyone was robbed, including Yin Cece, Wu Qi confirmed. How outrageous! Those seasoned outer sect disciples are truly despicable. I wouldn't dare to rob Yin Cece, yet they had the audacity to take from her. Wu Qi was taken aback by Gu Feng's indignation. Chapter 24. Are you hiring me as a muscle for hire? I won't work for less. The area where outer sect disciples resided was vast, comprising numerous similarly designed buildings of comparable height. Standing before the seemingly endless expanse of structures, Gu Feng experienced a peculiar nostalgia, reminiscent of his student days in a previous life. Is this a mixed-gender residence? He inquired. Wu Qi pointed to a distant section, explaining that area houses the female disciples, strictly monitored by elders. Male disciples are prohibited from entering the female quarters, although the reverse is permitted during the day, so it resembles a dormitory, Gu Feng mused, noting that the only significant difference was that each disciple had their private room, and privacy was virtually non-existent. It was worth mentioning that this area, like the trading post and the martial arts hall, was a weapons-free zone, ensuring absolute safety within its confines. After navigating through several rows of buildings, they finally reached the residence of Wu Qi and his companions. Before entering, Gu Feng caught a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Everyone, I have invited our esteemed senior brother, Wu Qi announced. Gu Feng chuckled to himself. It seemed his name had been forgotten, replaced with the title senior brother. Gu Feng, you're here. Yin Cece bounced over, a medicinal bowl in her hands. You can concoct medicines? Indeed. My examination was in alchemy, she replied, her eyes crinkling with delight. A promising path. Alchemists hold more prestige than mere fighters, Gu Feng praised, and Yin Cece beamed, her dimples accentuating her charm. I heard you were robbed too. Gu Feng's gaze swept across the room, and he smiled broadly, spotting familiar faces like Guo Rinkai and Songshi, along with a few others he couldn't name. Most looked quite unwell, some bandaged with red stains adorning their limbs. Yes, we were robbed, Yin Cece admitted, her head bowed in embarrassment. As an alchemist, you are not well versed in combat. Naturally, those prodigies would not spare you either. Gu Feng chuckled. Tell me who took from you, and I shall retrieve it. No, they are too many and too strong. There is no need to take such risks. Yin Cece waved her hands in refusal. No worries. Those old disciples are truly shameless. I couldn't bear to rob you. Yet they dared to do so. They must be taught a lesson. The absurdity of his words brought a smile to Yin Cece's face. The other prodigies, lying about, exchanged glances, eager for Wu Qi to act. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Qi pulled Gu Feng aside, whispering, Senior brother, we have all been robbed. As the top newcomer of this outer sect, could you help us retaliate? Gu Feng shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Wu Qi pressed on, we'll pay you for your services. What? You wish to hire me as a muscle for hire? Gu Feng bellowed, his fierce gaze sweeping across the room, leaving Guo Rinkai and the others looking alarmed as they lowered their heads. Prodigies possessed their own pride. Someone of Gu Feng's caliber would never willingly play the role of a mere enforcer. That would be a grave insult. Yin Cece glared at Wu Qi as if to say, how dare you belittle him? Wu Qi stood awkwardly, the atmosphere tense. Moments later, an excited voice broke through. How much are you offering? Just know, if the price is too low, I won't do it. Everyone looked up to see Gu Feng grinning widely, seated confidently, eager for their offers. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Their analysis had proven correct. Gu Feng was indeed fond of wealth. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and discussions became animated. Wu Qi and the others hastily stated their bids, while Gu Feng countered fiercely, ultimately concluding the deal. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones each, and whatever we retrieve will belong to me. Everyone realized that given Gu Feng's character, it was already generous of him not to rob them outright, let alone expect any of the recovered items back. Half an hour later, Gu Feng, accompanied by Wu Qi and a throng of several hundred, marched out of the dormitory area, attracting the attention of countless outer sect disciples. It appeared as though they had enlisted a formidable ally to avenge the wrongs done to them. Formidable? One might question. How could a newcomer in the body refinement ninth layer possibly contend with seasoned disciples who had spent years in the outer sect? Indeed, even if their physical strength was comparable, the disparity in practical combat experience was vast. As long as there's a spectacle to behold, what does it matter? Before long, under Wu Qi's guidance, they located one of the senior disciples involved in the robbery of Yen Cece. Without hesitation, Gu Feng launched into action. The opponent, caught off guard, found himself pinned to the ground, half of his body sunk into the earth, flailing helplessly. "Do you know who I am? Daring to rob me? Get lost. I don't care who you are." Gu Feng delivered a resounding slap to the disciple's face before forcibly seizing his storage bag. Upon opening it, fury ignited within him. What the hell? So poor? Aside from 100 spirit stones and a few worthless pills, there's nothing else. Was this truly a disciple of the outer sect? They seemed poorer than the common cultivators outside. The disciple beneath Gu Feng, sensing his anger, smirked derisively. What's so funny? Is being broke something to be proud of? Gu Feng retaliated with another sharp slap. Your name is Gu Feng, right? Take whatever you want from the storage bag. I concede. Can I leave now? The disciple spoke with an air of confidence. These newcomers lack experience. The best opportunity for robbery is on the day the sect distributes cultivation resources. Now, they have squandered that chance and cannot rob me again for 6 months. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. However, they underestimated Gu Feng with a swift motion. He stripped the disciple of his robe and boots, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, and then hung him upside down from a tree using his belt. Spread the word. Anyone who has robbed my friends must come forward with no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or they shall suffer the same fate as him. At this proclamation, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. After some contemplation, they realized Gu Feng's actions were not in violation of outer sect rules. Rather, they were merely despicable, an act few would dare to commit. Ha! A newcomer. What nerve to be so arrogant! Suddenly, a group of 10 or so imposing figures appeared before Gu Feng, each towering with muscular builds, radiating the aura of the body refinement ninth layer, looking every bit the part of fierce adversaries. Did any of them rob you? Some did, some did not, Wu Qi replied, his brow furrowed with concern. These senior disciples are not to be trifled with. Their strength far exceeds ours. It is no exaggeration to say that among the newly initiated disciples, if one were to select any 3 formidable cultivators at the 9th level of body refinement, excluding Gu Feng, they would likely still not stand a chance against him. Perhaps we should let it go, Yen Cece murmured, tugging at Gu Feng's sleeve. Chapter 25. No one can speak of rules before me. Gu Feng is undeniably powerful, but his strength merely allows him to dominate among the new outer disciples. His combat prowess is likely comparable to that of the senior students. Faced with so many adversaries, he surely could not prevail. We cannot let this slide. Those who dare to stand out must be dealt with. They are strong, and they must possess valuable items. Gu Feng licked his lips, his excitement palpable. The more powerful the disciples, the greater their confidence, and generally, they would not be as cautious as others, undoubtedly carrying precious belongings. What an arrogant brat! A burly disciple bellowed, stepping forward with a sneer. Who does this little punk think he is? Daring to speak so boldly before us veterans? With a sinister grin, he advanced, his sleeves bursting open to reveal a pair of bronze arms, veins bulging ominously, exuding a terrifying aura that caused the onlookers to retreat instinctively. It was Yuan Kuei, the copper-armed titan. Rumor has it that his arms have been soaked daily in molten copper, making them impervious to blades and spears. All of his formidable strength resided in those fearsome limbs. Having previously slain a fierce tiger of the same realm with a single punch, he was a ruthless individual, and Gu Feng was likely to suffer dire consequences. The whispers among the crowd only fueled Yuan Kuei's delight, his smile broadening. You should be grateful for the outer sect's prohibition against killing. I detest those who dare to damage my possessions, and you have successfully provoked me. Gu Feng's expression remained impassive. He had already regarded their robes as his own belongings. Even if the robes held little value, they could still fetch a few dozen spirit stones, and he would not allow them to be destroyed so carelessly. In a fit of rage, he slammed his legs into the ground, unleashing a ferocious surge of physical power that cracked the earth, creating a fissure over a meter wide and dozens of meters long. Several unsuspecting disciples tumbled into the chasm, gasping in shock. What kind of strength was this? It was more terrifying than the legendary offspring of divine beasts. Like an arrow released from its bow, Gu Feng darted forward with astonishing speed, leaving behind mere afterimages as he closed the distance to Yuan Kuei in an instant. The moment Gu Feng struck first, Yuan Kuei's expression darkened. He felt his authority challenged. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, he sensed Gu Feng's fierce momentum and his face paled. A seasoned fighter, he instantly recognized that this punch was formidable and could not be met head-on. He shifted to a defensive stance, crossing his arms before his chest, crouching slightly. Boom. An unparalleled punch landed squarely at the center of Yuan Kuei's crossed arms, producing a resounding crack. The crowd watched in awe as the burly figure was lifted off the ground, resembling a cannonball, hurtling backward as he tumbled several times before crashing to the ground over 100 meters away. As the onlookers discerned Yuan Kuei's condition, they collectively inhaled sharply. The copper-armed titan lay sprawled on the ground, blood and saliva pouring from his mouth, his face ashen, devoid of any combat capability. He had been effortlessly defeated by a newly initiated outer disciple in a single punch. Those who had come with Yuan Kui exchanged fearful glances, retreating a few steps instinctively. With Yuan Kuei's defeat so decisive, they feared they would meet a similar fate if they intervened. Oh, not be afraid. He is but one man. Indeed, let us all attack together. As those words were spoken, it was clear their hearts trembled, and the outcome was all but sealed. Jiu Feng, akin to a descending dragon, surged forth with unrestrained might, every motion reflecting the beauty of raw power. Each strike unleashed a thunderous explosion, accompanied by anguished cries and splattering blood, inciting terror amongst the onlookers. They retreated further, fearful that Gu Feng might go on a rampage and drag them into the fray. Despite facing a dozen or so ninth-level body refinement disciples, Gu Feng maneuvered effortlessly, even taking the time to snatch their storage bags and inspect their contents. The more he examined, the more incensed he became. These were indeed skilled practitioners, yet they were so cowardly as to venture out without valuable possessions. What nonsense was this? He struck mercilessly, continuing his assault until all his opponents lay defeated, not ceasing his blows even then. Silence engulfed the area, an eerie stillness settling over the crowd, who stood frozen in shock, resembling wooden sculptures. Simply too powerful. Is he truly a newly initiated disciple? He appears far stronger than the senior disciples. Let us discard the word appear. He is indeed stronger than the senior disciples, and within the realm of body refinement, he is nearly invincible. Goodness, they have truly encountered a formidable opponent among this batch of new disciples. The crowd began to lavish praise, exclamations resonating from every corner. Strip them all bare and hang them up. Gu Feng turned, his terrifying gaze causing the likes of Song Shi and others to tremble. They wished to protest, citing their injuries and inability to act, yet who among them possessed the courage to voice such objections? This 5,000 spirit stones expenditure was truly worth every cent. Soon, more than 10 figures dangled upside down from the trees, creating a magnificent scene. Having robbed my friends and still daring to come out empty-handed, they serve as a prime example. Gu Feng's sweeping gaze threatened the crowd. Those around averted their eyes, imprinting his face in their memories as one to never provoke. Just as Gu Feng prepared to depart in search of others, a commotion rippled through the crowd, parting to reveal a pathway. Today, the outer sect was indeed lively. After a soft voice, a young man clad in white, holding a folding fan, approached with a smile, flanked by over 30 cultivators, all at the 9th level of body refinement. He, Gu Feng, defeating them may be attributed to their lack of skill, but stripping them bare seems a tad insulting, does it not? The young man in white, his garments billowing and hair flowing in the wind, approached Gu Feng, folding his fan and rhythmically tapping his left palm with his right hand, his gaze deliberately avoiding Gu Feng's eyes. His demeanor was reminiscent of a character straight out of a novel, drawing the attention of all, accompanied by hushed gasps from female cultivators. He had become the focal point of the gathering. Who are you? Gu Feng squinted, inquiring. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I demand you release them this instant. The young man in white smiled, yet his tone was laden with an undeniable authority. Stripping them bare and hanging them up does not seem to violate any outer sect rules. Gu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. The young man in white looked down upon him, a faint smirk gracing his lips. You have violated my rules, Gu Feng. Let us call it a day. You have avenged us, and the promised reward shall not be diminished by a single coin. Chao Yuan limped over, speaking softly. He was Qiu Zhe of the Qiu family in Falling Moon City, with two brothers above him. The second ranked 43rd on the inner sect's genius list and the eldest ranked 8th. Both innate masters. We cannot afford to provoke them. Wu Qi also approached to advise, isn't the inner sect prohibited from interfering in outer sect matters? As long as there are rules, there are loopholes. Each year, the top 10 of the outer sect's annual competition can directly enter the inner sect. The top 100 have the right to challenge inner disciples. Should they succeed, they may replace them in the inner sect. Victories and defeats can be manipulated. If we anger them, they might instruct inner sect experts to feign defeat and then come to the outer sect to deal with you, and that would be disastrous. Yin Cici's sister was also an inner sect expert, and she understood the rules of the Falling Sunset sect well. She recognized that beneath Gu Feng's carefree exterior lay a resolute heart, hence her pleading tone as she sought to persuade him to relent. The annual competition? That is still months away. I am not afraid. Gu Feng cast a reassuring glance, exuding confidence. With sufficient spirit stones, his cultivation could progress rapidly, and defeating inner disciples within a few months was not beyond the realm of possibility. Pressure breeds motivation. With pressure, he could ignite his fighting spirit and earn more. This was Gu Feng's way of applying pressure upon himself. Yielding to Qiu Zhe would not be shameful. Many fierce individuals in the outer sect had experienced similar situations. The wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Yielding slightly is understandable. Do not act foolishly. Qiu Zhe's strikes are lethal, they whispered amongst themselves. Even the outer sect elders turn a blind eye. Qiu Zhe was the mastermind behind the robbery of newly initiated outer disciples. Yuan Kuei and his band were all his followers, though everyone pretended not to know. Alas, what could they do when he had two capable brothers? Everyone pondered, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. All eyes were fixed on Gu Feng, hoping he would submit while simultaneously wishing he would humble Qiu Zhe, providing the crowd with a sense of vindication. However, such desires were mere fantasies. Those who dared to confront Qiu Zhe in the outer sect either ended up severely injured or mysteriously vanished. Even the so-called number 1 outer sect, the Sunu sect, would concede to him. Jiu Feng was outnumbered. What could he possibly do? Seeing the expressions of the onlookers, Qiu Zhe smiled with satisfaction. In the outer sect, he was akin to a god, casting an unshakable shadow over these insignificant beings. Should we assist our former junior brother as instructed by the sect master? Let us observe for now. The sect master faces considerable pressure in the inner sect. She cannot afford to create a powerful enemy at this time. On a nearby peak, a group of female cultivators gazed down. They were outer disciples of the Sunu sect, instructed by their sect master days prior to keep an eye on Gu Feng. However, faced with Qiu Zhe, they hesitated. Not due to Qiu Zhe's strength, but rather out of fear of his two brothers. At this critical juncture, they did not wish to create additional foes for their sect master, thus opting to remain spectators. Fetch a bone reshaping pill, just in case. The leading female cultivator softly commanded, her brows furrowed. Fortunately, they were in the outer sect. Qiu Zhe would likely not dare to kill Gu Feng in front of so many witnesses, yet breaking his bones seemed unavoidable. Therefore, she ordered someone to prepare a bone reshaping pill for Gu Feng's potential rescue later. Kid, what are you waiting for? One of Qiu Zhe's underlings shouted in frustration, unable to contain himself. Gazing at the arrogant Qiu Zhe, Gu Feng maintained his composure, slowly approaching him, locking eyes as he grinned widely, flashing a brilliant smile in the sunlight. Your rules are your rules? Do you have an objection? Qiu Zhe appeared unfazed, his demeanor calm. How fortuitous. I too have a rule. Hee. Qiu Zhe scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Eye in his eyes, Gu Feng was the proud type. Such individuals, when confronted with pressure, were likely to resist. He relished breaking such obstinate wills, relishing their screams, roars, and curses, enjoying the sight of their frustrated resentment. Isn't that the joy of life? Sensing Gu Feng's defiance, those behind Qiu Zhe smirked, eager to engage, anticipating another opportunity to unleash their pent-up aggression. Dio, share your rules. I am eager to learn, Qiu Zhe said, fanning himself as if he were all ears. Why rule is this? No one can speak of rules before me. Gu Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully, striking everyone with astonishment. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Gu Feng moved. With a sudden, forceful punch, he struck Chiuze squarely in the face. The latter had no time to react, unable even to scream. His body propelled backward like a cannonball, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. Silence engulfed the scene, an oppressive stillness settling in. Shock, unparalleled shock. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. Yin Sisi and the others were frozen in disbelief. The disciples of the Su Nu sect were thrown into disarray. All present gaped, bodies trembling, faces etched with incredulity. He has lost his mind. How dare he strike the outer sect's young master, Chiuze? Who gave him such audacity? Does he truly fear for his life? Inwardly, they screamed in terror, and Gu Feng stood tall like a spear amidst the heavens, his figure now towering and formidable. His expression remained neutral, as if he had struck not Chiuze, but a mere dog. An air of supremacy enveloped him, and his piercing gaze rendered others unable to meet his eyes. Kill him. It felt as though an eternity had passed, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, before Chiuze struggled to his feet, emitting a wretched howl. That moment, his hair was disheveled, eyes bloodshot, face twisted in rage. Stripped of his previous nonchalance, Jiu Feng's punch had been merciless, leaving him with only a few teeth remaining, while the rest lay scattered in his mouth. Blood seeped from his lips, and his nose was caved in, his features contorted like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Chapter 26. Brother, how unrefined. This Gu Feng is unlike any other. A beautiful female cultivator from the Su Nu sect covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, she thought the phrase "my rules are my rules" was the epitome of arrogance among outer disciples, but she never imagined there could be something even more imposing. My rule is that no one can speak of rules before me. It was simply too domineering. This former junior brother was utterly unrestrained. Facing Chiuze, he struck without a trace of hesitation. Could it be that he truly does not comprehend the meaning of fear? While he exuded power, the bone-reshaping pill might no longer be necessary. Chiuze, having suffered such a significant loss of face, would likely disregard any punishment from the outer sect and strike down the former junior brother on the spot. The lead female cultivator's brows knitted together, doubt clouding her expression. In an instant, she activated her communication stone to send a message to the inner sect. Fists and feet hurled from all directions. Yet Gu Feng stood resolute, his face devoid of fear as he weaved through the assaults of over 30 opponents. His fierce strikes dominated the battlefield, each punch unleashed with the force of thunder. His hair whipping wildly, the sound of his thunderous blows echoing through the air. To his astonishment, despite facing a similar level of body refinement, the strength of these 30-odd individuals far surpassed that of Chao Yuan and his ilk, rendering any comparison futile. They were seasoned fighters, each mastering several powerful techniques, coordinating seamlessly with one another, and for a moment, they matched Gu Feng blow for blow, leaving him in a state of shock and stripping him of any underestimation. Indeed, the disciples of great sects were not to be compared to those from small families or rogue paths. He began to take the battle seriously, pouring his entire being into the fight. This was the first time he had ever fully unleashed his potential. However, the 30-odd disciples who had joined the assault were equally astounded. Although they were aware of Gu Feng's strength, they had not anticipated his ferocity. Having immersed themselves in the 9th level of body refinement for several years, mastering their skills to the utmost, they had never believed any body refinement cultivator could surpass them. Even if someone did, it would hardly be by a significant margin. Yet, they were confronted with the undeniable reality that such a person existed, one who could withstand their relentless assault without faltering. The sheer power of his physical form transcended the simple notion of terror, and what was even more ridiculous was that he relied solely on the most basic techniques, without employing any advanced martial arts. In other words, Gu Feng was merely utilizing the primal instincts of humanity, fighting in the most rudimentary manner against their combined onslaught. If he was this formidable now, what level could he reach if he mastered martial techniques? Such a person must be eliminated. Chiuze, his face darkening, realized this truth. Since Gu Feng had offended him, he would ensure the offense was fatal, seizing the opportunity to sever Gu Feng's future while he was still weak. Kill! The 30-odd 9th-level body refinement disciples roared in unison, adopting a desperate stance. An emaciated arm, akin to an ancient tree root, found a gap and suddenly emerged behind Gu Feng. the 5 fingers at its end radiating a ghostly light as icy tendrils surged forth from their tips. Gu Feng, quickly dodge. This is the phantom claw. His 5 fingers have long been soaked in venom. Even a mere touch could severely impair human functions, rendering opponents powerless in battle, Yin Sisi exclaimed in terror. As an alchemist, while she might not be familiar with common martial techniques, she was all too acquainted with such malevolent skills. It was precisely because she understood the horror of the phantom claw that she urged Gu Feng to avoid its edge. What nonsense is this phantom claw? In the face of absolute power, it cannot escape the fate of being crushed. Take this punch. With a roar that echoed like the wrath of a deity and the growl of a savage beast, Gu Feng swung his fist backward with tremendous force, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Crack! The 5 withered fingers were forced backward, the elbow bone piercing through the skin, leaving the arm utterly incapacitated. The cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion turning pale as fear engulfed him. He could hardly believe that his proud phantom claw, honed over several years, was shattered by a single blow. That will have your life. His eyes turned crimson with rage, teeth grinding in madness. Yet before he could utter another word, he was sent airborne by another punch, blood spraying as he fell into a nearby lake, the clear surface now rippling with crimson. Kill him! Die! 2 furious shouts rang out concurrently, as silver and black streaks of light sliced through the air, accompanied by the distinct sound of weapons. The chilling aura made Gu Feng's heart quiver. He swiftly sidestepped, hands darting out with lightning speed. His left fingers pinched the sword's tip while his right hand grasped the back of a dagger. Like a pair of powerful pincers, he immobilized the 2 weapons, leaving their wielder wide-eyed in shock. Rise! The thunderous voice surged into his mind, causing his eardrums to throb and his head to spin. The owners of the sword and dagger felt their bodies lift uncontrollably into the air. In the next instant, the world spun, and their backs crashed heavily to the ground, blood filling their throats. Even so, they clung desperately to their weapons. Let go! Gu Feng roared again, his feet kicking out in rapid succession, sending the 2 massive figures flying like paper, hundreds of meters away. This kid is too strong. We must fight with all our might, a cultivator bellowed, pulling out a crimson pill from his storage bag, eyes glinting with malice as he swallowed it whole. Gu Feng caught sight of this amid the fierce battle, wildly swinging his fists to fend off the surrounding attacks. He pushed off the ground, his speed surprisingly swift despite lacking formal training in movement techniques, akin to a flash of lightning as he darted towards the cultivator who had consumed the elixir. With his left hand, he seized the opponent's throat while his right fist struck fiercely at the abdomen. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, as if he had practiced it countless times. Gag! The cultivator's mouth opened wide, tongue lolling as if he were a hanging ghost, the crimson elixir barely entering his throat before being forced back out. Gu Feng, using all limbs, kicked the man away while seizing the elixir, glancing at it hastily, exhaling a heavy breath. If I miss this, it would cost a fortune in spirit stones. The onlookers twitched at the corners of their mouths, their expressions a mix of astonishment and amusement. This kid is so obsessed with wealth that he would even snatch the pill straight from the opponent's gullet. Not caring about the disgust in the midst of seizing the pill, he exposed a flaw, and a barrage of attacks rained down on Gu Feng's back. He braced himself against dozens of punches, his chest tightening. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped one cultivator's arm, the man's massive frame akin to a scarecrow as Gu Feng slammed him hard into the ground. Boom! The powerful impact shook the earth, creating a human-shaped crater that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Clutching a humanoid weapon, Gu Feng swung it wildly around, disrupting the rhythm of the attackers, who hurriedly dodged. Kill him, don't hold back. Beside him, Qiu Zhe's eyes burned crimson as he shouted frantically, nearing the brink of madness. He was oblivious to the safety of his subordinates, consumed by a singular thought. Kill Gu Feng. Gu Feng's gaze sharpened, fixating on Qiu Zhe as he hurled the captured cultivator aside and charged towards Qiu Zhe, absorbing the incoming attacks and closing the distance with remarkable speed. Gu Feng's speed was astounding, and by the time Qiu Zhe sensed the threat, it was too late. Boom! His fist connected squarely with Qiu Zhe's face, causing tears and blood to stream down. Tio, keep his hold on Qiu Zhe. Gu Feng had latched onto one of his arms before striking. Release young Master Qiu. The remaining cultivators, still possessing combat capability, glared fiercely at Gu Feng. With a slight smile, Gu Feng seized Qiu Zhe's hair, slamming his head violently into the ground. When he lifted it again, Qiu Zhe's face was already unrecognizable, caked in mud and blood, a pitiful sight. Without further ado, drop all your weapons, jade pendants, storage bags, robes and boots. In short, leave nothing but your undergarments. Holding Qiu Zhe hostage, Gu Feng grinned widely, displaying his gleaming teeth to the crowd. You truly wish to court death? Slap? A cultivator narrowed his eyes and threatened. But Gu Feng responded by delivering a resounding slap to Qiu Zhe's face. I have no time for nonsense, Gu Feng declared sternly. Young Master Qiu, remember, for every slap you receive from now on, it will be the fault of your subordinates. Don't be rash. We will comply. A cultivator spoke in a soothing tone. They followed Qiu Zhe not merely due to his influential brothers in the inner sect, but also because the Qiu family's immense power affected the rise and fall of their own families. Slap. What are you doing? We have complied, and yet you strike young Master Qiu. Slap. Are you truly prepared to fight us to the death? Slap. They were utterly enraged, eyes wild with fury, ready to tear Gu Feng apart. Stop your idle chatter and comply quickly, a breathless Qiu Zhe shouted, expending his last bit of strength. This group of bastards is clearly doing this on purpose, letting Gu Feng beat him. Soon, all items were piled together, 30 bare bodies standing there. Gu Feng chuckled, then delivered a swift kick, sending Qiu Zhe flying. Take your master and get lost. A cultivator opened his mouth to say something but was met with a heavy slap from Qiu Zhe. Do you still want to be embarrassed? His eyes darkened, resentment coiling within as he glared at Gu Feng, before collapsing unconscious, being supported away by his subordinates. Once Qiu Zhe and his entourage had retreated, Gu Feng surveyed the surroundings, and all cultivators who met his gaze bowed their heads in fear. Moments later, a cheerful voice rang out. With so many items, taking them all would be a hassle. Is there anything among them that you would like to bid on? This statement plunged the already tense atmosphere into deeper gloom. The crowd buried their heads lower. Each item was a treasure but also a death warrant. Who would dare to purchase them, fearing that by nightfall, someone would come knocking? Not even for free would anyone take them, for they lacked Gu Feng's terrifying power, and even those with strength lacked the courage. If no one wants them, I suppose I'll sell them to the sect. Gu Feng smiled slightly, beginning to pick up the items scattered on the ground, his carefree demeanor leaving everyone in disarray. This kid's courage is forged from pure steel, utterly ignorant of fear. As Gu Feng collected the items, a diminutive figure approached. His unremarkable appearance was overshadowed by an unusual glow emanating from his exposed skin. The onlookers parted to make way, astonished. Why is he here? Isn't he's supposed to be breaking through to the Qi refining stage? Breaking through requires vast resources, and it seems he participated in the robbery of new outer sect disciples. Is he here to cause trouble for Gu Feng? Uncertain, for his strength might rival Gu Feng's, and a clash between them would surely be a fierce battle. Amidst the whispers filled with awe and fear, the approaching figure was none other than the outer sect's recognized #1 in physical cultivation, Tuoba Lei. His true strength was a mystery to all, but it was known that he had bested more than one first-layer Qi refining cultivator, even holding his own against second-layer experts. Arrogant and untamed, he was one of the few among the outer sect's physical cultivators that even Qiu Zhe dared to avoid. Gu Feng tilted his head, narrowing his eyes at the approaching Tuoba Lei. His strength was not to be underestimated, and beneath his unassuming exterior lay terrifying physical power. The title of Outer Sect #1 was no exaggeration. Among masters, there exists a mysterious understanding. The moment Gu Feng laid eyes on him, he recognized Tuoba Lei as a formidable opponent. As Tuoba Lei stepped closer, his gaze remained fixed on Gu Feng. When he was within 10 paces, he halted, hand reaching for his waist, where a pitch-black dagger hung. Gu Feng's expression turned serious, rising to face this worthy adversary. Just as the spectators anticipated another fierce battle, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Tuoba Lei grinned widely, his right hand bypassing the dagger to retrieve a storage bag. The spoils from robbing the new outer sect disciples were all returned. Then, he produced another storage bag containing 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Stating it was an apology, I am currently at a critical juncture in breaking through to the Qi refining stage, and I hope you will not hit me. Additionally, the 2,000 spirit stones are to purchase your exemption from robbery this month. These resources are vital to me and must not be taken. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Gu Feng, felt like they were about to spit blood. This is Tuobole. Surely, this cannot be someone who merely resembles him? Where is his arrogance, his rebellious spirit? Has he forsaken his pride? To cower before the fight even begins? This is utterly absurd. The crowd was left in disarray, their perceptions of Tuobole shattered, perhaps sensing the astonishment around him. Tuobole shrugged and said, "It's a death wish to fight him. I'm merely a bit reclusive, not foolish." Tuobole's audacity left Gu Feng momentarily stunned. Recovering, he chuckled, rubbing his hands together and throwing an arm around Tuobole's shoulders. "Brother, you're being too polite. Come, let us go eat together. You all come too," he called back to Yin Cici and the others. Chapter 27. Pack the food and then retreat. That sounds wonderful, seeing you display such prowess. I've been gathering spirit stones. To be honest, I don't have a single excess spirit stone on me right now and owe a significant debt. I need to eat my fill to store energy for the next few days, then go hunt some beasts to last until the end of the month. Tuobole grinned. "You're so straightforward. I'm not stingy either. Let us eat to our heart's content." Gu Feng laughed heartily, flashing a bright smile as he beckoned to Wu Qi and the others, quickening his pace towards the restaurant. "Haha, I've heard the food at the Outer Sect's restaurant is made from high-quality beast meat, which greatly benefits physical cultivation. Indeed, many near-extinct beasts from the wild are raised within the Falling Sunset sect. I've long wanted to try it. Ever since the robbery, even eating has become a challenge. It's great to follow the former brother. With him, there's meat to eat." They were all innocent youths, and with Gu Feng's display of dignity, any prior discomfort among them dissipated. They walked shoulder to shoulder, resembling good brothers, their spirits lifted, and even their wounds seemed to heal more quickly. Yin Cici watched Gu Feng's carefree laughter, Tuobole's lightheartedness, and the joyful expressions of Wu Qi and the others. She glanced at her empty storage bag, frowning slightly, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. But who cares? Let us eat first. After Gu Feng and the others had walked far, the onlookers finally dared to voice their opinions. This newcomer is truly formidable, so strong that even Tuobole dares not make a move. The Outer Sect's #1 in physical cultivation has officially changed hands. I feel like those Qi refining cultivators at the foot of Lishan Mountain might not even stand a chance against him. Brothers, be more confident. Remove the feeling from your statements. Those Qi refining cultivators are undoubtedly no match for him. This time, we've thoroughly offended Qiuzhe. He will certainly seek revenge. The future looks bleak for our former brother. The Outer Sect is about to stir again. The last time such a situation occurred was a year ago with Chu Yanran. She merely passed through the Outer Sect, showcasing her skills slightly, and many proud disciples had to bow in submission. Coincidentally, Chu Yanran was also Gu Feng's predecessor. What sparks might fly between them in the future? I truly look forward to it. Our former brother has peculiarities. With such strength, he still pretends to be a first-layer physical cultivator. Everyone must stay vigilant. A 9th-layer physical cultivator can be just as dangerous as a first layer. You never know when a similar cultivator might emerge again. The end of the month is fast approaching, and it will be another chaotic battle. Perhaps we should follow Tuobole's lead and purchase this month's exemption from robbery from our former brother? It's worth considering. Spending a bit of spirit stones in advance is far better than being left with nothing but our undergarments when the time comes. Let us go. This battle solidified Gu Feng's status among the Outer Sect disciples, with some already contemplating bribing him to avoid being robbed on a nearby peak. The members of the Su Nu sect remained unable to believe the scene they had just witnessed. The leading female cultivator gazed at the bone-sculpting pill in her hand, shaking her head with a wry smile. "Go prepare such a pill for such a formidable individual is an insult. He doesn't need such unnecessary items. Our former junior brother is so strong that I can hardly contain my excitement, wishing for an opportunity to test his strength. Not only is he strong, but he is also somewhat handsome, far more appealing than those oily-faced cultivators. If I were Chu Yanran, I would never agree to the annulment of our engagement." Unbeknownst to them, a graceful figure had joined the peak, causing the chatter among the women to cease. "Sect Master, when did you arrive?" "For a while now." Chu Yohuan pouted. She had arrived while Gu Feng was in battle, but the girls had been too engrossed to notice her. "Sect Master, should we go see our former brother?" the leading female cultivator asked, brow furrowed. When the situation was unclear, you chose not to intervene. Now that he has won, What purpose would it serve to go? Chu Yohuan shook her head nonchalantly. Her gaze flickered as she stared at Gu Feng's silhouette, murmuring, "This physique. What are you all dawdling for? The esteemed Su Nu sect has failed to claim victory in the annual competition for several years. Where do you find the courage to watch idly? Get back to your training, yes, sect master." The women groaned, scattering in haste. "Hee hee, it's been too long since I've had the outer sect's food. Let us go snag a meal." After the girls departed, Chu Yohuan smiled brightly and soared towards the outer sect's restaurant. Gu Feng sought the opinions of everyone and entered a high-end establishment named First Restaurant. True to its name, First Restaurant boasted luxury beyond anything Gu Feng had encountered in Yunwo City. Its interior resplendent with light and buzzing with chatter. "Does anyone have experience in this regard?" Gu Feng inquired with a grin, his bright white teeth glistening under the lights. "I have no experience in this area." This marked the second occasion for Yin Cece to witness Gu Feng displaying such an expression, intensifying the sense of foreboding within her. She immediately voiced her denial. Wu Qi volunteered, "I will inquire with the tavern owner." Shortly thereafter, he returned, "Let us go to the third floor. The hall there can accommodate us all." "What do you all think?" Gu Feng inquired, surveying the group with a smile. The hall was agreeable, allowing everyone to sit together. Thus, a throng of people ascended to the third floor. "Owner, we are ready to order." After much anticipation for a hearty meal, the group shed their restraint and began to call out loudly. Among them, Tuoba Lei was particularly exuberant, producing over 10,000 spirit stones, which only exacerbated his already strained finances. He had resolved to indulge and recoup his losses as much as possible. Plates of exquisite dishes, wafting enticing aromas, stirred everyone's appetites. "Let us begin." Gu Feng, unreserved, seized an unknown beast's leg and devoured it voraciously, reminiscent of a famished soul reborn. "I understand now why Chu Yinjin chose to break off the engagement. Such a manner of eating would deter any woman," came a voice imbued with charisma. Jiu Feng turned to see Chu Yohuan, momentarily taken aback. "When did you arrive? You don't mind crashing for a meal, do you?" she teased, casting a flirtatious glance his way. "Help yourself." Gu Feng laughed heartily. The atmosphere surged as glasses clinked and laughter echoed, yet Yin Cece, seated not far from Gu Feng, intermittently cast glances his way, ensuring he remained present. "Former junior brother, how is your constitution?" she queried, her tone dropping to a whisper after a few rounds of drinks. "Yes, it's precisely what you were thinking," Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, causing her heart to flutter slightly. "If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out. I firmly believe your life is destined for greatness," Chu Yohuan declared, her demeanor shifting to one of earnestness after a brief silence. "That's splendid. May I borrow some money from you? You strike me as affluent." Gu Feng chuckled. "Ha ha ha, you may borrow anything but money," Chu Yohuan exclaimed, caught off guard before bursting into exaggerated laughter. Time flew by, and as the group neared the end of their meal, the once tidy third-floor hall was now a scene of disarray, littered with remnants of their feast. Gu Feng, swaying slightly, stood and burped. "I'll step outside for a breather. I'll return to drink you all under the table." "Haha, hurry back. You may not be able to handle a fight, but drinking is another matter." Tuoba Lei boisterously laughed. Despite his diminutive stature, he possessed an extraordinary capacity for liquor, consuming jug after jug without the slightest blush. "Gu Feng, have you had too much to drink? Let me assist you," Yin Cece said, springing to her feet as soon as he stood, quickly joining him. This scene elicited knowing smiles from the onlookers. Chu Yohuan, standing nearby, regarded the pair with a knowing glint, playfully pinching Yin Cece's cheek. "Your sister Yin Yeshua would likely go mad upon witnessing this." "Don't worry, I'll keep your secret." With Yin Cece's support, Gu Feng ambled around the third floor. Noticing her unwavering presence, he could not help but say, "I'm going to relieve myself." "You need not follow. Relieve yourself? Shouldn't you be heading to the first floor?" she replied, puzzled. "First floor? Why would I go there?" Gu Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He, to pack food and then make our escape." Yin Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Together? What choice do I have? I lack the funds to settle the bill," she pouted. "Ha ha ha, come along. I'll share some food with you later." Gu Feng laughed heartily, taking her hand as they stealthily descended the stairs. The food here was not cheap, and Wu Qi and the others were now quite broke. "No worries. I said there's still Chu Yohuan. She is an esteemed figure of the inner sect. A few spirit stones are merely a trifle for her. It's only fitting for a senior sister to treat her younger brothers to a grand meal, he thought, plotting a little revenge against the woman who had taken to calling him former brother. Chapter 28. Financial losses for Chu Yohuan. After Gu Feng and Yin Cece vacated their seats, to prevent any awkward silence, someone boldly approached Chu Yohuan to offer a toast. Unexpectedly, this fifth-ranked beauty of the inner sect did not dismiss them. This invigorated Wu Qi and the others, rekindling the lively atmosphere. As time slipped by unnoticed, starlight filtered into the hall, and the atmosphere at the outer door of the falling sunset sect grew unusually tranquil. "Where is our former brother?" someone called out, and the hall fell eerily silent. Eyes darted among the crowd, a sudden chill of dread coursing through them as an ominous premonition took root. This is highly unusual. Even if he were relieving himself, it shouldn't he take so long. Someone chuckled nervously. A tense silence enveloped them, the jest lacking any humor. Everyone present was no fool. The possibility loomed large. All gazes shifted to the most esteemed and powerful among them, Chu Yohuan. Her smile faltered, and she rose abruptly, only to sit back down slowly, realizing that Gu Feng had indeed vanished. Her pristine fist slammed down on the table, her expression darkening. "Why are you all staring at me? Do you expect me to foot the bill?" She was acutely aware of the first tavern's pricing. With over 100 people indulging in lavish dining, the total would surely exceed several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Despite her high status as the fifth of the inner sect, her earnings were all directed towards cultivation resources. Her actual wealth was limited. 70 to 80,000 spirit stones is no small sum. "Even if I could pay, I refuse to be the scapegoat for this. Chu, we're all broke." Tuoba Lei lamented, opening his storage bag to reveal its emptiness, his face as pale as a ghost. "I'm also short on funds. I was just robbed, and the spirit stones my family sent are still en route. Not only are we broke, but we also owe our former brother a hefty sum. Chu, please cover the bill. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave," they pleaded, desperation evident in their eyes. Frustration bubbled within Chu Yohuan. Her pearly teeth clenched, and her exquisite face radiated fury. She regretted coming to mooch off a meal. Now she had dined for free, but found herself entangled in a financial mess. As the esteemed fifth of the inner sect, the thought of being perceived as a freeloader in the outer sect was mortifying. Damn that Gu Feng, utterly without shame. "May you be cursed to remain a former brother for life," she muttered, her teeth grinding as she stomped her foot, the group trailing behind her like lost sheep. Heading towards the first floor, bill for the third-floor hall. A cold voice shattered the air. The waiter, taken aback, faltered momentarily. It was as if he were being robbed. The sound of abacuses clattering filled the air, heightening Chu Yohuan's agitation. "Hurry it up." "All right, the total comes to 163,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the lead, you owe 160,000, he announced. Chu Yohuan's expression froze, and an aura of wrath enveloped her. Has the first tavern turned into a den of thieves? 160,000. Why not go rob someone instead? Though she had not been in the outer sect long, she was a frequent visitor to this tavern and had a basic understanding of their pricing. Even with rising costs, such a bill should not exceed 100,000 spirit stones. The waiter, sensing her fury, meekly replied, "I'm just a worker. Taking it out on me won't help." He began recalculating before her eyes. Spring onion venison, 688, total 12 servings. Fire-roasted venison balls, 799, total 18 servings. The waiter calculated painstakingly, ensuring Chu Yohuan could see each item, her expression softening as the prices seemed reasonable. Once everything was tallied, she crossed her arms, adopting a stance of skepticism, eager to see how he had arrived at the total of 160,000 spirit stones. The waiter continued, "A man and a woman dining with you packed over 1,000 servings of various dishes to go, totaling 80,000 spirit stones. Adding that to the previous 83,000, the grand total is 163,000. With that, everyone, including Chu Yohuan, could not suppress a cough of disbelief. This man truly defied logic. Not only had he dined without paying, but he also had the audacity to pack away over 1,000 dishes. Chu Yohuan was furious, embarrassed, and flustered. While she could afford 80,000 spirit stones, 160,000 was simply out of reach. The waiter gazed expectantly at her, while the others, including Wu Qi, looked on in anticipation. leaving her feeling her cheeks flush with heat. She abruptly turned to the crowd, exclaiming, "What are you all doing standing around? You're hindering the owner from conducting business. Can't you show a bit of awareness? Get outside and wait." Upon hearing this, the group recoiled, scattering in a hurry. Once they were out of earshot, Chu Yohuan summoned a seductive smile. "Hey there, young waiter, how about giving me a discount?" While the alluring senior sister was indeed striking, the waiter was merely an employee, and he coldly rejected her plea. Ultimately, with a scowl, Chu Yohuan withdrew 100,000 spirit stones, along with several treasures as collateral, barely managing to settle the bill. Outside the tavern, without sparing a glance at Wu Qi and the others, she stormed off, fuming as she made her way to the headquarters of the Sunu sect. "Listen up, tomorrow we're going to hunt down that scoundrel Gu Feng for his debts." Her abrupt statement left the members of the Sunu sect confused. This despicable brat had fled halfway through the meal, and the rest were all broke, not a single spirit stone to their names, forcing her to cover a bill of 160,000 spirit stones. "You all must help me reclaim that money." Seeing the fury etched on Chu Yohuan's face, the other female cultivators perked up. Once they grasped the situation, laughter erupted among them. Truly deserving of the title former junior brother. His antics are simply insufferable. Who else could pull off such a stunt? To dine and dash, and even take away over 1,000 servings? That's beyond inconsiderate. How about we treat that 160,000 as a maintenance fee? Let him come over for some nightly companionship? Yet, the protagonist of this incident, having just returned to his small courtyard, had not even settled down when Elder Lu summoned him. Chapter 29. Free yet powerful martial techniques. During this time, try to limit your outings, Elder Lu advised, refraining from reprimanding Gu Feng for the earlier confrontation with Chiu Zhe. "Limit my outings? Should I stay within the outer sect or within my courtyard?" Gu Feng inquired with a smile, presenting a storage bag respectfully. "Does this elder lack spirit stones? You underestimate the outer sect. Do you think you are invincible here?" Elder Lu chided playfully. "Isn't it true? While you may be unrivaled among the outer sect's physical prowess, the truly formidable ones are training on Lishan. Among them, some have already reached the acquired realm," Elder Lu explained, gesturing towards a distant mountain peak, towering and piercing the clouds, faint runes swirling at its summit. The entire mountain of Lishan is engraved with over 80,000 runes, forming a super spirit gathering formation, channeling spiritual energy from the outer sect for disciples to cultivate and break through to the Qi gathering realm. As Elder Lu spoke, Gu Feng gained a comprehensive understanding of the outer sect. The transition from outer to inner sect was akin to a brutal culling. The competition was fierce. Each year, the top 10 from the grand competition automatically entered the inner sect, while the top 100 could challenge for entry, though few succeeded. Thus, among the hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples, only a handful would gain entry annually, a fierce contest far more brutal than any examination in his past life. A true test of the best among the best. The physical realm is regarded as the foundation of cultivation, recognized as the most crucial stage before the innate level. It serves as the root of the path. The more solid the foundation, the greater the benefits for future cultivation. Many cultivators in the outer sect could break through to the Qi gathering realm at any moment, yet they deliberately chose to delay, striving to enhance their physical strength to maximize their dantians upon the breakthrough. Elder Lu, does a stronger physique lead to a larger dantian when breaking through to the Qi gathering realm, thereby increasing one's strength among peers? Gu Feng asked excitedly, aware that his physical strength was already extraordinary, and yet he had not yet broken through, leading him to envision how formidable he would become once he did. Simultaneously, he understood Elder Lu's purpose for this conversation, to advise him to remain humble and not to assume invincibility, as there existed those at the Qi gathering realm above him. Chiu Zhe will plot against you. Prepare yourself mentally. He won't be overly aggressive within the outer sect, but beyond its confines. "I cannot offer protection," Elder Lu cautioned. "Indeed, I am a lone wolf. I fear no external tricks. As for the outer sect, I dared to strike as soon as they arrived," Gu Feng asserted, his demeanor bold and his gaze sharp. "Such confidence. Let me see how your current strength measures up," Elder Lu chuckled, stroking his beard, wishing to test the might of the Wanjie Dao body. "All right," Gu Feng nodded, eager to ascertain the extent of his physical prowess. "I will suppress my realm to the Qi gathering stage, allowing for a more direct comparison," Elder Lu stated with an air of composure, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Gu Feng's strike. With a deep breath, Gu Feng concentrated all his strength into his right arm, twisting his waist, and unleashed his formidable force into Elder Lu's chest. A muffled groan escaped the elder as he remained unyielding, though a flicker of pain crossed his brow. Elder Lu, how does my punch fare against a chi-gathering cultivator? Gu Feng inquired eagerly. Passable, but you still underestimate the chi-gathering cultivators of the Falling Sunset sect. Elder Lu replied with a hum. Seems I must continue my training, Gu Feng acknowledged with a nod. Elder Lu slowly turned away, facing Gu Feng, his face suddenly flushed red, gritting his teeth as he waved him off. Return for now. Tomorrow, find time to visit the Outer Sect's martial arts hall to select a technique. Your combat instincts are commendable, but your application of force needs refinement. Relying solely on brute strength will not suffice against chi-gathering cultivators. After Gu Feng departed, Elder Lu abruptly turned, crouching down to rub his chest. What a fellow! He hasn't even reached the peak of the physical realm, yet his strength exceeds 100,000 pounds. The Wania Dao body is truly terrifying. He nearly knocked me out. The following morning, as dawn broke, Gu Feng stepped out of his courtyard and arrived at the martial arts hall. Hey, what a coincidence! Are you all here to choose martial techniques? Upon seeing Gu Feng approach with a smile, Wu Qi and the others instantly darkened their expressions. By the way, who ended up paying for the meal last night? Was it Chu Yohuan? I knew it. She must have moneyed. Don't wear such long faces. Having Chu Yohuan treat you to dinner is quite the prestige. If not for me, would you have had such an opportunity? Gu Feng, enthusiastically draping his arm around Chao Yuan and the others, noticed their persistent frowns and his smile faded. Do you think I'm a burden? No. Then why the long faces? The martial arts hall only allows an hour of entry, and we're deliberating on how to choose, they explained. Gu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Originally, he intended to treat everyone last night, but with senior sister Chu present, it would not have been proper for him to do so. He promised to make it up later. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others looked at Gu Feng in astonishment, their mouths twitching slightly. To suggest dining together was implicitly to imply a treat. Was it not? Even if he did not treat them, he could not simply take away over 1,000 takeout meals. That was rather inconsiderate. They ended up being scolded by Chu Yohuan for quite a while. Sigh, considering his efforts for them yesterday, let this matter slide. After all, the true victim was Chu Yohuan, and in the end, they still had a free meal. The group entered the Hall of Techniques. Every Outer Sect disciple was granted a single opportunity to exchange spirit stones for martial techniques. To acquire more techniques later, they would need to use their Outer Sect points. Thus, Wu Qi and the others cherished this opportunity immensely. Wherever they went, social dynamics were present, and the Outer Sect was no exception. They approached the elder on duty, silently producing a storage bag filled with spirit stones. Ji Yufeng's eyes lit up, and he dashed to the front, swiftly snatching their storage bag. Elder, this is a token of appreciation from me and my brothers. Please accept it. Wu Qi and the others' faces blackened again. This guy was truly outrageous. For such an important choice of martial techniques, he wouldn't even spare a few spirit stones. Even more absurdly, he brazenly claimed their spirit stones as part of his own. Thankfully, he began with me and my brothers, so he didn't completely monopolize it. The elder opposite him wore a stunned expression. He had never encountered a disciple with such thick skin. However, as an elder, he couldn't be bothered to argue with a mere Outer Sect disciple. State your specialties, and I shall offer you some guidance. The elder said with a smile as he accepted the storage bag. I excel in leg techniques. I wish to select a related martial skill. I use a sword. Sword techniques would be most suitable. Guns are the kings of weapons, powerful and imposing. Everyone excitedly expressed their desires. When it was Gu Feng's turn, he chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Are there any inexpensive techniques, preferably free yet powerful? None. The elder's smile froze on his face, his tone turning unfriendly. You get what you pay for. Good techniques are not cheap. You want powerful techniques without spending money? What a wishful thought. Introduce me to such simple requests. 1 TU. This hall of techniques isn't all that great. Gu Feng mumbled as he walked into the hall of techniques. The elder's face darkened. He longed to pull Gu Feng over and see what was inside his head. This was intriguing. Gu Feng's character as a person of the 10,000 calamities body differed greatly from historical accounts. Chapter 30. What were you thinking, choosing this trash martial skill? In this world, techniques and martial skills have clear rankings. Common, spirit, mysterious. The Hall of Techniques in the Outer Sect comprises 4 levels, storing low, mid, and high-tier common skills, as well as low-tier spirit skills. In fact, the top level had not been opened for many years. The stairs leading to the 4th floor were covered in a thick layer of dust, attesting to this fact. Because spirit skills are suitable for cultivators above the postnatal stage, and even at the height of the Outer Sect, few postnatal cultivators were kept out of the Inner Sect. Even if there were some, it was a rare occurrence. They could enter the Inner Sect within a year at most. Another reason no one entered the 4th level was that the spirit techniques there were vastly inferior to those in the Inner Sect's Hall of Techniques. Even if one practiced them, they would most likely have to switch upon entering the Inner Sect. There was no need for that extra step. Wu Qi and the others rushed up to the 3rd floor without hesitation, while Gu Feng merely glanced at the 3rd floor before returning to the 1st. There was no way. The martial skills here were excessively priced, with high-tier common skills starting at over 30,000, some even nearing 100,000. Even the mid-tier common skills on the 2nd floor cost around 10 to 20,000. Jiu Feng was wealthy, indeed, quite affluent, but he could not withstand the insatiable beast of greed in his mind. To cultivate, he needed spirit stones. He had previously tried consuming pills but found that the milky white divine liquid derived from spirit stones was the most suitable method for him, leaving no residues like the pills did. Truly a harmless food. To acquire more spirit stones, one must either increase income or cut expenses. Jiu Feng was tackling both fronts. Not paying for meals was a form of frugality, and choosing cheaper techniques also fell under that category. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Gu Feng did not immediately look at the martial skills but stood there in deep thought. While it is true that cheap goods are often of poor quality, it is not an absolute rule. The techniques here, to varying degrees, possessed flaws. I merely need to select a technique that maximizes the advantages of my strengths. After clearing his thoughts, Gu Feng began to scan the rows of shelves. Thousand-handed Buddha palm, a name that was quite impressive, was essentially a palm technique focused on speed. Great Songyang divine palm, what a worthless thing. It merely involved continuous fire tempering, not afraid of being burned into pig trotters. Azure Dragon's Claw, this martial skill was a disgrace to the Azure Dragon and required 5,000 spirit stones. Why not just rob someone? After a thorough scan, Gu Feng felt utterly disappointed. Just as he contemplated whether to head to the 2nd floor, a technique named 10,000 Beasts Art caught his eye. What attracted him was not the technique itself, but its price. 500 low-tier spirit stones. How inexpensive! This was likely the cheapest martial skill in the entire Hall of Techniques. At once, Gu Feng felt invigorated and quickly grabbed the 10,000 Beasts Art. To ensure disciples accurately understood the general situation of the martial skills, each technique could be reviewed for its first 3 pages. Like other martial skills, the first page of 10,000 Beasts Art contained a brief account of the author's creation process and purpose. After a quick read, Gu Feng's expression turned peculiar, almost bursting into laughter. The founder of this 10,000 Beasts Art, named Etian, was indeed a genius. In summary, the beleaguered Etian, after joining the Luoxia sect, found his childhood sweetheart in the embrace of a weapon refiner and, in a fit of rage, vowed never to use any weapons in his life. He spent 10 years observing the instincts of demonic beasts and painstakingly researching hand-to-hand combat techniques, ultimately creating the 10,000 Beasts Art. What truly solidified Gu Feng's decision to choose this martial skill was the last sentence on the first page. This is a martial skill created for impoverished cultivators. Mastering it will transform you into a weapon of the world. Your every organ, every bone, becomes a lethal weapon, eliminating the need to spend money upgrading your weapons for the rest of your life. That made sense. It was exceedingly reasonable. Below the postnatal stage, one uses common weapons. From postnatal to innate stages, one uses spirit weapons. With the increase in cultivation level, one inevitably has to upgrade weapons. As the tier rises, weapon prices increase exponentially, and some people go bankrupt in pursuit of a suitable weapon. Gu Feng believed that spirit stones should be used wisely and not squandered recklessly. He was already a significant consumer of spirit stones, often finding himself with few stones in his pocket. How could he afford to upgrade weapons? With this in mind, he hesitated no longer, directly grabbing the 10,000 Beasts Art and heading straight for the elder on duty. Elder, I choose this martial skill. At this moment, Wu Lai and the others had also completed their selections and came downstairs. Upon seeing Gu Feng's choice of 10,000 Beasts Art, their first reaction was that it was an extremely impressive martial skill, as evidenced by its name. However, when they saw the price tag, Their expressions turned strange, caught between laughter and restraint. What were you thinking, choosing this 10,000 beasts art? The elder on duty was now very interested in knowing Gu Feng's thoughts when he made this choice. He only costs 500 spirit stones, and I feel this martial skill is not weak. Gu Feng replied with a smile, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the elder on duty, couldn't help but roll their eyes. You've robbed so many things, yet here you are playing poor. No one is asking you for money. What are you pretending for? Fine, if you want to choose, I can't stop you. Let it be this martial skill. But remember, if you wish to select again next time, it will cost sect points. Understood, Gu Feng nodded seriously. Starting from the second month, outer sect disciples must complete regular tasks assigned by the sect each month to earn corresponding points. To acquire more points, they can take on tasks issued by the sect occasionally. The points earned can be exchanged for items in the task hall or for techniques in the Hall of Techniques, making them quite valuable. That, of course, the tasks are not without difficulty, as one could lose their life in the wild at any moment. Elder, may I ask where the founder of the 10,000 Beasts art ended up? Did he manage to get revenge on that weapon refiner? The elder on duty, busy handling paperwork, chuckled upon hearing the question, suddenly invigorated. You've been reading too many folk tales, haven't you? That Etion never got to see the day of revenge. He unexpectedly fell during an outer sect competition. Huh? He fell? Are you joking? Gu Feng's mouth twitched, feeling a sense of chaos. The description of the technique was so grandiose, yet his demise was so abrupt. Do you want to know how Etion fell? The elder on duty asked with a strange smile. Yes. He mistakenly believed his body had become impervious to blades and arrows. During the outer sect competition, he used his chest to take on his opponent's sword. He was pierced through and fell on the spot, becoming one of the few fatalities in the history of the outer sect's competitions. Wu Qi and the others could no longer contain themselves, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. What? Do you think that just because you've cultivated a high-tier common skill, you can defeat me? Swish. His words were like a chilling breeze, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. They suddenly realized that the high-tier common skills in their hands were no longer appealing. Given their qualifications, even if they mastered those skills to perfection, they were not a match for the former brother. Humph, I will cultivate this 10,000 beasts art and still beat you all to a pulp. What can you do about it? Gu Feng produced a spirit stone, handed it to the elder on duty, grabbed the 10,000 beasts art, and angrily turned to leave. Chapter 31. The improved version of 10,000 beasts art. Back at his small courtyard, Gu Feng immediately entered his room, chewing on the barbecued meat he had packed from the first tavern last night while carefully reviewing the 10,000 beasts art. During his time at the Gu family, due to the pressure from Gu Tianba and others, he had no chance to examine it. The 10,000 beasts art was his first genuine martial skill. Before long, he lost interest and tossed the 10,000 beasts art aside. No wonder Etion had met such a pathetic end in the outer sect competition. This 10,000 beasts art was simply absurd, Gu Feng muttered under his breath, wishing he could return to the Hall of Techniques immediately to refund this trash technique. Of course, that was merely a passing thought born of frustration. The 10,000 beasts art was worth only 500 spirit stones, so he could not demand too much. After all, he had spent spirit stones to purchase it, and Gu Feng steeled himself to read through it completely. In the end, he concluded, the 10,000 beasts art had no profound elements. It merely involved observing the instinctive actions of demonic beasts and intentionally practicing them. For instance, the iron-backed black bear had a habit of rubbing its back against a tree known as the ancient iron tree. Etion was inspired by this and, in turn, bared his back and rubbed against the ancient iron tree like a madman. It did have some effect, but not much. After months of hard training, Etion had developed a thick layer of calluses on his back, significantly enhancing his defense. And then there were other examples. This method of cultivation was rather haphazard. Gu Feng felt a bit speechless. After pondering for a moment, he decided to seek out Elder Liu, as the foremost elder of the outer sect. His knowledge and strength were undoubtedly top-notch. Seeking his advice could only be beneficial. In the elder hall, two figures sat facing each other, the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. That Gu Feng is quite a talent. Even dares to swindle my spirit stones. Senior brother, do not be angry. His 10,000 calamities body is inherently a resourceful entity. On the surface, he may seem to be a trickster, but perhaps it reflects a certain determination. But I like this kid's personality. Cultivation is about battling with others and against heaven. One must employ all means necessary. As long as it doesn't violate principles, everything is negotiable. As they were engaged in lively conversation, a cheerful face peeked from the door. Elder Lu, may I come in? Seeing that Elder Lu did not refuse, Gu Feng thickened his skin and entered the room, plopping down in a chair and grabbing a cup of tea from the table, gulping it down. Earlier, he had left in a hurry and had yet to ask the elder how to address him. He turned to the elder on duty at the Hall of Techniques, offering an awkward smile. This is my senior brother. You can call him Elder Wu. Elder Wu, I pay my respects. Jiu Feng respectfully bowed to Elder Wu, then took out the 10,000 beasts art. Elder Wu, do you think this 10,000 beasts art is worth cultivating? Elder Wu wore an expression that seemed to say, I told you not to choose, but you insisted, and now you're suffering, chuckling softly. Martial techniques have always been created from nothing, and this 10,000 beasts art is not entirely without merit. In fact, many martial skills in the world were inspired by the instincts of demonic beasts. Elder Lu nodded in agreement. Then that means it can be cultivated? Gu Feng's eyes brightened. As long as it could be cultivated, then the 500 spirit stones would not be wasted. Extract the essence and discard the dross. Some concepts within were pure nonsense, but others were quite unique. Elder Wu wore a proud expression, stroking his beard. Please, Elder Wu, do share your insights. As they spoke, Gu Feng handed a spirit stone to Elder Wu. The latter was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Oh, you think I am like you, driven by money? Elder Wu, with an ethereal demeanor, clearly did not seem like a worldly person. If it weren't for Elder Lu saying you are his senior brother, I would have thought you were his master. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's face darkened, while Elder Wu burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Then allow me to offer you some guidance. Initially, it was only Elder Wu providing insights. Later on, Elder Lu also joined in. The two carefully studied the 10,000 beasts art, striking out the nonsensical sections, making unreasonable modifications, and adding their personal insights. By the time night fell, a transformed version of the 10,000 beasts art appeared before Gu Feng. Even without having practiced any formal martial skills, he understood that the revised 10,000 beasts art was now on par with any high-tier common martial skill. The kindness and generosity of the two elders I shall forever hold in my heart. Gu Feng stood up, respectfully bowing to the two elders. Truth be told, his relationship with Elder Lu and Elder Wu was not deep, yet they had wholeheartedly taken the time to teach him, which deserved his utmost respect. Kid, spare us the formalities. As long as you don't swindle us, that is good enough. Elder Wu chuckled heartily, genuinely fond of this somewhat shameless yet determined young man. Elder Lu also wore a satisfied smile, feeling a sense of comfort in this long-lost camaraderie. The two elders must be hungry as well. Let me treat you both to a meal. Saying this, under the astonished gazes of the two, he pulled out a large pile of food from his storage. Is this what you conned from Chu Yohuan last night? I merely packed a few things. He produced spirit wine in cups. Would you care for a drink? I truly don't know what to say. Elder Lu lightly tapped Gu Feng's head, smiling kindly. Chu Yohuan won't come looking for trouble, will she? With someone else? It might be possible, but Chu Yohuan is not that type. Don't trick her in the future. Although she appears glamorous, her life isn't easy. Elder Lu's expression turned serious. Oh, Gu Feng replied solemnly. Under the moonlight, three figures occasionally shared laughter. The next day, at dawn, Gu Feng stepped out of his small courtyard and headed to the outer sect's spirit beast garden. With the guidance from Elders Wu and Lu, he now understood the direction for cultivating the 10,000 beasts art. The spirit beast garden is generally off-limits to the public, and it is only with the hand order from Elder Lu that Gu Feng is granted entry. You were introduced by Elder Lu. Here, you may observe the spirit beasts at your leisure, but do take note of a few particularly powerful ones. The elder in charge of the garden provided a brief explanation before departing. Gu Feng first observed the demon tiger, followed by the elk and the demon wolf, as he approached the spirit snake. An unfamiliar wave of disgust mixed with fear surged within him. Despite having experienced 2 lifetimes, he could not comprehend why humans are inherently afraid of snakes. Was it their repulsiveness? Disregarding the snake, he turned away and moved to another side. For 3 consecutive days, Gu Feng lingered in the spirit beast garden, snacking on roasted meat when hungry, then continuing to observe. Gradually, a thread of understanding began to form in his mind, and his body began to move in tandem. The image of an opponent appeared in his thoughts, and in the face of these imagined adversaries, he transformed into a furious beast, sometimes descending like a lion, at times pouncing like a wolf, leaping like an elk, and diving like a falcon. Every part of him became a weapon. Hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, hips, even his head and teeth, all worked in unison, maximizing their potential. He practiced relentlessly, oblivious to the passage of time, and with each repetition, he felt increasingly adept, as though this technique, the 10,000 Beasts technique, was tailored exclusively for him, fully exploiting his physical prowess. His movements became incredibly agile, and his perception sharpened significantly in a corner of the spirit beast garden. The air buzzed with explosive sounds, reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves. While he immersed himself in his training, Wu Qi and others were frantically searching for Gu Feng outside the garden. He must be in the spirit beast garden. Let's go find him, Yin Cixi said, her brow furrowed with concern. Chapter 32. Using the Gu family's disciples to threaten Gu Feng. Qiu Zhe is a talent. Hissed, in a corner of the spirit herb garden, two large snakes, one green and one red, flicked their crimson tongues, their eyes fixated on Gu Feng, exuding a ghostly glow. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, let us go together. The spirit beasts here were mostly at the Qi gathering stage, and Xiaoqing and Xiaobai were two spirit snakes at the second level of Qi gathering. With his mastery of the 10,000 Beasts technique, Gu Feng chose them as targets for practical training. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai struck swiftly, their fangs menacing and terrifying. Jiyu Feng transformed into an enraged beast, embodying the ferocity of a lion and the agility of a wolf, the grace of an elk, and the precision of a falcon. Each part of his body was a weapon, moving fluidly to maximize his capabilities. Before long, the two spirit snakes lay defeated, their pupils dimming as they gazed at the human before them, their bodies trembling slightly as they emitted whimpering sounds. They could not fathom why, among so many spirit beasts, this human chose to practice on them, enduring a beating nearly every day. Go on, we continue tomorrow. Gu Feng laughed heartily, revealing a bright smile. For some reason, he relished beating these two spirit snakes, in these few days. He had improved the 10,000 Beasts technique based on the modifications made by elders Lu and Wu, integrating it with the weaknesses of the human body, thus upgrading his martial skills. His combat prowess had increased at least twofold compared to before entering the spirit beast garden, with significant improvements in control and distribution of his strength. If he were to encounter the more than 30 body refiners led by Qiu Zhe again, he was confident he could defeat them all within a quarter of an incense stick's time. After relaxing his body and snacking on some demon beast meat, Gu Feng prepared to resume his training when the elder responsible for guarding the spirit beast garden approached him. Young man, you have quite severely harmed my garden's only two spirit snakes. Elder Ming's brows furrowed as he surveyed the disarray, though a smile lingered on his face. He had been observing this young man introduced by Elder Lu and, without exaggeration, found Gu Feng to be the most talented and diligent cultivator he had encountered in years. He genuinely admired this young man's positive attitude. If not for his peculiar physique, he was destined for greatness. Why apologies, Elder Ming, Gu Feng said, retrieving a jug of spirit wine from his storage bag and respectfully presenting it. Elder Ming, fond of wine, accepted it with a grin. There are people looking for you outside. They seem quite anxious. Perhaps you should check on them. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng paused, instantly realizing that those searching for him must be Yin Cixi and the others. Well, my training is nearly complete. I just need to contemplate the connections between beast forms. Thank you, Elder Ming, for your care these past few days. I will find time to share a drink with you. Given the varying habits of the spirit beasts, achieving a smooth integration among them was no small feat, requiring extensive practical experience and prolonged thought. Only then could the 10,000 Beasts technique evolve into a perfect martial skill. After bidding farewell to Elder Ming, Gu Feng hurried to the entrance of the spirit beast garden. Cixi and Wu Qi, why are you all here? Gu Feng was taken aback to see a crowd of people waiting outside. Could it be that someone has beaten you again? No worries. I'll take you all back to settle the score. Why strength has surged tremendously in the spirit beast garden, and I'll make them scream. The worried expressions on their faces made Gu Feng think they had once again been bullied. Gu Feng, we weren't bullied. Yin Cixi's voice was low, hesitant to continue. Brother, as the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I understand your pride, but sometimes, Taking a step back is not a sign of weakness but a way to gather strength for a future counterattack. Wu Qi said solemnly. Ji Feng tilted his head, bewildered, wondering when Wu Qi had become so eloquent. For now, your top priority is to cultivate. After all, there are rules in the outer sect. Qiu Zhe and his group won't kill them. Guo Renkai approached and patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. Has Qiu Zhe's retaliation begun? Who did they catch? Gu Feng inquired, finally grasping the situation. His smile faded, and his gaze sharpened as he scanned the crowd. Noting that Qiao Yuan was missing. Was it Qiao Yuan who was captured by Qiu Zhe, threatening me to come out? No. Qiao Yuan just happened to be absent from the outer sect, Yan Sisi quickly clarified, pulling on Gu Feng's sleeve. Those from your Gu family in the outer sect went out to complete a task and were caught by Qiu Zhe and his men. Although that area is not under the jurisdiction of the outer sect, word had spread, and Qiu Zhe would likely only beat them. You must not act impulsively, or you will fall into Qiu Zhe's trap. Yan Sisi urged anxiously, with Wu Qi and the others nodding in agreement. Outside the outer sect, killings were prohibited, but one could not attack outer sect disciples in plain sight. Qiu Zhe's intention was to lure Gu Feng out. It was undeniable that Gu Feng was formidable, a fact Qiu Zhe understood. However, his strength had limits. Given the connections of his two older brothers, he might well have called upon qi-gathering cultivators from Lishan. If Gu Feng dared to go, the likelihood of him suffering greatly, or even being crippled, was significant. Observing the group surrounding him, all speaking in hurried whispers, Gu Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Using the outer sect disciples from the Gu family to threaten me? Qiu Zhe is truly a talent. Gu Feng's unexpected laughter weighed heavily on Wu Qi and the others. If not for their earlier request for Gu Feng to seek justice, the situation would not have escalated to such proportions. Haha, everyone, follow me. Where are we going? To celebrate. Before the crowd could react, Gu Feng began to explain, recounting how his father's lineage had fallen in their quest to protect the mines, how he was deprived of resources, and how he ultimately distanced himself from the Gu family, culminating in the pursuit by his second and third uncles. So you not only lack blood ties with the Gu family, but also harbor significant grievances. Qiu Zhe's actions are futile. His plans have completely unraveled. We've been alarmed for nothing. It is indeed time to celebrate and let those ungrateful Gu family disciples experience Qiu Zhe's wrath. As everyone grasped the background of the situation, they collectively sighed in relief. The Gu family no longer regarded Gu Feng as one of their own, rendering Qiu Zhe's threats absurd. Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content. Gu Feng felt a wave of joy wash over him. Wait, Guo Renkai halted cautiously, eyeing Gu Feng. Who is treating tonight? I will, Gu Feng replied with a wink. Dining together does not equate to treating. Treating does not mean paying with spirit stones. You must clarify, or we won't dare celebrate with you. Guo Renkai's words received unanimous agreement. With Chu Chu absent, if Gu Feng were to pull a disappearing act again, they would be in trouble. Oh, you think I'm that kind of person? Rest assured, tonight, you won't need to spend a single spirit stone. Ji Feng rolled his eyes, amused by how shrewd these youngsters had become. Well said. With that assurance, everyone can finally relax. A boisterous group laughed and followed Gu Feng to his small courtyard. Before they could react, Gu Feng settled onto the ground, retrieving platters of roasted meats and some cups and spirit wine from his storage bag, laying them out in the courtyard. Everyone, don't be shy. Help yourselves. Goodness, this guy is truly stingy. This food is precisely what was packed from First Tavern a few nights ago, in this August heat. Who knows if it will cause any stomach issues? Wu Qi and the others exchanged glances, uncertain whether to eat or not. Not eating might provoke Gu Feng, but eating could genuinely be unappetizing. Brother, I see now that asking you to pay for a meal is basically impossible in this lifetime. We should all contribute a little and find a tavern to eat at. I'll lead by example and contribute 500 spirit stones, Guo Renkai volunteered first. I'll also contribute 500, Wu Qi chimed in. I'll contribute 500 too, 500. As the contributions piled up, all eyes turned to Gu Feng, who casually reached into his storage bag and grandly pulled out a handful of spirit stones. I'll contribute 50. Cut it out. What else with that? You all think it's too little? Then I want to contribute. Gu Feng ignored the disdainful glances and put the 50 spirit stones back into the bag, his eyes lingering on a large stack of spirit stones, licking his lips. Don't even think about those spirit stones, Cece. You handle them. Pay the bill after we eat, Wu Qi said, eyeing the spirit stones on the ground and shoving them into Yen Cece's hands. Then let us go. Let us go. A group of people burst into laughter as they made their way to the tavern. Jiu Feng, these are for you. Yin Cece discreetly slipped a handful of spirit stones into Gu Feng's hand when no one was watching. Will this be enough for the meal? Gu Feng asked quietly. Definitely enough. I'll choose a slightly cheaper tavern and keep a close watch on the total. We might even have some left over. If we do, I'll give you the surplus. Yin Cece replied softly. She didn't understand why Gu Feng was so fond of spirit stones, but since he liked them, she decided to give him some. Chapter 33. Those who insult my parents shall die? Hee, Gu Feng, you're too cunning, replacing fresh food with leftovers from first tavern a few days ago. Hee, look at them. They're already drunk, so it doesn't matter what they eat. It's not like anyone will notice. Are you really that short on spirit stones? Always insufficient, Gu Feng frowned. Cece, do you know what the fastest way to earn money is? Cutting expenses is one thing, but the more crucial aspect is to increase income. During these days of training, I've often pondered the issue of making money. This concern is even more pressing than martial arts cultivation, as it directly affects my future. Aside from robbery, I think alchemists and artifact crafters make the most money, right? Yin Cece replied without hesitation. Alchemist? Cece, aren't you an alchemist? How has your learning progressed? Can you teach me? Seeing Gu Feng's excited expression, Yin Cece wanted to explain that becoming an alchemist required a certain talent, yet she ultimately refrained, simply nodding earnestly. Once the chief of the alchemy hall goes out in a few days, I'll sneak you in at least there. You can learn alchemy without having to buy materials. Ha ha ha, that sounds wonderful. You must call me when that happens. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gu Feng performed a set of the 10,000 beasts technique, dispelling the effects of the alcohol, then seated himself on the bed to resume his training. After selling all the items he had taken from Qiu Zhe and his group at the trading post, he had accumulated a total of 1.5 million spirit stones. I hope these 1.5 million spirit stones can help me break into the Qi gathering stage. He poured a generous amount of spirit stones into the 3 incense burners, and drops of milky white divine liquid began to emerge from the base of the burners. Taking a deep breath, the milky liquid coalesced into a stream and entered his body. A thunderous roar erupted from his entire being. If anyone were nearby, they would surely be astonished by the radiant and mystical glow emanating from Gu Feng's surface. It was as if a poorly connected lamp flickered with alternating brightness, releasing an unsettling aura. Just as he was lost in his cultivation, a shrill scream shattered the night in a mountain range 100 miles from the Lixia sect. Please, no more torture. I am not familiar with Gu Feng. We've hardly spoken a few words in our lives. He come to save me. No, I truly cannot endure this any longer. We have no grievance with you. Why must you treat us this way? A group of Gu family disciples were bound to trees, enduring brutal beatings and excruciating torture. Not far from them stood a group of indifferent cultivators, the leader of whom had a swollen face and a gloomy gaze. Occasionally revealing a cruel smile, he bore a name that inspired fear. One of the 3 elites of the Qiu family, Qiu Zhe. Ever since being brutally beaten by Gu Feng, he had lain in bed for 10 days. Once he felt slightly better, he began plotting his revenge. Yu Feng, a mere cultivator from Yunwo City, had pulled him from his lofty position and trampled him into the ground, reducing him from a feared outer sect young master to a figure of ridicule, inflicting upon him endless humiliation. He swore that given the chance, he would surely flay Gu Feng alive. Bound by the constraints of the outer sect, he seized the opportunity to capture the Gu family's outer sect disciples, hoping to force Gu Feng into the open. However, the outcome was far from his expectations. As long as Gu Feng does not appear, you will never escape this torment. Give it your all, Qiu Zhe sneered, unleashing all his fury upon the Gu family disciples. Young Master Qiu, please, don't beat us anymore. I have a way to make Gu Feng show up. Stop, speak without sense, and you shall not see tomorrow's sun. Qiu Zhe straightened his posture, threatening Gu Feng. His entire lineage has fallen. He is the last remaining descendant of the Gu family, and they have treated him poorly. He harbors no feelings for the Gu family. If you wish to use us to force him out, that is impossible. Too many words. Just beat them. No, do not beat us. To force him out, there is only one way. Go to the Gu family in Yunwo City and seize his parents' spirit tablets. Ha ha ha, I knew you would find a way to draw Gu Feng out. Qiu Zhe laughed maniacally, then, his expression turned terrifying. Dispose of these people. In an instant, Screams, curses, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the desolate mountains, creating a chilling atmosphere. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Gu Feng as he stretched and climbed out of bed. After a night of training, Gu Feng still had not broken through to the body-refining stage. Yet this time, there was no trace of worry on his face. Rather, he felt invigorated. The horizontal bar on the 3 incense burners signifies the current progress of one's cultivation level, does it not? Last night, during his practice, he became aware of something he had previously overlooked in his mind. The 3 incense burners produced a milky white divine liquid, and beneath the burner that generated this liquid, there lay a light-colored horizontal bar. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the initial portion was darker in hue, while the latter segment was lighter. The darker part, as his physical form strengthened, was gradually spreading towards the lighter end, resembling a progress bar. Based on his conjecture, once that light-colored bar reached its end, it was highly probable that his physical cultivation would reach completion. This revelation invigorated him. Throughout the history of the myriad calamities faced by cultivators, the greatest challenge during their training has been the inability to gauge their own progress, making it difficult to transcend the tribulations. However, he was free from such concerns. By following the indications of the 3 incense burners, he could effectively manage the cultivation of his spirit, soul, and body, ensuring they all achieved perfection simultaneously. This undoubtedly significantly increased his chances of overcoming the tribulations. All that remained was for him to fervently gather spirit stones, devoid of any further worries. With this in mind, Gu Feng clenched his fists in excitement, feeling a surge of confidence about his bright future. Just as he was lost in his aspirations, he heard Wu Qi's voice calling from outside the courtyard. "Why are you all back again?" Stepping out of his room, he found Yan Sisi, Guo Renkai, and others present, even Chao Yuan, whom he hadn't seen the previous day. "Chao Yuan, you speak." Guo Renkai pushed Chao Yuan forward towards Gu Feng, signaling him to speak. "Senior brother, I've been out training these past few days. On my way back, I saw some members of the Chou family heading towards Yunwo City. They mentioned they were going to the Gu family to retrieve Gu Tianqing's spirit tablet. Initially, I didn't think much of it, but upon returning to Luoxia sect this morning and hearing about yesterday's events, I realized that Gu Tianqing must be related to you, which is why I came here." Upon hearing this, a gleam of fury ignited in Gu Feng's eyes, his expression darkening, exuding an overwhelming aura. An ominous energy surged around him, and a murderous intent rose to the heavens. "Are you sure you didn't mishear? They were referring to Gu Qingtian?" "Yes, I'm certain. They couldn't possibly be your parents, could they?" "Qiu Zhe? Ha, very well. You have successfully enraged me." Gu Feng's fists tightened, and in an instant, he surged forward like a cheetah. Guo Renkai and the others were momentarily stunned before shouting, "Hurry, something's going to happen." As Gu Feng raced towards the outer gate, he caught sight of a cultivator handing a package to an outer sect disciple, who happened to be one of Qiu Zhe's subordinates. How bold! Gu Feng's eyes narrowed, and as the outer sect disciple stepped into the outer gate, he shot out his hand like lightning. Crack! The disciple's arm snapped in response. Gu Feng snatched the package and opened it, his body trembling in rage as he discovered it contained his parents' spirit tablets. "Those who insult my parents shall die." With a powerful punch, he struck the disciple's head, which exploded like a watermelon, crimson fluid mixed with white, splattering everywhere. In an instant, a headless corpse lay at the entrance of the outer gate. "Qiu Zhe, you seek death." He stashed his parents' spirit tablets in his storage bag and roared, charging away. The disciples responsible for guarding the outer gate, along with those entering, were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They stood there in shock, instinctively sensing that something monumental was about to happen. As Yan Sisi and the others rushed over, they too were left dumbfounded by the twitching headless body on the ground. Ji Yufeng had killed someone at the outer gate. This was truly catastrophic. Chapter 34. "Afraid I'll beat you to death? Not daring to come out?" Gu Feng sprinted furiously and quickly arrived at the area where the senior outer sect disciples resided. The ferocity on his face sent shivers down the spines of nearby disciples. "Qiu Zhe, come out!" His voice boomed throughout the area. Upon hearing this, everyone stared in astonishment at the tall figure. For a moment, they thought they were hallucinating. Qiu Zhe, the acknowledged first young master of the outer sect, enjoyed an unparalleled status since the day he entered. His elder brother ranked 8th in the inner sect's genius list, and his second brother ranked 43rd. Together, they were revered as the 3 prodigies of the Qiu family, a prestigious clan in Yun County that even the county lord treated with respect. He had the qualifications and confidence to dominate the outer sect of Luoxia sect. Wherever he went, others would retreat, too fearful to even make eye contact, lest they provoke him. To have someone audaciously demanding he come out was utterly inconceivable. Could this person be Gu Feng, the newly admitted outer sect disciple known as the former senior brother? There was no mistake. He was the only one in the outer sect brave enough to demand that Qiu Zhe come out. What on earth had transpired? Why was he so furious? Just as the crowd was murmuring and speculating, someone gasped, "Someone's gone on a killing spree in the outer gate." What? That news was even more shocking than Gu Feng demanding Qiu Zhe come out. The outer gate of Luoxia sect encourages competition, robbery, and even beatings. Such behavior is permitted. However, open killing is strictly forbidden. Should one, relying on their exceptional talent, violate this rule, the consequences would be severe. The lightest punishment would be the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. The most severe could lead to immediate death. Not even the first in the outer sect would be exempt. Who, then, possesses such audacity to commit murder in the outer gate? It was him, the former senior brother. What could Qiu Zhe have done to invoke such wrath from the former senior brother that he would go so far as to kill? Rumor has it that Qiu Zhe sent someone to Gu Feng's hometown to seize his parents' spirit tablets, and Gu Feng happened to stumble upon them, leading to his furious outburst that resulted in the disciple's death. While calamity should not befall family, conflicts in the outer sect typically only involve disciples. Qiu Zhe's act of stealing someone's parents' spirit tablets was indeed shameless. However, sect rules are inviolable. The former senior brother was being irrational. Even if he wanted to kill, he should have discreetly sought an opportunity to do so outside the outer gate. Having finally produced someone brave enough to confront Qiu Zhe, it seemed that he was heading towards his own demise. There were circumstances surrounding the situation, and a killing should not have been the outcome. But the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from the sect was inevitable. After understanding the full context of events, many disciples cursed Qiu Zhe for his shamelessness while silently lamenting Gu Feng's fate. Ever since Gu Feng had beaten Qiu Zhe, the latter had remained subdued for over 10 days. Many cultivators in the outer sect came from humble backgrounds and had also suffered oppression at the hands of Qiu Zhe. Gu Feng had avenged them, and while they outwardly remained silent, they felt immense gratitude towards him. The sect elders had intervened. Some of Gu Feng's friends were also rallying support to pressure the sect with public opinion. It was challenging. Years ago, the first in the outer sect had also killed someone, but that was due to provocation, and he too was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. The sect's intentions were understandable. If they allowed exceptions for individuals, it would inevitably lead to others exploiting the loophole. Increasing numbers of disciples began to gather at the center of the commotion. Gu Feng, standing at the eye of the storm, appeared neither upset nor joyful, and shouted once more, "Qiu Zhe, come out!" Humph! A disdainful snort echoed, and Qiu Zhe, accompanied by a group of followers, appeared at the entrance of the residence area, locking eyes with Gu Feng from a distance. "What? Afraid that if you step out of the forbidden martial area, I'll cripple you?" Gu Feng cast a scornful glance at him, as though viewing refuse, his contempt palpable. Qiu Zhe, feeling humiliated by Gu Feng's words, revealed a twisted expression. The thought of Gu Feng's combat prowess still sent shivers down his spine, and the followers behind him, the strongest barely at the 9th level of physical cultivation, many still nursing injuries, were not in a position to confront Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you, a person on the verge of having your cultivation revoked for grossly violating sect rules, what courage do you possess to shout here? Coward! Gu Feng's reply was merely 2 words. Qiu Zhe had never endured such an insult. His emotions flared, and he wanted to charge out and challenge Gu Feng. "Young Master Qiu, don't act impulsively. He is trying to provoke you into coming out. The outer sect elders are already on their way. Shortly, he will get what he deserves." Hearing his subordinate's words, Qiu Zhe suppressed his rage and remained within the residence area. Gu Feng stood outside the area, confronting Qiu Zhe and his group. "Step aside. What's so entertaining about this? Don't you all need to cultivate?" A thunderous voice echoed from a distance as Elder Lu, accompanied by a group of elders, strode towards them. Yin Sisi, Wu Qi, and others squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Gu Feng. "Are you all right, Gu Feng?" Yin Sisi asked with concern. Guo Renkai and the others wore grave expressions, remaining silent. Gu Feng had acted too impulsively. There were many ways to kill, including ambushing in the wild or on the Fengyun platform. Yet he had chosen the most foolish method. Undeniably, killing on the spot felt exhilarating. But this was Luoxia's sect. The sect had its rules. Gu Feng, who was so intelligent, even cunning, how could he act so recklessly? Now, it was too late to say anything. He was already a solitary figure without support. If he were to have his cultivation revoked and be expelled from Luoxia's sect, what would become of him in the future? Their hearts were heavy, and Elder Lu's group felt no different. Accompanying him were Elder Ming from the Spirit Beast Garden, Elder Wu from the Scripture Hall, and many other elders who had high hopes for Gu Feng. Under their protection, as long as he did not commit a capital offense, they could turn a blind eye. But Gu Feng, you killed Outer Sect disciple Jin and a stick of incense ago. Do you have anything to say? As the first elder of the Outer Sect, he had to uphold the law impartially. If not for the crowd's presence, he would have liked to shield Gu Feng this time, but now it was impossible. Everything is true. I did indeed kill that person. A collective sigh echoed from various corners. Elder Lu felt his heart plummet. He wished fervently that Gu Feng would find some excuse to allow him to intervene. The elders behind him frowned. Shaking their heads repeatedly, Yu Feng's fate seemed sealed. At most, Elder Lu might leave him a glimmer of hope when revoking his cultivation, granting him a chance to rise again. But the problem was that Xiao Zhe was present, making it impossible to leave any leeway. Ha ha ha. Did you all hear that? Gu Feng admitted to murder. He has violated the most severe rule of the outer sect of Luoxia sect. Quickly, kill him. No, killing him would be too merciful. Strip him of his cultivation and expel him from Luoxia sect. Let him become a wretched stray dog. Xiao Zhe's expression was manic as he laughed uproariously. His mind raced with countless torturous methods, waiting for Gu Feng's cultivation to be revoked and his expulsion from Luoxia sect. His followers also grinned cruelly, revealing vicious expressions. Since you have confessed, then according to the outer sect rules of Luoxia sect, you shall face the maximum penalty for murder. Considering the circumstances, I, as the elder, hereby decree that your cultivation shall be revoked, and you will be expelled from the sect. Do you have any objections? Elder Lu's tone was heavy, his voice particularly somber. Elder Lu, Xiao Zhe stole the spirit tablets of Gu Feng's parents, which provoked his wrath, leading him to make such a grave mistake. Tears streamed down Yen Cici's face. Indeed, while Gu Feng has violated the sect's ironclad laws, Xiao Zhe has also breached the rule that calamity should not befall family. Wu Qi and others spoke up in defense of Gu Feng. Elder Lu, Gu Feng's actions were understandable under the circumstances. I ask each of you, who among us could remain rational and calm in such a situation? Tu Abale stepped forward to speak on Gu Feng's behalf. Our former junior brother still owes our sect spirit stones. He cannot die or be crippled. I, representing the Sunu sect, dare to implore Elder Lu to show leniency. The female cultivators of the Sunu sect also spoke out in support. Indeed, as children, if we do not dare to draw our swords in such circumstances, we are unworthy to be called children. We implore all the elders to show mercy. Please, we implore all the elders to show mercy. Increasing numbers of disciples began to plead for Gu Feng, their voices crescendoing into a deafening roar that echoed above the outer gate of Luoxia sect. Silence, you rascals, silence! The elder from the scripture hall, Elder Wu, took a deep breath and loudly quelled the chaos. Observing the uproar, Elder Lu for the first time felt the beauty of wielding authority over the outer sect. His emotions fluctuated, and he felt somewhat moved. Violating rules is a violation of rules. If today, due to the pleas of the crowd, I were to spare Gu Feng, there would inevitably be a second, third, or even thousands of Gu Fengs in the future. Today, his cultivation must be revoked. A young cultivator clad in inner sect disciple robes approached steadily. Second brother, you've come. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Zhe shouted in excitement. The arrival was none other than Xiao Tian, one of the three prodigies of the Qiu family. Useless, you can't even defeat an outer sect disciple. Xiao Tian strode directly to Xiao Zhe and berated him, causing the latter to lower his head. Not daring to retort. Elder Lu, what do you think? Xiao Tian's gaze bore into Elder Lu, pressing him. The latter fell silent. The Qiu family's influence in Yun County was formidable. If he were justified, he could easily disregard them. Yet now, they were in the right. In this moment of dilemma, Gu Feng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Elder Lu, esteemed elders, if I, Gu Feng, truly violated the sect's rules, then I would die without regret. However, I did not breach the so-called rule that killing is prohibited in the outer sect area. Therefore, I am innocent. Chapter 35. Young Master Chiu, you wouldn't refuse a life-and-death battle, would you? This statement fell like a heavy stone into a calm lake, stirring up waves of discussion. What? Gu Feng claims he is innocent. How could killing an outer sect disciple be excused? Was he attempting to argue his way out? You bastard. Still. Chiu Zhe's face was twisted in mockery, ready to shout, but was halted by Chiu Tian beside him. Let him speak. Don't make a scene. Elder Lu paused for a moment before hastily gesturing for Gu Feng to continue. Elder Lu, if I recall correctly, the first rule of the outer sect's regulations is, no disciple may kill anyone in the outer sect area for any reason. Word for word. Elder Lu nodded slightly. On the second to last page of the outer sect regulations, there is a specific clause clarifying the boundaries of the outer sect area. The south is defined by Gulong Peak, the west by Longqi Forest, the north by Shaoqing River, and the east by the main gate of Luoxia sect. Are you implying? Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he probed. When I killed Jinan, I executed 2 moves in total. The first move was to twist his arm. At that moment, we were both within the boundaries of Luoxia sect's main gate. But injuring him did not violate outer sect regulations. The second move, I smashed his head, but before I struck, I had already moved him outside the main gate of Luoxia sect. Thus, astonishment and shock, including Elder Lu and all the other elders, everyone stood there like wooden stakes. Their expressions were nothing short of extraordinary. According to Gu Feng's account and the sect's regulations, he had indeed not violated any rule. While there was a suspicion of exploiting loopholes, he had not broken any laws. Just when everyone thought Gu Feng was doomed, he had delivered a sharp counter. Even Chiu Tian, known for his prowess, felt a tremor within, for the first time seriously regarding this outer sect disciple who had a feud with his brother. Not knowing what to think, that as for Chiu Zhe, he was utterly taken aback. Resembling a duck with its throat constricted, its throat muscles writhing yet unable to utter a single word, emitting only a raspy sound, as if a millennia-old phlegm were lodged within. But is there anyone to testify? Elder Lu suddenly appeared invigorated, eagerly inquiring. The disciples guarding the outer gate can all attest. Gu Feng spoke in a low voice. Immediately summon the disciples on duty at the gate. Without waiting for Elder Lu to speak, Elder Wu bellowed, his voice infused with formidable spiritual power, causing the entire outer gate of the Luoxia sect to resonate with a low hum. Soon, several disciples who had been on duty that day arrived. Reporting to Elder Lu, the outer gate disciple was indeed slain outside the gate. Facing the piercing gazes of the elders, how could these disciples dare to lie? Their accounts were in perfect agreement, thoroughly confirming that Gu Feng had indeed not been within the outer gate area when he killed Jinan. Ha ha ha, impressive. We thought our former brother acted impulsively, but it turns out it was we who were rash. Truly, the outer gate regulations have existed for so many years, and our former brother is the first to wield them so adeptly. One must admit, exceptional individuals are multifaceted, incomparable, truly incomparable. The atmosphere at the scene was fervent, Yin Sisi gazing at Gu Feng with adoration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Wu Qi, Gu Renkai, and others shook their heads and laughed. The former brother was indeed the former brother, while everyone else might suffer. He would never falter. The female cultivators from the Su Nu sect threw flirtatious glances at Gu Feng, reveling in their allure, attempting to entice him. Meanwhile, Chiu Zhe's side was shrouded in gloom, his expression grim as if he had swallowed excrement. How could he rebound in such a manner? Elder Lu, Gu Feng is exploiting loopholes, manipulating the outer gate regulations, Chiu Tian said in a grave tone. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? At this moment, the scales of morality tipped. Elder Lu straightened his back and sternly reprimanded this inner gate prodigy. I dare not. Esteemed elders, the situation is already quite clear. Jiu Feng's slaying of Jinan did not occur within the outer gate area. Thus, he did not violate the first clause of the outer gate regulations. However, he did harm a fellow disciple, and considering the circumstances, he shall be penalized with a deduction of 1,000 contribution points. As a warning to others. Excellent. Yin Sisi and the others cheered loudly, and the crowd followed suit. Silence. Chiu Zhe, you have violated the 35th clause of the outer gate regulations by inciting your companions to seize Gu Feng's parents' spiritual positions. The nature of your actions is atrocious, disgraceful. You are sentenced to 1 year of confinement, with no possibility of early release. As Elder Lu announced Gu Feng's punishment, his expression was composed, his tone amicable. Yet when it came to Qiu Zhe, his words were sharp and laden with derogatory terms, his countenance darkened to the utmost degree. Such a stark contrast caused Qiu Zhe, whose injuries had yet to heal, to spit out a mouthful of old blood, and the few remaining teeth he had fell out yet again. Feng, do you have any objections? Elder Lu inquired with a smile, while Elder Wu and the others stroked their beards. Chuckling, the disciple has no objections, but would like to request that Elder Lu postpone Qiu Zhe's confinement. Gu Feng respectfully stated. Oh? Why is that? Elder Lu asked, astonished. Because I wish to issue him a life-and-death challenge. Gu Feng's sudden roar startled even Elder Lu. Qiu Zhe, let us battle on the Feng Yun platform. You die, I live. Silence, a deathly hush. All present were struck with shock. They had thought the turmoil would cease. Yet it only intensified. After narrowly escaping one calamity, Gu Feng relentlessly issued a life-and-death challenge to Qiu Zhe. All eyes turned toward Qiu Zhe, who shivered and nearly toppled over. He had long harbored fear of Gu Feng's strength. How could he dare accept the challenge? Beside him, Qiu Tian shot Qiu Zhe a fierce glare, suddenly turning his head, his eyes narrowing, fixated on Gu Feng. Is it truly necessary to be so ruthless? Hee. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Is there a problem? I do not accept your challenge. What is your status? A mere scion of a small family expelled from Yunwo City. And I, a third son of the prestigious Qiu family of Yun County. Our statuses are vastly different. You have no right to challenge me. Qiu Zhe howled hoarsely. This image drew disapproving shakes of the head from the crowd. One of the three outstanding members of the Qiu family, Qiu Zhe, usually proud and arrogant, revealed himself to be a coward at this pivotal moment. Yet, it was indeed understandable, for his strength was vastly inferior to that of the former brother. Should he dare engage, defeat was a certainty. Elder Lu, too, shook his head with a bitter smile. Gu Feng's intention to slay Qiu Zhe would likely come to naught, for the latter was not a fool, be it one Qiu Zhe or 10. He could not possibly contend with Gu Feng. However, just as everyone believed this battle would not materialize, Gu Feng spoke again. To enhance your chances, I permit you to summon external aid. The number of participants is up to you. As long as they can fit on the Feng Yun platform, I have no objections. However, a life-and-death contract must be signed, and the Feng Yun platform's formation must be activated to prevent anyone from fleeing before the battle concludes. One of the three outstanding members of the Qiu family, you surely would not refuse, would you? What? Upon hearing this, the outer gate erupted in an uproar. Gu Feng, has he lost his mind? Very well. I represent Qiu Zhe and accept your challenge. Qiu Tian's deep voice resonated, and then he and Gu Feng simultaneously turned to Elder Lu. Had this been earlier, Elder Lu would have vehemently opposed this life-and-death duel. But now, it mattered little. Gu Feng was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. He could not be unaware that the outer gate had explicit regulations regarding life-and-death battles. The realms of the two parties could not differ by more than 3 minor realms, and those of higher realms could not challenge cultivators 2 minor realms below themselves. Since Gu Feng insisted on issuing a challenge, it not only demonstrated his resolve to slay Qiu Zhe, but also indicated he possessed sufficient confidence to handle several, even dozens, of opponents at the 3rd level of Qi induction. With this in mind, Elder Lu felt no further hesitation and proclaimed to all, this battle is permitted. Chapter 36. If you win, the debt is forgiven. Gu Feng, are you mad? Qiu Tian will surely dispatch a large number of 3rd-level Qi induction cultivators to assist Qiu Zhe. Yan Sisi exclaimed anxiously, pacing back and forth in her understanding. While body refinement and Qi induction are adjacent realms, the disparity between them is immeasurable, fundamentally different concepts. From a young age, her sister had advised her that crossing significant realm boundaries for a challenge is incredibly difficult. Those who succeed are undoubtedly among the most gifted of geniuses. If the advancement of minor realms resembles a gradual ascent on the same staircase, the shift between major realms is akin to switching to a completely new peak. Between 2 peaks lies a wide and deep chasm. To defeat an opponent across this chasm is akin to reaching for the heavens. The Luoxia sect is a gathering of exceptional talents. Those who gain admission here possess talents surpassing 99% of cultivators in Yun County. Undeniably, Gu Feng is among the most gifted of geniuses. Yan Sisi believes he can defeat those at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi induction, and even has a substantial chance against those at the 3rd level. Were it a one-on-one situation, she would not be so anxious. Even if Gu Feng could not win, he could maintain an undefeated stance. However, Gu Feng's challenge is not against one person, but potentially several, even dozens. How could he possibly prevail against dozens of third-level Qi induction prodigies? This is a life-and-death battle, with formations activated, creating a no-retreat scenario. She regards Gu Feng as her best friend and cannot bear to watch him walk into his own demise in silence. Former brother, I understand your actions are to force Jose into a life-and-death battle. But your conditions are too extreme, too unbelievable. You cannot possibly win. Tuoba lay approached with a furrowed brow. This once outstanding outer gate body refinement cultivator possessed soaring ambition and confidence. He believed he could contend with those at the first level of Qi induction, and could hold his own against the second level, but against the third level, he knew he would inevitably lose. Throughout the history of the Luoxia sect, no more than 10 individuals have managed to defeat a third-level Qi induction cultivator, while at the 9th level of body refinement. Perhaps Gu Feng stands among those 10, but he could never defeat 3 third-level Qi induction disciples simultaneously. Qiu Tian's ruthlessness is well known throughout the Luoxia sect. He is renowned for his meticulous approach, likely dispatching 10 or more cultivators to encircle Gu Feng. Former junior brother, you are being overly ambitious. If only you had limited the external assistance to 3 or 5 individuals earlier, Qiu Tian would have certainly agreed to this battle on behalf of his younger brother. After all, the Qiu family values its reputation. The women of the Su Nu sect approached gracefully, their waists twisting as they walked, their brows slightly furrowed, their tone sombered. Wu Qi and the others remained silent, merely surrounding Gu Feng, quietly observing him. This youth who had once robbed them, always with a smile, exuding a carefree demeanor. He was indeed greedy and stingy, yet possessed an indomitable spirit and unwavering will. This matter had significant ties to Gu Renkai and the others, yet Gu Feng said not a word, shouldering the burden alone. This sense of loyalty moved them, earning their respect. Former brother, let us reserve the first tavern for a banquet 3 days hence, renting out the entire establishment to celebrate your victory. Wu Qi spoke on behalf of the group. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's eyes lit up, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Who will cover the costs? We will. Chao Yuan scoffed, speaking in a deep tone, allowing you to eat and pack away 1,000 portions. He added with a smirk, the last batch is still uneaten. Let this one be counted as spirit stones. Gu Feng grinned widely. Everyone, thank you for your concern. In this battle, I shall live. While they perish, Gu Feng swept his gaze around, speaking earnestly to, former junior brother, do you require any assistance? The leader of the outer gate Su Nu sect, Qi Tingting, asked in a low voice. Yes, Gu Feng looked at Qi Tingting, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. Do you have any weapons like gloves to lend me? In this life-and-death battle, all items that can instantly enhance strength, such as explosive pills, are prohibited. However, all else may be utilized. Jiu Feng's martial prowess lies within his hands, and he needs a pair of fists. Such weapons do indeed exist. Qi Tingting beamed, retrieving a pair of gloves from her storage bag. The gloves were pitch black, radiating a faint glow under the sunlight. Jiu Feng glanced at the gloves and immediately felt joy. They were inscribed with 8 runes, a high-grade mundane weapon. The gloves were soft, seemingly crafted from some beast's hide, wrapping around the entire palm while leaving half of each finger exposed, not hindering gripping or pinching motions, exactly as he envisioned. How much for these gloves? Gu Feng inquired eagerly. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you wish to buy them? Qi Tingting replied with a smirk. That can't afford to buy, so I'll borrow them instead, Gu Feng said somewhat awkwardly. At this moment, even taking out 10 spirit stones would be challenging, let alone 10,000. Haha. I regret lending you these gloves. Why? I fear I want to get them back later. I am not that kind of person, Gu Feng assured, silently adding, that's a lie. Just then, Elder Lu approached. Jiu Feng, in the 3 days leading up to the decisive battle, you may stay with me. Thank you, Elder Lu. Following Elder Lu to the Elder Hall, Elder Wu, Elder Ming, and several other unfamiliar elders accompanied him. Jiu Feng, during these 3 days, I, along with Elder Wu and the others, will do our utmost to increase your chances of victory, Elder Lu stated solemnly. You, young man, are rather arrogant, dismissing the 3rd level of Qi induction. In these days, I, along with Elder Ming and others, will let you experience the true strength of the 3rd level of Qi induction, lest you perish without knowing how. Elder Wu snorted lightly. These words were heartening to Gu Feng. "Thank you, esteemed elders. I will remember your kindness." Gu Feng respectfully bowed to the elders. "Let us begin." Elder Lu and the others first had Gu Feng practice the 10,000 beasts technique, providing guidance and improvements on its shortcomings. Then they commenced actual combat. Gu Feng, the distinction between qi induction and body refinement lies not merely in strength, but more critically, in spiritual power. Those at the third level of qi induction will form a protective shield of spiritual power around them, making it exceedingly difficult for body refinement cultivators to break through. They can also imbue their weapons with spiritual power, allowing attacks to extend several meters outside their bodies. One must not be careless. Elder Lu and the others suppressed their full strength to the third level of qi induction, engaging in real combat while explaining, boom, boom. The outer gate Elder Hall occasionally erupted with thunderous sounds. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Feng rested for half an hour, elevating his state to its peak, stepping out of the Elder Hall with steady strides. "Gu Feng, here are some pills to restore your stamina. Take them as needed." Yin Cece rushed over, handing him a storage ring. Gu Feng nodded earnestly. At the entrance of the Elder Hall, he saw many friends, including Yin Cece, Wu Qi, Gu Renkai, the 5 brothers of the Xiong family, and the entire Su Nu sect led by Qi Tingting. "Sister Qi, if I win, could the debt of 160,000 spirit stones I owe your sect leader be forgiven?" Gu Feng approached Qi Tingting, smiling. "Hee, that is the sect leader's personal property. We have no authority to grant you such a favor." Qi Tingting giggled. This lad seems to be in fine spirits, still in the mood for jokes. "Very well." A sudden voice broke through, laden with a languid tone. Chu Yohuan strolled over. "If you win, I shall absolve you of the 160,000 spirit stones you owe me." Sister Chu's words were worth more than 1,000 miraculous pills. Gu Feng felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. He laughed heartily and took a confident step forward, heading toward the Fengyun platform. Chapter 37. Why waste breath on a corpse? On the Fengyun platform, a gathering of clouds and a sea of people awaited. At one side, Qiu Tian led dozens of others, having awaited this moment for quite some time. It was unclear what method had been employed, but Qiu Zhe's injuries had miraculously healed within 3 short days. Today, he stood, proud and resplendent, his garments billowing, restored to his former radiance and confidence. Behind him stood 30 neatly arranged disciples, all exuding remarkable poise, surrounded by shimmering spiritual light. What a powerful lineup! Initially, one would have thought Qiu Tian would only arrange a maximum of 10, yet he summoned 33rd level qi induction cultivators to bolster Qiu Zhe. It seems Qiu Zhe has also broken through to the qi induction realm. The pressure he exerted was no less than that of the 2nd level qi induction. He must have consumed high-grade heavenly materials. This feels rather unfair. 33rd level qi induction cultivators alongside one at the 1st level, facing a lone 9th level body refinement practitioner. Is this truly necessary? Such an uneven life and death battle is unprecedented even in the entire history of Yun County. Not only Yun County, but even when considering the grand history of the Great Chu, this is an exceedingly explosive occurrence. Ji Yufeng's defeat is a certainty. The only question is how long he can hold out. I do not know how long he can endure, but I do know that once I step in, he will be reduced to dust in a single breath. The crowd buzzed with discussions, astonished by the lineup dispatched by Qiu Tian. "Look, isn't that Huang Qi, ranked 56th on the Inner Gate Prodigy list? He has also been drawn to this sensational battle." Huang Qi, a prodigy who stormed from the Outer Gate into the Inner Gate years ago, now stands at 56th on the Inner Gate Prodigy list. Though 56 may seem unimpressive, to ascend to near the top 50 among over 10,000 disciples in the Inner Gate showcases his might. "Brother Huang." Huang Qi's arrival bolstered Qiu Zhe's courage. His chest puffed up higher, his expression growing prouder. "Qiu brother, this is your first time on the Fengyun platform, isn't it? I look forward to your performance." Huang Qi remarked nonchalantly, having come for Qiu Tian's sake. A mere 1st-level qi induction disciple like Qiu Zhe was hardly worthy of his attention. Then, Shi Hao, ranked 52nd in the Inner Gate, appeared. Heavens, even Yu Rulong, ranked 63rd in the Inner Gate, is here. The appearances of numerous Inner Gate disciples undoubtedly elevated the atmosphere to a new climax in these recent days. The prodigies renowned within the Falling Sunset sect seldom gather outside of the annual internal competition. Chu Yohuan, look, the esteemed senior sister Chu, ranked 5th on the Inner Sect's prodigy list, has arrived. A murmur arose as they noticed the figure behind her, none other than the former brother. Is he under the protection of senior sister Chu? It could not be mistaken. Numerous representatives from the outer sect's leading Su Nu sect were present as well. The crowd erupted with fervent shouts of Chu Yohuan's name, engulfing the Feng platform in a fervor. Chu Yohuan, a legend of the inner sect, possessed breathtaking beauty and formidable strength, leading the Su Nu sect, which ranked first among the outer sects, and was among the top 3 in the inner sect. Furthermore, she was shrouded in mystery, not being a local of Yun County, with rumors suggesting her ties to the Chu royal family, her father being a certain prince of the great Chu dynasty. Senior sister Chu, it appears your fame precedes you. Gu Feng observed the electrifying atmosphere with astonishment. Indeed, do you believe my rank as the 5th in the inner sect is merely due to my looks? Chu Yohuan retorted with pride, isn't it? Beauty and strength coexist, and that is precisely who I am. As Chu Yohuan made her entrance, Chiu Tian and the inner sect disciples nearby straightened their expressions, brows furrowing. Elder brother, why is Chu Yohuan with Gu Feng? Could it be that she, inner sect disciples must not meddle in outer sect affairs. She is merely here to observe, unable to alter anything. Chiu Tian glared fiercely at his younger brother Chiu Zhe, whose cowardice had deeply disappointed him, tarnishing the reputation of the Chiu family. Who would have thought senior sister Chu would come to witness this life-and-death battle in the outer sect? Chiu Tian approached Chu Yohuan with a smile. And who might you be? Chu Yohuan's question left Chiu Zhe's face pale, nearly losing his composure. Your Chiu family is quite impressive, sending dozens of third-tier Qi gathering disciples to deal with a mere body-refining realm practitioner? Chu Yohuan mocked, having seen their lineup, her heart tightening with concern. He is no ordinary body-refining realm disciple. Tread carefully. Chiu Tian responded with a dismissive chuckle. At that moment, a wave of more intense gasps erupted from the crowd. Chu Yinran, someone shouted, and the assembly turned in unison. There, a tall, cold-faced female cultivator approached, her graceful steps radiating an aura of elegance. She was Gu Feng's former fiancée, Chu Yinran. Giggling, Chu Yinran, were you not in seclusion? Have you emerged to witness your ex's life and death battle? Chu Yohuan teased, to which Gu Feng was left speechless. They had no ties anymore, yet she insisted on making the connection. Chu Yinran merely glanced over but did not speak. Beside her, a young male cultivator could no longer contain himself. Chu Yohuan, Yinran has no relationship with Gu Feng anymore. It was never there, nor will it be in the future, if you continue to speak recklessly and tarnish reputations. I, Dou Xiaojian, will spare you. Dou Xiaojian, I am conversing with Chu Yinran. What business is it of yours, you sycophant? Chu Yohuan quipped, causing all present, including Gu Feng, to break into laughter, while the latter's expression darkened with a mix of anger and humiliation. He then directed his ire at Gu Feng. You, brat, I spared you in Yunwo City. Do you dare come to Falling Sunset Sect and be oblivious to your impending doom? It was then Gu Feng recognized Dou Xiaojian as the young man who accompanied Chu Yinran to Yunwo City to annul their engagement. What do you care, you sycophant? It's been so long, and you still haven't gained her favor, Gu Feng retorted, unafraid to show his disdain. You, Dou Xiaojian's lips trembled with rage, wishing to retaliate against Gu Feng. Your physique is destined to remain distant from the great path. Why cling to it? Chu Yinran's eyes flashed with 2 violet beams, having discerned Gu Feng's condition. Mind your own business. Have you earned the 360,000 spirit stones you owe me? Believe me, I will bring Elder Lu tomorrow to collect, Gu Feng scoffed. This woman was insufferable, always maintaining an air of superiority. Indeed, the former junior brother is quite sought after. Chu Yinran, you need not fret. Chu Yohuan laughed heartily. Yinran, do not converse with such uncouth individuals. Let us observe how Gu Feng meets his demise. Chiu Tian understood that further argument would only embarrass Chu Yinran, and as her protector, he could not allow it. Call me by my full name. We are not that close, Chu Yinran replied coldly, prompting another round of laughter from the crowd. Suddenly, a flurry of profound light descended from afar. Landing on the elevated platform before Feng platform, Elder Lu and his party had arrived. Are both sides prepared? Let us sign the life and death contract. As Elder Lu spoke, Elder Wu produced a scroll, gesturing for both sides to step forward. I shall go, Gu Feng murmured, leaping forward, gracefully landing before the platform, seizing the spiritual pin from Elder Wu's hand, and swiftly inscribing his name. Seeking death with such zeal, Chiu Zhe derided. raising his hand as over 30 individuals followed him onto the stage. Elder Lu regarded the disciples with a frown but remained silent. Soon, both parties had signed the life and death contract. After Elder Lu outlined the prohibitive matters, he waved his sleeve, declaring, "The life and death battle commences." As the words fell, the disciples from Qiu Zhe's side rushed onto the Feng Yun platform. He stood firm at the forefront, eyes coldly fixed upon Gu Feng, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Gu Feng, you should feel fortunate that your short-lived parents perished without a trace. Otherwise, I would have exhumed their graves that day. Alas, I had intended to toss their spiritual tablets into a latrine, but was thwarted when you reclaimed them today. You shall learn the consequences of offending me." Qiu Zhe declared with bravado, his spirit buoyed by confidence. For this life and death battle, his elder brother Qiu Tian had invested considerable resources, recruiting formidable warriors from Lishan, all of whom were strong even among the third-tier Qi gathering practitioners. United, they could easily intimidate even those of the fifth tier, and no matter how strong Gu Feng was, could he surpass the fifth tier? Could he possibly defy the heavens? This time, he was as good as dead. Contemplating his imminent victory, he whispered to those behind him. The group of cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. Such scum was merely riding on the coattails of a good background. If not for the Qiu family's generous offerings, they would never have stepped onto the stage for him. In the face of Qiu Zhe's provocation, Gu Feng remained calm, his heart unwavering. Why waste words on a dead man? He walked steadily onto the Feng Yun platform, unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd. Formation. Upon Gu Feng's ascent, Elder Lu bellowed, and a luminous barrier erupted, enveloping the Feng Yun platform completely. The life and death battle is officially underway. Chapter 38. How unfortunate that you did not repeat your threats 100 times. As the battle was imminent, tension surged through the crowd, each person swallowing hard, holding their breath. "Gu Feng, you." Just as Qiu Zhe began to speak, Gu Feng sprang into action. Lowering himself, he clenched his right fist, compressing a mass of air that produced a soft explosion, unleashing a devastating punch over a distance of 10 feet. A formidable gust of wind surged toward Qiu Zhe's face. Everyone knew Gu Feng was merely at the body-refining realm. Yet to have not yet opened his dantian, he was far from being able to project spiritual energy, and thus, no one, including Qiu Zhe, was prepared for the oncoming attack. Boom. By the time Qiu Zhe realized what was happening and attempted to evade, it was already too late. The punch's wind struck him squarely in the face. His steps faltered, his head snapped back, and blood erupted from his mouth, the few remaining teeth now a memory. Waste. Gu Feng retracted his fist. Standing tall on the Feng Yun platform, his eyes filled with disdain, a sneer escaping his lips. What? A punch from the body-refining realm can generate such wind over a distance of 10 feet and injure Qiu Zhe. How much strength does he possess? It must exceed 100,000 pounds. Good heavens, he is a monster. This battle was not a mere formality. Gu Feng's fist had declared his unyielding resolve to win. Gasps of astonishment filled the ranks of the outer sect disciples, each one exclaiming in exaggerated disbelief. They had never witnessed such an overpowering body-refining realm practitioner before. Not only had they never seen one, but they had never even heard of such a thing. Gu Feng's seemingly effortless punch displayed a level of power that left them in awe. Even the inner sect disciples wore expressions of shock. Having once been in the body-refining realm themselves, they knew full well they could not reach Gu Feng's level, not even close. Only Elder Lu and a few others on the platform remained composed, stroking their beards, as they had grown accustomed to the astonishment over the past 3 days, their bodies having developed an immunity to it. Killed? Someone kill him. Qiu Zhe's face flushed with rage. He had intended to humiliate Gu Feng before the battle even began. But now, he was the one being humiliated. He clutched his mouth and nose as blood gushed between his fingers, his eyes turning a furious red, resembling a frenzied wolf. The 30 Qi gathering disciples on the Feng Yun platform exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. This battle was not going to be a simple encounter. The body-refining realm practitioner opposite them was not easily dispatched. Gu Feng's exhibited power rivaled that of any second-tier Qi gathering practitioner, clearly indicating he still held back. They cast aside their underestimation, drawing their weapons and channeling their spiritual energy, erecting protective barriers, fully aware of the serious nature of the impending clash. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhe, with a shrinking neck and an air of resentment, retreated behind the others, his eyes burning with anger. Observing the rising momentum of his opponents, Gu Feng's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. He merely tightened his fists, pushed off the ground with his legs, and charged forward with fierce determination. Bold. You dare strike first in our presence. A muscular disciple in the front row, devoid of weapons and specializing in close combat, roared, launching a lightning-fast punch at Gu Feng. Boom. The sound of their fists colliding echoed as the muscular disciple's expression shifted. He felt as if he had struck a diamond, a searing pain coursing through his knuckles. This left him utterly shocked. If he were fighting a peer of equal strength, he would not have been so taken aback. But the person before him was a body-refining realm practitioner. How could there exist such a formidable cultivator at that level, far exceeding his comprehension? Just as he prepared to retract his fist and strike again, he was horrified to find that Gu Feng had firmly grasped his hand, rendering it immobile, as if caught in a vice. Oh no, this is bad. The ominous premonition flashed through his mind just as Gu Feng unleashed a torrent of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Feng moved like a furious beast, sometimes descending like a lion, other times pouncing like a wolf, leaping like a deer, or diving like a hawk, utilizing every part of his body as a weapon. Hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, even his head and teeth, all became instruments of destruction, each bone in his body coming alive to maximize its potential. Beast master technique. He unleashed, his figure flickering, ethereal, encircling the muscular disciple while delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. His speed was astounding, his angles unpredictable, and the sporadic pulls left the opponent unable to muster any strength. Each time he attempted to counter, he was interrupted, and even when he managed to launch a punch, it invariably missed. The muscular disciple was filled with shock, anger, and fear. He wanted to retreat but found himself unable to escape, wishing to counter yet unable to strike back. The excruciating pain radiating from all parts of his body made him feel as if he were trapped in an ice cellar, the chill of death creeping over him. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Feng delivered a heavy blow to the back of the disciple's head. The muscular disciple's eyes bulged, filled with disbelief. Gathering the last of his strength, he turned his head wide with hair like a raven's plume, cascading evenly over his shoulders, and eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit and fervor. He donned a scarlet robe, stained with the essence of battle. He grew stronger with each clash, becoming increasingly ferocious, his arms swinging with a feral vigor. With a powerful kick, he sent two disciples, each at the third level of Qi, flying several dozen meters. Die! Shouted one of the enraged cultivators, his eyes ablaze with fury as he aimed his sword at Gu Feng's face. At that moment, Gu Feng found himself ensnared, with three cultivators gripping each of his arms and both of his legs immobilized. Success! Zhe exclaimed in exhilaration, believing that, in this predicament, even a divine being could not intervene. Yet, the next moment, he was left in a state of disbelief, frantically rubbing his eyes as if to confirm the scene before him. Gu Feng had, astonishingly, bitten down on the sword's tip, nullifying the lethal strike. How is this possible? Is he human or a monster? The sword, despite its owner's might, could not be dislodged from Gu Feng's grip. In the midst of the cultivator's astonishment, Gu Feng suddenly lifted his head, revealing a strange smile, and with a mighty roar, he hurled the 10 or so disciples holding him like mere straw men. A punch thundered forth, cracking the high-grade sword to pieces, which exploded into shimmering fragments, leaving only the hilt clutched in the trembling hands of the cultivator. The cultivator began, ready to unleash a curse, but Gu Feng did not grant him the chance. He swiftly seized the man's neck and twisted with force. Down he went. The remaining dozen or so cultivators recoiled in terror, retreating to huddle together. Gu Feng's ferocity began to erode their fighting spirit. Kill him. He's injured. Do not let him regain his strength. He is on the verge of collapse. As these words were uttered, all gazes turned toward Xiao Tian, who, despite his high rank as the 43rd on the inner sect's talent list, felt a swell of panic at the unfolding scene. Jiu Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. It was not a matter of oversight, but rather the sheer impossibility of a body refinement cultivator defeating 33rd level Qi practitioners. They had already dispatched 30 of their finest. What more could be done? The wind and cloud platform was finite, and no more could fit. Gu Feng had rendered him speechless, forcing him to disregard his dignity as he shouted toward the platform. This prompted blushes among the inner sect disciples accompanying him, while Chu Yohuan and others displayed mocking expressions. Below the platform, Tuaba lay trembled slightly, his serene visage betraying a tempest of emotions within. He could hardly fathom that Gu Feng could truly vanquish 33rd level Qi cultivators. I knew it. This lad is formidable. Refraining from recklessness in battle was the wisest choice I've made in over 20 years, he murmured to himself. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng is winning. He has already slain half of them. Yin Sisi was nearly beside herself with excitement, seizing the arms of Wu Qi and others, shouting with abandon. Miss, my arms are turning purple. Could you please stop squeezing? Wu Qi groaned, though he, like Guo Renkai and others, was filled with exhilaration, nearly bursting into laughter. Sisi, have you been mingling with him all this time? Just as Yin Sisi was in fits of laughter, a voice pierced her ear, causing her smile to freeze as she mechanically turned her head. Sister, when did you arrive? Yin Yeshua, not only a formidable 10th-rank talent in the inner sect but also a distinguished alchemist, was one of the few dual cultivation prodigies of the falling sunset sect. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Yin Sisi's, both possessing the grace of beauty, yet Yin Yeshua's expression held a weight of seriousness, indicative of her formidable nature. Yin Yeshua did not respond to her sister but instead fixed her gaze upon the wind and cloud platform. After a lengthy pause, she turned to Yin Sisi and coldly remarked, he is indeed the undisputed first among body refinement cultivators, but that is all. You are not suited for him, sister. What do you mean by not suited? Yin Sisi's face flushed red, unable to meet her sister's gaze. Yin Yeshua, you busybody, you actually have time to come to the outer sect. Before Yin Yeshua could retort, she was interrupted by Chu Yohuan, who approached swiftly, wrapping her arms around Yin Yeshua's neck and winking. Is it appropriate for an elder sister to say such things now? Is it of any use? What are you both talking about? Yin Sisi asked, bewildered. You only need to cheer for your former junior brother. Do not overthink it. Chu Yohuan gently patted Yin Sisi's petite head, smiling. If he can concoct the legendary Thunder Calamity Pill. Perhaps. Her trailing words left Yin Sisi puzzled, though she vaguely grasped that the Thunder Calamity Pill would greatly aid Gu Feng. The Thunder Calamity Pill? Isn't that a mythical concoction? Yin Sisi pondered. Does Gu Feng need it? I should look into it. On the wind and cloud platform, after Gu Feng obliterated the final cultivator's head, the battle reached its conclusion. The only two survivors, Chiozei cowered in a corner of the formation, frantically clawing at the edges while screaming for his brother below. Brother, save me, I do not wish to die. The platform was drenched in blood, and Gu Feng strode through the carnage like a harbinger from the abyss, exuding an aura of dread. Faced with the advancing specter of doom, Chiozei was paralyzed with fear, urine trickling down his legs as his cries grew more frantic. He resembled a girl encircled by a pack of brutes, helplessly screaming but too terrified to retaliate. Jiu Feng, whatever you desire, just let my brother go. Qiu Tian could no longer bear to watch his brother's demise and shouted at Gu Feng. 1 billion spirit stones. Hand them over, and I will spare this trash. Gu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Tian, a peculiar smile curving his lips. Upon hearing such a demand, the crowd rolled their eyes in disbelief. 100 million? The Qiu family doesn't even possess that much spirit stones. It would be a miracle if Qiu Tian could produce any. Qiu Tian's expression darkened as he bit his lip, enunciating each word with venomous resolve. Think carefully. If you kill my brother, the entire Qiu family will be at odds with you. Are you threatening me? Gu Feng's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized Qiu Tian. The two men stood at an impasse, their eyes locked in a silent duel, the fate of Chiozei hanging in the balance. The spectators contemplated the best course of action, believing it wise to compel Qiu Tian to vow, in the name of the Qiu family, to cease any future harassment of Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng was no ordinary man. He was not one to submit. A resounding slap echoed through the arena as Gu Feng delivered a stinging blow to Chiozei's face. Gu Feng, please, don't kill me. I know you love spirit stones. My family has plenty. Chiozei, having been sent flying several meters, crawled back, grasping at Gu Feng's pant leg in desperation. What dignity, what reputation, could possibly compare to his life? At that moment, he only wished to survive. Do you understand your errors now? Yes, I know I was wrong. I was shameless, I was despicable. Chiozei cried, slapping his own face while disregarding the dark glower from below. Say I was wrong 100 times, and I will let you live. Gu Feng's lips curled into a sinister grin as he gripped Xiao Zhe's hair. Speaking softly yet menacingly, Gu Feng's actions relieved Yan Cici and the others, who had feared he would indiscriminately end Xiao Zhe's life. The Qiu family's power was unparalleled among the clans of Yun County, having rapidly developed into the third largest force after the royal family and the falling Sunset sect. This outcome was optimal. It avenged their grievances while preserving a measure of restraint, preventing an irreparable rift. All present understood Gu Feng's decision. Even the elders like Lu Cheng nodded in quiet approval. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Xiao Zhe's sobs reverberated throughout the wind and cloud platform. Today, he had truly fallen, and his journey with the falling Sunset sect had come to an end. For a considerable time to come, he would have to conceal himself within the Qiu family's domain, biding his time in silence, as the crowd believed the events to have reached their conclusion. The atmosphere on the platform shifted dramatically. After Xiao Zhe's 99th repetition of I was wrong, Gu Feng suddenly seized him by the throat, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared, "Unfortunately, you did not complete your 100 repetitions. So, die with that." He struck, and Xiao Zhe's body remained still, his head spinning 180 degrees to face his brother below. His eyes dimmed, filled with unfulfilled resentment and despair, as he opened his mouth to speak. But with a twist, life ebbed away. Xiao Zhe, one of the three prodigies of the Qiu family, fell upon the wind and cloud platform. The world seemed to pause, enveloped in silence. Even the gentle breeze was stilled by the shock of the moment. After an indeterminate time, a piercing cry shattered the stillness. "Jiu Feng, I will kill you." The onlookers were left in a daze. They had anticipated Gu Feng would hold Xiao Zhe hostage to negotiate with Qiu Tian, ensuring his own safety while maximizing his gains. This was the logical course of action, one any reasonable person would take. Yet Gu Feng had chosen a different path, first humiliating Xiao Zhe into kneeling and begging for mercy before ultimately snuffing out his life without hesitation. He had acted with a decisiveness that left everyone astounded. This was it. Gu Feng and the Qiu family would be locked in a relentless vendetta. I must admit, I admire Gu Feng's approach. Did you think that sparing Xiao Zhe would shield him from the Qiu family's wrath? While this reasoning held merit, Gu Feng's unwavering resolve was remarkable. I could never muster such courage. The outer sect disciples, sensing Qiu Tian's fury, wisely distanced themselves, fearing retribution. Why, former junior brother is impressive. I stand by you. Chu Yohuan beamed, her perception of Gu Feng continually evolving with each display of prowess. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the tall figure on the wind and cloud platform, lost in thought. Beside her, Yin Yeshua maintained a composed demeanor, though her pupils narrowed slightly, casting a glance at her sister. Worry etched across her brow. As someone who had traversed this path before, she understood the lethal allure such a man held for an innocent girl, an attraction that drew one closer despite the evident dangers. Moreover, Gu Feng's appearance was not unappealing. He possessed a certain charm, accentuated by his tragic, solitary past. Like a celestial being, he stood aloof, commanding attention, and yet he seemed a stranger to Chu Yanran, who had once been betrothed to him and shared moments of companionship. Today, however, he appeared utterly foreign, a stark contrast to the boy she once knew. He is doomed. Dou Xiaojian scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips, as the grandson of an inner sect elder. Few within the falling Sunset sect instilled fear in him, and the Qiu family's prodigies were among them. He was acutely aware of Qiu Tian's vindictiveness. Gu Feng's affront had sealed his fate. The elders on the platform exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a mix of resignation and admiration. A true man should act thus. Qiu Tian's eyes burned with rage, his body trembling, his hair standing on end like an exploding meteor. The surging spiritual energy radiated from him, enveloping the area in a tempestuous aura. Gazing upon the lifeless Xiao Zhe, his hatred surged, nearly overpowering his reason. Jiu Feng, a mere insect from a small town, disregarding Qiu Tian's status as the second son of the Qiu family and a formidable innate master. Before all, he had crushed his brother like a mere ant, trampling upon the dignity of the Qiu family in Yun County. If Gu Feng were to escape this day alive, how could Qiu Tian face his parents? The Qiu family would become a laughingstock in Yun County. Get down here and face your demise. Qiu Tian roared, a wild beast unleashed, on the wind and cloud platform, Gu Feng remained unperturbed, smiling as if he regarded Qiu Tian's threats with disdain. Qiu Tian, do not be so agitated. Let us discuss terms. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. He had just murdered Qiu Zhe, humiliating the Qiu family, yet he suggested they negotiate. Not even the proud Qiu Tian could maintain his composure, let alone a saintly figure. Do you wish for your brother's corpse? I could sell it to you. Gu Feng quipped, raising Qiu Zhe's lifeless form, flashing a toothy grin. You. Qiu Tian was on the verge of madness. His fingers digging into his palms, blood flowing as he trembled in rage. I will give you 10 breaths to consider. Otherwise, I shall turn him into minced meat and sell him to the bun shop. Gu Feng paid no heed to Qiu Tian, casually beginning to count. 1.2. If looks could kill, Gu Feng would have been torn to shreds. As he approached the count of 10, Qiu Tian, in a fit of desperation, bit down on a steel tooth, producing his storage pouch and tossing it onto the wind and cloud platform. Thank you, young Master Qiu, for your business. This is for you. With a gleeful expression, Gu Feng accepted the storage pouch, dismissing Qiu Zhe's body as if it were refuse. Qiu Tian, clutching his brother's corpse, felt his eyelids twitch violently. Ultimately, he was still in the outer sect and held back, turning to leave. Meanwhile, Gu Feng leisurely rummaged through the bloodied remains, collecting storage pouches while chuckling heartily. His gains far surpassed the last encounter. Each pouch was bulging with treasures, including substantial spirit stones and rare materials. The only regret was the weapons he had shattered, which could have fetched a pretty sum. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Gu Feng leaped down from the wind and cloud platform. The crowd parted to create a path, their eyes averted in fear. Yin Cixi dashed over, circling Gu Feng excitedly. Why aren't you using the pills I gave you? They are too precious. I couldn't bring myself to use them. Gu Feng chuckled. I can rest for a day or two to recover. Spirit stones are too valuable to squander. From a distance, Yin Yeshua observed the pills in Gu Feng's possession, her eyelids twitching involuntarily. Hee, those pills bear your unique mark. Did Cixi ask you for them to gift to Gu Feng? Chu Yohuan teased, nudging Yin Yeshua, who pressed her lips together, her brows furrowing deeper. Come on, why are you still standing there? Didn't we say we would visit the first tavern? Are your injuries all right? They look severe, covered in blood. At Gu Feng's words, Wu Qi and others sighed in relief, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. Could this young man truly be human? He had just slain 31 third-level Qi masters and emerged largely unscathed. I'm off to grab a meal. Are you coming? Chu Yohuan asked Yin Yeshua with a smile. I won't be going. The latter left with a furrowed brow eye in the distance. Chu Yinran cast a lingering glance at Gu Feng before turning away. The night was pitch black as Gu Feng staggered back to his small courtyard. Prior to the celebratory banquet, he had made a detour to the outer gate trading house, exchanging all the items he had scavenged during the day for spirit stones. Gazing at the divine liquid in the 3 incense burners, which had been transformed from nearly 3 million spirit stones, Gu Feng took a deep breath and began the process of refining it. As he immersed himself in his cultivation, the pale white progress bar beneath the furnace slowly moved towards its end at a certain moment. It erupted in a dazzling white light. Gu Feng was jolted awake, his face a mask of astonishment and a hint of panic. He leaped from his bed and rushed at breakneck speed to the elder hall. Knock, knock, knock. Elder Lu, something has happened. At this moment, the eastern horizon was just beginning to brighten, the red sun peeking over and striving to disperse the dark mists. Elder Lu furrowed his brows as he stepped out of his room. What has occurred? Is Qiu Tian causing you trouble? Qiu Tian hasn't come. The thunder tribulation has arrived. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. You truly didn't drink to the point of confusion last night? Are you speaking in riddles? Chapter 40. What cultivation method? I know nothing of it. Elder Lu swiftly walked outside, gazing up at the sky. Seeing nothing unusual, he looked at Gu Feng with an odd expression. Explain to me how you sensed the thunder tribulation. Gu Feng mimicked Elder Lu's gesture, looking up for a long while, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he articulate this? At the moment of reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, a warning appeared in his mind, resembling an ancient language. Though he could not comprehend it fully, the essence of its meaning resonated with him. But now, with the heavens appearing tranquil, he felt uncertain. It's just a feeling. I can't explain it. Gu Feng scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. You must have been muddled last night. Your Wan Jiedao body will only face the first thunder tribulation upon breaking through to the innate stage. How could it possibly happen now? Elder Lu cast a sidelong glance, chuckling. Let's wait a moment. Perhaps I'm somewhat special, differing from the records in ancient texts. Seeing Gu Feng's resolute expression, Elder Lu shook his head with a wry smile. You may as well wait here. When you tire, come inside for tea. Time quickly passed for an hour. Jiu Feng gazed blankly at the sky, feeling an unmistakable intensification of his perception of the thunder tribulation. Yet no signs manifested. Kid, is there treasure in the sky? Before long, Elder Wu arrived. Noticing Gu Feng with his head tilted back, his eyes ablaze with anticipation, he inquired with surprise, "What are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for rain," Gu Feng replied without turning his head. After such a long time without the thunder tribulation appearing, Gu Feng began to suspect that perhaps he had indeed drunk too much last night and his mind was a bit muddled. What is there to see about rain? If it truly is going to rain, I should hurry back to collect my clothes. Crazy. Elder Wu laughed and scolded, walking directly into the Elder Hall, sitting across from Elder Lu and leisurely sipping tea. Did that kid Gu Feng injure his brain yesterday on the Fengyan platform? He was waiting for the thunder tribulation to descend. Who could know? Perhaps he would need to check on him later. Time soon reached noon. Just as Gu Feng thought something was wrong with his body, the previously bright sun was suddenly shrouded by thick, dark clouds. Lightning flickered on the horizon, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Kid Gu, you were right. It is indeed going to rain today. Aren't you going to return to collect your clothes? Elder Wu shouted to Gu Feng at the outer gate. The thunder tribulation is about to arrive. Gu Feng's body trembled as he hurried to the two elders, exclaiming in alarm. Elder Lu was about to say something when a sudden, apocalyptic aura froze his smile. He swiftly stepped outside, gazing at the celestial phenomenon. His face turning pale. It has truly appeared. Not good. Quickly find a place for him to face the thunder tribulation. Elder Wu followed, staring at the ink-black sky, roaring in urgency. The legendary thunder tribulation, laden with the laws of the universe, possessed the power to annihilate worlds, a calamity reserved for the mighty. Until now, they had only seen it in ancient texts. Witnessing the genuine thunder tribulation left them in a state of panic. The rumbling in the heavens grew louder, akin to a divine being striking a massive drum, rhythmic and resonating, stirring an involuntary fear in their hearts. The unusual commotion alarmed the entire outer gate, and even those in the inner gate climbed to higher ground to gaze in this direction. What is happening? How could the Wan Jiedao body attract a thunder tribulation while breaking through to the Qi-gathering realm? This contradicts the records from eons past. What should we do? Gu Feng's physique was not a secret among the elders of the outer gate. Yet none had anticipated that the thunder tribulation would strike so suddenly. The entire assembly of elders was thrown into disarray. Some proposed evacuating the disciples, others suggested taking Gu Feng to a nearby mountain, and still others, enough noise. This thunder tribulation cannot be too strong. Find an open space and let him face it here. Elder Lu, as the foremost elder of the outer gate, quickly steadied his mind and decisively ordered Gu Feng to confront the tribulation at the outer gate. Hearing this, the disciples of the outer gate understood, from this moment forth, that no one was allowed within a radius of 1 mile centered around the Fengyun platform. Elder Lu grasped Gu Feng's hand and soared into the air, racing towards the Fengyun platform. That moment, 2 disciples were engaged in a life-and-death battle atop the platform. They had yet to comprehend what was happening when they felt their feet leave the ground. Hurled far away, was Gu Feng. He was facing the thunder tribulation. Not far from the outer gate, Chu Yohuan swiftly realized the cause of the celestial disturbance. A look of disbelief crossed her stunning face, and the next moment, she leapt into the air, flying towards the outer gate. How could the thunder tribulation arrive so suddenly? It was too unexpected. He had not prepared at all. Elders from the inner gate of the falling sunset sect appeared, as did the sect leader. They closed their eyes and briefly contemplated, waves of tumult rising in their hearts, and hastened to the outer gate. Master, what is the nature of this kid Gu Feng's physique? Qiu Tian, his expression darkened, whispered to the elder beside him. He loathed Gu Feng, yet was powerless to act within the outer gate. The Wan Jiedao body, a legendary and formidable waist physique. The elder furrowed his brows. Wan Jiedao body? Qiu Tian pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. So it is the Wan Jiedao body. I should have anticipated this. He is fortunate to perish beneath the thunder tribulation. Chu Yinran also appeared at the outer gate, standing atop a mountain peak, her purple eyes blazing, fixated upon Gu Feng as she murmured, "The heavens are in turmoil. This life is extraordinary, Gu Feng." Yin Sisi stood at a distance, shouting towards Gu Feng. She finally understood why Chu Yohuan had mentioned the thunder tribulation pill yesterday. It turned out that this was what Gu Feng truly needed. The Wan Jiedao body? I thought he was a prodigy. It turns out he is merely a waste. I miscalculated. His strength is only in the initial realms, with no future to speak of, and no wonder he is unafraid of death and dares to confront the Chou family. He must have known his time was short. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Gu Feng remained oblivious. He stood upon the Fengyun platform, his expression calm. He had once fantasized about the arrival of the thunder tribulation and had felt fear. Yet now that it had truly come, it seemed rather mundane. I have reached the pinnacle of body refinement, my foundation solid. I will surely overcome this thunder tribulation. Gazing at the celestial lightning, Gu Feng stood tall, an infinite confidence surging within him. A fierce wind arose, swirling dust into the air, while the thunder overhead reverberated, sending tingles through his eardrums. The annihilative aura blanketed the surroundings like a tidal wave, spreading relentlessly. The entire world turned as dark as night. Suddenly, crack, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, flashing with a sinister silver light, illuminating the entire Fengyun platform. It struck directly upon Gu Feng's head, the terrifying thunder tribulation obliterating the Fengyun platform. Is this the thunder tribulation for the Wan Jiedao body? Elder Lu's lips trembled as he gasped in astonishment. The very first thunder tribulation had shattered the Fengyun platform, its contained power rivaling the full strength of a Qi-gathering 6th-layer practitioner. The subsequent thunder tribulations would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Could Gu Feng withstand them? At the eye of the thunder tribulation, Gu Feng gazed at his charred body and felt the excruciating pain coursing through him, his expression one of shock. The might of the thunder tribulation surpassed his expectations. No wonder throughout the ages, the Wan Jiedao body had perished beneath the thunder tribulation. Crack! Moments later, an even more blinding arc of lightning plummeted from the sky. Jiu Feng crouched, adopting a defensive posture, but was struck down to the ground. Pfft. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and Gu Feng coughed up blood, his complexion paling. He had been injured. The crowd gasped in horror. For just yesterday, Gu Feng had battled over 30 Qi-gathering disciples without so much as a cough of blood. Yet now, merely 2 thunder tribulations had wounded him, revealing their terrifying nature. Jiu Feng, carefully sense the changes in your body, operate your cultivation method, and open your dantian. Elder Lu shouted urgently as he witnessed Gu Feng's stubborn resistance. Cultivation method? What cultivation method? I have none, Gu Feng shouted back, his voice hoarse. What? You don't know you need a cultivation method to break through to the Qi-gathering realm? Elder Wu exclaimed in shock. No one told me. How could I possibly know? Gu Feng retorted, feeling somewhat bewildered. To be honest, Gu Feng had previously wondered if cultivation in this world didn't require a method. It turned out that it wasn't that it was unnecessary. Rather, for body refinement, it wasn't required. But to break through to the Qi-gathering realm, a method was indeed essential. Now, including Elder Lu, all present were left dumbfounded. According to the rules of the Falling Sunset sect, any practitioner who reached the 9th layer of body refinement was entitled to obtain the most basic cultivation method, Falling Sunset Dao Scripture. Of course, this Falling Sunset Dao Scripture was not the sect's core method but a simplified version. Due to Gu Feng's uniqueness, Elder Lu had assumed he was far from reaching the pinnacle of body refinement and, owing to common sense, had not reminded him. Thus, they found themselves in the current predicament. Quick, bring out the Falling Sunset Dao Scripture for him to see. Elder Lu shouted at Elder Wu. I don't have it on me. Just recite it to him, then hurry up. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded, with Elder Wu shouting the Falling Sunset Dao Scripture from a distance of a kilometer towards Gu Feng. What had originally been a tense thunder tribulation became exceedingly bizarre, evoking an impulse to laugh. Elder Wu, the thunder is too loud. What was the last line? Morning sun, ancient path, heart sinks to the bottom. Sinks to the bottom? How does one sink? Do I need to squat or something? No need. It's a state of mind. Do you understand? Then if I sit down, will it yield better results? Yet this has nothing to do with sitting. The key is, Then I'll lie down to cultivate. In the midst of their comical exchange, the third thunder tribulation struck. Chapter 41. The colorful galaxy. Stop reciting. He can't hear anything, Elder Lu interjected, seeing the two were completely out of sync. He quickly halted Elder Wu. Practicing randomly could be fatal. In this situation, with his mind already tense, how can he calm down to comprehend the meaning of the method? Cultivation would be even more impossible. Shall we merely watch him be struck down? Elder Wu shouted. What are you yelling about? Can cultivation be achieved by haphazardly practicing? His physical body is robust. He might still succeed in enduring it. Elder Lu bellowed back. Stop arguing and think of a solution. Amidst their quarrel, Gu Feng was met with the third thunder tribulation. Within the lightning, his hair stood on end, electricity coursing over his body, crackling with noise. His face contorted, blood seeping through his clenched teeth. As he endured the torment, an elder quickly retrieved a handwritten copy of the Falling Sunset Tao scripture from the Outer Gate disciples and hurled it towards the Feng Yuan platform, only for it to be obliterated by the thunder tribulation mid-flight. Ha ha ha, he's done for, absolutely done for. Dou Xiaojian danced with excitement. Silence. Chu Yanran shot him a disdainful glance, her voice icy. This left Dou Xiaojian's face turning pale, redirecting all his pent-up rage towards Gu Feng. May you be struck down, master. Is the former junior brother truly facing doom? Qi Tingting inquired anxiously. Without a cultivation method, he cannot open his dantian. He is likely to truly perish. Chu Yohuan's expression was grave as she pondered. Taking out a metal piece, her eyes flickered with indecision. Forget it. I'll tell him later about the costs of cultivating this method. If he refuses, we can always change to another method. With a sigh, Chu Yohuan shouted towards Gu Feng. Former junior brother, this is my cultivation method. It only has the qi gathering portion to assist you in opening your dantian. Survive this ordeal first, and later we can find a suitable method to exchange. I sit free. I have no spirit stones on me right now. It costs nothing, Chu Yohuan replied, her face darkening. This impudent lad, even at such a critical moment, is still fretting over money. Does he truly value wealth more than life? Fine, just throw it over for free. Upon receiving the metal piece, Gu Feng looked closely and was immediately dumbfounded. He did not recognize many of the characters inscribed upon it. Fortunately, disregarding the obscure characters did not hinder his understanding of the general meaning. Following the description of the method, he began to sense the spiritual energy within his body, threads of spirit energy traversing his meridians and gathering in his lower abdomen. At a certain moment, a resounding boom echoed within him, and a pea-sized energy sphere manifested in his lower abdomen. Every pore in his body opened simultaneously, ravenously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Good. He has successfully opened his dantian. Elder Lu sensed the surge of spiritual energy around them, his beard trembling with excitement. The opening of the dantian signified that Gu Feng was advancing towards the qi-gathering realm, significantly enhancing his odds of overcoming the thunder tribulation. Jiu Feng closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the Feng Yuan platform, his breathing powerful and steady, visible streams of breath flowing through his nostrils and entering his body, returning to his dantian. The pea-sized dantian began to grow, rapidly expanding to the size of an apple. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, the 3 incense burners in his mind erupted with a mysterious aura, enveloping Gu Feng's soul like a mist, instantly consuming it. His soul seemed to detach from his body, entering a strange realm. There, it was boundless and vast, chaotic energy swirling, devoid of time and space. No living beings in sight, yet brimming with vitality. Standing there, Gu Feng felt insignificantly small, yet without any trepidation. It was oddly familiar, as if he had been there before. In the far distance beyond that world, a slender, colorful galaxy slowly approached. Uncertain of how much time passed, the colorful galaxy began to twist, relentlessly battering against the barriers of this realm. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike resonated with immense force, causing tremors throughout this world. After an indeterminate time, a crack appeared in this realm with a sharp sound, emitting a mournful wail, as the colorful galaxy's assaults grew even fiercer. Crack! Another bolt of lightning descended, and Gu Feng, having opened his dantian, felt he had stepped into an entirely new domain. He suddenly opened his eyes, stood upright, and shouted with all his might, his entire being alight with spiritual radiance, dazzling beyond compare. as he hurled a punch towards the thunder tribulation. Boom. The unparalleled impact caused Gu Feng's lower body to sink into the ground, yet his upper body remained erect. Ha ha ha, is that all? He laughed heartily, his hair shimmering, his face radiating confidence, as if invigorated by a stimulant. He slammed his palms down, leaping dozens of meters high, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes against the thunder punishment. Witnessing Gu Feng's fervent assaults against the descending thunder, all present were left in astonishment. The rapid shift in circumstances was truly astounding. One moment he was on the verge of collapse, and the next, he was brimming with vitality. Each of his punches contained the force of hundreds of thousands of pounds, twisting the very lightning itself. Strong. The Wan Jiedao body that had broken through to the Qi-gathering realm was indeed extraordinary. Elder Lu stroked his beard, breaking into a hearty laugh. At this moment, the situation was quite clear. Gu Feng was on the verge of successfully overcoming the first hurdle of his life. What is so remarkable about that? The tribulation of the body refinement stage is rather weak. Dou Xiaojian thought to himself, feeling somewhat discontented. He did not notice that at the instant Gu Feng broke through to the Qi introduction stage. At the instant Gu Feng broke through to the Qi induction realm, the expression of Chu Yinran beside him turned exceedingly peculiar. After observing for a while, she furrowed her brows and silently departed. Damn it, this brat still hasn't died. Qiu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could shout to the heavens for a more ferocious thunderstorm. Qiu Tian, this boy's fate is already sealed. Do not let it disturb your mindset. His master beside him frowned and warned softly. Yes, master. Shishi, are you not pleased? The former brother has passed through the tribulation. Wu Qi, brimming with excitement, turned to Yin Shishi beside him, only to find her in low spirits, and couldn't help but ask. Yin Shishi merely responded with a nonchalant "oh" before turning to leave. After enduring 9 bolts of lightning, the sky cleared once more. Jiyu Feng stood on the wind and cloud platform. Invigorated by the newfound power coursing through his body, his heart swelling with excitement, as he peered inward, he beheld a dantian of unimaginable size in his lower abdomen, with spiritual energy surging like tumultuous waves. Surely no one possesses a dantian larger than mine, he murmured softly, estimating that his dantian was approximately 10 times that of an ordinary person. This implies that with the same martial techniques, his power would be amplified, and the effects would be more enduring. Coupled with his already exceptional physique, with just a bit of cultivation, he would soon dominate the Qi introduction stage. At this thought, the enhancement in strength thrilled him, but even more exhilarating was the change in the 3 incense burners in his mind. The golden mouth of the central one had also transformed. Well, it seems I've gained another golden devouring beast, particularly the golden mouth of the central burner. Well, another golden devourer has been added. I shall need to work even harder to earn money. Chapter 42. The hasty ancestor of the falling sunset sect Sister Qi. Where is your sect leader? Gu Feng descended from the Fengyan platform and made his way towards the Sunu sect, scanning the area but failing to spot Chu Yohuan. She has gone. Qi Tingting responded coldly, her countenance somewhat frosty, as though someone owed her a substantial debt, leaving Gu Feng somewhat bewildered. This is from Sister Chu. Please return it to her and express my gratitude. His face brimming with appreciation. Had it not been for Chu Yohuan's help, perhaps he could have forcefully passed the thunder tribulation, but it would not have been this smooth. The ability to cultivate a dantian 10 times larger than that of an ordinary person was due not only to his unique physique, but also significantly attributed to this powerful technique. Certainly not an ordinary one, no? Then you'll lend a hand without any compensation in the future. Qi Tingting snatched the metal plate, not bothering to look at it, and stuffed it into her storage bag. Undoubtedly not an ordinary one, is that so? Then when you require assistance in the future, will it be without charge? Qi Tingting snatched the metallic plate without a glance and stuffed it into her storage bag. Scoundrel? How did this make me a scoundrel? Gu Feng mumbled to himself, having never encountered that term before in this world. To him, it seemed to imply someone worthless. There was nothing to be done. He truly was quite poor, barely affording meals. Perhaps he could just offer them more discounts in the future. Former brother, you've kept us in the dark for so long. We never imagined you were the legendary 10,000 catastrophes body. What can I do? I'm genuinely struggling financially. I can hardly afford to eat. At worst, I'll just give you all a larger discount in the future. Former brother, you've hidden it from us so well. I never expected you to be the legendary 10 calamities body. Guorenkai approached with a smile. Previously, he had harbored grievances over his defeat to Gu Feng, toiling day and night in hopes of one day surpassing him. After today, he would no longer entertain such thoughts, at least not until he broke through to the innate stage. I'm a 10 calamities body, a notoriously weak physique. Do you not fear being embarrassed by associating with me? Gu Feng asked with a smile. Haha, embarrassed? The 10 calamities body, even if it vanishes into thin air at the next stage, would still be worthy of historical record. We, as witnesses to history, couldn't be more delighted. Chao Yuan laughed. Originally, with our qualifications, we would have no chance of being recorded in history, but now that may change. Former brother, you must strive to break through several more realms so that there will be more experiences to document in the annals of history. Wu Qi encouraged as he patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. I'll do my best. Gu Feng rubbed his nose, looking at the group of rascals before him. A warm current surged through his heart. Though he claimed not to care about others' opinions, being shunned by the entire world would be quite distressing. After all, humans are social beings. Aren't you somewhat touched that we remain unwaveringly by your side? How about forgiving the spirit stones we owe you? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's mouth twitched. How dare these kids have such thoughts? Several million spirit stones. Forgiving that would be akin to asking for his life. How about I waive a month's interest for you? Just kidding. The spirit stones have long been prepared for you. I intended to give them to you last night, but ended up drinking too much. Wu Qi pouted, then unfastened a storage bag from his waist and shoved it into Gu Feng's hands. Gu Feng's expression instantly brightened. The debts were being repaid, and he suddenly had the capital to cultivate again. This time, he did not toss the spirit stones into the 3 incense burners, but set them aside. Merely the body refinement stage consumed nearly 10 million spirit stones, and training in the Qi introduction stage would require no less than several tens of millions. Gu Feng bid farewell to Wu Qi and the others and hurried towards the Elder's hall. But by the time he arrived, Elder Lu had already prepared tea. Upon seeing Gu Feng enter, and Gu Feng bid farewell to Wu Qi and the others, hastily making his way to the Elder hall. By the time he arrived, Elder Lu had brewed tea and, upon seeing Gu Feng enter, pushed a cup towards him, signaling him to take a seat. In the future, make it a point to attend the lectures given by the outer sect elders. If it weren't for Chu Yohuan's intervention, would you still be sitting here drinking tea? As soon as Gu Feng sat down, Elder Lu began to lecture him. Haha, I'll be more mindful. Gu Feng chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not knowing such basic common sense. How large is the dantian you've cultivated? Very large. It's probably 10 times the size of an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu spat out a mouthful of tea, and Gu Feng quickly dodged. The 10 calamities body is that terrifying. I believe the powerful technique given by Sister Chu contributed greatly as well. Gu Feng remarked with a smile. It is indeed a formidable technique, stronger than the complete version of the Falling Sunset Sutra from our sect. Elder Lu nodded in agreement. Elder Lu, is there a continuation of this technique? Chu Yohuan only provided him with the Qi introduction section. To successfully break through to the innate stage, he must obtain the corresponding technique beforehand, and of course, there is a continuation. It depends on whether Chu Yohuan is willing to give it to you. Sister Chu is so generous. She should provide it to me, Ji Feng inquired tentatively. This is not about generosity. Given that you might perish at any moment beneath the tribulation, I suggest you directly change techniques for cultivation to avoid wasting her time. Elder Lu took a sip of tea and said in a deep tone, could it be that this technique is a family secret of hers? Would it bring her severe repercussions from her family, such as being stripped of her cultivation, expelled from her family, or even killed? As he gazed at Gu Feng, who appeared lost in thought, Elder Lu couldn't help but twitch his lips. He truly wished he could pry open Gu Feng's head to see what strange thoughts were inside. Otherwise, how could he conjure such peculiar ideas? You're overthinking it. If you wish to know the answer, just ask her directly. Elder, I've been meaning to ask, why does it seem like our Falling Sunset sect has an imbalance of yin and yang? After a pause, Gu Feng suddenly recalled the unusual phenomenon within the Falling Sunset sect. The Sunu sect ranks first among the outer sects, and nearly 2/3 of those in the top 50 of the inner sect's outstanding disciples are female. Among the top 100 in the inner sect's talent list, the male disciples who made it had all recultivated other suitable techniques after entering the innate realm. Otherwise, you'd see that the entire list would be composed of female disciples. Do you want to know why it's named the Falling Sunset sect? Elder Lu became interested and countered Gu Feng's question, I don't know. Gu Feng honestly shook his head. Because when the founder Luo passed through this place, it was at dusk, and on a whim, she established the Falling Sunset sect. Oh, you know how the names of the major peaks in the inner sect came to be? Because when ancestor Luo passed through this area, it was during the evening, and on a whim, she established the Falling Sunset sect. Oh, you know how the names of the major peaks in the inner sect came about? And picked several herbs to name the peaks in the inner sect, such as Banksia Peak, Dooku Peak, and Angelica Peak. Good heavens, the founder of the Falling Sunset sect was so careless. What kind of names are these? If you get the chance to enter the inner sect, you'll find that many of the names of the techniques in the inner sect's technique hall are quite embarrassing to speak of. Elder Lu chuckled. Gu Feng envisioned a scene in his mind. Two inner sect disciples standing on the arena, one shouting Ju Ming Zi sword, and the other yelling Beetle Palm, engaging in an exhilarating battle. One shouts Ju Ming Zi sword, while the other exclaims Beetle Palm, battling fiercely together. It would be quite a spectacle. Dangue Peak. Qiu Tian, you should have noticed that Gu Feng possesses treasures. A haughty young man stood with his arms crossed. Speaking nonchalantly, brother, the cultivation of the 10 calamities body cannot progress this quickly. He spends all day in the outer sect without seeking opportunities. It's easy to deduce he possesses treasures. Qiu Tian nodded. Find a way to figure it out. If it's useful to us, seize it. I'll go to Yunwo City and inquire with the Gu family. Be discreet. And once you ascertain the facts, annihilate them. The young man spoke coldly, as if exterminating a family was a trivial matter. Of course, since Gu Feng killed the third brother, the Gu family was doomed to be exterminated anyway. Qiu Tian grinned sinisterly. Chapter 43. Guidelines for Robbery, 1 Fish 2 Eaters. Upon exiting Elder Lu's quarters, Gu Feng pondered a question. Since the techniques of the Falling Sunset sect are mostly suited for female disciples, why do the prodigies of Yun County vie to join here? Although the Falling Sunset sect is the foremost sect in Yun County, it is not the only one. Moreover, there are powerful sects in other counties outside Yun County. Why don't they go there? Could there be some hidden secret? Unfortunately, Elder Lu was tight-lipped about this, unwilling to divulge even a word, which only deepened Gu Feng's suspicions. Forget it. I'll find a way to resolve the spirit stone issue first and not think about the rest. Before his transmigration, he struggled for money, and now, he finds himself in the same predicament, toiling for mere silver coins. What a laborious fate. Former brother. The end of the month is approaching, and this is a tribute for you. I hope you will be lenient when the sect distributes resources. A shy female disciple appeared before Gu Feng, her head lowered, seemingly bashful. Glancing into the storage bag she offered, Gu Feng grimaced and said, Forget it, take it back. I don't need these. Gu Feng had his principles. While the sect encouraged competition, he had at least undergone 9 years of compulsory education in a mysterious ancient Eastern nation. How could he rob others for no reason? Everyone is struggling in this world. One should not bully others simply because they are stronger. There are always others stronger, and the law of the jungle prevails. If you rob someone today, someone will rob you tomorrow. Why bother? To his surprise, as soon as Gu Feng finished speaking, the female disciple's expression fell. Former brother, please don't think the spirit stones are too few. This is all I can offer. Please, you must accept it. This, Gu Feng looked at her in astonishment, quickly understanding that they had become accustomed to mutual robbery and to purchasing immunity from being robbed with spirit stones. Seeing Gu Feng refusing her bribe, she likely thought he was intent on robbing her. How absurd. Does my face look like that of a villain? Gu Feng grumbled inwardly. Then, he reached into her storage bag and took a handful of spirit stones. This is enough. I guarantee I won't rob you by the end of the month, and I'll ensure you aren't robbed. Although Lishan belongs to the outer sect, it is an entirely different realm. The resources for disciples there are delivered monthly, hence they do not appear here. Gu Feng had the confidence and strength to make such a guarantee. Really, is it true? The female disciple was so excited she nearly cried. She was weak, and every time resources were distributed, she had to spend money to hire a powerful cultivator to help her carry them back to her residence to avoid being robbed. With Gu Feng's presence, she could no longer rely on the usual expert this time, and in desperation, she had to bribe Gu Feng to show him mercy. To her surprise, not only did Gu Feng not take all her spirit stones, but he also gifted her a protective talisman, which naturally thrilled her. Thank you, former brother. Thank you, former brother. After receiving confirmation, the female disciple expressed her gratitude repeatedly. As she left, Her worries dissipated, replaced by elation, and she began to boast to everyone, saying, "The former brother only took 500 spirit stones from me and guaranteed that I wouldn't be robbed at the end of the month." The pride she exuded was palpable, and she felt as if life had regained its hope. This news spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect. "Hurry and find the former brother to deliver spirit stones. It's only 500. What a bargain. It's only 500. Such a bargain. If you wait too long, you might miss the opportunity. The former brother is so formidable. He will definitely rob a few people at the end of the month." Everyone's thoughts were similar. Feng loved spirit stones so much that even the inner sect disciple Chiu Tian dared to extort him. Who would believe he wouldn't rob? Thus, a large wave of people set out in groups toward Feng's small courtyard. Initially, Feng tried to defend himself, but his explanations proved futile. The more he defended, the more unsettled the disciples became. Helpless, he decided to accept them all. The sheer number of people was overwhelming, and he couldn't keep track, so he called Wu Qi and others to help remember names. Guorenkai and the others were utterly stunned. They had never witnessed such a scene. Outer sect disciples were scrambling to offer spirit stones. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? From what they knew of Feng, he wasn't the type to act unreasonable. He may have robbed some bandits on the road to the falling sunset sect, but upon entering, he had only robbed the group led by Chiu Zhe, which had angered him. All signs indicated that Feng was a person of principles. They simply could not comprehend what motivated these disciples. Could this be the world of the strong, a realm the weak could not fathom? Yin Shishi acted as the chief accountant, watching over Wu Qi and the others with the vigilance of a hen guarding its chicks, determined that they wouldn't pilfer even a single spirit stone. "Former brother, you only took 500 spirit stones from them? I gave you 2,000. Give me a refund." Upon hearing that Feng only charged each disciple 500 spirit stones, Tuoba Lei felt he had been cheated. Demanding a refund, "Do you believe I'll rob you by the end of the month?" Feng shot him a glare. Tuoba Lei trembled slightly and laughed. "Brother, don't misunderstand. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. I'm not here to ask for money, but to help you keep track of the accounts." Feng tossed him a spirit pin, and he cheerfully sat beside Wu Qi and the others. "Everyone maintain order. Line up properly, no shoving, one at a time." This demeanor drew a round of disdainful looks from Wu Qi and the others. "Shishi, why haven't I seen you in the past few days? Is it because I'm a 10 calamities body and you don't want to associate with me?" Feng approached Yin Shishi and jokingly asked, No, I've been diligently researching alchemy these past few days." Yin Shishi hurriedly explained, "So diligent. You're a genius. You can ease up a bit." Feng smiled, noticing the weariness etched on Yin Shishi's face. "You mustn't slack off. I haven't made any progress at all." Yin Shishi replied with a grimace. "What exactly are you researching that's so extraordinary?" Feng wore a look of astonishment. He had heard from Wu Qi and others about Yin Sishi's extraordinary talent in alchemy, claiming that she was an exceptional prodigy, capable of mastering any pill with ease. Indeed, her abilities were astonishing. "Once the concoction is complete, I shall inform you," Yin Sishi said with a mysterious smile. "By the way, when will you take me to the alchemy hall? I wish to learn the craft." This matter had been on Feng's mind. Before finding a suitable way to earn money, mastering alchemy was essential, and he was determined to succeed. "The chief elder of the alchemy hall should be leaving in the next couple of days. I will call for you when he does," she added. For an entire day, the flow of spirit stones was relentless, filling one storage bag after another. Feng's mouth stretched into a grin that didn't falter, resembling a fool lost in joy. Among the many outer disciples, aside from a few who genuinely lacked spirit stones or were overly proud and powerful, nearly all had come to pay their protection fees. In the end, it was reported that around 6 million spirit stones had been collected. This indicated that over 12,000 disciples from the outer sect had sought protection. Imagining the prospect of making 6 million a month, translating to 720,000 a year, Feng reveled in the thought of effortlessly advancing his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi gathering. However, Yin Sishi's words plunged him into contemplation. With over 12,000 disciples seeking protection, how could you manage it all? Indeed, that is a grave concern, he mused. Resources cannot be distributed simultaneously, and with varying departure directions, not even 100 Fengs could handle it all. After a moment's thought, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Wu Qi, help me compile the list into a roster. I want 50,000 copies made overnight." priced at 5 spirit stones each. Are you mad? Spending 250,000 spirit stones just for a list? That's absurd, Wu Qi exclaimed, bewildered, while the others looked at Gu Feng with confusion. Why having someone copy it for 1 spirit stone each? I can sell it for 20 spirit stones a copy. As long as I sell over 10,000 copies, the surplus will be pure profit, guaranteed. Gu Feng's enthusiasm was palpable, and when the others remained baffled, he elaborated, with over 100,000 outer sect disciples, only 12,000 have purchased my protection. Among the remaining 90,000, at least 20,000 will attempt to rob today. That's not an exaggeration. Not just 20,000. I estimate at least half of them will try to rob, Guo Renkai remarked gravely. You think they would dare to rob those under my protection? The group shook their heads. Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to rob Gu Feng's disciples. Exactly. They fear misidentifying their targets and incurring my wrath. Thus, they must tread carefully. I understand now. Once I have this list, those disciples will no longer fear mistakes. In fact, even those who have purchased my protection will each want a copy. When faced with robbery, they can simply present their names from the list. It's like a talisman of protection. Spending 5 spirit stones on this is worth it. I would gladly pay. Indeed, with this robbery guide, they will no longer fear misidentifying their targets. It's truly a win-win, Gu Feng declared triumphantly. The group stared at him in astonishment, gazing at him as if he were a peculiar creature. Among the outer disciples, how could his mind function so astutely, coupled with unmatched strength? To earn 2 portions of spirit stones from a single venture was something only he could conceive. The previous elder might have been frugal, but his earning potential was undeniable. 0.6 million spirit stones in a day surpassed what many families earned in an entire year. Naturally, they could only envy him, for they lacked his prowess. Wanting to protect others was simply beyond their capabilities. Brother, may I propose something? Tuaba Lei inquired, a somewhat ingratiating smile on his face. What is it? Gu Feng asked. I will take on 10,000 copies for a fee of 50,000 spirit stones. You rascal, are you trying to profit off this? Gu Feng realized his intention immediately. Hee, I'll find some people to copy them for me at 2 spirit stones each, pocketing half the profit. Tuaba Lei chuckled. Fine. If you can guarantee that the 10,000 copies are ready by noon tomorrow, I'll contract it to you. Deal. Tuaba Lei swiftly calculated that earning 30,000 spirit stones was equivalent to acquiring a top-tier cultivation technique, igniting envy in Wu Qi and the others, who lamented their lack of manpower to capitalize on such opportunities. Don't fret. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn in the future. I plan to have the remaining 40,000 copies transcribed by the Sunu sect. They have many hands and can work quickly. With that thought, Gu Feng headed toward the Sunu sect. Chapter 44, A Deadly Trap. The Sunu sect was an officially recognized organization of the Luoxia sect, possessing a dedicated area for their cultivation, complete with an impressive structure that spanned an acre. As Gu Feng and Yin Cc stepped through the entrance, a striking female cultivator approached them. Junior brother, what brings you here today? Senior sister, I have a lucrative business proposal to discuss with senior sister Qi, Gu Feng replied with a smile. The female cultivator eyed him skeptically, suspecting he might be up to no good. We of the Sunu sect engage in legitimate dealings. We do not partake in such underhanded activities. Cough, senior sister, you misunderstand. I assure you, it is a legitimate business. Jiu Feng coughed lightly. How legitimate? She asked, casting a flirtatious glance at him, causing Yin Cc to bristle with indignation. Entirely legitimate. If we can reach an agreement, I guarantee you will earn 200,000 spirit stones. The female cultivator's eyes lit up at the mention of such a sum. Please wait. I will fetch senior sister Qi. Before long, the female cultivator returned, but without senior sister Qi. Senior sister Qi does not wish to meet you. You may speak with me instead. Jiu Feng paused, then inquired, is senior sister Qi feeling unwell? I have no idea, she replied with a dismissive shrug. Very well, I will explain. Please relay this message. Time is of the essence, and you must decide promptly. Thus, Gu Feng omitted certain key details and focused on discussing the copying business. The female cultivator's jaw dropped in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Despite the Sunu sect's considerable numbers, their earning capacity was quite limited. Their primary income derived from hunting beasts for spirit stones, a laborious and perilous endeavor. After expenses, their net profit barely reached 1 or 200,000 a month. The opportunity Gu Feng offered, earning 200,000 in a single night with zero risk, was an unparalleled stroke of fortune. Wait here. I shall inform Senior Sister Qi at once, the female cultivator exclaimed, rushing toward the inner hall. Inside, two figures sat across from each other, savoring tea. Sect leader, you should not have entrusted the Yushu Illusion Scriptures Solitary Yang chapter to Gu Feng. He is hardly a suitable candidate. It would be better to let Shu Yuheng cultivate it. Qi Tingting remarked, her brow furrowed. Shu Yuheng, the second-rank prodigy of the outer sect, was renowned for his talent. I have my reservations about Shu Yuheng, Chu Youhuan replied nonchalantly, and Gu Feng. Qi Tingting pressed. You place too much emphasis on its significance. I simply could not bear to watch him fall. That is all there is to it. He has merely broken through to Qi gathering, yet he has already attracted a lightning tribulation. His body, which has faced countless tribulations, is inferior to those of previous generations. He is unlikely to reach a level that could assist me. Furthermore, I have only granted him the Qi gathering chapter of the Yushu Illusion Scripture, withholding the subsequent sections. He will have no choice but to exchange for another technique. Hearing this, Qi Tingting felt a weight lift from her heart. Just then, the female cultivator who had spoken with Gu Feng entered. Sect leader, Senior Sister Qi, the matter Gu Feng wishes to discuss is as follows. The female cultivator quickly relayed the information and then stood quietly, awaiting their decision. You say this list is referred to as the robbery guide? Chu Youhuan inquired, her expression peculiar. Yes, the female cultivator affirmed with a nod. This lad stands to profit immensely. Chu Youhuan chuckled, then began to explain. Qi Tingting was taken aback. What kind of earning potential is this? Not only does he collect protection fees, but he also sells a robbery guide, reaping double the profits. Based on the number of entries on the list, Gu Feng could earn nearly 8 million spirit stones in just a few days, equivalent to the Sunu sect's income over 6 months. Tingting, you should negotiate with him to buy out his robbery guide, including the copying and selling rights. He eats the meat, and we shall savor the broth, Chu Youhuan suggested, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Very well, I shall proceed with the negotiations, Qi Tingting declared, standing up immediately. The potential profits were staggering. If successful, this single venture could equal their total monthly income. It was imperative to close the deal. Tingting, regarding the business I proposed, will you accept it? Time is of the essence. Gu Feng greeted her with a smile as she emerged. Is this your current associate? Qi Tingting did not respond but instead cast a cold glance at Yin Cece, who blushed deeply, causing Qi Tingting's expression to darken further. Yes, of course we will accept. Splendid. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can provide a portion of the deposit up front. What price do you intend to sell the robbery guide for? 20 spirit stones per copy. No discounts, no bargaining. Gu Feng stated plainly, a strange smile in his eyes. How audacious. 20 spirit stones for a single list. This is even more outrageous than robbery. Qi Tingting glared at him. Hee hee, Gu Feng chuckled awkwardly. We of the Sunu sect wish to buy out your robbery guide, including the rights for copying and selling. This. Gu Feng hesitated, stammering, what's the matter? Have you forgotten who provided you with the cultivation technique? Very well, what price do you propose for the buyout? Gu Feng inquired cautiously. 500,000. Qi Tingting pondered for a moment before delivering her offer. 500,000. You could earn 100,000 in a month, and you wish to buy it out for 500,000. How is that not akin to robbery? Before Gu Feng could respond, Yin Cece spoke up, her eyes wide with indignation. You little brat, don't interrupt. This is a business matter between me and junior brother. Qi Tingting rolled her eyes, convinced that the price was indeed steep. Yet she believed Gu Feng would ultimately agree. Gu Feng, you mustn't accept. The Sunu sect is attempting to extort your spirit stones. I understand, Gu Feng whispered to calm Yin Cece's agitation before turning back to Qi Tingting. Before he could speak, Qi Tingting continued, alas, our sect leader must have lost her senses to grant such a precious technique to someone so miserly. It is hardly worth it. Should we summon our sect leader to discuss this? The veiled threat in Qi Tingting's tone made Gu Feng feel awkward. He gritted his teeth and replied, 500,000 it is, a one-time buyout. Previously, I contracted 10,000 copies to Tuabale. You must purchase that batch from him at 5 spirit stones each. Agreed. Qi Tingting's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Upon returning to the inner hall, Qi Tingting quickly relayed the news to Chu Youhuan. Ha ha ha, sect leader, you should have seen Gu Feng's face. He looked as though he was about to burst. It was hilarious. The 500,000 price is indeed too low. I wouldn't have accepted it myself. Chu Yohuan remarked, her expression mirroring Qi Tingting's delight. With this arrangement, the Sunu sect will see an increase of at least 100,000 in revenue each month. However, it seems we lack sufficient spirit stones. Qi Tingting admitted, her brow furrowing. How much do we need? I can cover it. If it's not enough, I'll borrow. With 3 million spirit stones in stock, supplemented by materials for refining and alchemy. Along with Chu Yohuan's reserves and some borrowed funds, they managed to scrape together the required 500,000. The agreement was swiftly signed, and Gu Feng even included clauses for unforeseen circumstances. Satisfied with the 500,000 spirit stones in hand, Gu Feng departed, equally pleased with the outcome. Meanwhile, Qi Tingting and Chu Yohuan shared in the satisfaction of their deal. Ji Feng, you've made a terrible mistake. They used the technique as an excuse to extort you. Yin Cixi fumed, regretting their partnership with the Sunu sect. Ji Feng flashed a broad grin, remaining silent. Yin Cixi was all too familiar with this expression. Whenever Gu Feng wore it, it meant he was either scheming or preparing to pull a prank. Is there a hidden agenda? Do you think a sect would allow someone like me, who disrupts the rules, to operate unchallenged? Gu Feng murmured, I predict this business will likely last only this month, at most twice, before Elder Lu will summon me for a chat. Hearing this, Yin Cixi's spirits lifted. So, the Sunu sect's buyout of this business is likely to be in vain, potentially leading to a loss of several million spirit stones. Let them test their luck. It's not as if I forced them into the buyout. Gu Feng shrugged. Hee, you're truly devious, a surefire trap. 500,000 spirit stones might very well drain the Sunu sect's coffers. Business carries risks. Can I be blamed? Gu Feng shook his head in exasperation. He genuinely aimed to help the Sunu sect profit, but they had not appreciated his intentions. Teaching them a lesson was perhaps beneficial. It would illustrate that business is not as simple as it seems. Only upon recognizing reality could both parties engage in a more fruitful collaboration, paving the way for significant profits. Chapter 45. Stop right there. Are you disparaging my body refinement technique? Gu Feng made a stop at the trading post, exchanging all the resources received from the Sunu sect for spirit stones. With 5 million spirit stones in hand, he hurried back to his courtyard. Where did Wu Qi and the others go? I wanted to treat them to a meal, Jiu Feng muttered, suspecting they had left early, knowing they would miss out on his hospitality. After closing the courtyard and entering his room, he began his cultivation. Jiu Feng set aside the over 4 million spirit stones he owed to Guo Renkai and others. Considering them his future capital, he invested 6 million, along with the 5 million procured from the Sunu sect, into the 3 incense burners. The white incense burner received 7 million, while the golden one was allocated 4 million. Soon, both burners emitted soft, trembling sounds, akin to machinery commencing its work, with milky white and golden liquids bubbling forth from the bases. After about the duration of an incense stick, the trembling ceased, and Gu Feng's consciousness dove into his mind. He discovered that the golden liquid required nearly twice the spirit stones compared to the milky white liquid for the same effect. Let us try the golden liquid first. Jiu Feng inhaled deeply, swallowing a drop of the golden essence. After a prolonged silence, he felt no stirrings within, leaving him puzzled. After gulping down 10 drops of golden liquid, he became thoroughly frustrated, realizing it had yielded no effect whatsoever. To be precise, it wasn't completely useless. He felt a slight fullness in his stomach after consuming 10 drops. Could it be that I'm using it incorrectly? I'll investigate later. For now, let us refine the milky white essence. With practiced ease, he lined up the drops of milky white liquid like a string of pearls and swallowed them whole. Refine? He whispered, activating the unknown technique gifted by Chu Yohuan. A series of thunderous sounds resonated within him, heralding an approaching storm. His dantian swelled, sending spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, growing stronger with each cycle until it returned to the dantian. Repeating endlessly, the horizontal bar beneath the opening of the white incense burner began to advance slowly. Jiu Feng understood that this represented his progress in qi gathering. Watching his cultivation visibly increase was exhilarating. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Gu Feng's face, lending an air of mystery to his already handsome features. As he opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shot forth from his pupils. After several hours of cultivation, he had made significant strides. According to the standards of the 9 heavens, he was now between the 3rd and 4th levels of qi gathering. True combat strength should be able to defeat those at the 7th level of qi gathering. Gu Feng mused, lightly assessing his own prowess. The exaggerated speed of cultivation could undoubtedly terrify anyone who hears of it. Fortunately, his body of the 10,000 calamities always presented an appearance of merely being at the first level of qi induction to the outside world, preventing others from discerning the truth. Indeed, the 10,000 calamities body has its advantages. Gu Feng smiled smugly as he pulled out a roasted beast leg from his storage pouch and took a few bites, only to furrow his brow. With my wealth, how is it that I am reduced to eating this stale food every day? While he grumbled, he could not bring himself to discard it. Every spirit stone was hard-earned and deserved to be cherished. After satisfying his hunger, he began to contemplate the purpose of the golden spiritual liquid. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and his eyes lit up. I've got it. The cultivation of the body refinement stage requires no specific techniques. One only needs to consume sufficient amounts of the milky divine liquid to improve their cultivation. However, the cultivation of the qi induction stage is vastly different. Ordinary cultivators meditate daily, circulating their techniques to absorb spiritual energy and enhance their cultivation. While he needed to operate techniques to refine the milky divine liquid, by this reasoning, to refine the golden divine liquid, he would also require corresponding techniques, which Gu Feng surmised should be body refinement techniques. He needed to find a suitable body refinement technique quickly. Otherwise, he would be unable to refine the golden divine liquid. Body refinement techniques were relatively rare, and those capable of assisting Gu Feng through the thunder tribulation would undoubtedly be far from commonplace. Adding to the difficulty and giving him a headache, he resolved to visit the technique hall tomorrow morning. The moonlight was gentle, and the night sky was tranquil and silent. By the time Gu Feng awoke again, the outside world was already brightening. After hastily tidying up, he made his way to the technique hall. "Good morning, Elder Wu," Gu Feng greeted as he attempted to enter, only to find himself seized by the arm. Unable to move, Do you have any contribution points to the sect? Just running inside like that? Elder Wu chided. Gu Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Elder Wu, I was just about to go earn some points. I came here to check how many points are needed to exchange for a technique I like. To avoid wasting time running back and forth, get lost. No points, no entry." Elder Wu's eyelids twitched. This kid treated the technique hall like an ordinary shop, wandering in at will. If everyone followed suit, it would be chaos. "All right, Elder Wu, I will leave immediately," Gu Feng smiled and bowed out. However, when Elder Wu was not looking, he suddenly dashed inside. "Elder Wu, just a quick look. This brat?" Elder Wu sighed in exasperation but did not pull him back out. Gu Feng understood that not every attempt at bargain hunting would succeed. Without hesitation, he rushed to the third floor. The third floor contained advanced techniques of ordinary quality, significantly fewer than the first floor. His gaze carefully swept over each technique, but most were martial skills, with very few actual techniques, and body refinement techniques were almost non-existent. After much effort, he finally found one, but upon reading the summary, he lost interest. This body refinement technique, even at its peak, might not yield a strong physical body, clearly rendering it useless. It seemed there were no decent body refinement techniques in the outer sect. Gu Feng muttered, feeling disinclined to check the fourth floor, and directly returned below. "What's wrong? You seem to be unimpressed with the techniques in our outer sect's technique hall?" Elder Wu observed Gu Feng's furrowed brow with surprise. "Elder Wu, does our Luoxia sect have any impressive body refinement techniques?" Gu Feng inquired, frowning. "Of course not." The founder of the Luoxia sect, Master Luo Qingyan, was a female cultivator. "Do you think an ordinary female cultivator would willingly train to have her muscles thick and her arms thicker than others' calves?" "Wow, that's actually a valid point," Gu Feng laughed. "Well, I have a body refinement technique here. Would you like to give it a try? How much? If it's too expensive, I can't afford it." "You brat, all you think about is money? Haven't you got your head stuck in it?" Elder Wu laughed and scolded, pulling out a crumpled, yellowed technique from his storage pouch. "This is the same body refinement technique I practice. I guarantee it's impressive." Elder Wu smiled proudly, handing the technique to Gu Feng. The latter glanced at the technique and then at Elder Wu, who looked like he had no experience with body refinement at all. "Well, it doesn't cost anything, so I might as well take a look." Gu Feng carefully examined the first few pages, following the guidance provided to begin his cultivation. The golden liquid he had ingested the previous night stirred slightly before settling back into calmness. Gu Feng's heart raced, and in that moment, he confirmed two things. First, the golden divine liquid indeed required a body refinement technique for refinement. Second, the body refinement technique Elder Wu provided was insufficient in quality. Elder Wu, this body refinement technique is too difficult. I think I should focus on raising my cultivation level first, Gu Feng pouted, returning the technique to him. Elder Wu appeared smug, his eyes filled with the implication that Gu Feng's talent indeed made this a challenging endeavor. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Gu Feng dart away, clearly insincere in his assurances. You brat, stop right there. Are you saying my body refinement technique is too trashy? Elder Wu's beard quivered in anger as he shouted at Gu Feng's retreating figure. Chapter 46, Luo Qingyan, a peerless genius with the heart of an alchemist 5,000 years ago. Furrowing his brow, Gu Feng exited the technique hall, hearing a commotion around him, more vibrant than ever before. Robbery Guide, 20 spirit stones per copy, an exclusive transcription by the Sunu sect. Gu Feng focused his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. The efficiency of the Sunu sect was indeed impressive. Having completed transcription 2 hours ahead of schedule. Sister, how many people does your Sunu sect have to transcribe so many copies in one night? Gu Feng asked curiously, pulling a Sunu sect disciple aside. For copies. Even if 1,000 cultivators worked simultaneously, each would have to transcribe 4 copies, each containing over 12,000 names, roughly 30,000 characters. Even with cultivators' extraordinary speed, transcribing 2 copies in one night is already extraordinary, let alone 4, and the Sunu sect doesn't have that many people. The sister replied, glancing at Gu Feng with a smile. Oh, since I have nothing to do, I'll help with the sales. The scene was bustling with activity as cultivators lined up to purchase the robbery guide. With more joining the queue from a distance, 20 spirit stones, which could barely buy a single pill, it was negligible for those outer sect disciples who were willing to purchase to avoid angering Gu Feng. Last night, all 3,000 disciples of the Sunu sect worked overnight to transcribe. Even the sect master joined in. The female cultivator chatted with Gu Feng during the brief pause in sales. Sister Chu also participated in the transcription. Gu Feng found it hard to associate the image of Chu Youhuan with someone diligently writing. What can we do? To gather the 5 million buyout fee, we drained our resources, not to mention the sect master's savings, and we even borrowed over 10 million. Hearing this, Gu Feng's expression turned amusingly shocked. He had not anticipated that a mere 5 million could compel such a prominent outer sect organization to deplete its resources and incur debt. Apparently, the entire Sunu sect was less wealthy than he was. How poor could they be? If the capital isn't recouped, will your sect master be angry? Gu Feng inquired quietly, a thought crossing his mind. Angry? She would go mad. But it's impossible to incur losses. We set up 4 sales points, and within just 1 hour, we sold 6,000 copies. At this rate, we may not have enough even for 50,000 copies. Within half a year, it would all be profit. The sect master and Sister Chi were in high spirits, currently leading the disciples in transcription. Beside him, the sister excitedly continued. Gu Feng's heart raced, envisioning how furious Chu Youhuan would be if this business were to be banned. Sister, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. There will be a celebration banquet tonight. The sect master invites you to join. Never mind, I have an appointment tonight. A celebration banquet? Better not. If he got drunk and let something slip, he certainly wouldn't return alive. He hoped the outer sect wouldn't prohibit this business so soon, at least allowing the Sunu sect to recoup its capital. As he walked, Gu Feng silently prayed. What one fears often comes to pass. That evening, Gu Feng was indeed summoned by Elder Lu for tea. Present with him were Elder Wu and several other familiar elders. As soon as he entered, Elder Lu tossed the robbery guide in front of Gu Feng. Then, the elders began to chastise him, essentially stating that Gu Feng's actions had severely disrupted the balance of the outer sect, causing competition to become distorted. It must be strictly prohibited, and they decided to draft a prohibition order overnight to announce to the entire outer sect the next day. I promise this is the first and last time. Gu Feng firmly assured, knowing this was an expected outcome, though it arrived sooner than anticipated. Now that you are also a Qi induction cultivator, if you wish to rapidly advance your cultivation, you should go to Lishan instead of causing trouble in the outer sect. Elder Wu glanced at Gu Feng. What Elder Wu said is correct. Gu Feng obediently agreed. Is there anything else? If not, then you may return to rest. Noticing Gu Feng standing there, Elder Lu asked in slight surprise. I've deeply recognized my mistake and assure it won't happen again. But could you hold off on issuing the prohibition order for a while? Gu Feng tentatively asked. Why? Because if the prohibition is issued, I'm afraid Chu's sister will kill me. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu paused, Curiosity piqued about the connection to Chu Yuan. I bought the transcription and sales rights of the robbery guide for 5 million, Gu Feng said nervously. Cough, cough. Coughed. As soon as he spoke, all the elders, including Elder Lu, could not help but cough wildly. 5 million for a robbery guide. Was that not absurd? One might think it was a supreme technique manual that could make one invincible. You used this worthless catalog to swindle her out of 5 million spirit stones? Elder Wu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The catalog is still useful. At least I can guarantee that the disciples listed on it won't be robbed tomorrow. Gu Feng replied in a low voice. I initially intended to pay to have them transcribed for me, but they pressured me into buying the robbery guide. I refused, but it was futile. Under normal circumstances, I would recoup my investment in 5 months, but who knew you would issue a prohibition order? Gu Feng protested, insisting that he had never intended to swindle the Sunu sect at the beginning. You must have thought of this already. Otherwise, how could you sell it? Elder Wu squinted at Gu Feng, skeptical of his innocence. Gu Feng was clever as a monkey. How could he give up on over $1 million in monthly income for a mere 5 million? Anyone with a modicum of sense would not do that. He must have done it intentionally. I really don't know what to say to you. With so many disciples in Luoxia sect, couldn't you find someone else to swindle? Just get lost? Elder Lu said, exasperated, with a smile. All right, I'll leave. But what about the prohibition order? We will take some time to study it thoroughly to ensure there are no loopholes before issuing it. To avoid letting you exploit it again, IT will be done by the end of next month at the latest. Fantastic, Gu Feng cheered, wanting to rush over and hug Elder Lu in gratitude. His statement of studying thoroughly had saved his life. At least for the next half-month, Chu Yuan would not cause him any trouble. The day after the resource distribution, Yin Sisi came to inform him that the chief elder of the Alchemy Hall had gone out. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Following Yin Sisi, they arrived at the Alchemy Hall. The sight of the Alchemy Hall left Gu Feng momentarily stunned, giving him an unreal feeling. This Alchemy Hall. Are you thinking that this Alchemy Hall is too magnificent? Yin Sisi's eyes curved in a smile, as if she had anticipated his reaction. You should know that the founder of Luoxia sect, Luo Qingyan, had exceptional talent in cultivation but aspired to be an alchemist. This Alchemy Hall is the only one she personally supervised the construction of in the entire Luoxia sect. The inner sect was later expanded due to the growing number of disciples. Ah, that makes sense, Gu Feng nodded, realization dawning on him. And no wonder the names adopted for the inner sect peaks were all based on medicinal herbs. It seemed this master Luo Qingyan had the heart of an alchemist. This master is truly intriguing, but unfortunately, she lived over 5,000 years ago. Chapter 47. Understandable, yet unacceptable in reality. Stepping into the Alchemy Hall, a fragrant aroma of herbs enveloped him. Groups of disciples were gathered, discussing terminologies Gu Feng could not comprehend, with some showing signs of singed faces, evidently having just failed in their alchemy attempts. Upon seeing Yin Sisi enter with a stranger, they merely displayed mild surprise. Not approaching to inquire, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Is it common for strangers to enter here? Yes, disciples often come back with formulas they find outside, hoping we can refine the pills from them. Yin Sisi replied softly. These are the places where the elders usually hold lectures. After bypassing several classroom-like spaces, the temperature suddenly rose. Yin Sisi seemed accustomed to it, and Gu Feng did not ask further as she led him to open a stone door, revealing a descending staircase. Below is where we refine pills. There's a cluster of high-grade spirit flames down there, Yin Sisi explained as they walked. After descending several meters, they arrived at a large circular area. The walls surrounding the area had stone doors, from which faint humming sounds emanated. The doors that made noise indicated that someone was refining pills inside. Under no circumstances should one knock, as any failure in pill refinement would be blamed on them, leading to compensation in spirit stones. Upon finishing her warning, she noticed Gu Feng's alert expression and chuckled. I was just joking. Even if you knock down the stone door, they still wouldn't hear anything inside. It's all protected by formations. Yin Sisi found an unoccupied alchemy room, pushed the door open, and closed the formation behind them. The alchemy room was not large, roughly the size of Gu Feng's small courtyard, and in the center stood a 3-legged alchemy furnace, resembling the one of the supreme old man below the furnace. Formations connected to spirit flames, and faint flames flickered from the furnace walls, but the heat was still quite comfortable. Gu Feng marveled at the intricacies of the formations, which not only connected to the spirit flames but also insulated from the heat. Otherwise, If an alchemist failed to refine their pills, they would risk turning into jerky before the pills could be made. I'm not very good at teaching. Why don't you tell me which type of pill you prefer to learn to refine? Yin Cece said, sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, looking a bit embarrassed. I want to refine something relatively scarce, with high profit, yet not overly difficult, Gu Feng replied without hesitation. You think such a pill exists? Yin Cece asked, her expression somewhat odd. Probably not, Gu Feng rubbed his nose. Why don't you explain the pills you know to me? All right. Gu Feng listened attentively while taking notes, occasionally inquiring about the prices of various spiritual herbs and the time required for refining, pulling out a small abacus to calculate. Yin Cece found it amusing, knowing he was calculating which pill would yield the highest profit, so she refrained from interrupting. As they engaged in their discussion, 2 hours passed unnoticed. So, have you figured out what kind of pill you want to refine? Yin Cece asked, resting her chin on her hands and smiling. For some reason, she enjoyed watching Gu Feng, someone evidently wealthy, yet still desperately pursuing wealth. I'll go with the bone-washing pill. It has the highest overall profit margin and is suitable for any cultivator at the body refinement stage. Gu Feng stated solemnly. Indeed, the demand for the bone-cleansing pill far exceeds supply, yet the difficulty of its creation is substantial. Success is not guaranteed, Yin Cece remarked with a slight frown. Every disciple in the external alchemy hall aspired to concoct the bone-cleansing pill, but alas, only a mere handful had managed to do so. Moreover, the yield was low. Even under relentless effort for 12 hours, one could only produce 2 batches, yielding a maximum of 4 or 5 pills per batch. Many earnest disciples of the alchemy hall struggled to succeed. Could Gu Feng truly achieve it? However, to avoid dampening Gu Feng's enthusiasm, Yin Cece refrained from voicing her doubts and instead smiled. Very well. I shall teach you. I possess innate talent. Guide me directly in the process, Gu Feng declared, lacking the patience to wait nearly 5 hours for a single batch. It's better to dive in directly. After all, you might not grasp it just by watching. With that, Yin Cece opened her storage bag, extracting dozens of spiritual herbs and a small scale. 1 tail of candlegrass, 3 Qinglian fruits, 3 tails of shimbing flowers. Soon, she neatly arranged the various herbs on a white cloth and presented them before Gu Feng. I have gathered all the necessary herbs. We shall commence the concoction shortly. I will guide you, and you will handle the herbs while adhering to my instructions regarding the flame's intensity. Understood. This should be simple, Gu Feng responded confidently, convinced that this was merely a mechanical process that would become second nature after a few practice sessions. He could not fathom why the disciples of the alchemy hall found it challenging. With a sudden flare, flames erupted, turning the cauldron a glowing red, causing the temperature in the alchemy chamber to soar. Reduce the flame slightly. Is this sufficient? A tad larger. What about now? Decrease it just a bit. Oh, splendid. Is this about right? Maintain it for a while to ensure the cauldron is evenly heated. Add the candle grass. Understood. I'm adding it. Ouch, that's hot. Let's restart. You tossed half of the candle grass outside. Ji Feng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he saw the herbs stuck to the cauldron's outer wall. He had messed up on the first step. Perhaps you should demonstrate it first, he suggested sheepishly. No worries. My first attempt was not much better, Yin Cece reassured him with a smile. With a graceful motion, Yin Cece performed the simple act of tossing herbs, captivating Gu Feng's attention. Time slipped by unnoticed until she called out, "Rise!" The spirit fire extinguished abruptly, and the small lid atop the cauldron flew off, accompanied by several pills. Quick as a flash, Yin Cece leaped up and snatched the pills. "How many did you produce?" Gu Feng eagerly inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 5. Yin Cece beamed, silently relieved that she had not embarrassed herself before Gu Feng. 5 pills equaled her record for a single batch of the bone-cleansing pill. Remarkable, Gu Feng exclaimed without reservation, his eyes filled with envy. Yin Cece's success bolstered his confidence immeasurably. In the following days, he mastered each step, beginning to concoct alone. However, the results were disappointing. Despite his utmost caution, the cauldron would inevitably explode. This alchemy is far too difficult, Gu Feng lamented, lying back on the ground, his face darkened with frustration. He had never encountered a task more challenging than alchemy. Cece, what exactly constitutes alchemical talent? After a brief pause, he could no longer contain his curiosity. I don't know. Even the elders of the alchemy hall are unclear on this matter. From my perspective, if you can successfully concoct a pill, that is a sign of talent. Do you understand my explanation? Yin Cece cautiously asked. I think I do, but I cannot accept this harsh reality. Gu Feng understood perfectly well. It was akin to encountering prodigies in 9 years of compulsory education, despite being in the same classroom, studying the same material for the same duration. Some scored perfect marks while he barely passed. In essence, talent was outcome-oriented. If your cultivation advanced swiftly and you mastered techniques quickly, you were deemed talented. Otherwise, you were not. Will you continue learning alchemy? Yin Cece inquired softly, squatting beside Gu Feng. Yes. For the sake of spirit stones, I shall learn regardless of my lack of talent. I believe effort will ultimately yield rewards. Bring me some books related to alchemy. I wish to study, research, and concoct simultaneously. This mere bone-cleansing pill shall be mastered, Gu Feng declared vehemently. Amidst his grandiose proclamations, he failed to hear a faint, derisive laughter echoing from the depths below. Chapter 48. A new marketing strategy, the frantic Chu Yohuan. Yin Cece also had her own cultivation to attend to, and it was inappropriate for her to remain by his side indefinitely. Thus, Gu Feng requested that she find him a separate alchemy room where he could focus on his studies. Over the course of 10 days, Gu Feng resided there, enduring countless cauldron explosions daily. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have perished in that chamber. Alchemy was not merely a technical skill. It was a dual test of body and willpower. This moment, he appeared somewhat haggard, with sunken eyes, disheveled hair, a tattered robe, and a soot-stained body, yet his gaze burned intensely as he focused on the cauldron. After enduring 500 or 600 failures, he finally glimpsed the light of success. With a subtle metallic tremor, the lid of the cauldron flew off, and Gu Feng leaped high, catching several glimmering pills in his hands. Ha ha ha, I did it, I succeeded, he shouted with unrestrained elation, rushing out of the alchemy room. With a loud thud, he collided with a disciple of the alchemy hall. Who are you? The disciple groaned, clutching his forehead in pain. You may refer to me as the god of pills, Gu Feng proclaimed proudly, causing the disciple to stare at him in bewilderment as he hurried to the ground. Great, another lunatic. That makes the 7th disciple this year to lose their sanity over alchemy. Cece, I have succeeded, he exclaimed as he rushed to Yin Cece's usual spot for researching pill formulas. What? You succeeded? Yin Cece dropped her book and hurried over to him, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the 9 plump pills in Gu Feng's hands. 9.9 pills? You produced 9 from a single batch? Yin Cece was utterly astounded. The bone-cleansing pill was notorious for its difficulty. Even the elders of the alchemy hall rarely managed to produce 9 in one go. Yet Gu Feng had done it. The aroma was undoubtedly authentic, and the quality was impressive, with 6 runes adorning the surface, clearly indicating it had reached the pinnacle of mid-grade quality. Could it be that you are truly a genius in alchemy? Ha ha ha, you flatter me, Gu Feng chuckled triumphantly. Let's test the efficacy. As she spoke, Yin Cece pulled Gu Feng toward a device resembling a compass, placing one of the pills into its slot. Moments later, the device vibrated gently, accompanied by a faint glow, and the needle began to tremble. How is it? Is the pill effective? Gu Feng inquired softly. Yin Cece furrowed her brow, her expression clouded with confusion. Despite the presence of 6 runes and the rich aroma, the efficacy seemed weak, only about 1/3 that of a typical bone-cleansing pill. How long did it take you to concoct this? She asked, turning to him. 1 hour. What? 1 hour to produce it? Yin Cece's eyes widened in disbelief, almost bulging from their sockets. How could it possibly be completed in just 1 hour? What is unreasonable about it? I improved the concoction method, reducing costs and expediting the process. Is the efficacy subpar? Gu Feng asked anxiously. After several days of research, he realized that without innate talent, producing a genuine bone-cleansing pill was nearly impossible. Thus, he had taken a different approach, altering the herb ratios and the order of their addition. What? You modified the formula and the method? Yin Cece's pupils constricted sharply. The formula for the bone-cleansing pill had been refined through countless iterations and had reached a point of no further improvement. Find a spirit beast to test the efficacy. If this new method is valid, the testing will yield insights. Only through direct trials can we truly assess its effectiveness. Before long, Yin Cece procured a snow-white spirit beast resembling a giant mouse, significantly larger than an ordinary mouse, specifically used for testing alchemical effects. Feed it a pill. All right. Gu Feng placed a pill into the creature's mouth, and soon after, it displayed an expression of delight. Yin Cece fixated on the spirit beast, occasionally touching its forehead to sense any changes within. How is it? Does it work? Gu Feng asked anxiously. There is an effect, but the potency is only 1/3. It cannot be considered a true bone-cleansing pill. Yin Cece replied, pursing her lips. Only 1/3, that's still something. If the price is lower, surely someone will buy it, Gu Feng suggested uncertainly. If there are no adverse effects, it will definitely sell. By the way, what is your cost? Each batch costs only 1/10 of the original, Gu Feng answered honestly. Observe it for a while longer. If there are no side effects, we can sell it. All cultivators will know the effects of a pill upon consumption, and prolonged clinical trials are unnecessary. However, just as Yin Cece finished speaking, the spirit beast suddenly displayed signs of distress, its legs tensing, eyes darting as if searching for something. In an instant, it dashed away, seizing an unknown object to place beneath itself. The sound of splashing and a putrid odor filled the air. Yin Cece and Gu Feng exchanged glances, both recognizing their mutual embarrassment. This pill has no other side effects. Except for diarrhea? Yin Cece murmured. Even if priced attractively, it would be challenging to persuade anyone to spend money on such a pill. Yet Gu Feng remained optimistic, reasoning that the efficacy was genuine, and diarrhea was harmless. As long as the price was appealing, there would surely be buyers. After all, authentic bone-cleansing pills were scarce and hard to procure. Worst comes to worst, I can cultivate while seated on the toilet. In a world where strength reigns supreme, power is paramount, and this minor drawback is inconsequential. With this thought, Gu Feng solemnly stated to Yin Cece, I intend to mass-produce this pill for sale. He decided to name it the cleansing bone pill. You are quite clever. Without careful examination, one might not discern the difference between cleansing and washing. Yin Cece chuckled, covering her mouth. Gu Feng had not only altered the character washing to cleansing, but had also disguised the packaging to resemble authentic bone-cleansing pills. It was only upon Gu Feng's suggestion that she noticed the subtlety. Without close inspection, it was nearly indistinguishable. Heh, it's a marketing strategy, Gu Feng grinned. What price do you intend to set? What is the cost of a genuine bone-cleansing pill? A vial of 9 costs around 20,000 spirit stones, while a single one can sell for about 2,500 spirit stones. Yin Cece pondered before replying. Perfect, let us set the price accordingly. Isn't that a bit unethical? Yin Cece expressed concern. If external disciples purchased counterfeit pills at the price of authentic ones, they would likely come looking for trouble the next day. I have considered the after-sales aspect as well. Observe this. Gu Feng retrieved a small wooden board from his storage bag, prominently displaying the words, money-back guarantee. Triple refund for counterfeits. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll simply give them 4 vials. Who would be foolish enough to provoke me? Upon hearing this, Yin Cece was left speechless. Cece, take this spirit stone and procure 400,000 spirit stones worth of herbs for me. Then find a spacious alchemy room with at least 10 cauldrons. I intend to devote myself entirely to alchemy for a while. All right, just as Gu Feng immersed himself in alchemy, a decree was issued by the external sect as the month drew to a close. To be precise, this decree primarily affected the Sunu sect while having minimal impact on ordinary disciples. You wretched scoundrel, wherever you are, I will have your head. Torn between fury and disbelief, Chu Yohuan tore the prohibition notice in her hands. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. No wonder Gu Feng had easily severed ties with them regarding the robbery guide. He had clearly anticipated this day. Seething with rage, her long hair whipped about her as she hefted a massive 40-meter-long sword, leading a procession of the Sunu sect toward Gu Feng's courtyard. She was truly furious. The decree from the external sect had caused her to incur a loss of 400,000 spirit stones, bringing her already struggling sect to the brink of bankruptcy. Over the past month, every disciple of the Sunu sect had been lethargic in their beast-hunting endeavors. Even more absurdly, Chu Yohuan had assumed she had acquired a golden goose, launching into a premature spending spree. Now, she found herself utterly destitute, burdened with debts, awaiting the month's end to recover her finances, only to find herself in this predicament. Gu Feng, you worthless scoundrel, get out here. Chapter 49. Let the Sunu sect rent land to build toilets? The Sunu sect advanced with a fierce determination, akin to a tempest sweeping through, arriving directly at Gu Feng's courtyard. Ting ting, Chu Yohuan bellowed, brandishing her sword. Surround the courtyard. No flies are to escape. Yes, Chi Ting Ting grimaced, leading a group of female cultivators to encircle the courtyard tightly. Feng, come out, you scoundrel. The collective voices of the female cultivators resonated, drawing the attention of passers-by, all wondering what heinous act Feng had committed to warrant such a formidable display from the Sunu sect. Make way! What transpired inside? Wu Qi, who had come to find Feng, squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing the scene before him, he froze momentarily, then instinctively recoiled, wishing to slip away unnoticed. The Sunu sect was not to be trifled with, however. He was spotted by Chu Yohuan. Stop! Do you know where Feng is? Chu Yohuan omitted his previous title of junior brother, directly calling Feng's name. This was a clear sign of her extreme anger, feeling the intensity of her gaze, drawing the attention of passers-by, all wondering what heinous act Feng had committed to warrant such a formidable display from the Sunu sect. Make way! What transpired inside? Wu Qi, who had come to find Feng. Surely you know his whereabouts? I genuinely don't know. I wish to find him as well. Wu Qi's lips twitched. The phrase thick as thieves fit all too well. Crouch down and cover your head. As long as Feng remains absent, you shall remain here. Chu Yohuan commanded coldly. Crouching down is a bit much. It would be quite embarrassing. How about I just stand here, with my meager skills? Do you think I would run away? Wu Qi chuckled bitterly, finding it humiliating to crouch in front of so many onlookers. Either lie down or crouch. The choice is yours. Chu Yohuan glared at him. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly crouched down, clasping his head, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Master, that scoundrel Feng is likely absent. He probably fled. Just then, Qi Tingting approached with a furrowed brow. Impossible. Qiu Tian is keeping a close watch on him. He must still be within the external sect. Chu Yohuan asserted confidently. Feng has killed Qiu Zhe and thoroughly offended Qiu Tian. Under such circumstances, he would not dare leave the external sect. This cunning lad wouldn't give Qiu Tian an opportunity. Among you, who knows Feng's whereabouts? Chu Yuhuan cast a sweeping glance around, inquiring aloud. A fortnight ago, I observed my predecessor with Yin Cece from the alchemy hall. A disciple stepped forward, eager to ingratiate himself, exclaiming, "This is the unparalleled celestial maiden ranked 5th within the inner sect. If I could become acquainted with her, the benefits would be immeasurable." In the alchemy hall? I should have anticipated this, Chu Yuhuan murmured, then turned to the disciple, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Very well, what is your name? Upon hearing this, the disciple's excitement surged. Did Chu Yuhuan intend to reward him? He hastily replied, I am Ho Zisong. Ho Zisong, you are quite commendable. Once I capture that rascal Feng, I shall inform him that it was an outer sect disciple named Ho Zisong who betrayed him. Upon these words, Wu Qi, squatting on the ground, erupted into laughter, leaving Ho Zisong utterly bewildered. Laughter echoed around them. Let us proceed to the alchemy hall. The phrase like the wind aptly described the swift movement of the group from the Suin sect. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the alchemy hall's entrance. Just as they arrived, Yin Cece returned with medicinal materials. Upon seeing Wu Qi surrounded and the grim expression on Chu Yuhuan's face, she crouched low, attempting to slip in through a side door. Cece, hello, senior sister Chuyu. What a coincidence, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Yin Cece dashed away. Chu Yuhuan let out a cold laugh. Internally convinced that Feng was indeed hiding within, you think that hiding in the alchemy hall will render you safe from me? You all wait here. I will go in and drag that boy out. After briefly instructing them, Chu Yuhuan entered the alchemy hall. Endowed with beauty and remarkable talent, Chu Yuhuan exuded an air of nobility that was rare among common folk. Her mere presence ignited excitement among the alchemy hall disciples, who had previously been engrossed in their craft. Which direction did Yin Cece take? To the alchemy chamber, a disciple stuttered, his excitement causing his lips to tremble, his eyes glazed over. How fortunate he felt, having briefly trained in the outer sect. Chu Yuhuan was well acquainted with the layout of the alchemy hall, and soon she reached the underground alchemy chamber. Feng, senior sister Chuyu has come. What should we do? In a chamber on the second underground level, Yin Cece, upon entering, promptly shut the door and activated the formation at full power. Is it already the end of the month? Feng, who had just finished refining a batch of pills, furrowed his brow but bore no trace of anxiety. Immersed in his alchemical pursuits day and night, he had long since pushed this matter to the back of his mind, exhilarated by the success of each furnace. "Aren't you worried she might come knocking?" Yin Cece asked, surprised by Gu Feng's nonchalance. "Heh, this is the alchemy hall. Does she dare to intrude? Even if she did, that formation would likely thwart her efforts. Besides, she is not that kind of person," Gu Feng replied dismissively. "You certainly hold her in high regard. After all, you caused her a loss of 400,000 spirit stones," Yin Cece remarked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "Business comes with risks. There are contracts in black and white. She is not one to disregard reason," Gu Feng replied, remaining unfazed. "Do you even believe that?" Yin Cece shot him an incredulous look. 400,000 spirit stones was an astronomical sum even for inner sect disciples. Not everyone, like Gu Feng, could casually spend millions on alchemical materials. "Have you devised a strategy? Is that why you're so confident?" Yin Cece questioned, suspicion creeping into her expression. "You truly know me well, Cece. You are indeed my kindred spirit," Gu Feng said, tearing into a piece of roasted meat with a look of appreciation. This elicited a sense of indescribable joy in Yin Cece, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Compensation might quell her rage and allow this incident to fade away. But that was not the optimal solution, especially since he had no money to repay. The best course of action would be to provide her with a lucrative opportunity, thus compensating for the losses incurred due to the outer sect's prohibitions. "Oh, you wouldn't be suggesting that she assist in selling xiang bone pills, would you? That's a splendid idea." Placing the onus of fraudulent sales on the Suen sect, Yin Cece exclaimed, visibly invigorated. Her only concern regarding xiang bone pills was the potential damage to Gu Feng's reputation. With the Suen sect taking the fall, she felt elated. As long as Gu Feng's image remained intact, she was content. "Am I a fool? Hand over such a lucrative product like xiang bone pills to her? I'd be heartbroken," Gu Feng scoffed. "Chu Yuhuan is bound to be waiting outside the alchemy chamber. For now, let's disregard her. After I finish refining the remaining pills, we can discuss this profitable venture," Jiu Feng spoke with unwavering confidence. He then activated the formation beside him, summoning spiritual flames. 10 alchemy furnaces resonated with metallic vibrations as he deftly tossed an array of medicinal materials into them, resembling a well-oiled assembly line. Each time Yin Cece witnessed his alchemical technique, her eyelids would involuntarily flutter. The efficiency was staggering, bordering on the sublime. Every motion he made and each ingredient he tossed seemed to be part of a preordained sequence, swift and precise, albeit lacking in elegance, yet remarkably effective. Initially, she had attempted to assist Gu Feng in the alchemical process, but after a few futile attempts, she realized that despite being a prodigy in the alchemy hall, she could not grasp Gu Feng's methods. It was evident that every step was laid bare before her, with no crucial techniques concealed, and he had even taken the time to teach her. Each time Yin Cece witnessed his alchemical technique, her eyelids would involuntarily flutter. The efficiency was staggering, bordering on the sublime. Every motion he made and each ingredient he tossed seemed to be part of a preordained sequence, swift and precise, albeit lacking in elegance, yet remarkably effective. Initially, she had attempted to assist Gu Feng in the alchemical process, but after a few futile attempts, she realized that despite being a prodigy in the alchemy hall, "Rise!" With a gentle command from Gu Feng, the formation sealed the spiritual flames, and the lids of the 10 furnaces burst open simultaneously, releasing beams of spiritual light. "As per usual, you handle these furnaces while I manage the rest." Yin Cece and Gu Feng displayed remarkable synergy, leaping high and swiftly grasping each pill with precision. Bottling, sealing, and labeling proceeded seamlessly. They exchanged smiles, and Yin Cece began measuring ingredients while Gu Feng tended to the furnace, quickly entering a new round of refinement. Deep within the underground alchemy chamber, amidst the flickering spiritual flames, a pair of eyes, transformed from fire, brimmed with astonishment and confusion, tinged with envy. "Jiu Feng, I refuse to believe you won't emerge." At the entrance of the underground alchemy chamber, Chu Yuhuan sat cross-legged, her gaze fixated on the stone door, fully concentrated, lest anyone slip away unnoticed. She had maintained this state for a full 3 days. Just as fatigue began to overtake her, a thunderous sound erupted as the stone doors swung open. Upon sighting Gu Feng, all drowsiness vanished. With an imposing demeanor, she approached and seized Gu Feng by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. "You rascal, I thought you intended to live in there forever. You knew the outer sect would impose a ban. To buy time." You even sought Elder Lu to delay it until the end of the month. You have caused the Suin sect a direct loss of 400,000 spirit stones, not to mention this past month's losses. You owe me a total of 600,000 spirit stones. Repay me today, or I shall ensure our mutual destruction. Chu Yuhuan's beautiful eyes widened as she vehemently berated Gu Feng, spittle flying as she ranted, leaving him to wipe his face with a look of exasperation. Senior Sister Chu Yu, please, can you refrain from spraying saliva while you speak? I'm getting drenched. Hearing this, Chu Yuhuan's fair complexion flushed crimson as she realized her lack of decorum, her imposing aura diminishing somewhat. In any case, you must repay me. I genuinely have no money. You can check for yourself, Gu Feng replied, removing a storage pouch from his waist and opening it before Chu Yuhuan. I am quite impoverished at the moment, so repaying is out of the question. However, I can offer you a way to earn money. Gu Feng smiled, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. You still wish to swindle me? Do you believe I won't make you regret it? Chu Yuhuan's brows knitted together. Gu Feng's smile always evoked a sense of impending trickery. Trust me, Senior Sister Chu Yu, I assure you this time will yield profits, allowing you to recover your previous losses and even earn a substantial sum. As he spoke, Gu Feng signaled to Yin Cici, who retrieved a small notebook from the storage pouch and handed it to Chu Yuhuan with a peculiar expression. Another ploy. What list do you have this time? How much is the buyout fee? Chu Yuhuan asked, her expression stern. Sister, this is a business plan tailored specifically for your Suin sect. Please take a look first, Yin Cici said earnestly, though a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. If you dare to deceive me again, I'll make you pay. Chu Yuhuan huffed, taking the small notebook and quickly skimming its contents. You have the audacity to suggest that we rent land to build toilets? Chapter 50. There's no worst, only worse. Senior Sister Chu Yu, while your excitement is understandable, could you please refrain from spitting everywhere? Gu Feng said, exasperation evident as he wiped his face. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us go to your Suin sect and discuss this in detail. With your intelligence, I'm sure you can discern whether I'm trying to deceive you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of pride crossed Chu Yuhuan's face. If this boy dared to accompany her to the Suin sect, perhaps he could indeed offer something valuable. As they entered the Suin sect, Qi Tingting approached them immediately. Master, has this rascal repaid his debt? Qi Tingting's once radiant features were now marred by fatigue. These past few days had drained her. The unwarranted loss of 400,000 spirit stones had severely wounded the Suin sect's vitality, leaving them unable to disburse salaries next month. These disciples who had joined the Suin sect were not there simply to be subservient. They required resources to sustain themselves. Furthermore, the month-long gap had exacerbated their financial woes. If they could not reclaim the 600,000 spirit stones, the Suin sect faced a high probability of losing a substantial number of talented individuals. Sister Qi, do I appear to be wealthy? Gu Feng shrugged with a smile. Tingting, gather everyone and prepare for a meeting. Chu Yuhuan's mood was frayed. While the Suin sect could endure until next month, she personally could not withstand the strain any longer. During this month, she had borrowed spirit stones from various sources, purchasing several coveted treasures she had previously deemed unattainable, relishing a taste of the enviable life of a wealthy woman. As days passed, the fleeting satisfaction would soon give way to repercussions. If the inner sect were to discover her inability to repay her debts, she would surely become a laughingstock. As for the inner sect of the Suin sect, they would have to scrape by, as borrowing spirit stones from there to repay her debts was simply impossible. Chu Yuhuan found herself teetering on the edge of a precipice. Before long, Qi Tingting led over 20 high-ranking outer sect members of the Suin sect into a spacious hall. Close the doors. Let the meeting begin. The primary objective of this meeting was to address the economic crisis plaguing the Suin sect. Chu Yuhuan took her seat at the head, exuding an imposing aura reminiscent of a seasoned leader. After a lengthy, tedious opening speech that made Gu Feng chuckle with familiarity, she finally got to the point. Senior Sister, could you be more concise? My time is precious. Enough digression. In summary, we are currently destitute and urgently need to earn money. Chu Yuhuan shot Gu Feng a glare, her summary short and to the point. Master, we should demand repayment from Gu Feng. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. A female cultivator seated beside Qi Tingting spoke coldly. Her sentiment resonated with nearly everyone present, and soon, a chorus of voices clamored for repayment. Wait, everyone. If I recall correctly, It was you all who forced me to buy the exclusive rights to the robbery guide from you. Despite my repeated refusals, Gu Feng chuckled, unfazed by the agitated crowd. Upon hearing this, Qi Tingting glanced up at Chu Yuhuan, whose beautiful eyes now shimmered with anger. It was no exaggeration to say that the Su-In sect's current plight was solely due to her actions. Let us not dwell on the past. Chu Yuhuan shot Gu Feng another fierce glare. Here is Gu Feng's business proposal. Please circulate it among yourselves. After a moment, everyone had finished reading the proposal, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Renting land? Constructing toilets to lease to outer sect disciples? What kind of entrepreneurial scheme is this? It sounds more like a scam or a self-destructive plan. While it was true that outer sect disciples could not avoid the need for restrooms, there were already facilities in the accommodation area, albeit crowded. With their cultivation levels, it posed little challenge to hold it for a few hours. Who would be foolish enough to spend money on renting a toilet for long-term use? Sisters, I previously learned that there is a large area of mixed clay and stone to the south of the outer sect, which the sect originally intended for planting spirit rice and other spiritual foods. Unfortunately, the soil is unsuitable, and it has remained abandoned. We could rent the entire area for at most 500,000 spirit stones, and on that land, we can construct at least 10,000 toilet cultivation rooms. The total cost would not exceed 2 million spirit stones, and if each room is rented out at 100 spirit stones per month, you would net $1 million in revenue. Of course, monthly rents won't resolve your immediate issues. We must opt for annual rentals, allowing us to quickly recoup 10 million in funds, not only covering costs but also compensating for previous losses, yielding a profit of 5 million. Before Gu Feng could finish, murmurs of skepticism rippled through the crowd. The idea is great, but who would rent these toilets? Chu Yuhuan's eyes flickered. She had caught the key phrase in Gu Feng's words, toilet cultivation rooms. Do you have a way to compel people to use these toilet cultivation rooms? Chu Yuhuan's question struck at the heart of the matter. To successfully lease out these toilets, they would need to devise a means of coercion. Senior Sister Chu Yu, your intelligence is commendable, Gu Feng complimented her. Then motioned to Yin Cece to present the pills. Ladies, after my recent discussion with Elder Liu, I have been brainstorming ways to help you recover your losses. Providence has favored the diligent. After countless nights of research, I have finally developed a pill that can transform the cultivation habits of outer sect disciples in the body refinement stage. Please observe, what is this? As he spoke, Gu Feng raised the Xiang Bone pill high for the female cultivators to see. Xiang Bone pill? Qi Tingting exclaimed, snatching the pill, opening it, and inhaling its scent, her eyes sparkling. The Xiang Bone pill, the best pill for any disciple in the body refinement stage, was in high demand in the outer sect, often selling for an astonishing 20,000 spirit stones per bottle, a true luxury. You can mass-produce Xiang Bone pills? Chu Yuhuan's eyes lit up as she quickly approached. Forget the toilets. Quickly bring out 200 bottles of Xiang Bone pills to settle the debt. Senior Sister, the Alchemy Hall rarely produces Xiang Bone pills. Do you really think I can create them? Gu Feng shook his head with a smile, knowing that the female cultivators had not discerned the difference between Xiang and X. Of course, this was to be expected. Not everyone had been duped by counterfeit products like Le Biannueliu, honing their discerning eyes through such experiences. For heaven's sake, could you all look closely? Is this truly the Xiang Bone pill? Gu Feng chuckled, while Yin Cece stifled a laugh beside him. Indeed, this is the bone-cleansing pill. I have consumed it before, and its effects are remarkable. The scent remains unforgettable. Qi Tingting passed the pill to the other female cultivators, who all agreed unanimously. Haha, I was initially concerned, but now I feel reassured. Gu Feng crossed his arms, exuding confidence. Chu Yuhuan, with a look of skepticism, examined the bone-cleansing pill closely, and after a moment, exclaimed, You fraud. This is a counterfeit. Speak quickly. What is your scheme? Sister Chu, could you perhaps control your emotions? You've splattered me with saliva 3 times already. A giggle followed, causing a rosy hue to bloom on the former's cheeks, which was quite charming. Indeed, this is the imitation bone-cleansing pill that I developed after countless days, and with the strong assistance of Su Jiji, Gu Feng stood tall, brimming with bravado. It is not a counterfeit but a genuine pill that significantly aids cultivators in the body refinement realm. You all may invite practitioners of the body refinement realm to give it a try. Ting Ting, go fetch 3 disciples from the body refinement realm to test this bone-cleansing pill. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled as she spoke to Qi Tingting, then plopped down beside Gu Feng. Former junior brother, enlighten me on what sets this bone-cleansing pill apart, and what it has to do with building toilets. Humph, You only call me former junior brother when you're happy. When you're not, it's brat, Gu Feng huffed lightly. Former junior brother, I am truly desperate. There are numerous disciples in the inner sect waiting for me to settle my debts, Chu Yohuan said in a coy tone, playfully nudging Gu Feng with her shoulder. You will know soon enough, humph, who cares? Before long, 3 female disciples from the body refinement realm entered the hall. Chu Yohuan instructed them to swallow a bone-cleansing pill and refine it on the spot. How does it feel? Is it effective? As they refined the pill, they could distinctly feel an increase in physical strength, but it seemed significantly weaker than the authentic bone-cleansing pill. And you? What do you feel? Not bad. To fully absorb the properties of this pill, I estimate it will take a day and night, which is considerably quicker than the genuine bone-cleansing pill, indicating a notable reduction in efficacy. And you? I feel. Chu Yohuan inquired carefully about their experiences. As cultivators, they could discern the effectiveness of the pills immediately upon consumption. There could be no deceit here. What is the potency of this pill? Only a third. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called bone-cleansing pill but the authentic bone-cleansing pill. Gu Feng pouted. That moment, the 3 female cultivators refining the pill flushed red, appearing quite bashful. What is happening? Is this pill toxic? Chu Yohuan asked nervously. Master, this pill is fine. It's just that we need to go to the restroom. I doubt I can hardly hold it any longer, Master. We will be right back. The 3 quickly excused themselves, scurrying away. They waited a full 12 hours before the 3 female cultivators returned, their faces still flushed but their spirits remarkably invigorated, hardly resembling those who had just spent a day and night in distress. Chu Yohuan hurried to them, placing her fingers on their wrists to examine them closely. Her brows occasionally furrowed and relaxed, her astonishment growing before long. She gently said to the 3, You may leave now. You've worked hard. It was no trouble. The 3 female cultivators, invigorated, occasionally glanced at the bottle of bone-cleansing pills on the table. Noticing this, Chu Yohuan's heart stirred. Do you wish to consume more of this bone-cleansing pill? Thank you, Master. We certainly wish to continue taking it. The 3, grateful, departed with the bone-cleansing pills. Chu Yohuan finally understood why Gu Feng had her rent land to build toilets for the cultivation chambers. Although the bone-cleansing pill's efficacy fell short of the true bone-cleansing pill, it was still the best available option for cultivators in the body refinement realm. Who cares if one suffers from diarrhea? Cultivation is the true path. The performance of the 3 female cultivators greatly encouraged her. This venture would undoubtedly yield substantial profit. Currently, the living quarters in the outer sect have restrooms, but they are far from sufficient. If one were to spend 12 hours inside, they would surely face scorn. Purchasing bone-cleansing pills would inevitably require renting dedicated cultivation rooms with restrooms. Even she would make such a choice. With this in mind, she earnestly asked Gu Feng, Can you guarantee the supply of bone-cleansing pills? Of course. Chu Yohuan refrained from directly asking Gu Feng how many bone-cleansing pills he could produce daily. She understood the importance of discretion. With his affirmative response, she decided to send Qi Tingting to the outer sect's elder hall to handle the necessary rental arrangements. It must remain confidential. Understood. Qi Tingting nodded earnestly. Constructing cultivation rooms with restrooms would take time, and the news must not leak prematurely. I wish to build 20,000 restroom cultivation rooms. Is that feasible? That poses some difficulty, but if I work day and night, it should not be a major issue. Set the price at 100 spirit stones per month and 1,000 spirit stones for an annual lease. I also want to offer a lease term of 3 years or even longer. Chu Yohuan's eyes gleamed. Yu Feng's lips twitched. What a scam! Renting for a year was already extortionate. Even he wouldn't dare to assure that the bone-cleansing pill wouldn't be prohibited in the outer sect shortly, as the pill's reputation was rather unsavory, tarnishing the name of the Luoxia sect. All disciples in the outer sect cultivating in restrooms would surely be the subject of ridicule from other sects. The sect had numerous flaws, often prioritizing face over strength. Setting a 1-year lease was merely a means for the Su-En-Vi sect to recoup its costs while making a little profit. However, Chu Yohuan was even more audacious, demanding a 3 to 5-year lease term, truly a scheme that could lead to ruin. I am utterly desperate, Chu Yohuan declared, her face steady and breath even. Even if the bone-cleansing pill were to be banned, the restroom cultivation rooms would still belong to them. They could still serve as cultivation spaces. You're quite remarkable. Gu Feng silently gave her a thumbs up. Without the bone-cleansing pill, only a fool would willingly cultivate in a restroom. Such words could only come from someone as thick-skinned as Chu Yohuan. Beside them, Yin Cece, witnessing Chu Yohuan's financial gains, felt even more aggrieved than if she were losing money. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Gu Feng, do you truly want Chu Yohuan to profit? Hearing this, Gu Feng ruffled her hair and chuckled. We'll earn the big money, but the little ones must have their share. Otherwise, how can we continue to enjoy ourselves? That's true. Yin Cece laughed cheerfully. I am Gu Feng's strongest partner. Chu Yohuan is merely a sidekick, hardly worth worrying about. Master, building 20,000 restroom cultivation rooms, we do not possess such funds, a female cultivator responsible for finances said. Frowning, isn't tomorrow the day resources are distributed? Chu Yohuan mused. Yes. Then let us seize a batch of resources to use as business capital. But our Su-En-Vi sect has rules against bullying the weak, and robbing fellow disciples is strictly forbidden. A female cultivator protested. Does the outer sect not care for its reputation? We shall temporarily amend the rules. Are we to believe the Su-En-Vi sect is more esteemed than the Luoxia sect? Chu Yohuan declared, immediately revised the Su-En-Vi sect's regulations. Everyone, work hard to seize resources. Whether the Su-En-Vi sect can soar depends on your efforts. Chu Yohuan's spirit was soaring as she clenched her delicate fist, declaring loudly, former junior brother, wait until tomorrow before leaving. Just as Gu Feng intended to rise, he was pressed back down by Chu Yohuan. Why? To prevent you from making a move against my disciples once they seize the resources. As long as I'm here, dispel that impractical thought and accompany your sister for tea, Chu Yohuan said with a playful smile. Very well, you do have a knack for reading people, Gu Feng replied. A bit speechless, he truly was impoverished and longed for a windfall. He had initially considered snatching some spirit stones to purchase herbs, but that thought was quashed. Now he could only watch the Su-En-Vi sect prosper. Yet sharing tea with a beautiful senior sister wasn't too shabby. Chapter 51. Apologies, I thought you were going to ambush Gu Feng. While Gu Feng was enjoying his tea, a head peeked through the door. Wu Qi, what are you doing here? Gu Feng asked in surprise. I was invited by Sister Chu, Wu Qi murmured, having squatted for 3 whole days, feeling as if his legs were no longer his own. Fortunately, with Gu Feng and Sister Chu reconciling, he did not know how long he would have had to remain in that position. Come, Wu Qi, junior brother, join us for tea. Chu Yohuan smiled slightly, her delicate finger pointing, and a cup of tea floated gracefully to Wu Qi. This display of perfect control over her spiritual energy left Gu Feng astonished, and Wu Qi couldn't help but beam with pride. Wu Qi, flabbergasted, accepted the tea, took a sip, and suddenly set the cup down with a look of realization. Former brother, there is something I need to tell you. Wu Qi tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve, his expression fraught with worry. Can you say it here? Sister Chu is not an outsider. Ji Feng smiled gently. Guo Renkai and the others went out to complete a mission assigned by the sect half a month ago and have not returned. Outer sect disciples are required to complete missions assigned by the sect every 2 months. Guo Renkai, along with Chao Yuan and a group of 10, accepted a task to eliminate evil in Yunyu City. Since then, they lost contact. The only good news is that the soul tokens left by Guo Renkai and Chao Yuan in the outer sect remain intact, indicating they are still alive. Such a situation exists? Is the mission still active? Gu Feng asked, taken aback. The mission is ongoing. Several groups of disciples have gone missing. The strong do not wish to take it, while the weak dare not accept it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us take on the mission, and I will accompany you to investigate. As he spoke, Gu Feng stood up, ready to head outside. Beside him, Yin Cece's eyes filled with concern as she wished to prevent Gu Feng from taking risks, but knew his character well enough to hold her tongue. Chu Yohuan's gaze, however, scanned Gu Feng with keen interest. In critical moments, one's inner qualities are revealed. Gu Feng did not hesitate to agree to Wu Qi's request, showcasing his loyalty to friends, especially in light of Qiu Tian's menacing presence. Former junior brother, think carefully. That Qiu Tian has been eager to eliminate you, Chu Yohuan said, her tone laced with caution. Haha, I am not that unlucky. I want to be caught on my first venture outside, Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. Yunjun is vast. As long as he remains cautious, he should not encounter the calamity that is Qiu Tian. Since you are not afraid, then go ahead, Chu Yohuan replied indifferently. After the two departed, Chu Yohuan stood up, sighing, former junior brother is still too young. Qiu Tian must have placed spies in the outer sect, and once he steps out, he will undoubtedly be ambushed. He cannot die. Otherwise, my Su-En-Vi sect will likely face bankruptcy and dissolution. With that, she soared into the air, heading towards the inner sect Wei Peak. A graceful figure descended onto the rooftop of a pavilion, her enchanting figure and flowing black hair dancing in the wind, her stunning face adorned with a charming smile. Qiu Tian, come out. Who dares to cause trouble here? Qiu Tian's furious voice boomed as he soared into the sky, aiming a palm at Chu Yohuan's retreating figure. Child's play. Without turning back, Chu Yohuan countered with a burst of spiritual light from behind her. The overwhelming spiritual force sent the tiles of the pavilion flying, forcing Qiu Tian back. Chu Yohuan, it's you? Qiu Tian, retreating to the ground, felt an inexplicable shock, his eyelids twitching as he couldn't help but shout. Though both were figures on the inner sect's genius list, their interactions had been rare, primarily due to the vast difference in their strengths, and because Chu Yohuan was not to be trifled with. Qiu Tian could hardly fathom why this fifth-ranked beauty would recklessly appear at his abode. Her demeanor anything but friendly. He racked his brain but could find no reason for her grievance. Indeed, it is I. Chu Yohuan flashed Qiu Tian a meaningful smile. I was unaware you had business with me. Qiu Tian said, maintaining his composure. I came to beat you. The words fell, and Chu Yohuan launched her assault. Caught off guard, Qiu Tian quickly found himself on the receiving end of the beating. In that moment, he felt a mixture of anger and confusion. He could not comprehend why he was enduring Chu Yohuan's attack. Just what have I done to offend you? Qiu Tian bellowed. Attempting to kill my partner. Is that not sufficient reason? Chu Yohuan continued her relentless assault, waves of attacks crashing upon Qiu Tian, who was left in a pitiful state, struggling to withstand her onslaught. The fifth ranked on the inner sect genius list, beating the 43rd was akin to a mother chastising her child. Qiu Tian had no capacity for resistance. You must tell me, who is your partner? Gu Feng. Upon hearing Gu Feng's name, Qiu Tian's expression froze, an uncontainable anger igniting within him. He had never anticipated that instead of seeking trouble with this young man, he would be the one ambushed first. In his mind, Chu Yohuan was acting on Gu Feng's behalf to teach him a lesson. How infuriating! I will fight you to the end. Qiu Tian roared, unleashing a powerful spiritual force that shook the ground beneath them, scattering flowers and leaves. However, in the face of overwhelming strength, all his noise was futile. His outburst was merely the wailing of a child to Chu Yohuan, who effortlessly sent him crashing to the ground. Qiu Tian lay on the ground, blood bubbling from his mouth, his eyes filled with fierce hatred as he glared at Chu Yohuan above, wishing to peel her skin and tear her bones apart. Do not look at me like that. I am not at fault. Who told you to ambush Gu Feng? Chu Yohuan smirked. Ambush Gu Feng? Qiu Tian was utterly bewildered. Who planned an ambush? Did my elder brother not say that Gu Feng has secrets and we should not alert him, waiting until he enters the inner sect before dealing with him? You did not send anyone to ambush him. Seeing the confusion on Qiu Tian's face, Chu Yohuan felt speechless. According to the usual script, wouldn't these antagonists be sending people to keep watch on Gu Feng and strike when he emerged? Chu Yohuan, you are being unreasonable. I never intended to ambush Gu Feng, having been beaten without cause. Qiu Tian was furious, bellowing in rage. Apologies, I thought you were going to ambush Gu Feng, she replied, her face devoid of remorse. You did not send anyone because you were unaware. Now that you know, are you not inclined to ambush him? I am certain you are thinking exactly that, so overall, I have not erred in targeting you. Chu Yohuan added, Is this how one speaks? Qiu Tian trembled in anger, his face distorted as his resentment towards Gu Feng surged. Had he not been restrained, he would have charged forward to kill Gu Feng without a second thought. Chu Yohuan, release my second brother. At that moment, a towering figure appeared in the sky. Qiu Tian, the eldest of the Qiu family's 3 talents, made his entrance. I assure you, we will not send anyone to harm Gu Feng during this period. Qiu Tian stated solemnly, a flicker of wariness crossing his sharp gaze. Oh, you do not seek vengeance for Qiu Zhe? Chu Yohuan tilted her head, intrigued. Feng Yun platform allows for fair duels. Life and death are not grievances. My Qiu family can afford to lose. Qiu Tian replied, his expression unchanging. Impressive, Qiu family. I shall take my leave for now. Chu Yohuan laughed lightly and vanished from sight. Elder brother, if we join forces, we may not lose to that woman. Qiu Tian scrambled to his feet, his gaze fixed on Chu Yohuan's retreating figure, a murderous intent surging within him. At present, we cannot afford to provoke Chu Yohuan's background. Qiu Tian succinctly stated before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and Wu Qi swiftly traversed several cities and, after 5 days, arrived at the small border city of Yunyu City. Chapter 52. Free and feasting. Yunyu City is roughly the same size as Yunhua City, with comparable cultivation levels. However, upon entering, they encountered many practitioners of various ranks in the Qi gathering realm. The remaining sects of Yun County have also issued related tasks to eliminate evil. Those few individuals hail from the Wooding sect, the second most powerful force in Yun County after the Luoxia sect. In recent years, they have developed rapidly, showing signs of surpassing our sect. Wu Qi's family also runs a commercial association, and he is well acquainted with the various forces in Yun County. Serving as a guide for Gu Feng, Yu Feng understands that the enthusiasm of each sect for eliminating evil tasks stems not only from a desire to protect the populace, but also from an intent to elevate their own status in the eyes of the public, thereby attracting more talented disciples to join. Where are Chao Yuan and the others now? Gu Feng's gaze casually scanned Yunyu City and noticed several disciples from the Luoxia sect, their cultivation level approximately at the 5th stage of Qi induction, most likely from Lishan, as he had not seen them in the outer sect before. Uncertain, he decided to inquire further. Wu Qi furrowed his brow. He was skilled at interacting with various individuals and quickly gathered some information from several cultivators of other sects. 3 days prior, disciples from other sects went missing in the mountains outside Yunyu City. The leaders of each sect are preparing to unite and enter the mountains tomorrow, currently gathering at the Quanjilu. Who is the leader of our Luoxia sect? It is wise for these sect disciples to act together. With so many cultivators missing, it is evident that the evil individual is formidable, and fighting alone would lead to hardship. Zhu Tao, at the 6th stage of Qi induction, hailing from Lishan, is the elder brother of Zhu Xingwen, who has long been boasting that if anyone dares to enter Lishan, they will face severe consequences. Who is Zhu Xingwen? Gu Feng was somewhat bewildered, struggling to recall who Zhu Xingwen was. He was among the 30 disciples at the 3rd stage of Qi induction during the Fengyun platform incident. Wu Qi's expression darkened. Gu Feng's obliviousness was astounding. Had he not considered that the families of those 30 Qi induction cultivators might seek revenge? After discussing, they decided to head to Quanjilu first, as there is strength in numbers. Quanjilu is located in the most bustling area of Yunyu City, and they found it without much effort. After presenting their outer sect disciple tokens to the gatekeeper, they were granted entry. Wu Shixiao, Gu Shixiao, feel free to rest on the 1st or 2nd floor, or order some food. The leaders of the various sects are on the 4th floor. Unless there's an important matter, it's best not to disturb them. The gatekeeper, from a small sect, showed great respect for them and offered a friendly reminder. Thank you, Wu Qi politely replied, while Gu Feng, eyes sparkling, asked another question. Is there a charge for the food here? The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he encountered such an unusual question from a disciple of a major sect. He thought little of it and politely responded, all expenses here are covered by the leader of the Luoxia sect. Haha, that's wonderful. Upon entering Quanjilu, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. Disciples from various sects were engaged in lively discussions, sharing insights or recounting their experiences, creating a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Yu Feng observed that despite the large number of cultivators, very few ordered food, with most merely requesting tea. Let's find a spot and order something to eat. It's been days since I had a proper meal, Gu Feng said, rubbing his hands together as he scanned the area for an available seat. He was open to any food that wasn't poisoned. Given the opportunity for free meals, Wu Qi, however, felt a bit reluctant, thinking it inappropriate to indulge in such a manner in this setting, fearing it would tarnish the reputation of the Luoxia sect. Better to hold back. You hold back. I've finally encountered a rare opportunity for free food, and I intend to take full advantage of it. With that, Gu Feng marched directly to the 2nd floor. Wu Qi's lips twitched in resignation, thinking to himself that he had never seen Gu Feng pay for a meal. Reluctantly, he followed along, silently hoping Gu Feng would show some restraint. Let's check the 3rd floor. There might be a table available there. Yu Feng sighed slightly. If there were no seats on the 3rd floor, he would have to order a meal and eat heartily. Ascending the stairs, as soon as he reached the 3rd floor, a familiar figure caught his eye. This person was short and robust, exuding an inexplicable aura of strength that made others wary. An old acquaintance, Gu Feng chuckled, quickening his pace to sit beside the individual. Gu Feng? Tuoba Lei was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to encounter Gu Feng here. I have a few friends who have gone missing, so I came to look around as they spoke. Gu Feng seized a roasted beast leg from the table and began to munch on it. The food here is quite good. Observing Gu Feng eat unabashedly, the surrounding cultivators cast disdainful glances. He seemed like a country bumpkin, devouring food as if he had never eaten before. You seem wealthy. Why do you enjoy taking advantage of free food like this? Tuoba was astonished, comparing Gu Feng to himself. Who was struggling? How could Gu Feng, a seemingly affluent individual, indulge in free food without care for his image? Haha, do you think my wealth comes from nowhere? It's all from taking advantage of opportunities. Gu Feng chuckled, unabashed. Waiter, bring me several jugs of the finest spirit wine, and also the menu. I want to order a few of the most expensive dishes. Tuoba looked at Gu Feng with deep scrutiny. Even he would only order modest food to fill his stomach. Yet here was Gu Feng, unabashedly feasting and ordering multiple jugs of spirit wine, showing no concern for others' opinions. This shamelessness was something to learn from. Wu Qi sat awkwardly beside them, drawing small circles on the table with his hands, his head bowed low. He felt embarrassed to indulge in such excess in this setting. When the waiter brought the spirit wine, Wu Qi gently tugged at the waiter's sleeve, whispering, "Please calculate the expenses for this table separately. If it costs more than this amount of spirit stones, I will cover the difference later." However, before he could finish, Gu Feng snatched the spirit stones away. "Are you wealthy? These spirit stones are not needed." Wu Qi was left speechless, wanting to say more, but hearing Gu Feng continue, "Zhu Tao will cover the bill." Doing this is just slapping him in the face. While Gu Feng's statement held some truth, Wu Qi still felt uneasy about treating Zhu Tao as a fool to exploit. Ji Feng devoured the roasted meat as if he were a beast, finishing it in just a few bites. Plates of exquisite food were continually brought to the table, filling the air with tantalizing aromas, causing others to salivate with envy. With Gu Feng leading the way, Tuoba also let go of his reservations and began to eat heartily. Rarely do we have someone else paying. I should eat more to replenish my energy for the coming days. Waiter, what is the name of that most expensive dish? Bring me 20 servings. If it were someone else footing the bill, Gu Feng might have exercised some restraint, but with Zhu Tao, there was no need. He had already killed Zhu Tao's brother, making them natural enemies. Who initiated the conflict was irrelevant. Gulping, a female disciple at the neighboring table couldn't help but swallow hard. "Senior brother, I'm so hungry. Should we order something to eat as well?" "Just hold on. 80% of the people here are probably starving, yet they can't bring themselves to order food." As dishes of exquisite delicacies continued to arrive, the mood of the crowd underwent a significant transformation. What began as disdain shifted to envy, and now regret. Some were lamenting their pride, feeling as if they had missed an opportunity. The internal struggle within them was palpable, one side insisting they had come this far and should not give up, while the other urged them to set aside their pride and eat their fill. The sound of frantic water drinking echoed from all corners. Ji Feng chuckled heartily, calling for the waiter. "Today, the entire Quanjilu is on the bill of our illustrious Zhu Tao of the Luoxia sect. He has declared that everyone should eat and drink to their heart's content to conserve strength. After everyone finishes, pack up some food to go. This is a long battle." This declaration elicited cheers from the crowd. "Haha, since Zhu Tao has said so, we shall gladly comply." Several disciples who were originally from the Luoxia sect looked distinguished, their demeanor and appearance setting them apart. The Luoxia sect truly deserved its title as the foremost sect in Yun County, displaying such generosity. The cultivators from smaller sects continued to praise the Luoxia sect, while those from rival sects chuckled lightly, choosing not to comment further as they began to order dishes. Consequently, the atmosphere on the first, second, and third floors became exceptionally lively, filled with laughter and the sounds of clinking cups and drinking games. A disciple from the Luoxia sect observed the spirited crowd, his brow furrowing, and discreetly ascended to the fourth floor. "Brother Zhu, Gu Feng has arrived. He's down there drinking and eating wildly." At that moment, Zhu Tao was engaged in discussions with several other elite members of the Luoxia sect regarding strategies against the evil beings. Upon hearing that Gu Feng was present, he paused, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes, his voice low and somber. "Let him eat freely. Perhaps this will be his last meal." No, he, the disciple who reported, was about to elaborate but was promptly silenced by Zhu Tao. "You go down first. We're at a critical juncture." Seeing Zhu Tao's furrowed brow and sharp gaze, the disciple dared not say more and could only leave reluctantly, pondering whether to depart early. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Zhu Tao lacked enough spirit stones to cover the bill. If he stayed, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant financial loss. An hour later, over 20 cultivators at the 5th and 6th stages of qi induction on the 4th floor concluded their discussions. Then we shall proceed according to this plan, Zhu Tao declared confidently, his authoritative demeanor provoking discontent among the other sect members. Brother Zhu, why not eat well before we set out? A short-haired female disciple from the Luoxia sect asked with a smile. Haha, junior sister you, with so many disciples missing, how could I eat? If we delay even a moment, those disciples lose another chance of survival. They might be holding on in some corner, waiting for our rescue. We must set out immediately. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. What do you all think? Zhu Tao's words, while somewhat showy, were difficult to refute, leaving everyone with no choice but to awkwardly agree. Hearing this, the short-haired female disciple pouted, her eyes flashing with disdain. She had trained alongside Zhu Tao and Lishan and knew him well. She understood that Zhu Tao had booked the entire Quanjilu not to treat others, but solely to show off and cultivate a favorable reputation. He was confident that the disciples present to participate in the hunt for the evil beings would likely only order tea and snacks, so why would anyone indulge in a feast in such a setting? At most, it would cost a few hundred spirit stones. With just a few hundred spirit stones, he could put on a grand display, a worthwhile investment. As the group exited the private room, the raucous sounds of laughter, clinking glasses and boisterous drinking games filled their ears, akin to a bustling marketplace. Zhu Tao shuddered slightly and hurried down the stairs, followed closely by the others. The expansive hall on the 3rd floor was alive with energy. The tables and floor were in disarray. Many male disciples flushed and swaying from excess drinking. In the center of the hall stood a young disciple, clutching a wine barrel, surveying the crowd with an air of arrogance. Who else? This proclamation drew reverent applause from all around. Jiu Shixiang's capacity is truly admirable. We bow in respect. Those disciples who had indulged too much sprawled on the floor, mimicking a bowing gesture towards Gu Feng. Their applause thunderous. Ha ha, from now on, call me the Supreme of Wine. All hail the Supreme. Even the female disciples joined in the revelry. Chapter 53. Not direct, just a bit hurtful. Gu Feng. Observing Gu Feng standing atop the table, embodying the spirit of a wine deity, reveling in his extravagance and dominance, Zhu Tao's lips turned pale, and he trembled slightly, his expression darkening to an extreme. He struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. The scattered wine jugs and heaps of food were enough to infer the terrifying scale of expenses incurred here. Zhu. Brother Zhu, you're here. Let's have a drink. The disciple who had previously informed Zhu Tao of Gu Feng's presence approached, reeking of alcohol and swaying as he walked, clearly on the verge of intoxication. Drink? You think I want you to drink? Zhu Tao's eyes blazed with fury as he lifted a wine jug beside him and smashed it over the disciple's head, causing a large bruise to form. Brother Zhu? The struck disciple jolted awake, rubbing his forehead, unable to suppress a low groan. Zhu Tao's furious expression made him instinctively shrink back. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhu Tao struggled to contain his rage, lowering his voice as best he could, yet his words were loud enough for everyone present to hear it. I came up to find you. I told you Gu Feng was downstairs. The disciple mumbled, harboring some resentment, thinking he had done his part by not leaving. But Zhu Tao had not mentioned that so many people were feasting below. Their conversation, unbothered by the surrounding crowd, became the focal point of silence, with everyone else discreetly holding their breaths, even the drunken cultivators quieting down considerably, creating a strange atmosphere. Only Gu Feng, still absorbed in his drinking, occasionally taunted the defeated cultivators nearby. Gu Feng, stop drinking. Zhu Tao is here, Wu Qi whispered, tugging at Gu Feng's pants leg. Zhu Tao was a powerful cultivator at the 6th stage of qi induction, above average even in Lishan and Gu Feng. Despite his remarkable record of defeating 30 cultivators at the 3rd stage of qi induction, still faced a significant gap in strength. While Zhu Tao could not openly confront Gu Feng, the area outside the Luoxia sect was inherently dangerous. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't secretly target Gu Feng? Zhu Tao. Who is Zhu Tao? Gu Feng, with a foggy gaze, glanced at Wu Qi, bewildered. Oh, Brother Zhu. Right. Wu Qi, exasperated, thought to himself that the name Zhu Tao should not be uttered lightly. Whether in private or public, they should always refer to him as Brother Zhu. Hearing this, not only did Wu Qi's expression turn strange, but the disciples from various sects present also twitched their lips. If memory served correctly, They distinctly recalled Gu Feng earlier boasting loudly, calling Zhu Tao a coward and claiming he had watched his brother die on the Fengyun platform without daring to utter a word in front of him. That display was undeniably bold, yet now, after such a brief time, he had shifted from calling him Zhu Tao the coward to brother Zhu. It was evident to all that the conflict between Gu Feng and Zhu Tao no longer needed to be concealed. Gu Feng's antics were quite amusing. He had inadvertently placed Zhu Tao in a difficult position. It was Zhu Tao's own fault for trying to show off. After all, they had already eaten and drunk to their heart's content and could quietly reap the benefits. Zhu Tao was not a good person. If he weren't afraid of him, Gu Feng would have long sought to deal with him. Coward. If you lack courage, just admit it. Don't make excuses. Gu Feng, still at the first stage of Qi induction, was not one to back down. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Gu Feng leaped off the table, with Wu Qi supporting him, unsteadily approaching Zhu Tao and his group. Jiu Feng had garnered some fame in Yun County, particularly with his former fiancée Chu Yanran in the picture, making it challenging to maintain a low profile. The talented disciples beside Zhu Tao watched with great interest, eager to see what would unfold between him and Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity, his murderous intent swirling within. Regardless of whether it was due to his brother's death or the events of the day, Gu Feng had become a target for him. Brother Zhu, it is an honor to meet you. From the moment I entered the outer sect, I have heard tales of your esteemed reputation. Jiu Feng walked along, laughing heartily, speaking words of reverence. The respect bestowed upon him by his enemies filled the vainly ambitious Zhu Tao with a sense of superiority. Humph! Even if you sing praises today, you cannot escape the fate of being slain by me in the future. Standing with arms crossed, head held high, and a proud expression upon his face, he quietly watched Gu Feng approach step by step. In the next moment, Gu Feng walked straight past Zhu Tao. Indeed, he passed by with great dignity, all the while uttering words of admiration. He then approached another prodigy, his expression filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Zhu, I was initially apprehensive about our mission to eliminate the wicked, but with you here, my heart is at ease. The fiends have already half-stepped into the underworld." The prodigy, whose hand Gu Feng had grasped, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and several dark lines appeared on his forehead. "My surname is Zhu, but I am not one of your Wania sect disciples." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was taken aback, realizing it was a coincidence that he had randomly grabbed someone with the same surname. He managed an awkward yet polite smile, cleared his throat, and addressed the group of prodigies. "Could anyone kindly point out who Brother Zhu is?" While speaking, he did not even glance at Zhu Tao, creating a comical scene. Suddenly, an unexpected burst of laughter erupted, igniting the amusement of the crowd. Ha ha, he he, and giggles followed in quick succession. Zhu Tao's face turned pale, his fingers clenched tightly. Had it not been a public setting, he would have struck Gu Feng dead. Gu, my dear junior, this is the esteemed brother Zhu you so admire. Sister Yu, with her short hair, covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth as she offered a friendly reminder. Among the crowd, she was perhaps the one who understood Gu Feng the best, second only to Wu Qi. As she belonged to the Sunu sect, she had experienced firsthand how troublesome Gu Feng could be, having been tricked twice in a short period. The first instance resulted in their sect leader losing over 100,000 spirit stones, and the second was even more outrageous, nearly leading to the collapse of their sect. She wondered if the issues had been resolved. If not, returning home might leave them homeless. "Oh, so this is Zhu Tao. It's truly better to meet than to hear about him," she said, revealing a look of disdain before turning to leave. Zhu Tao was on the verge of madness, his eyes slightly reddened, as if blood were flowing through them. If looks could kill, Gu Feng would have been torn apart 1,000 times over. "Waiter, the one settling the bill has arrived." Gu Feng's words momentarily quelled Zhu Tao's fury, reminding him that the most crucial issue at hand was the settlement of the meal. If not handled properly, he would become the subject of ridicule. "Mr. Gu, the total for this meal is 250,000 spirit stones, and including the packed food for each person, the total comes to 500,000. Upon hearing this, not only was Zhu Tao stunned, but the prodigies beside him wore expressions of disbelief. Spending over 200,000 on a meal was shocking enough, especially with the packed food's total price exceeding the meal itself, which was quite absurd. 500,000 was an astronomical sum. Zhu Tao's pretentiousness had cost him dearly, and even if he were sold, he could hardly come up with such an amount to pay. "Gu Feng, indifferent to Zhu Tao's plight, shouted to the waiter, "Hurry up and bring the packed food. If we delay, how can we venture out to eliminate the wicked?" Seeing the waiter's hesitation, Feng continued, "Brother Zhu is a prodigy of our Wania sect. He will surely enter the inner sect by the year's end. With the prestige of an inner sect disciple, who would dare to default?" The waiter pondered and agreed, scampering off to prepare the packed food. As he watched the bulging storage bags being brought in, Zhu Tao felt his eyelids twitch painfully, and a surge of murderous intent coursed through him, nearly driving him to madness. "Everyone, have you sobered up? Let us venture forth to seek out the wicked." Feng, having taken the most, nearly half of all the packed food, found it too burdensome to carry alone and enlisted Wu Qi's help. Next was Tuoba, who, unafraid of danger, decided to seize the opportunity. Given his understanding of Feng, he suspected the latter no longer feared Zhu Tao. Although this conclusion was hard to accept, it was his belief. Feng swaggered to the staircase and quickly disappeared from view. The prodigies beside Zhu Tao exchanged glances, and the disciples began to move. "Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Zhu." "Thank you, Brother Zhu." "Thanks." As the disciples passed by Zhu Tao, they expressed their gratitude, yet he perceived their expressions to be laden with mockery and disdain, realizing that in their eyes, he had become a complete fool, a gullible target. "Brother Zhu, it seems you won't be able to join us for a while. We will wait for you at the mountain entrance." After the ordinary disciples had departed, those at the 5th and 6th levels of Qi began to leave as well, if they did not leave now. When would they? If Zhu Tao were to ask for money, refusing would be unreasonable, yet lending would be undesirable. It was better to simply walk away. "Brother Zhu, we shall take our leave now." Once the members of other sects had departed, Sister Yu exchanged glances with her fellow disciples from Wania sect, and they discreetly left as well. In the end, the entire establishment was left with only Zhu Tao and a group of his subordinates. The subordinates exchanged glances, all aware of the bitterness in each other's eyes as they struggled to devise a way to express their poverty without arousing Zhu Tao's suspicion. This was an unsolvable dilemma. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the owner of the establishment hastily sent a waiter to the city lord's manor to report the incident. Thwarting Zhu Tao's plans to evade the build, a large group set forth towards the outskirts of Yunyu City. "Feng, you should not have offended Zhu Tao. He will undoubtedly cause trouble. We must be cautious," Wu Qi said, his mood heavy. With no news from Chao Yuan and having offended Zhu Tao, the road ahead seemed bleak. "I have already killed Zhu Tao's brother at Fengyan platform. The enmity between us cannot be resolved, regardless of whether I offend him or not," Feng replied nonchalantly. Tuoba, standing nearby, wholeheartedly agreed. Feng was quite similar to him. He would not engage unless he had confidence. Once he chose to strike, it indicated his assurance in victory, demonstrating he was not intimidated by Zhu Tao. This was not reckless arrogance, but rather a confidence backed by strength. If danger arose, seeking Feng would likely be the best option. Tuoba cast a sidelong glance at Feng, privately resolving that if they encountered danger, staying close to Feng would maximize their chances of survival. "Feng?" A light-hearted footstep approached, and Sister Yu appeared, exuding confidence. "I am Yu Ying, from the Sunu sect." Her crisp introduction elevated Feng's regard for her, recognizing her as a formidable woman. "Sister Yu." Feng smiled at her, conveying goodwill. "These individuals are all from my Sunu sect, accompanying me on a mission. I hope you will look out for us, Brother Gu. With Sister Yu here, I doubt my assistance is necessary." Feng replied with a smile, knowing that her request was merely a formality. Taking it seriously would indicate his defeat. The two began conversing, discussing everything from Li Mountain to the outer sect, and then delving into the matters of the Sunu sect. "Your Sunu sect's issues are resolved. You will be able to earn substantial profits upon your return." Feng reassured Yu Ying regarding her concerns. Zhu Tao is coming so soon?" In a fleeting moment, Feng caught sight of Zhu Tao sprinting towards them, and his surprise was evident. 500,000 spirit stones were a considerable sum, even for inner sect disciples, and he had not expected Zhu Tao to resolve it in such a short time. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. You overestimate Zhu Tao. He most likely went to the bank for a loan. Yu Ying chuckled, interpreting Feng's confusion. "A loan?" Indeed, as an outer sect disciple of Wania sect with a decent family background, he can certainly borrow spirit stones from the bank. "Then can I borrow a few 100 million? Feng inquired, somewhat tempted. Yu Ying was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with a laugh. "You have neither family connections nor a secure life. If you were still engaged to Chu Yanran, perhaps you could borrow some. But now am I being too blunt? Not at all, just a tad hurtful. Gu Feng pouted. Zhu Tao, a peak 6th level Qi cultivator, soon caught up with the main group, his expression dark. As he passed by Gu Feng, he shot him a venomous glare, to which Gu Feng responded politely with a smile. Undeterred. Once we enter the mountains, stay close to us to avoid giving Zhu Tao any opportunities, Yuing warned, her expression grave, as the additional 5th level Qi cultivators beside Zhu Tao filled her with unease. Gu Feng was indeed powerful, having demonstrated strength surpassing that of a 3rd level Qi cultivator during his training, but his time in the Qi realm was still short. While he might hold his own against 5th level cultivators, victory over Zhu Tao was unlikely. That's just splendid. To be honest, I cannot afford to die yet. My sect leader is waiting for me to return and collaborate with her to earn profits. Gu Feng chuckled, unconcerned with the gaze of others, trailing closely behind Yu Ying and her companions. Chapter 54. The Wicked Who Controls Corpses, a former acquaintance of Gu Feng. Gu Feng followed Yu Ying and her group. With Wu Qi accompanying him, he had already been walking with Gu Feng, and even without him, he would have chosen to follow. Tuo Bolei, like a stubborn adhesive, trailed along as well. His motivation was not Yu Ying, but Gu Feng, as he believed that during the most perilous moments, Gu Feng would be the most reliable. Sister Yu, Gu Feng has caused our Su Nu sect so much trouble. Why are we still bringing him along? A petite female cultivator pouted, viewing Gu Feng as merely someone trying to tag along for sect contributions. Her sentiment was echoed by several other female cultivators who disapproved of Gu Feng's nonchalant demeanor. Let it be. We are all from the same sect. Bringing him along won't hurt. If not for him, you might still be hungry. Another remarked, by the way, let us take some of the packed food. Zhu Tao is truly inconsiderate for not treating us. Yu Ying, being generous, disregarded Zhu Tao's fierce glare and began to feast heartily, her eyes drifting towards Zhu Tao with a look of delight that provoked his ire. Gu Feng observed all this with a smile, recognizing that their attitudes were quite normal. He would have reacted similarly. Why do you keep grinning like an idiot? Tuo Bolei asked, chuckling, which made Gu Feng feel uneasy. Nothing much. I just wanted to see the expressions of those oblivious female disciples when you demonstrate your prowess. This. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and replied, I've just stepped into the Qi realm. With so many 5th and 6th level experts around, I hardly need to show off. I'm the weak one. Hey, what a coincidence. I'm also a weakling. Weaklings should stick together and form a clique. Tuo Bolei shamelessly responded, that moment. A group of individuals appeared not far away, stopping at the mountain's entrance, their gazes fixed here as if waiting for Zhu Tao's group. This was Shun Wei from the Wooding sect, a peak 6th level Qi cultivator, just a step away from entering the 7th leveled. Wu Qi introduced him to Gu Feng. Only then did Gu Feng understand why Zhu Tao convened a gathering akin to a heroes' meeting at the establishment. It was not merely to establish his own prestige, but also to contend with Shun Wei. The number of people behind Shun Wei was comparable to those present, and their overall strength was similar. It appeared to be a contest of dual stars with the rest of the constellation dimmed. Brother Shun, Brother Zhu? The two stood at the forefront of their respective groups, exchanging warm greetings. Shun Wei was tall and brawny with dark skin and bulging muscles, the veins on his arms resembling coiling dragons, a terrifying sight, indicating his strength lay in brute force. In contrast, Zhu Tao was tall and slender, neither too thin nor too plump, with an average appearance yet exuding an air of refinement. At this moment, he shook off the gloom from the previous gathering and regained his proud demeanor. Among the cultivators present, his cultivation stood at the pinnacle, indeed giving him a basis for arrogance. With a grand gesture, the two summoned several cultivators from their respective ranks, including Yu Ying from the Su Nu sect, gathering to exchange information and strategize. Yu Feng felt overwhelmed. The incessant discussions between the two camps seemed endless. With no one concerned about the wicked escaping their grasp, I can't take this anymore. Are you coming with me, or are you staying with the main group? Gu Feng frowned at Wu Qi and Tuo Bolei. I'll go with you? They clearly don't look like they can achieve anything, Tuo Bolei answered without hesitation, while Wu Qi, concerned for Chao Yuan and the others, was also unwilling to wait longer. All right, we shall act separately then. Before departing, Gu Feng handed a whistle to the female cultivator from the Su Nu sect. It was a common signaling artifact effective within 100 miles, intended to alert them in case of danger. He could ignore the fates of others, but since Yu Ying was a decent person, it would not hurt to lend her a hand. Without caring whether the female cultivator understood or not, Gu Feng briefly explained before leading Tuoba Lei and Wu Qi away. From a distance, Zhu Tao observed Gu Feng's departing figure, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The mountains were perpetually shrouded in miasma, with low visibility. The undergrowth and old trees intertwined, while the dense canopy overhead obscured the sunlight. The three ventured into this maze, struggling to discern their direction, relying solely on instinct to navigate forward. Wu Qi, watch your step to avoid the paths of venomous snakes and other reptiles. Tuoba Lei, keep an eye out for aerial attacks from birds or beasts. Ji Yufeng instructed as they walked. Understood. Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei nodded slightly, their attention fully focused. Though there were no formidable beasts in this area, they could not afford to be careless. As they progressed, Wu Qi led the way, crouching low to observe the ground for potential threats, while Tuoba Lei followed behind, looking up to scan the dense foliage for airborne creatures. Ji Yufeng walked between them, occasionally nibbling on roasted meat or sipping spirit wine. Appearing entirely at ease, Ji Yufeng, we all have tasks to fulfill. What are you doing? Tuoba Lei inquired, rubbing his aching neck. Heh, I'm conserving my energy to prepare for any potential crises that may arise. Gu Feng chuckled, tearing a piece of meat. Just as Tuoba Lei and Wu Qi were exasperated by Gu Feng's audacity, Gu Feng's smile abruptly vanished as his eyes gleamed with intensity. His right hand shot out like lightning, fingers sinking into a massive ancient tree that required two people to embrace. He bent at the waist, unleashing tremendous force to uproot the tree. Before Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei could react, Gu Feng hurled the ancient tree with remarkable speed towards the rear. It soared through the air like a rocket, demolishing the underbrush and vines in its path, flying several hundred meters before crashing against the rocks at the end. Something's been discovered. A splash of dark green liquid erupted, sending Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei into a frenzy. They charged forward. Tuoba Lei drew his sword, delivering a decisive blow that felled the figure on the ground. Gu Feng caught up, and the three stared in shock at the writhing body on the ground, their hearts racing. He is a disciple of our Wania sect, Wania, who broke through to the first level of Qi around the same time as I did. I thought he had long since perished, Wu Qi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he recognized the face before them. Tuoba Lei examined the condition of the opponent, his expression grave as he spoke. We are in trouble. That malevolent being has likely mastered some secret art to control corpses. Ji Yufeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the writhing corpse of Wania, whose vacant eyes and darkened brow exuded an indescribable stench. This body, once under control, had undoubtedly surpassed its original state in terms of hardness. Ji Yufeng was acutely aware of the force behind his earlier throw. He believed that any other cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement would have perished under such a fierce impact. The fact that this corpse not only survived but attempted to flee was the strongest testament to its enhanced resilience. Tuoba Lei furrowed his brow, stating, just from the Wania sect alone, this mission has claimed no fewer than 20 outer disciples. Including the other sects in Yunjun, I estimate that the number of corpses under the control of that malevolent being has reached at least 200. He hoped Zhu Tao and the others would exercise caution and avoid splitting up, lest they inadvertently bolster the strength of the enemy. Wu Qi silently prayed, when suddenly, he spotted a familiar mark on the rocks near the ground. Gu Feng, this is a mark left by Chao Yuan and the others. Judging by its appearance, it appeared to have been left 2 days prior, indicating they were still alive. Tuoba Lei, with his extensive field experience, could discern the time these marks had been made. What are we waiting for? Let us follow the marks to find them. Chao Yuan and the others were not fools. Having left these marks, they would not wander aimlessly, or else the marks would lose all significance. As long as they followed the marks, unless the group had perished, they would surely find them. Just after the three departed, a dark green light flickered across Wanyu's brow, and in a valley miles away, the master of the corpse sensed it through the black robe. A face resembling the gnarled bark of an ancient tree emerged, with deeply sunken eye sockets that were particularly chilling. After the dark green light entered his brow, he was momentarily stunned before erupting into a hellish cackle. Yu Feng, I did not seek you out. You have come right to me. Let us settle our enmity and the treasures you possess once and for all. Chapter 55. Any hint of doubt or hesitation is a disrespect to Gu Feng. Clang, sizzle, boom. Gu Feng stood atop a high blue stone, wary of the corpses that could spring from the underbrush at any moment, his expression somber. Below, Tua Ba Lei and Wu Qi were engaged in fierce combat against the corpses, one wielding a sword and the other a knife. Although the corpses retained their original levels of cultivation, their lack of consciousness rendered their combat skills purely instinctual, leaving them at a disadvantage. However, their enhanced physical forms meant their overall combat capability was nearly indistinguishable from their living states. Wu Qi had only recently broken through to the first level of Qi refinement and was barely able to defeat a corpse of the same level. Meanwhile, Tua Ba Lei, due to the suppression of his body refinement stage, had gained the ability to challenge those of higher levels, managing to triumph over a corpse at the third level of Qi refinement after a grueling battle. Soon, the battle subsided, and the three gazed at the 6 or 7 corpses lying on the ground, their brows tightly knitted. The number of corpses controlled by that malevolent being is likely far beyond our previous estimate of 200, Gu Feng stated gravely. Before that malevolent being entered this mountain range, it had already controlled a certain number of corpses. Otherwise, how could so many disciples of various sects have perished here? Wu Qi. Quickly search for any marks left by Chao Yuan and the others nearby. We must find them promptly. Otherwise, we will be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi swallowed a recovery pill and began refining it to restore his energy while searching for subtle marks. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei, leading their own group of cultivators, also found themselves in peril, embroiled in fierce combat, having squandered their advantageous position. After entering the mountain range, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei had each taken charge of half the area, advancing to track the malevolent being. If their two teams had progressed steadily, the corpses would not have posed a significant threat. However, the mastermind behind the corpse control was cunning, initially sending out corpses that did not exceed the first level of Qi refinement to lull Zhu Tao and Xin Wei into a false sense of security. Confronted with corpses that could be easily dispatched, their confidence soared. Eager to be the first to find and eliminate the malevolent being, they unwittingly split their forces into numerous smaller teams. This behavior played directly into the trap set by the malevolent being, who gradually picked off one small team after another, significantly increasing its strength. In the end, less than half of the original team survived, resulting in devastating losses. Zhu Tao, you scoundrel, you've turned us into stepping stones. In a canyon, Yuying, leading a few female disciples from the Sunu sect, fought fiercely. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her silver teeth clenched as she shouted at Zhu Tao and the others. If it weren't for our assistance, you would still be surrounded. Yet now that you've escaped, you choose to abandon us, junior sister Yu. These corpses are not particularly strong. They merely excel in numbers. Hold on for a moment. I will gather the surviving members and find Xin Wei. Together, our combined strength will surely eliminate them, Zhu Tao shamelessly shouted back, infuriating Yuying further. The disciples of the Sunu sect, aside from Yuying, were all at the second or third level of Qi refinement, lacking combat experience. Faced with the corpses, their morale dropped significantly, and their fighting capabilities suffered greatly, rendering them unable to fend off the onslaught of dozens of corpses. Yuying led them in a fighting retreat. Reaching the end of the canyon, it's over. We must fight with all we have. Although Yuying could likely cut a path for herself, she could not bear to abandon the others. Gritting her teeth, she chose to fight. Without a miracle, they would not survive the day. Just then, a voice emerged from a crevice at the end of the canyon. Sisters, come here. If Gu Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the speaker as Chao Yuan, whom he sought. Yuying held off the corpses while allowing the female disciples to enter the passage behind the stone crevice, and she followed suit. The passage was narrow, and after a long climb, they finally entered a cave approximately the size of a room, sealed on all sides with an open top. Guoren Kai, Chao Yuan, I am Xiong Wu. Yuying, from the Sunu sect. After a brief introduction, the atmosphere in the cave grew tense. They all understood that their location had been compromised, and the malevolent being behind the scenes would undoubtedly gather more corpses to attack. Their only option was to ascend. Remaining in this place meant certain death. The decision was unanimously supported. Yuying instructed 2 female disciples from the Sunu sect to guard the passage while she began to climb up the stone wall. After about half an hour of arduous ascent, she finally reached the top. Without pausing, she gathered some vines, tied them together to form a rope, and helped the others climb up. The mastermind controlling the corpses had sensed their departure from the cave, and they could not afford to linger. The group hastily fled. Junior sister Yu, do you have anything to eat? We're starving, Xiong asked, clutching his stomach. They had been fleeing for over 10 days, surviving on pills and creek water. and having arrived at this cave 2 days prior, they found it devoid of food or water. Even without hearing the sounds of Yu Ying's battle, they had planned to exit later. Dying in battle is better than starving to death. I have some. One female disciple from the Sunu sect quickly produced food they had packed from the all-gathering tower and handed it to Guoren Kai and the others. Wow, this food is so fresh. It tastes like it just came from the restaurant, Chao Yuan exclaimed, his sunken eyes gleaming as he took a bite of the roasted meat. Hee hee, it's a funny coincidence. If Gu Feng hadn't caused Zhu Tao trouble, we wouldn't have any food, Wei Yuing remarked with a laugh, reflecting on how fate seemed to orchestrate a perfect cycle, where Gu Feng's mischief led to Zhu Tao's downfall, which ultimately saved them from starvation, evoking a sense of wonder at life's surprises. Ji Yu Feng? Which Gu Feng? The most renowned Gu Feng from the Wania sect. What? You must be the friends he intends to rescue, Yuing exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief, marveling at the multitude of coincidences. He's coming to save us. Chao Yuan and Guoren Kai trembled with incredulity, their hearts swelling with emotion. They had considered that Wu Qi might come to their aid, or that Yin Shishi might, but never Gu Feng. More precisely, they had not wished for him to venture outside the sect given his current perilous circumstances. With Qiu Tian looming like a sword over Gu Feng, he had disregarded the danger to come here solely to save them. Go be robbed once is to gain for a lifetime. It was worth it. Indeed, Gu Feng's presence drew them closer, and they began to converse jovially, an unexpected ease settling over them despite the perilous surroundings. Wei Yuing and the other female disciples from the Sunu sect were equally astonished upon hearing how Gu Feng had left Chao Yuan and his companions in their undergarments, forcing them to write hefty IOUs, and how Yin Shishi had been thoroughly taken advantage of during their first encounter. Laughter erupted among the disciples. Ji Yu Feng was indeed a remarkable character. He had robbed Yin Shishi, Chao Yuan, Guoren Kai, and even the Xiong brothers, yet many of those he had taken from had become his friends. Even their sect leader, having been robbed twice, had never considered retribution, likely ending up as a friend. While others forged friendships through sincerity or mutual benefit, Gu Feng's method was uniquely through thievery. What a person he was, senior sister Yu. Before he left, Gu Feng gave me a whistle, saying that in times of crisis, if I blew it, he would surely come to our rescue. The female disciple who had received the whistle now recalled this detail. Yuing furrowed her brow, hesitating as she took the whistle. She was quite familiar with such a whistle, a low-tier warning artifact with a maximum range of 100 miles. However, Gu Feng had only recently broken through to the qi refinement stage. She doubted its efficacy. What if she blew the whistle and Gu Feng lacked the strength to respond? Wouldn't that put him at risk? Meanwhile, upon seeing the whistle, Chao Yuan and the others felt their taut nerves relax, collapsing onto the ground in relief. Senior sister Yu, you still don't understand Gu Feng well enough. Although he is quite the trickster and never pays for meals, if he has spoken, it indicates he possesses the capability. Any hint of doubt or hesitation is a disrespect to him. Blow it. As long as Gu Feng arrives, the corpses and their mastermind will meet only one fate. Utter annihilation, they eagerly urged, confident in Gu Feng's impending arrival. Am I really going to blow this? Yuing placed the whistle to her lips, struggling for a moment before ultimately blowing it. A sharp sound pierced the air, echoing far and wide. At the same time, hundreds of corpses began to converge toward Chao Yuan and the others. Miles away, having just slain several corpses, Gu Feng sensed a disturbance in his storage bag. He retrieved a compass-like object and handed it to Wu Qi. Help me see which direction the whistle is coming from. Wu Qi scrutinized it for a while and confirmed it aligned with the direction marked by Chao Yuan and the others. All right, let us move at full speed. With that, Gu Feng took the lead, sprinting swiftly toward the direction indicated by the compass. Chapter 56. While I struggle for my life, you all feast and celebrate. On a peak hundreds of meters high, Chao Yuan, Guoren Kai, and the 5 Xiong brothers sat together, surrounded by roasted meat and spirit wine. They were laughing, feasting, and drinking, occasionally bursting into boisterous toasts. If not for the growing number of corpses lurking at the mountain's foot, one might think they were simply out for a picnic. Nearby, Yu Ying and several female disciples from the Sunu sect could hardly contain their agitation. Could you all be a bit more serious? In less than an incense stick's time, those corpses will swarm us, and our fate will be to join their ranks. Yu Ying's expression was grim, regretting her decision to blow the whistle. The blind confidence that Chao Yuan and the others had in Gu Feng had misguided her judgment. No matter how formidable Gu Feng's physique might be, he had only recently entered the qi refinement stage. Even with relentless training, he could only hope to break through to the second level, and his true combat prowess might not even match her own. What had she been thinking, hoping he would come to their rescue? Among the hundreds of corpses below, several familiar faces emerged, those who had once been brilliant cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement. Yu Ying's heart plummeted. This was a solitary peak, and without wings, escape was impossible. Even if we die, we shall stand and face it. The female disciples beside her, pale-faced and with glistening eyes, stood resolutely, drawing their weapons in preparation for a desperate fight. Senior Sister Yu, have some food to relieve your tension. Chao Yuan stood, offering a roasted leg with a smile. Yu Ying sighed, at a loss for words, when faced with the end of life. Everyone had the right to choose. Chao Yuan and his companion's decision to feast was understandable. Their fate was already sealed. You need not worry so much. Have faith in Gu Feng. He will surely arrive in time. Guo Rinkai reassured her, glancing at the corpses climbing up the peak. Yu Ying's expression was bittersweet, and she chose not to respond further. She had fought against those corpses and understood their terrifying nature. Bereft of consciousness, they fought like puppets, recklessly. Even against corpses of the same level, she had no confidence in victory. Even if Gu Feng cannot make it, worrying will not help. It might be better to eat and drink. Chao Yuan murmured, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, he shuddered, excitement lighting his features. Jiu Feng. Ha ha. Our luck is not bad. He really is nearby. At this exclamation, the 5 Xiong brothers sprang to their feet, calling out to the approaching Gu Feng. Gu Feng, we are here. Hearing their shouts, Gu Feng hesitated mid-stride, surprised to find Chao Yuan and the others together with Yu Ying. Jiu Feng is here? Quickly, we'll break through and flank those corpses, increasing our chances of escape. Yu Ying urged, her voice rising. The female disciples beside her understood the critical moment had arrived. Their spirits surged as they surrounded themselves with faint spiritual light. Jiu Feng's arrival inspired them greatly. Gu Feng is here to save us. If we cannot defeat the corpses, we must fight with all our might to cover his escape. We of the Sunu sect are all righteous cultivators. Understood. We are not like that scoundrel Zhu Tao. Observing the determined expressions on their faces, Yu Ying smiled with satisfaction. There were no cowards among the Sunu sect disciples. Let us fight together. After rallying their spirits, she turned to Chao Yuan and the others, wishing to convey something, but was left dumbfounded the next moment. Chao Yuan and the others were lined up neatly at the peak's edge, using stones as seats, each holding a roasted leg in their left hand and a flask of spirit wine in their right, munching on meat and sipping wine while chatting and pointing at the corpses below. Resembling an audience watching a spectacle, Jiu Feng arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the climbing corpses, as if responding to some unseen command, abruptly halted their advance and swiftly slid down the cliffside towards Gu Feng and his companions. The sudden turn of events left Yu Ying momentarily stunned. Her eyes gleamed with realization as she shouted, "Now is the time for us to strike." However, her words were abruptly interrupted by a louder voice. "Wu Qi, you incompetent fool, don't disrupt Gu Feng's performance. Hurry up and join us for drinks and feasting while we watch Gu Feng battle the corpses." Hearing this, Wu Qi cast a knowing glance upwards. Scratching his head as he approached Gu Feng, "I fear I might be a burden. You wouldn't want to hear my cries for help during battle, would you?" Gu Feng's lips twitched as he glanced at Wu Qi, uttering a single word, "Scram." "All right then," Wu Qi replied cheerfully. "I'm not much better than that burden, Wu Qi. I can scream for help even louder. Shall I join you?" Takbale chuckled shamelessly and, without waiting for Gu Feng's response, left with Wu Qi. "Chao Yuan, drop a rope down for us to climb up." Chao Yuan seemed well prepared and immediately threw down a rope. Wu Qi and Takbale swiftly began their ascent. Leaving Gu Feng standing alone, he did not flee, appearing calm and composed, quietly waiting for the corpses to encircle him. This scene left Yu Ying and several female disciples of the Sunu sect above utterly dumbfounded, frozen like wooden carvings, their eyes filled with questions. Watching Wu Qi and Takbale join the revelry of eating and drinking, Yu Ying could not contain her fury. These were the friends Gu Feng risked his life to save? How could they act so nonchalantly, disregarding Gu Feng's perilous situation? Gu Feng must be blind. They showed no concern for his safety. It seemed that Guo Renkai and the others were no better than Zhu Tao. Yuan cast a deep disdainful glance at them, then gritted her teeth and slid down the stone wall. Though they could watch Gu Feng fight, her upbringing compelled her to fight alongside him. Observing Yu Ying's retreating figure, Wu Qi opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Had it been before the whistle was blown, he and Takba Lei would never have allowed Gu Feng to face the enemy alone. However, after witnessing Gu Feng's full power, they no longer harbored such thoughts. This fellow was beyond human. When he fought fiercely, he even struck his allies on their way. They had encountered a small group of corpses numbering over 20, including 3 at the 5th level of Qi induction. Ji Yufeng had unleashed his full power to save time. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Corpses below the 5th level of Qi induction were dispatched with a single punch, their heads exploding upon impact. Those at the 5th level were dispatched with 2 punches. Wu Qi harbored serious doubts that Gu Feng would trigger an invincible buff when besieged, growing stronger and more ferocious with each strike. He and Takba Lei had foolishly attempted to assist him, only to almost be mistaken for enemies and nearly killed by Gu Feng. Fortunately, he had managed to withdraw in time. Otherwise, they would have become the rare example of allies being defeated in a brawl. Henceforth, whenever they encountered a siege by corpses, the two had discreetly stood aside, engaging only in cleanup and interception, utterly afraid to participate in the grand battle. I wonder how long it will take before Sister Yu is forced back. Takba Lei nudged Wu Qi, smiling. I'd say at most a quarter of an incense stick, Wu Qi blurted out, initially intending to say a few breaths but refraining due to the opponent's 5th level Qi induction strength. How can you say that about Sister Yu? She is risking her life. You all stand by and do nothing, yet you mock her. One of the female disciples of the Su Nu sect blushed angrily, directing her ire at Wu Qi and the others. If you won't go, we will. Several female disciples exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes. I advise you not to go. With your small frames, you wouldn't withstand even a punch from Gu Feng. Takba Lei scoffed. He, once the strongest in body refinement among the outer sect, could barely endure a punch from Gu Feng. How could those delicate female disciples fare any better? Anyway, your sister you will be up shortly. It's better to wait here. As they spoke, a fierce battle erupted below. Hundreds of corpses, their eyes glowing with a ghostly light, let out hoarse roars that sent shivers down one's spine, akin to a call from the depths of the underworld, as they charged towards Gu Feng. Gazing at the menacing faces of the encroaching corpses, Gu Feng excitedly licked his lips, as if he were a born warrior. Thriving in the face of danger, his fighting spirit ignited. With a thunderous shout, he stood tall, his plain robe billowing as he unleashed his spirit energy, enveloped in a faint aura, his long black hair dancing in the wind. His eyes sharp as swords, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a clenched fist, he thrust forward, causing a deafening explosion of air. The foremost corpse had its head shattered, collapsing lifelessly, blood and viscera splattered in a gruesome display. Igniting Gu Feng's rampage, he was like an enraged beast, pouncing like a lion, soaring like a wolf, leaping like a deer, diving like a hawk, grasping, tearing, biting, slapping, hammering. Every part of him became a weapon, every bone in his body moving to its fullest potential. He was unmatched in valor, his punches powerful enough to send corpses flying like straw dolls, their heads bursting midair. One corpse brandished a spiked club, roaring as it charged. Gu Feng met it with a furious attack, shattering the club with one punch and dispatching the corpse with another. His hair, imbued with spirit energy, glowed brightly as he whipped his head, decapitating a corpse whose head rolled to the ground and was crushed underfoot. Gu Feng's offensive prowess was unparalleled, and his defense was equally formidable. A punch from a 3rd-level Qi induction corpse struck his back like a mere tickle, even momentarily stunning the mindless corpse. Is he even human? He resembles a corpse more than the corpses themselves. Who, then, is truly the corpse? The female disciples atop the peak gaped, their mouths agape, their eyes bulging as if witnessing a monster, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Even Wu Qi and Takba Lei, who had previously watched Gu Feng unleash his fury, could not help but feel their pupils constrict. They had thought they had seen it all, only to realize this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yu Feng's power was enigmatic, akin to a fathomless ocean, its depths unreadable. A breathless figure climbed up the rope to the peak, her face swollen, eyes darkened, blood trickling from her nostrils. Who are you? Chao Yuan regarded her warily, the others tensed with caution. I am Yu Ying. Sister Yu, you're injured. Several female disciples rushed forward, concern etched on their faces. Her condition was dire. Her face bore the marks of fists and feet, leaving her almost unrecognizable. I was struck by Gu Feng. Yu Ying swallowed a healing pill, forcefully pushing Wu Qi aside as she angrily sat on a rock, snatching a roasted leg and tearing into it. Heh? You insisted on going, and now you're lucky to have survived. Takbalay chuckled, taking a hearty swig of spirit wine, his gaze returning to the fray below. Yu Ying paid him no mind, her swollen eyes betraying an undeniable shock. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi induction, she could not withstand even a few casual punches from Gu Feng. His fists felt as hard as diamonds, even damaging her weapon. Damn it, he just advanced to Qi induction a month ago. How can he be so formidable? It was fortunate that he had not made her his target. Otherwise, would she still be alive? The answer was certain. Had she faced Gu Feng in a one-on-one duel, she would have been obliterated in mere moments. As a fellow practitioner of Qi induction, standing under the same sky, how could the disparity be so vast? Yu Ying brooded angrily, tearing into a large piece of roasted meat, her expression contorting in pain. Had she known Gu Feng was this powerful, she would never have attempted to assist him. It would have been far better to sit atop the peak, feasting and drinking while watching Gu Feng battle the corpses. Gu Feng's robe had become soaked in dark green blood, but his eyes shone ever brighter, as if his innate combat instincts were awakening. He resembled a harbinger of death, moving among the malevolent beings, disdain etched on his face as he effortlessly dispatched them. His invincible aura was observed by the unseen orchestrators controlling the corpses, their shock evident in their crimson eyes hidden beneath black cloaks. Gu Feng, I never imagined that just a few months apart, your strength would grow to such terrifying heights. Why Gu family meets its end because of you, and it is no injustice. I eagerly anticipate the treasures you possess. Behind him, a small blood pool churned, and within it, several sinister corpses simultaneously opened their eyes, at the foot of the mountain. All was calm. Gu Feng stood resolutely against the wind, shaking himself, sending blood and grime flying, revealing his handsome visage. He glanced toward the peak, and in the next moment, he launched himself upward with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath him as he soared hundreds of meters to the summit. You bunch of scoundrels! I am fighting for my life, and you are indulging in food and drink. Hand it all over. I want to eat something. Chapter 57. Sister Yu, you cannot blame me. You obstructed my line of attack. Gu Feng sat down, tearing into the roasted meat, before gulping down more spirit wine, a look of enjoyment on his face. Suddenly, he turned to Yu Ying, who was also gazing intently at him. Sister Yu, are you all right? Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's eyelids twitched, and she winced as she moved, letting out a pained hiss. Do I look like I'm fine? Her cold and indifferent tone, combined with her bizarre expression and bruised visage, struck Gu Feng as amusing, causing him to chuckle. That I apologize. It was not intentional. You just happened to block my line of attack? Line of attack? Yu Ying felt an urge to curse, thinking, what the hell do you mean by line of attack? The entire area is a line of attack. She seriously suspected this was a premeditated act of revenge against her. The memory of her recent ordeal made her lips twitch and her mood spiral into chaos. After enduring 2 heavy punches from Gu Feng, she had learned her lesson, deliberately keeping a distance of several meters from him while retaining some awareness of his movements during the fight against the corpses. Yet Gu Feng's attacks were anything but predictable. They came from unexpected angles, like an antelope's horns, elusive and inscrutable. One moment he was striking nearby corpses, and the next he would leap back like a startled rabbit, launching an attack on a target far removed from him at an astonishing angle. Just when one thought he could anticipate his next move, he would jump again, disappearing, his position changing constantly with incredible speed. Even if one focused intently on him, predicting his next target was impossible. One could not even foresee when he would change position. Despite Yu Ying's utmost caution, she could not defend against Gu Feng's whimsical assaults. The number of times he struck her exceeded the number of corpses she managed to hit. How could one fight under such suffocating conditions? It would be better to simply watch from the sidelines. As Yu Ying's complaints reached the ears of the others, they could no longer contain their mirth, bursting into laughter. Yu Ying had approached to assist Gu Feng with a pure heart, only to be struck back. Anyone in her position would feel humiliated. Sister Yu, I feel your pain as well. The moment I launched my attack, I sensed something was amiss and had to forcibly retract my strength. Otherwise, Gu Feng grinned, revealing a dazzling smile. Otherwise, I would have been dead, right? Ewing shot up, her eyes wide as she glared at him. You nearly beat me to a pulp, and you still have the audacity to complain? Had she been able to match Gu Feng's strength, she would have loved to give that insufferable brat a good beating. Her swollen eyelids only added to the hilarity of her situation. Sister Yu, consider yourself fortunate. You managed to climb up here. I had it much worse. Last time I nearly got obliterated in a single punch, Wu Qi exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with roasted meat, recalling the harrowing experience. He was not exaggerating. Gu Feng in the heat of battle was indeed perilous. Had Takba Lei not reacted quickly and absorbed much of the force, he too could have been obliterated by Gu Feng. As Wu Qi's words sank in, Ewing felt a surge of fear. What if Gu Feng faced an even stronger enemy, plunging himself into battle? She might have truly returned in a state of defeat. Are the enemies not formidable enough? The thought struck her like a thunderclap, sending waves of shock coursing through her being, flooding her mind with a torrent of realization. She considered herself well-versed in the ways of the world. Just take the Sunu sect's leader, Chu Yu Huan, who stood as the fifth on the inner sect celestial ranking, an epitome of talent. Yet, even this idol of hers paled in comparison to Gu Feng's battle prowess after merely a month in Qi induction. Such overwhelming power must be comparable to the 7th level of Qi induction. Tio possessed strength on par with the 7th level after just 1 month? Was this for real? Hadn't it been said that the cultivation of the 10,000 tribulations body was a slow process? It seemed the ancient texts were all a bunch of nonsense. For the first time, Ewing felt the vast chasm separating individuals, so wide that it extinguished any desire for comparison. She herself had spent a full year advancing to the 5th level of Qi induction. In comparing goods, one must discard the inferior, and in comparing people, one mustn't feel despondent. Gu Feng, how have you progressed so rapidly? This was a personal secret, yet Yu Ying could not help but voice her curiosity. A sentiment echoed among the others. The female disciples of the Sunu sect blushed, their gazes filled with admiration as they fixated on Gu Feng. This young man was not only handsome but possessed an unfathomable strength. Even under the looming threat of disaster, he was undeniably a man worthy of admiration. Wu Qi and the others held their breath, eager to uncover the mystery behind his rapid growth. If they could learn even a fraction of his prowess, they would surely soar to greatness. Is cultivation swift? This is already a suppressed state. Otherwise, I could progress even faster. Gu Feng smiled slightly, stating the truth, yet others found it hard to believe, all exchanging incredulous glances. Bravo, what a perfect act of showmanship. Can you teach me how to be as impressive as you? Does your 10,000 beasts technique reside in the outer sect's scripture hall? Once I earn some points this time, I must go learn it. As he spoke, Gu Feng felt invigorated. If I place my improved 10,000 beasts technique back in the scripture hall, can I set an exorbitantly high price for it? Upon hearing this, the others had yet to react when the 5 brothers of the Xiong family lunged forward with lightning speed. Big brother, please don't set the price too high. We can't afford it. Among the gathered crowd, only the 5 brothers of the Xiong family, who had dedicated themselves to honing their hand-to-hand combat skills, had long coveted Gu Feng's 10,000 beasts technique. Witnessing the 5 burly men's tearful expressions, Gu Feng shook his head in exasperation. Were it not for the outer sect's rules against privately disseminating techniques, he would not have minded teaching them his technique. Certainly, setting an exorbitant price was merely a casual remark. If the founders of the techniques sought to amass wealth solely through a single method, chaos would ensue among the outer sections after conversing for a while. Indulging in food and drink, Yu Ying surveyed the disarray below and furrowed her brow, asking, "What shall we do next?" She looked at Gu Feng, evidently regarding him as their backbone. "Since we are here, let us deal with the malevolent force behind the control of the corpses," Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. Having observed the corpses along their journey, he had surmised the identity of the mastermind, most likely a member of the Gu family from Yunwo City. Furthermore, the transformation of this individual into their current state was likely connected to him. Whether for the sake of eradicating evil or securing his own peace in the future, this person had to be eliminated. I knew it. Gu Feng possesses a heart for justice. One female disciple from the Sunu sect exclaimed in admiration, and Yu Ying also expressed her appreciation. However, you might be mistaken. Gu Feng's enthusiasm surely has ulterior motives. Based on my understanding of him, he is likely seeking to profit from saving lives. Chao Yuan interjected knowingly. Is that so? Gu Feng's expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on the storage bag at Chao Yuan's waist. Then please hand over your spirit stones, Gu Feng. You're joking. I'll help you deal with him. Thus, Guoren Kai, the 5 brothers of the Xiong family, and others erupted in a frenzy towards Chao Yuan, shouting phrases like you can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth, and do you still think we aren't poor enough? Brothers, I was wrong. As the cries of agony echoed, the group departed from the peak, following the traces left by the corpses step by step. With Gu Feng, the fierce warrior, among them, everyone felt considerably more at ease, shedding a sense of trepidation, boom, bang. Even though it was not their first encounter with Gu Feng's combat style, Yu Ying and the others could not help but feel their eyelids twitching. Jiu Feng was akin to a human weapon. Those terrifying corpses posed no threat before him. All were swiftly vanquished. His defense was astounding, and his attacks were fierce. The only shortcoming was perhaps the lack of flamboyant martial arts, rendering his methods seemingly ordinary. Yet it was precisely these unremarkable offensive maneuvers that ensured their safety, with none suffering injuries. As the sole injured party, Ewing increasingly regretted her rash actions earlier. Had she not underestimated Gu Feng's strength, her face would not be so swollen to this day. The malevolence in the area thickened, suggesting that the sinister mastermind was not far off. Without Gu Feng needing to speak, the group sensed the impending danger. There are sounds of fighting over there. Should we go? Guorenkai asked quietly as he approached Gu Feng. Jiu Feng stroked his chin, believing that many hands make light work, and nodded, signaling everyone to advance towards the sounds of conflict. Zhu Tao and Xin Wei gathered the remaining disciples, united together, steadily advancing towards Gu Feng and his group. Upon their encounter, both parties were somewhat taken aback. It's that scoundrel Zhu Tao. Yuing ground her teeth in frustration, loathing Zhu Tao for fleeing at a critical moment. Zhu Tao's gaze shifted, and upon seeing Yu Ying's swollen face, a smirk crept onto his lips. Junior sister Yu, given our heavy losses, why not set aside past grievances and move forward together? He approached Gu Feng, sneering, you've been lucky to have survived this long. Should we join him? Yuing quietly sought Gu Feng's opinion, causing Zhu Tao to momentarily pause in confusion, yet he thought little of it. Let us go together, Gu Feng replied indifferently. Prioritizing the larger picture over personal vendettas, he resolved to deal with Zhu Tao later when time permitted. It would be a leisurely and enjoyable task. Chapter 58, Truly Perplexing, Why Do Villains Prefer the Kikik Laugh? Gu Feng surveyed the two groups. The once grand assembly of 400 to 500 was now reduced to barely over 100. The recent exorcism mission had inflicted severe losses upon the various sects of Yun County. On the path of cultivation, tomorrow and death are equally uncertain. Gu Feng felt a weight in his heart, yet his resolve strengthened further. He must overcome the tribulations and reach the pinnacle, whether Zhu Tao was scheming behind the scenes or not. Gu Feng's group sensed the contemptuous glances from the others upon joining the team. Some cultivators even pointed fingers, faintly overhearing terms like coward, inciting the ire of Yu Ying and the others. Black is black, white is white. Why bother arguing with foolish individuals? Gu Feng smiled slightly, unperturbed by the matter, his mental fortitude robust enough to withstand Zhu Tao's petty tricks. As they journeyed, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei walked side by side, whispering to one another, their eyes occasionally flashing with malice. After passing through a thicket, they encountered a swamp, where everyone broke branches to fashion makeshift sleds, crossing the mire with relative ease. Once clear of the swamp, a heavy and unpleasant atmosphere hung in the air, signaling that the stronghold of the malevolent beings controlling the corpses lay within the valley ahead. The group proceeded cautiously, dispatching the sporadic corpses that appeared, inching closer to the valley. Outside the valley, the trees were withered from corruption, the grass yellowed, and a foul stench wafted toward them, eliciting involuntary retches. Jiu Feng led Yu Ying and the others to take cover behind a massive boulder several hundred meters from Zhu Tao's group. Observing the movements within the valley, Jiu Feng, the stench here is so malevolent. Do you have confidence in handling this? Yu Ying asked anxiously, gazing at the blood pool within the valley. It should be manageable. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. Just then, a figure cloaked in black robes slowly emerged from the cave, followed by a group of similarly garbed individuals. Jiu Feng instantly recognized the leading figure, limping as he walked. It was none other than his uncle Gu. A flicker of realization crossed Gu Feng's mind. His uncle's survival was likely due to the failed assassination attempt that left him fearing reprimand from Gu Tianba, causing him to remain outside and narrowly escape the family massacre. His luck is quite remarkable, having acquired such sinister secrets, Gu Feng mused. "Oh, you know this person?" Ewing inquired quietly. "He is a relative. My uncle?" Gu Feng replied, and Ewing understood the strained relationship he had with his uncle, refraining from further questioning. "Can we handle someone at the 7th level of Qi induction?" Chao Yuan approached, expressing concern. Although there was only a minor difference between the 6th and 7th levels, the latter represented a significant leap in power, making the disparity in combat strength vast. It would be challenging to deal with a 7th level opponent. However, with a bit of motivation, it should be feasible. Gu Feng furrowed his brows. Upon hearing this, Guo Renkai and the others rolled their eyes, fully aware that Gu Feng's notion of motivation could only refer to spirit stones. "Boss, don't let our 5 brothers' appearances fool you. We're broke." Xiongde trembled slightly at Gu Feng's gaze, feeling uneasy. "If you can slay the malevolent being and help us complete the task, 100,000 spirit stones will be yours." Chao Yuan declared boldly, "I'll also contribute 100,000. We cannot start our first mission with failure, and this 100,000 is worth it." Guo Renkai chimed in, "I'll add another 100,000. Wu Qi succinctly stated, in unison. Gu Feng and Guo Renkai turned their gaze towards Yu Ying and the other women, whose eyelids twitched in surprise. "I represent my sisters and offer 200,000, provided you lead us to complete the task," Ying declared. Hailing from the prestigious Yu family of Yun County, she could indeed afford the mere 200,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng chuckled, casting a secretly appreciative glance at Chao Yuan and the others, acknowledging their understanding of his intentions without needing further communication. Should Ying discover that Wu Qi and the others were merely pawns of Gu Feng's design, she would undoubtedly be enraged. Naturally, Gu Feng was not merely seeking to exploit. He had observed Ying's attire and weaponry, which clearly indicated her affluent background, prompting him to orchestrate this scheme to ensnare her. Wealthy individuals ought to assist the less fortunate. Within the valley, Uncle Gu unveiled his black robe, and Gu Feng could vaguely discern his uncle's former appearance through the gaunt features. Upon recognizing the figures behind him, Gu Feng was initially taken aback before feeling a sense of relief. The presence of Gu Tianba and others was expected. Uncle Gu had risen to prominence by controlling these individuals' corpses, gradually expanding his influence. He had evidently discovered a method to elevate Gu Tianba and the others to the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi induction, making them only slightly weaker than him. Several hundred meters away, Zhu Tao and Shun Wei sensed the cultivation levels of the black-robed individuals, their hearts filled with trepidation. With their current formation, the hope of victory seemed bleak. What now? According to the plan, we'll incite a battle between the two sides and sneak into the cave to seize the storage bags, Zhu Tao and Shun Wei whispered. Aside from a few trusted confidants, no one was aware that they had long recognized the futility of attempting to slay the malevolent being with their current forces. Their arduous journey, fraught with peril, was solely to acquire the storage bags of the fallen cultivators. The wealth amassed by several hundred disciples at the Qi induction stage was enough to tempt them to take risks. The commotion had already angered the various sects of Yun County. After today, the malevolent being would undoubtedly flee the area. Our plans must not leak. Once we reach the mountain's entrance, we'll eliminate anyone in our way. Zhu Tao spoke with a grim expression, and no doubt about it. Shin Wei replied with a sinister grin. The two discreetly contacted their trusted allies, awaiting the opportune moment to strike, while those lurking further away remained oblivious to the imminent danger. Awaiting Zhu Tao and Shin Wei's signal to attack, as the sun set, the already dim valley was shrouded in darkness. Ji Yufeng was not hesitant to act. Rather, he was biding his time for Zhu Tao and the others to make their move. As the last rays of crimson faded from the horizon, a rustling sound approached rapidly from afar. Simultaneously, the ground nearby Gu Feng began to crack, and corpses erupted from the earth. Uncle Gu within the valley glanced toward Gu Feng's hidden position, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "We have been discovered," Gu Feng whispered, as Yu Ying and the others heightened their vigilance. "Protect yourselves. I will slay him with that." Gu Feng shot forth like an unleashed arrow. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Tao and Shin Wei signaled for their attack. More than 100 cultivators yelled as they charged towards the valley. In an instant, both sides clashed in fierce combat. Amidst the chaos, Gu Feng failed to notice that Zhu Tao, Shun Wei, and their dozen confidants had not engaged in the fray, but instead circumnavigated the battlefield, stealthily infiltrating the cave. A sinister smile crept upon Uncle Gu's lips as he reveled in the situation. Fully aware that to eliminate Gu Feng and seize his treasures, sacrifices must be made. The storage bags of the fallen cultivators served as bait to entice Zhu Tao and Xin Wei. As anticipated, upon securing the bags, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei left without a second thought, disregarding the ongoing battle. Zhu Tao, you scoundrel! I curse your ancestors for generations. Xin Wei, you wretched fool! I must have been blind to follow you. Once I escape alive, I will hire storytellers to narrate your disgraceful deeds day and night. Watching the retreating figures, the remaining cultivators' eyes turned red with fury, and they began to curse. Kakik, the nuisances have finally departed. My dears, become my corpses. None shall escape. Uncle Gu cackled wickedly, his visage becoming even more loathsome, as he unleashed a formation disc, enveloping the entire valley and ensnaring all unsuspecting cultivators. Gazing upon the thousands of densely packed corpses, dread washed over the cultivators, their legs turning to jelly, despair filling their hearts. Zhu Tao and Xin Wei had absconded with the most formidable disciples, leaving the rest to face these malevolent beings. Their hope for survival dwindled, with some unable to muster the courage to resist. Even the strongest among them barely reached the 5th level of Qi induction. Facing the 7th level adversaries was akin to a chicken attempting to peck at a stone. There was no glimmer of hope. Uncle Gu strode into the fray, relishing the despair on their faces, pondering whether his elder brother had experienced similar feelings in his final moments. I must say, Uncle, you've cultivated evil secrets. There's no need to change your laughter. Kakik sounds truly unpleasant. I cannot fathom why villains are so fond of this laugh. Just as hope seemed lost, Gu Feng stepped forward, unflinching, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His strides were steady and powerful, each step measured with precision, resonating with a thundering sound that stirred the hearts of those present, exuding an overwhelming aura of invincibility. Quickly, everyone gather around. With Gu Feng here, we still have a chance for survival, Yuing shouted, rallying all cultivators to converge in a defensive formation within a concave terrain. Chapter 59. Comrades? No, they are merely a flock of sheep. The 100 or so cultivators, under Yu Ying's guidance, squeezed into a rocky crevice surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, leaving only a small opening. Gu Feng, hurry and take cover. After rescuing all the cultivators, Yuing called out to Gu Feng. Zhu Tao and Xin Wei's flight had turned the previously balanced confrontation into a one-sided affair. Gu Feng was formidable. He might withstand an opponent at the 6th level of Qi induction, perhaps even resist a 7th level adversary for a moment. But this was not a one-on-one duel. He was surrounded on all sides by a horde of corpses. Even Gu Feng, with his strength, would eventually exhaust himself. This exorcism mission had inflicted heavy casualties on the various sects. Before long, elders would arrive to investigate. If they could hold out for a few days, perhaps rescue would come. Ignoring Yu Ying's call, Gu Feng maintained his gaze fixed upon the malevolent figure he referred to as uncle, allowing the corpses to encircle him. Junior sister Yu, stop calling out. Gu Feng is doomed, a fellow disciple from the Luoxia sect remarked gravely. From his perspective, Gu Feng was encompassed by 3 layers of encirclement. 6 6th-level corpses in the innermost circle, thousands of corpses of varying cultivation levels in the middle, and a 7th-level adversary looming ominously outside. In such circumstances, even an 8th-level cultivator would pay a heavy price to break free. Gu Feng had only just entered the Qi induction stage a month ago and had never even visited Lishan. How could he possibly withstand this torrent of attacks? Silence. If it weren't for Gu Feng holding back those corpses, would you have made it here safely to take refuge? Yuing scolded the disciple, while several others from the Su Nu sect glared at him. Chastised by a 5th-level prodigy, the disciple begrudgingly fell silent. Brother, what is your name? Wu Qi inquired, giving the disciple a friendly pat on the shoulder. I'm Shang Biao, an outer sect disciple of the Luoxia sect, he replied haughtily, noticing Wu Qi's unfamiliar face and his low cultivation level. Guoren Kai, make a note of Shang Biao's name. We'll have Gu Feng deal with him later? Sure thing, Guoren Kai replied, intrigued, taking out a small notebook to jot down the name while casting a sympathetic glance at Shang Biao. What do you mean by that? Shang Biao retorted, his eyes sharp, having completely forgotten his earlier cowardice when surrounded by corpses. What? Do you have an opinion? Tuabale shot him a glare. Shang Biao understood the threat and huffed, choosing not to retort further. We'll break out and rescue Gu Feng. Who is for it? Who is against it? Tuabale declared loudly, I oppose it. We've finally found a temporary safe haven. This place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. We cannot act recklessly, a bearded cultivator voiced, garnering the agreement of the majority. What is your name? I am Yuxiong, a madman who never changes my name or my nature. Good. Make a note of Yuxiong's name. Tuabale coldly addressed Guorankai. Humph. I have permitted the monk to cross, so please remember my name as well. In an instant, names echoed in the air as Guorankai elegantly recorded the names of the clamorous cultivators without missing a single one. Forget it, this method is too cumbersome. Let us do it in reverse. Wu Qi furrowed his brow and called out to the crowd. Whoever wishes to venture out to rescue Gu Feng, please stand with me. As soon as his words echoed, the cultivators beside him swiftly walked in the opposite direction. Brother, you are quite commendable, willing to risk your life to save Gu Feng. Please bravely state your name. Wu Qi grasped the arm of a first-layer qi-emitting cultivator, his face displaying admiration. He was the only one willing to remain, truly deserving of friendship. Actually, I would also like to go over there, but my leg is broken, so I cannot move. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan and others' expressions darkened, and they kicked the nameless cultivator into the opposing camp. Observing the over 100 cultivators across from them, Xiongwu couldn't help but mutter, being strong is indeed advantageous. It's another lucrative gain. Yuing looked at Chao Yuan and the others, her lips twitching incessantly. She could see that they were merely seeking a pretext for robbery under the guise of rescuing Gu Feng, never truly intending to save him. Honestly, these people were utterly selfish, caring only for their own safety while disregarding the lives of others. They deserve to be robbed. Gu Feng, do not worry about our safety. Focus on battling with all your might. He'll motivate you. I have gathered over 100 fat sheep for you. When you return victorious, you shall reap the rewards. Hearing Tuabale's proclamation, Gu Feng, trapped in a dire situation, turned and flashed a grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He and his uncle Gu shared a tacit understanding, remaining silent yet observing one another intently. Both knew each other well. Today, it was a matter of life or death. Uncle Gu dispatched a few dozen undead to hold off Yu Ying and her group. With the support of formations, these minor minions were unlikely to escape. His focus remained on Gu Feng and the treasure he possessed. The valley fell into an eerie silence. Even the wind ceased to blow, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. When the starlight descended, the battle unexpectedly ignited, unleashing a cataclysmic clash that shattered the tranquil night sky. 8 sixth-layer qi-emitting undead simultaneously opened their arms and struck down towards Gu Feng, their formidable spiritual power compressing the air in the immediate vicinity, increasing the pressure by several hundredfold. Gu Feng crouched, arms crossed defensively over his chest, bracing himself against the onslaught. Boom. Struck solidly by the attack, Gu Feng shrank significantly, his feet sinking into the ground, only his knees remaining above the surface. He felt his insides churn violently, his chest tightening, and breathing becoming labored. Rise, Gu Feng bellowed, plunging his hands into the earth and heaving up a mass of soil the size of a house. Causing the 8 sixth-layer undead to stagger in that fleeting moment, he unleashed a furious counterstrike. His right hand exploded a pocket of air, twisting at the waist, his unparalleled strength transmitted from his lower body to his waist, then through his torso to his arm, delivering a full-force blow. Bang. One of the closest undead, already toppling to the side, was struck squarely, its chest caving in terrifyingly, ribs shattering and piercing the skin, dark green liquid spilling forth. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Feng swept his leg, toppling the still mobile undead to the ground, his foot crushing down, a gruesome mixture of crimson and white brain matter oozing across the ground. The entire process was swift and astonishing, leaving the cultivators hiding in the crevices of the rocks dumbfounded. In mere breaths, Gu Feng had slain a 6th-layer undead. His combat prowess evidently surpassed that of Zhu Tao and Shen Wei. Good. Chao Yuan and the others felt a surge of excitement, tightly clenching their fists and cheering for Gu Feng. Uncle Gu, surveying the scene with pride, his eyes blazing with fervor, quivered with excitement as Gu Feng's strength signified the value of the treasures he possessed. Kakik, can you eliminate all my undead? After this strike, he discerned Gu Feng's limits. He was certain that Gu Feng could not escape this encirclement. Jiu Feng withstood the first wave of attacks. While that wicked man focuses on him, we shall break the formation and escape. The stunned cultivators displayed wild joy, and someone suggested breaking the formation to flee, garnering the agreement of the majority. Wei Yuing trembled with anger, wishing to strike down those heartless cultivators. Gu Feng, give up your resistance. Your companions have already abandoned you. Seeing this, Uncle Gu sneered, attempting to undermine Gu Feng's will. Humph, companions, they are merely a herd of sheep. Gu Feng remained undeterred, his battle spirit surging, and after enduring another wave of attacks, he successfully killed another 6th-layer undead. Chapter 60. In this realm, I am invincible. 1 for 1 above this realm. Gazing at the over 100 cultivators rushing toward the formation's edge, relentlessly pounding, a hint of mockery surfaced in Uncle Gu's eyes. This formation could ensnare all cultivators below the acquired stage. With these ants, it was destined to be futile. No longer paying attention, he concentrated all his focus on Gu Feng, licking his crimson tongue and unable to suppress a sinister chuckle. Jiu Feng was truly too powerful, strong enough to instill dread. How long had it been? From a fledgling who had to resort to deceit to escape his grasp, he had grown to the point of slaying 6th-layer cultivators. Had he not inadvertently obtained the mysterious control over Corpse's technique, even the entire Gu family would be powerless against him. If he could obtain the treasures on Gu Feng, retreat to cultivate for a decade or so, he could dominate Yunjun. With this thought, Uncle Gu cast a sly smile at Gu Feng. Jiu Feng, await your demise. Why struggle like a cornered beast? You try it, Gu Feng retorted, delivering a punch that sent a 6th-layer undead staggering back. Half of the 8 6th-layer undead had fallen to him, yet Gu Feng did not feel at ease. For countless undead surged forth, raining down attacks upon him. These undead felt no pain and feared no death. They were an entirely different concept from ordinary cultivators. Even with Gu Feng's strength, he felt overwhelmed. In such circumstances, speed was hindered, evasion lost its effect. He could only choose to endure. Gu Feng's focus sharpened like never before, his fighting spirit reaching its zenith. He could not afford a moment of negligence, for it would lead to his demise. At this moment, he recognized his own shortcomings. Without formidable martial skills, relying solely on physical strength and the beast control technique, he found himself at a disadvantage against such overwhelming odds. He resolved that upon returning to the Falling Sunset sect, he must seek out an offensive martial skill suited to him. Roar. A beastly roar erupted from his throat, his powerful aura surging once more as he seized an undead and wielded it as a weapon. Sweeping it around, the undead collided with one another, flesh and blood splattering, dark green blood splashing onto Gu Feng's face, sending a chilling thrill through him. He entered a frenzied combat mode, lifting a boulder the size of a person and smashing it down indiscriminately. With each strike, 2 or 3 undead were reduced to paste, causing the ground to tremble. He resembled a deity, dominating the battlefield, displaying an invincible aura that swept away all demonic entities. A 6th-layer undead howled and charged at him. Gu Feng calmly extended an arm, shattering the opponent's attack with a punch, then delivering a second straight for its head. It was no longer possible to leave here unscathed. Gu Feng opted for the most efficient combat style, exchanging injury for injury. Observing the continuously falling undead, Uncle Gu's expression darkened to the extreme. These were his reliance, the very means by which he had reached this point. They could be lost, but not all at once. He awaited the moment Gu Feng's momentum waned. However, after Gu Feng killed another 6th-layer undead, he could no longer contain himself. Gu Feng, you have reached your limit. Let your uncle conclude this, Uncle Gu bellowed, an aura of peak 7th-layer chi emitting suddenly exploding forth, causing the entire valley to rumble, dark energy spreading like mercury. Hiding in the crevices, Yu Ying and the others felt shock and fear. The presence of a peak 7th-layer cultivator was overwhelmingly strong, rendering them breathless. What to do? No matter how strong Gu Feng is, he cannot defeat that wicked man. Tua Bail's voice trembled, deducing from the aura that Gu Feng was weaker than his uncle. Furthermore, after battling for so long, his stamina was depleted. Surrounded by ravenous undead, it was a certain death. Gu Feng, we shall aid you. Even knowing their charge might be futile, Yu Ying and the others fought fiercely. Even the weakest among them, Wu Qi, shouted at the top of his lungs to clear some minions for Gu Feng. You all retreat, protect yourselves. I can no longer assist. Yu Feng's dark hair flew wildly, a fierce expression on his face as he struck down 3 undead before him. Door. You still think of others? Uncle Gu sneered, delivering a ferocious palm strike, gathering all the spiritual energy within several meters and crashing it down upon Gu Feng's chest, sending him flying and smashing into a massive rock, blood splattering. You bastards, why won't you come help? Ewing screamed, calling out to the hundreds of cultivators laboring to break the formation, yet all she received in return was indifference and coldness. Gu Feng rose from the rubble, his face pale, spitting out a mix of blood and saliva, gritting his teeth as he charged once more. The undead surged from all directions, overwhelming Gu Feng. Roar. Gu Feng let out a thunderous roar, pushing the undead surrounding him away to this moment. His clothes were tattered, numerous wounds adorned his body, blood pouring ceaselessly. This task is incredibly challenging. You must increase the reward. With those words, Gu Feng seemed to have taken a stimulant, forcefully pushing through dozens of undead, inching closer to Uncle Gu. All right, increase the reward. Chao Yuan shouted. Kill, Kakik. You are the most outstanding genius of the Gu family. Your uncle will ensure you receive ample offerings in the afterlife. Die for me, boom. The clash erupted like 2 meteors colliding, or 2 heavy weapons striking together, the deafening sound making one's eardrums ache and head buzz. Jiu Feng and Uncle Gu exchanged blows, the released spiritual energy stripping away layers of earth, dozens of undead being flung aside like scraps of paper. Debris flew like cannonballs, shocking Yu Ying and the others, leaving them wide-eyed and trembling. How powerful! Gu Feng is truly formidable, able to contend with a peak 7th-layer powerhouse. We must withdraw. Do not let Gu Feng worry. Uncle Gu, equally astonished, knew Gu Feng was strong. He had intentionally sent undead to exhaust his stamina. Yet now, he could still unleash such a ferocious blow. I must have it. His eyes turned crimson as he charged at Gu Feng. The two engaged in a fierce battle, yet Gu Feng's lower realm and depleted stamina left him at a disadvantage. He was continually knocked back but charged forward again, shouting, "Increase the reward." It seemed those 2 words granted him boundless strength. Ha ha ha, die, Uncle Gu cackled, seizing the moment Gu Feng exposed a flaw in his attack, delivering a heavy punch to his chest. Crack! The punch shattered Gu Feng's ribs, leaving a deep imprint on his chest, blood erupting from his mouth. Gu Feng, Yu Ying, and the others cried out in despair. However, despite the grievous injury, Gu Feng remained rooted, his gaze lifting to reveal a strange smile as he uttered, "Got you. In this realm, I am invincible." 1 for 1 above this realm, Gu Feng had finally caught hold of Uncle Gu. How could he let go? Ignoring the attacks from the surrounding undead, he moved swiftly around him, launching a torrential assault. The beast control technique erupted with full force. His hair exploded outward, resembling an enraged beast. One moment like a lion charging down the mountain, the next like a wolf leaping, then like a deer bounding, and finally like a hawk diving. Grasping, tearing, ripping, biting, slamming, hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, and even his head and teeth transformed into weapons. Every bone in his body moving to its fullest potential, Uncle Gu roared in response. Yet every time he attempted to strike back, Gu Feng interrupted him in time, making him feel as though he were besieged by dozens of terrifying beasts. Each part of his body suffering injuries, he wanted to control the undead to push Gu Feng back. Yet commanding them weakened his focus, making it even harder to resist, leading to further injuries. Damn it, die. He abandoned all tactics, relying solely on his peak 7th-layer strength to kill Gu Feng. Chapter 61. This free gift comes at no additional cost. Uncle Gu, despite suffering several heavy blows, forced out a wave of attacks. However, Gu Feng seemed reckless, using his body to absorb the strikes and countering rapidly, once again suppressing Uncle Gu. Damn it. Being dominated by a junior infuriated Uncle Gu. Kill. Eliminate those ants. He commanded the undead to attack Yu Ying and the others. Chao Yuan and the others retreated to the rocky crevices, desperately holding their ground using the terrain to their advantage. Gu Feng, do not mind us. Kill that wicked man. Yu Ying gritted her teeth, resisting the onslaught of undead as she shouted at Gu Feng. Jiu Feng had finally managed to reverse the disadvantage, dragging the wicked man into close combat. He must not let his focus waver. Gu Feng floated, selectively enduring Uncle Gu's attacks, employing all limbs while continuously altering his attacking methods. Uncle Gu felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Gu Feng's attacks, though repetitive, were difficult to counter. It was as if there was a subtle rhythm to Gu Feng's assaults, each strike perfectly timed, leaving Uncle Gu flustered and unable to respond. Had it not been for his superior cultivation level, he would have likely already been defeated. The two roared, teeth gritted as they fought desperately. Gu Feng, through his unique combat style, forced the peak 7th layer Uncle Gu into the quagmire of close combat. They grappled from the valley to the cave, from the cave to the cliff, Gu Feng sticking to Uncle Gu like glue, making it difficult for the latter to escape. This was a brutal endurance contest. Due to Gu Feng's prior elimination of most 6th layer undead, and with the over 100 cultivators having retreated, Yu Ying and the others miraculously managed to withstand the undead tide's assault thanks to the terrain, allowing Gu Feng to fight without concerns. The shock was indescribable. These prodigies from various sects had never witnessed such a ferocious onslaught. Gu Feng resembled a beast in human skin, his physical defense invincible, his attacks rapid and fierce, instilling awe and a sense of invincibility in onlookers. As the stars shifted and the dawn light spilled into the valley, the resounding roars persisted. Uncle Gu felt drained. Before him stood Gu Feng, clearly at his limit, yet still standing tall. His confidence began to wane, and his will faltered, contemplating retreat. "Want to leave? Can you escape?" Gu Feng's complexion was as pale as paper, yet his eyes grew increasingly sharp. Through the entire night of battle, he had gleaned new insights into the beast control technique. Attacks need not always strike the vital points. Sometimes targeting critical areas was even more effective. This was not mere platitude but a genuine path to offensive mastery. The head of a cultivator is of utmost importance, the focal point of their defenses. Striking it directly is exceedingly difficult. However, by attacking other areas, one can force the opponent to weaken their head's defenses, making subsequent strikes much easier. Jiyu Feng had struck Gu Sanshu's left shoulder repeatedly, delivering minimal damage that barely registered as discomfort. However, after dozens of blows, Gu Sanshu began to feel the effects. Just as he attempted to move his shoulder, Gu Feng seized the moment and delivered a powerful punch to his temple, causing his head to spin and blood to spill from his mouth. With the first successful hit, Gu Feng inhaled deeply and unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint sound reminiscent of an egg cracking echoed, sending Gu Sanshu into a state of panic as his spiritual shield shattered. With his defenses severely compromised, he found himself relentlessly suppressed. Unable to escape despite his desperate attempts, a suffocating aura of death loomed over him, instilling profound fear. Realizing that there was no escape, he resolved to fight with all his might. The two stood less than a yard apart, dropping their defenses to engage in a fierce struggle. "Add money! Add money!" Gu Feng shouted with each strike, as if those words possessed mystical power that sustained him. He resembled a weeble, swaying yet refusing to fall. This clash was a testament to passion and perseverance, stirring the hearts of onlookers like Yu Ying and others who clenched their fists, stifling their cries for fear of disrupting Gu Feng. It felt as though a heavy drum echoed through the valley, resonating within everyone's hearts. Jiyu Sanshu, filled with rage and bitterness, longed to shout at Gu Feng, offering riches in exchange for his freedom. If only time could rewind, he would have never allowed Zhu Tao and his companions to seize all his storage bags. He would have fought to stop them, retrieving those bags to present to Gu Feng. Physically, he was no match for Gu Feng, continuously spewing blood as his strength waned. Regret consumed him as he lamented his premature engagement in this battle. If only the corpse creatures could drag you down. The outcome would surely be different. After Gu Feng struck Gu Sanshu's head once more, the latter's pupils dilated, the colors within fading. "It's all the same," Gu Feng remarked coldly, halting his assault to observe the last remaining member of the Gu family apart from himself. "I regret it. I shouldn't have chased you down." Gu Sanshu's face turned ashen, his voice a broken whisper as his vitality swiftly waned. Jiyu Feng, disinterested in his futile words, seized his neck and with a gentle twist, ended his life. With the demise of the villain, the corpse creatures collapsed one by one. Yu Feng swayed as he retrieved the control array plate from Gu Sanshu's body, unsure of how to use it. He simply crushed it, causing the barrier enveloping the valley to disintegrate instantly. The 100 or so cultivators looked on in horror at Gu Feng, too fearful to meet his gaze. It was unclear who led the charge, but they scrambled away in a frenzy, terrified of incurring Gu Feng's wrath. "You bunch of scoundrels!" Chao Yuan spat at their retreating figures, disdain emanating from his voice. "Jiu Feng, are you all right?" Yu Ying and the others rushed to his side, their eyes filled with concern as they took in the horrific scars marring his body. "As long as your promises of adding money aren't deceitful, I'll be fine," Gu Feng grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Guoren Kai and the others were at a loss for words. Even in this moment, Gu Feng remained preoccupied with riches. Was money truly more important than life? Observing Gu Feng's demeanor, they had reason to believe that without the allure of spirit stones, he might not have endured to this point. Money could indeed motivate the most reluctant of souls, enabling Gu Feng to unleash a combat prowess that surpassed all limits. Nevertheless, this indicated that Gu Feng had sustained only minor injuries. "All right, add money. I'll give you 500,000, Yu Ying said, wrinkling her nose as she surveyed the scattered corpses around them, still grappling with the surreal nature of their victory. They had defeated a formidable foe at the 7th level of Qi induction along with a horde of corpse creatures. To put it more accurately, it was Gu Feng alone who had triumphed over such powerful adversaries. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Feng, who sat cross-legged on the ground, recuperating. A strong conviction arose from the depths of her heart. Gu Feng would undoubtedly make great strides in his cultivation journey, surpassing everyone present. Even the heavenly tribulations could not deter him. After consuming a healing pill and meditating for an hour, Gu Feng had regained a significant portion of his strength. The crowd marveled once more at his terrifying recovery capabilities. "Let us return to the falling sunset sect." Together, they buried the corpses and took Gu Sanshu's head as they exited the valley. "Jiu Feng, why are you so exuberant?" Despite his injuries, Gu Feng moved with an almost buoyant step, as if eager to be on his way. "Really? Can you tell that I'm excited?" Gu Feng blinked and asked with a grin. "Usually, when you smile and show those big white teeth, it indicates your heart is stirred," Guoren Kai stated confidently after scrutinizing Gu Feng for a moment. "No, you're overthinking it." Gu Feng brushed past him, quickening his pace. Yu Ying and the others exchanged glances, skepticism etched on their faces as they followed. As they neared the mountain's exit, they finally understood the source of Gu Feng's excitement. Ahead lay a scattering of corpses, those of the cultivators who had fled earlier. "Congratulations on surviving," a voice rang out as dozens of figures emerged. Zhu Tao, Shun Wei, and their underlings appeared before them, their expressions menacing. "Regrettably, we cannot allow you to leave and spread rumors, so please perish at once." Zhu Tao and Shin Wei stood side by side, their faces twisted in malice. Contrary to their expectations of terror and panic, Yu Ying and her companions moved in perfect unison, sitting in a row, each holding a roasted leg and a bottle of spirit wine, laughing and chatting as if they were about to enjoy a show, completely dismissing Zhu Tao's threats. "This is a free gift, no additional charges." Gu Feng smirked as he stepped forward, muttering phrases like "I'm an injured party." Chapter 62. The elder arrives. Gu Feng remains indifferent. Yu Ying and her companion's behavior aroused Zhu Tao and Shin Wei's suspicions, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and anger. They had learned from the earlier slain cultivators that the villain had been vanquished, and they had heard tales of Gu Feng's remarkable prowess. The bizarre nature of the events resembled a mythical tale, leaving them incredulous. Especially for Zhu Tao, as an outer disciple of the falling sunset sect. Despite training at Li Mountain, he was well acquainted with Gu Feng's exploits. The unparalleled physique of the 10,000 calamities body, possessing unmatched strength, had enabled him to single-handedly slay over 30 cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi induction even during his training phase. Now that he had advanced to the Qi induction stage, it was inconceivable that he could defeat an opponent at the 7th level. Recalling Gu Feng's earlier assertion that the controlling villain was his uncle, they concluded that it was highly probable Gu Feng had brokered a deal with the villain or used the name of an elder from the falling sunset sect to intimidate him into retreating, perhaps even colluding with him in a ruse. After all, it was plausible that the villain, being Gu Feng's uncle, would obligingly grant him a favor. The confidence exhibited by Yu Ying and her companions further validated this suspicion. They were undoubtedly bluffing. "Zhu Tao, stop overthinking. I refuse to believe that a cultivator who dares to break into the Qi induction stage possesses the capability to slay someone at the 7th level," Shin Wei asserted, his face twitching in anger as he urged. "The elders from various sects should be on their way. We must finish this quickly to eliminate any witnesses." Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao's thoughts shifted. If Gu Feng truly possessed the strength to kill at the 7th level, then why had he allowed himself to be mocked without retaliating? This realization solidified Zhu Tao's resolve as he coldly addressed Gu Feng. "Stop the charade." He nodded to Shen Wei, and they simultaneously gestured for their subordinates to encircle Gu Feng. The others, familiar with each other, understood that Gu Feng was the only one shrouded in mystery and needed to be dealt with first. Gu Feng tilted his head slightly and shook it. "You've all collected the storage bags from the cave. Haven to you. Enough of this nonsense. Kill him." With a command from the two, a brutal battle erupted. It was a scene of utter carnage, akin to a hell on earth. The air was filled with anguished screams as blood splattered everywhere. Jiu Feng moved like a grim reaper, every strike resulting in bloodshed and death, akin to an adult effortlessly dispatching a child. Watching his subordinates descend into despair, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei were horrified, trembling in fear. They finally understood the truth of the earlier claims. Gu Feng indeed possessed the power to slay cultivators at the 7th level. "It was Zhu Tao who forced us into this. Please don't kill me." One of them cried, "We were wrong. I beg you." Despite the pleas, Gu Feng remained unmoved. Once he chose to strike, he would ensure none escaped. "Gu Feng, we can talk this out. You want storage bags, right? They're all right here." Xin Wei, terrified, began to retreat as he removed a ring from his finger and tossed it to Gu Feng. It was Gu Feng's first encounter with a storage ring, a valuable item that not only provided ample space but could also recognize its owner through blood, unlike the easily lost storage bags. Yu Ying and the others remained calm, pointing and laughing at Zhu Tao and his companions, all the while enjoying their roasted legs. Zhu Tao appeared utterly unimpressive, hardly a match for Gu Feng. "On the same day we entered the sect, others balanced earning money and cultivating while I toiled relentlessly, yet I can barely keep up with them in a few months at Li Mountain. I doubt anyone will be my match. The first place in Qi induction will be mine for the taking." As they reflected on this, their awe for Gu Feng grew, his invincible aura etched deeply in their minds. "Gu Feng, you killed my brother. He deserved it. I won't seek revenge. Just let me go. Yes, I also have a storage ring filled with spirit stones and treasures. I'll give it all to you as a tribute." Zhu Tao was even less formidable than Shen Wei, who at least put up a fight before capitulating, while Zhu Tao had never even attempted to resist. The moment Gu Feng had killed a peak cultivator at the 5th level with a single strike, Zhu Tao had been paralyzed with fear, losing all courage to confront Gu Feng. "Jiu Feng, I have some status in the Wooding sect. We have no grievances. We can settle this amicably." Xin Wei trembled, terror etched across his face. Once a violent individual, he now resembled a pitiful rabbit before Gu Feng, smiling and bowing his head submissively. Jiu Feng regarded them with disdain, sneering at their lack of principle, showing strength only when dominant and cowering when weak. Just as he prepared to end them without hesitation, a dozen beams of mysterious light descended from afar, landing before them. "Elder Bai, save me. Gu Feng from the falling sunset sect has killed everyone and intends to slay the disciples too." Shen Wei reacted swiftly, calling out to one of the elders with a face of utmost grievance. Jiu Feng kicked him down, stomping on him as blood gushed from his throat. "Jiu Feng, you still refuse to see reason." Zhu Tao joined in, theatrically accusing Gu Feng of wrongdoing. "Elder Shang, you must take action for your disciples. Gu Feng is despicable. He concealed his strength while slaying the villain, and when we were all caught off guard and injured, he attacked us. How outrageous! How can you twist the truth like that?" Ying hurled her roasted meat to the ground, her voice rising indignantly. "Zhu Tao is truly shameless." Gu Feng stood over Xin Wei, watching with interest as the various elders from different sects and Zhu Tao, who clung to Elder Shang as if he were a lifeline, attempted to smear his reputation. He chose not to refute their claims, simply observing their performance in silence. "Jiu Feng, don't think that just because you're a disciple of the Falling Sunset sect, you can harm members of the Wooding sect," Elder Bai shouted, his eyes wide with fury. The other elders, including Elder Shang from the Falling Sunset sect, remained impassive, resembling monks in deep meditation, showing indifference. They were astute individuals, capable of discerning truth from deception, quickly realizing that Zhu Tao and Xin Wei's accounts were dubious and that the reality differed greatly from what they claimed. "Elder Shang, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei abandoned us during the battle against the villain, and even shamelessly ambushed us halfway. They are responsible for these deaths, merely to cover up their cowardly actions." Ying spoke up bravely, with Chao Yuan and others adding details to the narrative. engaging in a dispute with Elder Bai. Feng felt his head throb and ears ache. Was it truly necessary to complicate matters so? These were elder-level figures. Wouldn't they uncover the truth behind the disciples' demise? As the attention of the crowd was diverted by the argument, Feng seized the opportunity. He pressed down on Shen Wei's waist with his left leg and exerted tremendous force, producing a resounding crack as Shen Wei's waist sank into the ground, his upper body and legs lifting, snapping him in two. In an instant, he perished. Feng, you truly don't regard our Wooding sect at all. Elder Bai's beard bristled in fury as he roared. Chapter 63. I want to go back and earn money soon. Yu Ying and the others stared in shock at Feng, unable to believe he had acted so decisively, killing Shen Wei before the truth had fully emerged. The elders from various sects maintained their composure, yet their gazes on Feng held newfound respect. After all, not every Qi induction disciple dared to kill in the presence of elders. Elder Bai, I merely removed a disgrace from your Wooding sect. Feng fixed his gaze on Elder Bai, his demeanor casual, flashing a smile that revealed a set of charming white teeth. Then, lowering his head, he feigned regret, muttering, what a shame. I miscalculated the force and wasted a fine robe. Zhu Tao, standing beside Elder Shang, was left dumbfounded, fear clouding his eyes as he stood frozen, his mind blank. Shen Wei was dead. If he could die, how far could he be from the same fate? This thought relentlessly battered his mind, causing him to tremble even more. How intolerable! How intolerable! Elder Bai's face flushed with anger at being belittled by a junior. On the edge of exploding, Elder Bai, remain calm. If Feng has indeed killed the wrong person, the Falling Sunset sect will not spare him, Elder Shang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Elder Bai. A hint of amusement in his eyes. Feng's actions had significantly enhanced the reputation of the Falling Sunset sect, and witnessing Elder Bai's rage brought him great satisfaction. Feng, where is the head of the villain? It's with me, Wu Qi swiftly realized, producing a storage bag and striding toward Feng, who cast a disdainful glance, indicating that he should present it to Elder Shang. What an audacious fellow! Elder Shang, who had a good relationship with Elder Lu, was not angered by Feng's actions, merely offering a faint smile. Elder Shang, Feng is covered in blood. Let me take the head. Upon hearing this, Elder Shang shot Wu Qi a glare, incredulous. Did he take him for a fool? Blood-soaked? Where was this supposed blood when Feng had just stomped Shen Wei to death? As Elder Shang accepted the head, he displayed it to the surrounding elders. Different cultivators exuded distinct scents, and their spiritual energy bore subtle variations, making it easy for them to discern that the head bore no trace of Zhu Tao or Shen Wei. The answer was clear. The two were lying. Through this head, the elders understood that the villain had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi induction, making the loss of so many disciples entirely justifiable. Only Elder Shang felt a jolt of shock. He knew that Feng had only advanced to the Qi induction stage about a month prior. While overcoming the weak with the strong was not unusual, achieving victory against someone so vastly superior in cultivation was truly beyond belief. Gazing deeply at Feng, a bitter smile creased his face as he shook his head. This lad concealed his true self remarkably well. Perhaps even Elder Lu and the others were oblivious to Feng's genuine capabilities. If he continued to grow at such an astonishing rate, by the end of the year's outer sect competition, he would likely have no rival. However, would the inner sect elders permit someone with no cultivation value like the Wanjie Dao body to enter the inner gate? This matter required a discussion with Elder Lu upon returning. Regaining his focus, Elder Shang's eyes became sharp as a hawk's, fixated intently on Zhu Tao, as he bellowed thunderously, Zhu Tao, do you have anything further to say? The latter shuddered, collapsing to the ground. Elder, spare me. I was momentarily out of my mind. Zhu Tao lamented, tears streaming down his face as he pounded his head against the ground. Fool! To accuse Feng of being out of his mind. To murder a fellow disciple. To wantonly harm other sect members. If your mind is so muddled, perhaps it should be taken from you. Elder Shang's body trembled slightly as he released a sliver of spiritual power, pinning Zhu Tao to the ground, rendering him immobile. Let me handle it, Feng said with a smile as he swiftly approached Elder Shang, lifting the paralyzed Zhu Tao as if he were a mere chick. He then tilted Zhu Tao's head downwards, his fingers splayed, gripping the latter's throat, applying a gentle squeeze. Crack! Zhu Tao's legs kicked out violently for a moment before falling silent, blood dripping down without staining Gu Feng's robe. This method of execution bewildered the elders, and as they witnessed Gu Feng's subsequent actions, their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This young man, before a multitude, began to strip Zhu Tao of his clothing and boots, leaving him clad only in a pair of flower-patterned underpants. Elder Shang felt his cheeks flush, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "What are you planning to do with these garments? Sell them to which merchant association?" Does it matter?" Gu Feng replied, "It matters greatly, for I intend to blacklist that merchant association so that I shall never purchase any items from them, lest I end up with the belongings of the deceased." Elder Shang retorted with a disdainful expression. "Esteemed elders, we have reached a conclusion. Does anyone have any objections?" At this point, even Elder Bai from the uncertain sect had nothing to say. He huffed heavily, flicked his sleeves, and departed, casting a fierce glare at Gu Feng as he turned away. Gu Feng remained unfazed. The elder from the uncertain sect was of little concern to him. If offended, so be it. "Young friend Gu Feng, thank you for avenging my disciple." The elders, seasoned and shrewd, despite knowing Gu Feng was the Wanjia Dao body, refrained from scornful words, for who could predict how many tribulations Gu Feng might endure? Who could guarantee that his future cultivation would not surpass theirs? There was no need to belittle him without cause. Subsequently, Elder Shang invited the other sect elders to inspect the site where Gu Feng had battled the sinister figure. Gu Feng could only smile wryly. Everyone knew Elder Shang was taking this opportunity to show off. The elders understood this too, so they did not refuse. The world of martial arts was not merely about fighting but also about human relationships. Today, you lift someone's burden, and tomorrow, they will return the favor. Living in Yun County, they would inevitably encounter one another again, and there was no need to sour the mood. Besides, they were not from the uncertain sect, nor did they possess the strength to challenge the status of the Falling Sunset sect as the leading sect in Yun County. Thus, a grand procession entered the mountains. As the protagonist, Gu Feng had to follow. While the likes of Yu Ying and others were important supporting characters, equally indispensable, Elder Shang, we marked this spot, and that's how we waited for Gu Feng. Zhu Tao had abandoned them here. Fortunate to encounter Chao Yuan and the others, at that moment, despair had gripped them. Yet Gu Feng remained unfazed, even suggesting they contribute more money. Everyone chimed in, sharing their stories with great enthusiasm. Under the elders' incredulous gazes, Gu Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. The valley where the bloody battle had taken place still emanated a savage aura. As the elders listened to Yu Ying and the others' vivid accounts, Gu Feng's image emerged in their minds. To be fair, any cultivator at the 8th level of Qi gathering would find it impossible to achieve a kill under such circumstances. Yet Gu Feng had accomplished it, even while being at a significantly lower realm and fighting alone. This young man is exceptional. His will and character are impeccable. The only deficiency lies in his physical constitution. Nevertheless, they believed that in the near future, Gu Feng could stir up winds and clouds in Yun County or even the entirety of Chu country. With that, they bid farewell, promising to gather again when time permitted. After showcasing his prowess, Elder Shang was in high spirits as he took his leave. "Elder Shang, may I accompany you?" As Elder Shang prepared to take flight, Gu Feng quickly approached. "Very well, you have sustained injuries. I will take you back to heal." Elder Shang presumed Gu Feng wished to return to the Falling Sunset sect to recuperate. However, Gu Feng's next statement caused him to stumble, his expression turning oddly peculiar. "My injuries are not an issue. I simply wish to return and make some money." Gu Feng scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly. P.S. Wishing everyone a safe and healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 64. What is professionalism? This is professionalism, Elder Shang. Please take a detour. I wish to enter the nearby Fulling City. Gu Feng tugged at Elder Shang's sleeve, speaking softly. Are you not being polite? Do you truly believe this elder has nothing better to do than accompany you on a leisurely stroll through Yun County? Or do you think of me as a mount? Elder Shang replied, visibly displeased. Throughout the journey, Gu Feng frequently used the excuse of needing to relieve himself to request landings. Initially, Elder Shang thought Gu Feng's injuries had caused internal disruptions. However, it soon became apparent that the lad's claims of needing to relieve himself were nothing but ruses. His true intent was to gather spiritual herbs and excavate materials for refining. Had it not been for Elder Liu and the merits he had accrued this time, Elder Shang would have relished the chance to teach Gu Feng a lesson. Please, Elder Shang, I promise this will be the last time, Gu Feng pleaded earnestly. You intend to gather spiritual herbs or extract refining materials again, don't you? Those worthless items are hardly worth anything, Elder Shang remarked, yet he still acquiesced, landing at the gate of Feng City. Everything in the city is owned. If I were to pick them up, wouldn't it be akin to robbery? I intend to sell the items to the Merchant Association and exchange them for spirit stones, Gu Feng explained, pulling Elder Shang into Feng City. Is there anything particularly special about the Wania Merchant Association here? I recall that we passed a branch of this association in Baoang City. Why didn't you sell your items there? Elder Shang inquired, curious about Gu Feng's insistence on converting items into spirit stones. I cannot go to the Wania Merchant Association in Baoang City. Gu Feng deflected casually that a few months prior, he had swindled 15 spirit stones from Yin Cici's uncle, Gu Santong. Although he had returned the money, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of encountering him again. Thus, the two entered the Wania Merchant Association in Feng City, which was several times larger than the one in Baoang City, though the basic structure remained similar, a mini version versus an expanded one. Gu Feng navigated with ease, heading directly to the sales area. Boss, I wish to sell. Elder Shang had initially thought that selling items was a straightforward task, estimating value, negotiating prices, all within the span of a single incense stick's burning time. He had often sold items at merchant associations before. However, Gu Feng's actions completely shattered his expectations. Out of nowhere, Gu Feng produced a palm-sized abacus, skillfully clicking it with remarkable fluidity, surpassing even the efficiency of the young attendant beside the steward. At first, Elder Shang was not overly flustered. Every item and spirit stone acquired by a cultivator without a background was a product of sweat and blood. Being meticulous was not unreasonable, yet, to his astonishment, this was merely the beginning. Next came the stage where Gu Feng excelled at haggling. He produced thousands of items, each one scrutinized as he engaged in a tug-of-war over the price. Initially, the steward maintained a calm demeanor, but soon his breathing grew rapid, irritation etched across his brow, and his smile became strained. Jiu Feng proved to be an insufferable negotiator. For a mere ordinary spiritual herb, he debated its efficacy, growing conditions, and even whether it was male or female. Even Elder Shang, who observed the entire exchange, felt dizzy and thoroughly exasperated. Young hero, I beg you to stop haggling. I'll give you all the items and raise the total price by 0.5. This is a benefit reserved for gold card users, the steward lamented. Agreed, Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction before shifting the conversation. I heard that with your purple gold card, there are certain discounts when buying or selling items. Indeed, as long as you possess a purple gold card, you enjoy a 10% discount on purchases and a 10% increase on sales. Excellent. What was the initial price again? Gu Feng inquired excitedly. 365,000. Very well. I possess a purple gold card. The steward's mouth twitched violently as he beheld the card. This young man was playing by his own rules. He had a purple gold card yet continued to negotiate prices, only to reveal it after the steward was pushed to raise the price by 0.5. Seizing the abacus from the attendant, the steward clicked away furiously, only to discover that with this arrangement, he would only earn a meager few thousand spirit stones from the items he collected from Gu Feng. If market conditions turned unfavorable, he might even incur a loss. This realization left him disheartened. After working tirelessly for half the day, this was the outcome. Sighing heavily, he cast a deep look at the young man before him, then listlessly gestured to the attendant for spirit stones. He then turned to the back office. Third Master, we just completed a transaction that requires your signature. There is a risk of loss. Loss? Third Master chuckled. In the business of buying cheap and selling dear, incurring a loss was quite a feat. Third Master, this lad is far too difficult to deal with. I'm utterly befuddled. The steward lamented, hanging his head. Dotel, Third Master's interest peaked, and after hearing the steward's account of events, his expression turned peculiar as he fell into contemplation. Feeling that this scenario was eerily familiar. Purple gold card, young man, unbeatable in haggling with a slap, the words arranged themselves in his mind, and Gu Feng's image materialized. "Ids this rascal," Third Master exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "Regardless of whether this transaction results in profit or loss, it's no concern of yours. I shall meet this young man." After acquiring a storage ring, Gu Feng felt as though he had exchanged a toy gun for a cannon. He need no longer worry about spirit stones overflowing an ordinary storage bag. With a gleam in his eye, he donned a sparkling storage ring on each index finger, feeling quite triumphant. Elder Shang cast a deep glance at him, then said slowly, "From now on, let you handle our outer sect's transactions." With Gu Feng's unbeatable bargaining skills, their outer sect could generate at least an additional 10 to 20% revenue each year. Does the outer sect also engage in business with the Merchant Association? Gu Feng asked, surprised. Of course. The Falling Sunset sect is not a stagnant place. We must trade with the outside world. That's splendid. I'll gladly negotiate for you at no charge. Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, a broad grin on his face. Forget it. I cannot afford to invite you. Elder Shang squinted, a jolt of concern running through him. If Gu Feng were responsible for negotiations, he might indeed inflate the prices, but the lad's avaricious demeanor was quite unsettling. Rest assured, I will not embezzle, Gu Feng assured him. At that moment, a voice interrupted them. Elder Shang, I advise you not to let this lad handle any financial matters. Otherwise, you may end up in dire straits, Mr. Gu? Elder Shang exclaimed. Gu Feng. Gu Feng instinctively recoiled, a sudden urge to flee coursing through him. You owe me 15 spirit stones. Have you returned them to Cici? Gu Santong gripped Gu Feng by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Uncle Gu. It's such a pleasure to meet you here. Gu Feng stammered, his mind racing. He had never expected to encounter Gu Santong in this Feng city. Given that the entire Wanha Merchant Association belonged to the Yin family and Gu Santong was Yin Cici's uncle, it was not surprising for him to appear here. That 15 spirit stones had indeed been returned to Yin Ci. Oh dear Uncle Gu, I truly apologize for my previous behavior. Gu Feng stuttered sheepishly. Have you truly returned them? Gu Santong eyed him skeptically. Gu Feng's face darkened. Uncle Gu, I am indeed fond of wealth, but I am a man of my word. My reputation is impeccable. You may inquire with Cici. Impeccable reputation? Wasn't it you who said you would treat us and then fled without a trace? Uncle Gu, you cannot hold on to one single incident forever, Gu Feng replied with a bitter smile. Once you break your word, you lose trust for a lifetime, Gu Santong declared, arms crossed. Hearing this, Gu Feng felt a surge of indignation. If he did not show some color, this matter would never be resolved. With a flat expression, he declared, Boss Gu, I wish to make a purchase. What would you like to buy? Gu Santong asked, puzzled. That I wish to buy 4 million worth of the most common iron ore. Humph. You think you can fool me? Gu Santong retorted. You might be surprised, but we do indeed have 4 million worth of iron ore. Do you genuinely wish to make a purchase? He suspected Gu Feng was merely trying to provoke him by ordering a large amount of iron ore to embarrass him. Such items were inexpensive, with slim profit margins, and no merchant association would stock so much inventory. Of course I wish to buy. Do you think I jest? Gu Feng insisted earnestly. Observing the scene, Elder Shang's eyes sparkled as if contemplating something. From what he knew of Gu Feng, he was not the type to act impulsively without reason. He must have a special motive. What do you need so much iron ore for? Gu Santong sensed something was amiss. To wipe, Gu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Just tell me if you have that much iron ore. Yes, of course, Gu Santong nodded. Bring forth iron ore valued at 4 million. Soon, numerous storage bags filled with iron ore were carried in. Good heavens! Upon seeing the storage bags, Gu Feng was taken aback. 4 million worth of iron ore, even in storage bags, filled an entire room. Noticing Gu Feng's astonished expression, Gu Santong crossed his arms, eyes gleaming with triumph. Let us see how you plan to take these away. With your Merchant Association's purple gold card, you'll receive a 10% discount, totaling 360,000. Please pay. To his astonishment, Gu Feng promptly paid the spirit stones without hesitation. Cough, cough. Upon reconsideration, iron ore is too crude for wiping. I recall your Merchant Association has a fixed purchase price, so I might as well sell this iron ore back to you. Gu Feng scratched his head. You rascal, are you toying with me? Gu Santong laughed and scolded, then returned the 360,000 spirit stones to Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng did not accept them, merely gazing at him with interest. Not enough? Huh. Gu Santong blinked, and in the next moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Iron ore was among the lowest grade refining materials. Market prices remained stable, with only a modest difference between purchase and sale. For an ordinary person, such a transaction was feasible, but for Gu Feng, it was utterly unmanageable. He possessed a purple gold card that granted discounts for both buying and selling. In simpler terms, Gu Feng's simultaneous buy and sell would result in a loss of 0.7, equating to a loss of 28,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was unacceptable. If this cycle continued, within a month, the Wanha Merchant Association would face bankruptcy. Staring at Gu Feng, who stood with arms crossed and a beaming smile, Gu Santong felt as though he had just swallowed something repugnant. Young brother Gu, I was merely joking earlier. I have no doubts regarding your credibility. Gu Santong's eyes darted, his demeanor shifting to one of forced camaraderie. 28,000 low-grade spirit stones is a trifling matter for the Wanha Merchant Association. However, the loophole in this rule allowed Gu Feng to exploit it repeatedly, enough to cause them substantial losses. I have been untrustworthy, running away after dining, which invites disdain and scorn from all, Gu Feng remarked with an impassive expression. Nonsense, nonsense. What Uncle Gu just said is all absurd. Young people lack any sense of humor. Gu Santong adopted a very humble demeanor. Seeing the opportunity, Gu Feng subtly remarked, Uncle Gu, some of your chamber's policies are quite problematic. If they fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could lead to your downfall. Indeed, there are issues, Gu Santong acknowledged, turning to his attendant and instructing, retrieve that batch of iron ore and settle it at the price set by the purple gold card. The merchant elder beside him felt a deep sense of foreboding. Gu Feng was truly a pitfall, and Gu Santong was indeed pitiable, having failed to collect debts while also losing 280,000. Such a simple scheme. Why had he not thought of it? He pondered how Gu Feng's mind operated. This lad should not be surnamed Gu. Pitfall would be more fitting. Henceforth, one must tread carefully. Thank you, uncle, Gu Feng replied with a satisfied smile, clasping his fists toward Gu Santong as he prepared to depart. Please wait. Here are 100,000 spirit stones. I would like to invite you, my young friend, to utilize your professional skill in exploiting loopholes to examine whether our chamber's policies have any significant flaws. Uncle, this is not a matter to be resolved with a mere word, is it? You are too courteous. Despite his words, Gu Feng's body was quite honest, quickly accepting the spirit stones. Although Gu Feng had exploited him, he was certain to deliver on his tasks with utmost seriousness. This clause is problematic. The wording in this section is inaccurate. Gu Santong was taken aback. Upon inspection, he realized that their Wanhua chamber's survival was nothing short of miraculous. What a display of professional fault-finding. This is true expertise. These 300,000 spirit stones are well worth it. Young friend Gu, I welcome you to visit our Wanhua chamber often. Gu Santong bid farewell. No need to see me off. Goodbye. With over 4 million spirit stones in his possession, Gu Feng returned to the Falling Sunset sect, feeling quite content. Chapter 65. Well then, I shall take a few days to hide. Breathing in the familiar air of the Falling Sunset sect, Gu Feng spread his arms wide, a serene expression on his face. However, the merchant elder beside him snorted heavily, vexed. The young lad had completed a task, not only accumulating vast contributions but also earning over 4 million spirit stones and a modicum of fame. Truly a trifecta of achievements. Meanwhile, the elder had been running about, gaining nothing, and even the solitary feast he enjoyed was courtesy of Gu Santong. He felt an immense sense of frustration. This lad was indeed miserly. On their journey back, the merchant elder had hinted at his hunger multiple times, only for Gu Feng to produce food he had packed from a tavern days prior, offering it to him. Please, this food is several days old and not fresh at all. With your wealth, could you not treat the old man to a proper meal? I've seen frugality, but never to this extent. Merchant elder, are you feeling fatigued? Gu Feng inquired, sensing the elder's side it must be tiring. Flying back with someone, I'm not tired. I'm just hungry, the merchant elder retorted, striding directly toward the elder hall. How about I treat you to a meal? Not necessary. The elder's lips twitched as he replied, not looking back. You little rascal, who do you think you're fooling? I've already learned all about you from Gu Santong. What a good person. Gu Feng sighed, acknowledging the elder's integrity. His light-hearted comment, however, was overheard by the merchant elder, who nearly stumbled in disbelief. What a model of virtue. You and your entire family are models of virtue. Farewell, never to meet again. At that moment, Gu Feng seemed to have a revelation and hurried after the merchant elder. Elder, thank you for your hard work. He pulled out a storage ring, saying, a small token of appreciation. This gesture left the merchant elder feeling somewhat embarrassed. You clever lad, you know how to handle matters. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, come find me in the elder hall. Certainly, certainly. Gu Feng did not return to his small courtyard, but went directly to the outer sect's alchemy hall. At this moment, Yin Cece was busy concocting pills in their usual alchemy room. Through the stone door, he could hear the resounding booms emanating from within. The alchemy room was filled with thick, black smoke, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning. Yin Cece's complexion was mottled, clearly having just experienced a failed alchemical attempt. Sitting on the ground, she sighed softly, a deep worry etched across her brow. Ever since Feng embarked on his mission, her heart had grown restless, leading her to visit the task hall multiple times daily, pleading with the elders to check for any anomalies regarding Feng's soul token. Her days and nights were fraught with unease. Even dreaming of Feng in peril, waking in fright, unable to find rest until dawn, Feng's soul token remained intact, and the outer sect had dispatched elders to investigate. There should be no cause for alarm. However, her unstable emotions had drastically reduced her alchemical efficiency. After failing this time, she remained seated for several hours, lost in thought. Amidst the searing spirit fire, a pair of fiery eyes were fixed on the girl above, lost in a trance, punctuated occasionally by ethereal sighs. Knock, knock, knock. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knock echoed from outside the alchemy room. Yin Cece, fearing Feng's return, had intentionally activated a soundproof array. Upon hearing the noise, she jolted, swiftly rising to open the door. Feng's face appeared pale, his breath somewhat weak, but at least he was intact. He seemed injured, though not gravely affected. Yin Cece's body moved slightly, as if leaning forward, but she ultimately remained in place, a smile blooming like a pear blossom on her face. "You're back." Mission accomplished flawlessly. Feng winked at her, a triumphant expression on his face, then added, "Looking at you. It seems your alchemical process wasn't quite perfect. As a novice alchemist, I find solace in that." "Nonsense," Yin Cece lightly scolded, her heart fluttering with joy. "So, has Chu Yuhuan come looking for me recently?" As Feng entered the alchemy room, he shut the stone door and activated all arrays. "Of course she has. She almost comes to find you every other day," Yin Cece replied, pouting slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the mention of Chu Yuhuan. "Hee, how's her toilet cultivation room coming along?" At Feng's inquiry, Yin Cece brightened. This woman, Chu Yuhuan, was indeed ambitious. Not only had she rented the plot of land Feng mentioned before, but she had also leveraged connections to secure an additional plot that had been used for growing spirit grains. She claimed she intended to build 40,000 toilet cultivation rooms. 40,000? Feng was taken aback, questioning, how could she possibly afford that? At the end of last month, the entire Sunu sect mobilized and looted about 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yin Cece retorted disdainfully. This woman has no limits. In pursuit of spirit stones, she even forced a revision of the sect's rules, encouraging disciples to engage in robbery. As she spoke, she had not considered that Feng was also adept at robbery. Even if she did, she would find a myriad of justifications to rationalize her views on Feng's actions. This amount of spirit stones is far from sufficient to construct 40,000 toilet cultivation rooms. Borrowing, of course. I hear she has borrowed from the inner sect, outer sect, and even the nearby money houses, amassing a total of 10 million spirit stones, all of which she poured into these 2 plots of land. At this point, a thought struck Yin Cece, and she chuckled. Chu Yuhuan has been in a state of anxiety these past few days. One moment she demands the project speed up, the next she orders it to slow down. She is like a lunatic. Upon hearing this, Feng couldn't help but laugh, having never anticipated Chu Yuhuan's audacity. Her gambling spirit was truly overwhelming. So how is her construction progressing now? One plot is already completed, and the other is nearing completion. Should we sell the Xiangu Dan next? At this, Feng's smile broadened. Plans had changed. With her building so many cultivation rooms, they would need to wait a bit longer for the pills. This will surely exhaust her. Yin Cece beamed with delight. I did not intentionally delay. You underestimate the 5th-ranked prodigy of the inner sect's heavenly ranking. She won't easily falter. At most she'll just become anxious. Feng replied with a smile, then removed a storage ring from his left-hand index finger. Here are over 4 million spirit stones. Please convert all of them into the necessary herbs for refining Xiangu Dan. I wish to concoct another batch of pills and make a grand effort, of course. Yin Cece did not question the source of Feng's spirit stones. After all, he had a myriad of ways to acquire wealth. Taking the storage ring, she exited the alchemy room directly. Wow, when did you arrive? You scared me to death, Yin Cece exclaimed, quickly shutting the alchemy room door to prevent Chu Yohuan from noticing Gu Feng. Cici, has Gu Feng not returned yet? Not yet. Is he hiding from me? Or is there an issue with the Xian Gu? And Chu Yuan bombarded her with questions, speaking rapidly. Senior Sister Chu, don't overthink it. Gu Feng should be returning shortly. Once he does, we will immediately begin selling the Xian Gu Dan, Yin Cici reassured her. Once he returns, notify me at once. With that, Chu Yuan hung her head and turned to leave, muttering to herself, well then, I'll just hide for a few days and endure this difficult time. Chapter 66. An overconfident empiricist. One night, half a month later, under the dim light of the night, Chu Yohuan stealthily returned to the Su-Nu sect, for she was surrounded by creditors and dared not show her face in daylight. As she entered the sect, Qi Tingting approached her, accompanied by a short-haired, neat-looking Yu Ying. What did you say? Gu Feng returned half a month ago. Chu Yohuan's face contorted in rage, her breath coming in quick gasps, her chest heaving violently. Master, she returned with the merchant elder from the outer sect long ago. Yu Ying replied, her expression peculiar as a thought crossed her mind. Their formidable sect master, ranked 5th in the inner sect's heavenly ranking, was likely about to fall victim to Gu Feng's schemes once more. Damn it! What does that brat intend to do, hiding his whereabouts? He must be lurking in the alchemy hall. I'll drag him out. As she spoke, Chu Yohuan retrieved her 40-meter-long large knife, preparing to storm the alchemy hall. Master, do not act impulsively. Our Su-Nu sect is hanging by a thread. We are relying on his pills. Qi Tingting urgently grabbed the furious Chu Yohuan, trying to reason with her. The toilet cultivation rooms on the 2 plots had been completed for days, and the final payments were long overdue. At this moment, Gu Feng was their savior. They could not afford to offend him in any way. Beside them, Yu Ying's eyes widened, caught between laughter and fear. Wary of Chu Yohuan's wrath, Ji Feng was indeed a master of pitfalls. She couldn't fathom how he had persuaded their wise sect master to invest in constructing 40,000 toilet cultivation rooms. It was utterly absurd. In contrast, his tricking of Yu Ying for 50,000 spirit stones was hardly worth mentioning, as he had shown her mercy on the way back. Chao Yuan and others had let slip details, and under Yu Ying's pressure, they confessed everything. All the incentives and extra payments were merely illusions. The only true contribution had been her 50,000 spirit stones. Figures like Guo Renkai and Wu Qiji had not offered a single spirit stone. They were merely Gu Feng's pawns. Tio Yu Ying, 50,000 spirit stones was indeed a significant sum, but compared to her life, it was negligible. She found it amusing, unable to reconcile the 2 personas of Gu Feng, the desperate money grubber and the imposing figure who vanquished evil. Hearing Qi Tingting's words calmed Chu Yohuan. She sheathed her long knife, taking a few deep breaths. Indeed, we are buried in debt. If he abandons us, we will be doomed. I will seek him out. With that, she turned to depart. Since entering the alchemy room half a month ago, Gu Feng had felt a persistent unease, an indescribable sensation akin to being watched, sending chills down his spine. Initially, he thought it was merely discomfort from his injuries healing and a lack of practice in alchemy. This feeling persisted until 5 nights ago. That evening, after a tiring session of alchemy, he stepped out for fresh air. Upon returning an hour later, he was astonished to find that some of the alchemical materials he had prepared had mysteriously vanished. At first, he assumed Yin Cici had come to practice alchemy, but after questioning her, he realized that the strange feeling was not an illusion. There was indeed a mysterious presence in the alchemy room. Quietly observing him, that a chill ran through him, and he hesitated to enter the room, spending the entire night outside contemplating. Eventually, he mustered the courage to step inside. This mysterious entity, though elusive, seemed to harbor no malice. Upon entering the alchemy room, Gu Feng did not begin crafting pills. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. After finding nothing amiss, he summoned the entity, calling out its name. Predecessor. In Gu Feng's mind, he expected such a mysterious presence to be quite proud, and he assumed his call would go unanswered. To his surprise, upon calling, he received a response. The voice resonated directly in his mind, easily distinguishable, and belonged to a woman. It was imbued with a rich sense of time, devoid of arrogance, yet tinged with humor. Congratulations, you have finally discovered the great existence. May I inquire how to address you, predecessor? Guess. With so many characters in the world, even a deity couldn't possibly know your name. I refuse to guess, Gu Feng replied, exasperated. Very well then. The entity promptly ended the conversation. The next day, while resting after refining the Xian Gu Dan, the mysterious predecessor's voice echoed in his mind again, laced with both disdain and envy. It was quite peculiar. You engage in underhanded methods, unable to produce authentic pills, resorting instead to concocting counterfeit ones to deceive others. At this, Gu Feng bristled and retorted, "Counterfeit pills? Please open your eyes and look. This is a genuine Xian Gu Dan, a miraculous elixir with extraordinary effects for body refinement. Yet you cannot produce your Xian Gu Dan, instead crafting a mere half-finished product. You think you can do better? Then go ahead." Gu Feng snapped back, "I shall indeed show you what true alchemical mastery looks like." With that, a blazing spirit fire erupted from the ground, taking on a humanoid form before Gu Feng. The fiery figure was tall, with striking features, bright eyes, and an elegant demeanor that captivated all. She was an extraordinarily stunning woman. With a confident smile, she projected an air of superiority as she beckoned towards Gu Feng, as if to say, "Watch me perform." Then, with a flick of her fingers, the spirit herbs around them floated into the air, spinning gracefully. Under her command, the various herbs transformed into vibrant flowers and resplendent towers. Gu Feng was utterly mesmerized, his eyes wide with admiration. "Humph! Mere parlor tricks." The mysterious predecessor scoffed at Gu Feng's Navi expression. After the herbs had morphed a dozen times, the 10 alchemical furnaces on the ground heated perfectly. Drop? As the word left her lips, the 10 herbs ceased their spinning, landing precisely in the alchemical furnaces. The entire process was described lightly yet undeniably embodied an aesthetic quality, leaving Gu Feng in awe, unable to refrain from exclaiming his admiration. What constitutes a true alchemist? This right here exemplifies a genuine alchemist. Gu Feng gazed adoringly at the ethereal flame figure, pondering when he might also exude such an air of mastery in his every gesture and expression. Achieving alchemy with effortless grace, however, just as this thought flickered through his mind, flames erupted within the alchemical chamber, followed by billowing black smoke. With a thunderous roar, he was flung backward, disoriented and dazed. Struggling to rise from the ground, Gu Feng beheld the scene before him, his lips twitching in dismay. 10 furnaces of elixirs had all declared failure, remnants scattered everywhere. Humph! The greatest taboo in alchemy is to be disturbed by others. Your earlier cheers may have expressed your delight, but they also disrupted my focus. Such behavior is strictly prohibited henceforth, the flame figure admonished. Gu Feng nodded incessantly, much like a chick pecking at grains. The flame figure seized another handful of spiritual herbs and commenced the second attempt. Boom! The familiar sound of an explosion resounded, and the flame figure turned sharply. "Your breathing is too loud. It distracts me." Third attempt, boom. "You are too close to me." Fourth attempt, boom. "You lack fortune. It affects my work." 18th attempt, boom. As the familiar sound of an explosion echoed once more, Gu Feng gazed at the alchemical chamber engulfed in flames and the thick layer of remnants on the ground, his emotions in disarray, akin to a stampede of wild horses trampling through his heart, leaving it shattered. "Senior, I implore you to spare my spiritual herbs. The losses are too great for me to bear." Clearly, the mysterious senior was losing face, staring blankly at her own hands, muttering, "This is impossible. I have been here for 5,000 years, witnessing countless alchemists at work. Few possess skills that rival mine. How can I fail to concoct a single elixir? By the heavens, this senior is not a master alchemist. She is merely an overconfident empiricist." Chapter 67. The Great Ming Divine Dynasty, Zhu Qingyan. "Let me be." The simple 4 words conveyed an undeniable tone. The flame figure sat there in a daze, her brows tightly furrowed. This moment, Gu Feng resembled a gecko, his limbs pressed tightly against the wall of the alchemical chamber, covering his mouth and nose, too afraid to speak or make a sound, his eyes occasionally darting toward the pile of spiritual herbs on the ground, his expression slightly bitter. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated how to reclaim his spiritual herbs and avert greater losses. Time passed, and he lost track of how long had gone by when the flame figure abruptly rose. "I've realized. My current state must be abnormal, causing these successive failures. Would you not agree?" Gu Feng, solicited for his opinion, felt utterly speechless. Did a body refinement elixir truly require a normal state to concoct? This senior seemed unreliable at best. Indeed, Her alchemical skills were exceptional, but her physical condition had led to repeated failures. However, from her graceful alchemical techniques, he had gleaned invaluable insights. Flattering words cost nothing, and Gu Feng spoke sweetly, causing the mysterious senior to beam with delight. I knew my alchemical prowess surpassed mere competency. Young man, once I regain my corporeal form, I shall demonstrate the exquisite art of alchemy to you. The flame figure looked at Gu Feng with excitement. Gu Feng's heart sank slightly as he cautiously inquired, Senior, you do not intend to have me assist you in materializing a physical body, do you? Upon receiving a positive response, Gu Feng's expression soured. Materializing a body was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly. He was already in dire financial straits. How could he possibly shoulder the burden of an additional responsibility? Senior, you overestimate me. To be frank, I possess the body of eternal calamity. You should be aware of this type of constitution. At any moment, I may be struck down by a heavenly tribulation. You have chosen the wrong person. Young man, be more confident. I am indeed seeking you. The flame figure replied with a smile. But what is so special about me? Gu Feng stubbornly questioned. It was wise to maintain a respectful distance from such a powerful being. Who knew what vendettas she might harbor? Even if she bore none, the constant gaze of an enigmatic entity felt inherently unsafe. To restore my strength, I must undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation because Gu Feng suddenly understood. The mysterious senior before him was now but a wisp of soul, clinging precariously to existence through the theft of spiritual fire. She had spent the majority of 5 millennia in a state of slumber. Had she not sensed the aura of heavenly tribulation, she would remain dormant even now, due to her exceedingly fragile soul. Should she detach from the spiritual fire, she would need to endure the heavenly tribulation within 12 hours to prolong her existence. After this period of scrutiny, she had deemed Gu Feng worthy and resolved to manifest her true form. Senior, you aren't planning to take over my body, are you? Gu Feng asked anxiously. You are overthinking it. Why would I choose to inhabit a male body? Moreover, your constitution is incompatible with mine. I am a rare thunder god body, most harmoniously aligned with those of a lightning affinity. Unfortunately, the Falling Sunset sect has yet to produce a female disciple of lightning affinity, and the main issue remains the heavenly tribulation. Without your presence, my efforts would be futile. The flame figure pouted. Hearing this, Gu Feng exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. As long as she did not intend to usurp him, he felt reassured that, of course, should there be a remarkable individual, it was not impossible for someone without a lightning affinity to exist. He could adapt his cultivation method to suit her constitution. This way, he could avoid the heavenly tribulation while still taking an extensive amount of time to restore his powers. However, such a constitution appeared once in a millennium. The flame figure added, moreover, if a suitable female body of lightning affinity cannot be found, a lightning attribute beast may suffice. The rarity of its bloodline is irrelevant, yet it must be of lightning affinity. Gu Feng listened intently, nodding occasionally that a female cultivator of lightning affinity was indeed challenging to find, but a lightning attribute beast was not too difficult. The other conditions were not overly demanding, ensuring they would not significantly impede his earning potential. Very well, I accept your terms, Gu Feng affirmed earnestly. I, Zhu Qingyan, vow by the ancestral spirits of the great Ming divine dynasty. Should I violate this oath, my soul shall scatter, the flame figure declared, dispelling all of Gu Feng's lingering concerns. Zhu Qingyan, that name is but a single character away from our sect's founder, Luo Qingyan. The great Ming divine dynasty? I have never heard of such a dynasty. Could it be a fabrication? Gu Feng jested. Such ignorance. There exists more than just the great Ming. There are the great Han, the great Qin, and many others, such as the great Shang, the great Xia, and the great Sui. All rulers of the Middle State for hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps feeling that Gu Feng lacked knowledge, Zhu Qingyan attempted to tap his head in reprimand. Yet her arm fell silently back down in her fiery eyes. A hint of nostalgia and longing glimmered, as she softly advised, learn more knowledge in the future to avoid becoming a laughingstock. What middle state? This world comprises only 4 great states, separated by endless seas. A well-known fact. Gu Feng mused inwardly, yet said aloud, understood. I shall enhance my knowledge in this regard. Can you now impart the forbidden cultivation method? I shall first teach you a body refinement method. As for the cultivation technique, ask that woman surnamed Chu for it. This method has a significant origin. As she spoke, Zhu Qingyan wore a mischievous smile. Could it be that the technique passed down by Chu Youhuan is so formidable? I must acquire it. Chapter 68. The Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges. Senior Zhu, you are not deceiving me, are you? If Chu Youhuan's technique is so powerful, why is she only ranked 5th on the inner sect's heavenly ranking? Gu Feng questioned, feeling a sense of unease. You will find out in due time. Zhu Qingyan's eyes gleamed, swiftly changing the subject. Ji Feng, being perceptive, understood that her restoration of power required him to harness the strength of his heavenly tribulation. The stronger he became, the more advantageous it would be for her. Perhaps Chu Youhuan's technique was not necessarily inferior to her own, but her reluctance to teach him hinted at ulterior motives. He was naturally a forthright individual, disliking mental turmoil. He would eventually uncover the truth and saw no need to dwell on it now. What body refinement method does Senior plan to teach me? Gu Feng inquired, his spirits lifted, as suitable refinement techniques were essential for his breakthrough into the post-natally refined state. The body refinement technique I will impart diverges from the mainstream paths of this world. It does not solely focus on enhancing physical strength to resist powerful attacks. This method was conceived by the founder of my great Ming divine dynasty, derived from comprehending the 9 tripod cauldrons. It constructs bridges within the body, each bridge accumulating and absorbing external forces until they are entirely negated. Perhaps due to his 9 years of compulsory education, Gu Feng quickly grasped the rough outline of the technique described by Zhu Qingyan. Was it similar to a spring, absorbing external forces? As long as the spring did not shatter, it could theoretically buffer infinite external force. Could it also be used to rebound the opponent's strength? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingyan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Although she did not comprehend the term spring, she recognized that Gu Feng had precisely grasped the essence of the body refinement technique, even though she had only conveyed part of it. Indeed, if this body refinement technique is cultivated to a high level, it can return the opponent's attack against them, making it an extraordinary dual-purpose method of defense and offense. As she spoke, Zhu Qingyan's head lifted high, her pride radiating forth. Initially, this technique could only construct 12 bridges within the body, but through the contributions of my ancestors across the great Ming divine dynasty, it has now expanded to 24 bridges. This body refinement technique possesses an exquisite name, the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges. After uttering the name, Zhu Qingyan fell into a reverie, a mix of nostalgia and melancholy washing over her. Qingyan, the ancestors of my great Ming divine dynasty were woefully unrefined. The name of this technique is nothing short of an eyesore. The Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges. What do you think of that name? Quite melodious, Gu Feng remarked, observing Zhu Qingyan's distant gaze, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Go endure the flames for 5,000 years, she was merely striving to reform her body? 5 millennia, though much of it spent in slumber. Such endurance is not something ordinary souls can bear. The most terrifying aspect of existence is not death, but rather the infinite solitude. Young man, are you astonished by the elegance of this technique's name? Zhu Qingyan's proud voice echoed in his ears, and Gu Feng calmed his thoughts. Indeed, the great Ming divine dynasty to which she belonged was exceptional. Even from the name of the technique, one could glean its profundity. Unlike the founder of the Falling Sunset sect, who possessed no artistic sensibility, bestowing names that were utterly jarring. What a travesty! Gu Feng expressed his disdain, oblivious to the shift in Zhu Qingyan's expression, which had darkened. However, due to the flames, he could not discern her countenance. The founder is still the founder. Outsiders may comment, but as a disciple of the Falling Sunset sect, you ought not to critique them. Gu Feng retracted his smile, lowering his head in a demeanor of contrition. Now, I shall impart to you the cultivation methods for the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges. This is a technique that theoretically possesses infinite potential for growth, and I hope you may build upon it to create the 25th bridge, the 26th. Yes, I shall not fail in my mission, Gu Feng vowed earnestly. Zhu Qingyan extended a finger to touch Gu Feng's forehead, the fiery red flames imparting no sensation of heat, instead offering a gentle coolness. Brilliant light burst forth from her fingertip, surging into Gu Feng's mind, inundating him with cryptic, archaic symbols foreign to the current world. As the symbols flickered with brilliance, embodying profound truths, Gu Feng's head throbbed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and rolling down his cheeks as he involuntarily groaned. Noticing this, Zhu Qingyin reached out her other hand, gently brushing Gu Feng's cheek, evaporating the beads of sweat. Yu Feng's spirit detached from his body, entering an unfamiliar realm. In an endless meadow, a blue ox appeared, with a young man lying atop it, his appearance ordinary, casually chewing on a strand of horsehair while basking in the sun. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, lightning tore through the heavens, and a gaping fissure opened in the firmament, as a colossal cauldron, adorned with swirling runes, plummeted to the ground. This technique shall be called 12 bridges. This was the method the young man comprehended while seated before the grand cauldron. At this point, the young man on the green bull began to rise, conquering all in his path, establishing the great Ming divine dynasty. As the years passed and time flowed on, the initial 12 bridges underwent continuous evolution through the refinements of generations of Ming ancestors, transforming into the 13 bridges, 14 bridges, and so forth. Unbeknownst to how many years had passed, another youth emerged, standing with hands raised, gazing at the starry sky. Beside him stood a woman, her long hair cascading down to her waist, shimmering with brilliance, exuding an aura of unparalleled grace. Henceforth, this technique shall be named 24 Bridges Under the Moonlight. The scene gradually became ethereal as Gu Feng's soul departed the mystical realm and returned to reality, his mind now graced with a scripture titled 24 Bridges Under the Moonlight. What became of the great Ming divine dynasty? Gu Feng murmured, inquiring softly. No dynasty is eternal. Like all illustrious dynasties in history, the great Ming divine dynasty ultimately faded into the annals of time. Zhu Qingyin's tone was particularly somber, a droplet of flame sliding down her cheek. Jiu Feng refrained from pressing further, instead sitting cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of cultivation. As 24 bridges under the moonlight fully materialized in his mind, the golden liquid that had lingered within him began to refine itself. Observing this, Zhu Qingyin showed no surprise. She merely stood by, silently guarding him. Gu Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to 24 bridges under the moonlight, as strands of radiant, translucent mystic light emerged from various corners of his body, converging into a magnificent beam resembling pure jade, rapidly coalescing within him. This beam was grand and majestic, extending continuously into the distance, traversing mountains, crossing valleys, and spanning oceans. Jiu Feng stood atop the beam, facing the wind, surveying the majestic landscapes below, an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the beam ceased its extension, and Gu Feng returned to his body, only to discover that the golden divine liquid had been completely consumed. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find Zhu Qingyin's intense gaze fixed upon him. Truly, the pinnacle of the great Ming divine dynasty's inheritance is formidable. Gu Feng averted his eyes, fearful that Zhu Qingyin might discern the presence of the 3-burner incense stove in his mind. Is that so? Yet your cultivation speed is remarkably swift, Zhu Qingyin remarked with a hint of intrigue. Swift? I haven't even completed a single bridge. Gu Feng rubbed his nose, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. Th, do you think I am blind? Zhu Qingyin scoffed, with a body of 10,000 calamities. Such rapid progress without divine artifacts would be abnormal. Haha, you see right through me. Not wishing to dwell on this, Zhu Qingyin smiled politely, realizing she had been overly cautious in her assumptions. The technique has been imparted to you. Keep in mind the quest for a thunder attribute body. Now you may leave. Leave? Gu Feng was puzzled, thinking it was the senior who should depart. Retreating back into the flames, I need to prepare for alchemy. For reasons unknown, Zhu Qingyin had an affinity for alchemy. Having spoken these words, she began gathering spiritual herbs from the ground and tossing them into the alchemy furnace without a care. As expected, an unexpected event soon arrived. With a loud boom, Gu Feng's mouth twitched, seizing a handful of herbs while Zhu Qingyin was distracted, and bolted out of the alchemy room. It would be a shame to waste so many herbs. Every little bit saved counts. You rascal, put the herbs down. Farewell, Senior Zhu. I will keep your instructions in mind. Gu Feng shouted in his heart as he dashed out of the alchemy room, closing the door in one fluid motion. Heart racing, he leaned against the stone door, patting his chest. Just as he was about to leave, he felt something trip him, causing him to lose balance and fall onto a soft object, a fragrant scent wafting into his senses, refreshing his mind. Looking down, he was instantly dumbfounded. Sister Chu, why are you squatting at the entrance of the alchemy room? Chapter 69. Dealing with him is exhausting. Kid, do you not have eyes? Chu Yohuan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise, standing very close to Gu Feng. The fragrant aroma intensified, her skin smooth as cream, exquisite features and long eyelashes fluttering. Gu Feng couldn't help but regard her with admiration, captivated by her unparalleled beauty, momentarily forgetting the circumstances beneath him. What are you still dawdling for? Get off. Chu Yohuan's reprimand brought Gu Feng back to reality, and he quickly pushed himself up from the ground. Huh, why is the ground so soft here? Gu Feng looked at his hands in astonishment. He had unknowingly found the most absurd support point. Chu Yohuan felt a jolt of electricity and instinctively unleashed her spiritual power, sending Gu Feng crashing against the stone door with a loud bang. Her eyelids twitched, her flawless face flushed with anger. Clearly on the verge of an outburst, Jiu Feng immediately snapped back to his senses, shouting, Sister Chu, this is the outer door. Please do not act impulsively. Chu Yohuan paid no heed. In a flash, she was before Gu Feng, her delicate arms reaching out to grab his collar, lifting him effortlessly. Kid, you've been back for ages. Why have you been deliberately avoiding me? Are you planning to bail? Huh. Gu Feng was taken aback, expecting Chu Yohuan to unleash her fury upon him for the earlier misunderstanding. I returned quite some time ago, but I did not intentionally avoid you. I've been tirelessly focused on alchemy, he replied, relief washing over him as a smile broke out. Humph, don't think I don't know. You prepared a batch of cleansing bone pills before going on your outer door mission. Chu Yohuan's expression was fierce. Indeed, I did prepare a batch of cleansing bone pills, but you also secured a plot of land. The existing pills are far from sufficient to support 40,000 toilet cultivation chambers. Please, let me go. Your strike nearly knocked me out. Gu Feng grinned mischievously. Chu Yohuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Gu Feng. Her earlier strike, lacking control, could have severely injured even a practitioner at the 8th stage of Qi induction, yet Gu Feng appeared unaffected, exuding ease and comfort. His physical defenses were truly astonishing. Suppressing her surprise, Chu Yohuan shot Gu Feng a skeptical glance. Is that so? Indeed, Gu Feng replied earnestly. The pills must be sold in large quantities to create a stir. Only then can we attract attention to your toilet cultivation chambers. Otherwise, prepare for losses. Chu Yohuan considered this, realizing the logic in his words. How much longer until we have enough pills? About 10 days to half a month, perhaps longer. Upon hearing this, Chu Yohuan's hair seemed to bristle with fury. She felt Gu Feng was deliberately stalling. Clenching her fists, she considered giving Gu Feng a beating but hesitated. She understood she had lost the initiative. Jiu Feng could afford to wait, with pills always available for sale. But she had invested real money. Without pills, she couldn't rent out the toilet cultivation chambers. She couldn't afford to wait. Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, she fixed her gaze on Gu Feng. I may not be cut out for business. You need to collaborate on the toilet cultivation chambers, and I will give you 30% of the profits. This was a last resort. Chu Yohuan believed this was the only way to motivate Gu Feng into action. Sister Chu, you truly misunderstand me. I, Gu Feng, will not take a single cent from the profits of the toilet cultivation chambers. Gu Feng chuckled bitterly. Is that so? Chu Yohuan's expression softened considerably, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Helping others is akin to helping oneself. Your toilet cultivation chambers are complementary to my cleansing bone pills. If the pills are insufficient, over half of the 40,000 chambers will sit idle. Gu Feng stated with seriousness, knowing that the more significant reason was his desire to earn more money, while Chu Yohuan's share would be relatively small. Don't rush to be moved. If you truly want to repay me, provide me with the subsequent techniques, Gu Feng added. Upon hearing this, Chu Yohuan paused in surprise, her expression shifting. You wish for the subsequent techniques? Yes. To cultivate this technique, you must do something for me in the future. Gu Feng had already anticipated this. Chu Yohuan's beautiful face radiated confidence as she felt she had seized the initiative in the negotiation for the first time. If you want the technique, you must exchange it for a portion of the profits from the cleansing bone pills. Chu Yohuan smiled, raising the metal in her hand. However, as she smiled, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Gu Feng had vanished from her sight, and turning to look, she found him already descending the stairs toward the ground, her smile frozen on her face. I believe the pills are still insufficient. We should sell in 2 months. Chu Yohuan's smile faded completely. She was unsure if Gu Feng's request for the techniques was genuine. Before reaching the innate stage, techniques could be freely swapped. Attempting to threaten him with techniques seemed rather far-fetched. With this in mind, Chu Yohuan stomped her foot and, gritting her teeth, hurried after him. Jiu Feng, do you or do you not want the subsequent techniques? Of course, Gu Feng paused, turning to reveal a radiant smile. But seeing your arrogant demeanor, I feel I might not be able to afford your techniques. Am I arrogant? Chu Yohuan was taken aback, forcing a smile. I am always like this. Let us have a proper discussion. Despite her smiling face, her heart was boiling with rage. As the fifth-ranked inner disciple of the Falling Sunset sect, it was humiliating to be repeatedly outmaneuvered by a mere kid in the outer door. Then let us talk. It is essential to discuss. It benefits both parties, Chu Yohuan declared earnestly. All right, let us find a restaurant and discuss over a meal. You're treating. Gu Feng's lips curled into a perfect arc, while Chu Yohuan's expression darkened. Fine, I'll treat, but no takeout. Having reached this point, the cost of a meal seemed trivial. Chu Yohuan weighed the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. The two arrived at the first restaurant, booking a private room, which cost 500 spirit stones. This struck Chu Yohuan as excessive. She had never enjoyed such luxury during her time in the outer door. Jiu Feng feasted ravenously, while Chu Yohuan observed the exquisite dishes before her. Feeling her purse bleed, she patiently waited for Gu Feng to finish eating, only to be infuriated by his next words. I want the technique for the post-heaven realm and the innate realm without any additional cost. After uttering this, Gu Feng paused for 10 breaths. When he saw Chu Yohuan fall silent, he pretended to stand up. Why don't you go rob someone? Do you have any idea of the origins of this technique? It cannot be measured by spirit stones. Chu Yohuan slammed Gu Feng against the wall, cursing vehemently, spittle flying. Calm down, aren't we negotiating? Gu Feng replied, wiping the spit from his face with a smile. How can I remain calm? To establish 40,000 toilet cultivation chambers, I even resorted to high-interest loans, risking everything. I haven't dared to show my face during this time. Chu Yohuan grew increasingly agitated, her eyes reddening as tears began to form. You want the technique but refuse to pay the price, threatening me with cleansing bone pills. Do you have no conscience? Chu Yohuan sank to the ground, burying her head in her knees, stealing a glance at Gu Feng. Seeing him silent, a beautiful smile crept across her lips. Sigh. Gu Feng sighed deeply. You started threatening me first. Is it my fault? Chu Yohuan, with her head buried, stifling laughter, took note of this remark, her smile freezing, and leaping up from the ground. What did you say? Sister Chu, you are the fifth-ranked inner disciple. Why are you throwing such a tantrum? As he spoke, Gu Feng raised the recording stone in his hand. That scene of you in tears has been captured. You shameless. Chu Yohuan trembled with rage. Sister Chu, I calculated it for you. After deducting construction costs and loan interest, the profits from this venture will allow your Su-En-V sect to recover previous losses and net around 15 million spirit stones. If executed well, it could be even more. Moreover, I will provide you with a marketing strategy and train sales personnel to ensure all 40,000 toilet cultivation chambers are rented out swiftly. Furthermore, I can offer jobs for your Su-En-V sect's unemployed disciples to sell pills, with salaries at the top of the industry. After today, you won't have to worry about anything. Essentially, you only need to provide one technique to earn 15 million while lying down. Isn't that a good deal? Gu Feng attempted to soothe Chu Yohuan's rising anger. Additionally, I can provide you with an extra 10 million, totaling 25 million in profit. For you, that is an astronomical sum. Chu Yohuan's thoughts became muddled. After much contemplation, she failed to spot any inconsistencies, dazedly signing the agreement. On the way back, Chu Yohuan suddenly came to her senses, unable to restrain herself from cursing Gu Feng as a rogue. Her Su-En-V sect had worked tirelessly, utilizing disciples as laborers to save on costs, often leaving them exhausted. To boost morale, she, as the sect leader, had even disguised herself to work on-site for several days. Not to mention the psychological pressure of debt collectors. After all this effort, earning a mere 25 million spirit stones. If her sect did not collaborate with Gu Feng, they could still hunt beasts monthly for a profit of 200,000 spirit stones. It meant they had labored for 4 months, sacrificing her technique for an additional 17 million spirit stones. While that number sounded substantial, divided among so many Su-En-V sect cultivators, there would be little left. Chu Yohuan sadly realized she truly lacked business acumen, ending up in a dire situation. Jiu Feng was a total burden, Doing business with him was utterly exhausting. Forget it. Let us just say that this time, I didn't earn much. Chapter 70. Marketing Tactics. Yin Yeshua curses trash. In the main hall of the Suanvi sect, Chu Yohuan sat above, her eyes blazing as she watched Gu Feng conducting training below, her nails digging into the armrest of her chair, the sound of her teeth clenching echoing in the silence. Since offering the technique, she had become increasingly frustrated. A fine technique had been purchased from her for mere millions of spirit stones, plummeting her mood, while she was forced to put on a brave face in front of her disciples. Sect leader, Gu Feng is quite adept at marketing. Looking at Qi Tingting's radiant smile, Chu Yohuan forced out a smile that resembled a grimace. Gritting her teeth, that is just wonderful. Not long after, a female disciple excitedly handed her a promotional flyer, exclaiming joyfully, Gu Feng is indeed generous. Distributing a flyer earns us a spirit stone reward. At this, Chu Yohuan's expression softened considerably. While Gu Feng was indeed a bit of a scammer, he had honored the terms of their agreement, demonstrating a strong sense of contractual integrity. In that moment, she regretted not leveraging the technique to extort spirit stones after this deal. She wouldn't allow herself to feel so frustrated in future collaborations, Chu Yohuan silently thought, glancing down at the flyer. Her expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, Gu Feng, what do you mean by this? Prominently featured on the flyer was an illustration of Chu Yohuan, her left hand cradling a bottle of cleansing bone pills, her right thumb raised high, with the caption below, Inner Door Rankings 5th. Chu Yohuan passionately recommends the essential pill for body refinement realm cultivators. Sister Chu, is there a problem? Gu Feng approached, asking cheerfully, aren't you using my name to deceive people? Chu Yohuan trembled with rage. Deceive? Where? Gu Feng tilted his head, feigning confusion. You are selling the Xian bone pill, yet the labels on the vials indicate washing bone pill, Chu Yohuan exclaimed, jabbing a finger at the promotional flyer. For heaven's sake, open your eyes. Is this the character for washing? How can it be? Halfway through her words, Chu Yohuan froze, finally realizing that Gu Feng had cleverly crafted an illusion. He had made a small incision in the middle of the Xian character, creating the visual effect of a washing character. Even if someone noticed the discrepancy, they would merely assume the flyer was damaged. At this point, Chu Yohuan had nothing left to say. Ji Feng's deceptive tactics were indeed boundless, employing similar fraudulent methods even on the pill vials. Are you still planning to sell them for 20,000 spirit stones each? Qi Tingting inquired languidly. And of course, Gu Feng replied, aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect? Chu Yohuan narrowed her eyes. Look here. Gu Feng pulled out a wooden board from his bag, inscribed with a promise of triple compensation for any side effects, stating that he would not deceive anyone, young or old. Then why not just sell them for 5,000 each? After all, the pills aren't fake. Why impersonate the washing bone pill? Ewing asked, puzzled. Sister Yu, if the Xian bone pill were priced at 5,000 spirit stones, would you willingly purchase such an unfamiliar pill without knowing its efficacy? Gu Feng countered. Why Ewing honestly shook her head. I believe that those practitioners in the body refinement realm, even knowing they might suffer from diarrhea after spending 20,000 spirit stones, would still take it without hesitation. After all, the effectiveness isn't diluted. When you calculate it, the efficacy of 4 Xian bone pills is approximately 20% higher than that of a single washing bone pill. They won't incur any loss. To rapidly penetrate the market, one must initially resort to deceitful tactics. Once the customers are compelled to consume 4 pills and savor the benefits, they will inevitably come to recognize the Xian bone pill, leading to repeat purchases. Why then? I can proudly sell them under the name of Xian bone pill at 6,000 spirit stones each, or 4 for 20,000 in a world where strength reigns supreme. Experiencing diarrhea is inconsequential. If you don't suffer, you will fall behind. After all, everyone experiences it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The Xian bone pill is likely to ignite a new craze in cultivation. Of course, the sect will undoubtedly intervene. If the entire outer sect suffers from diarrhea, it would tarnish the reputation of the falling sunset sect. But that's not your concern. After all, the toilet cultivation rooms have long been rented out, and the money is already in my pocket. The sect won't force refunds, as one can still cultivate inside without suffering from diarrhea. This is merely a crude marketing ploy, hardly worthy of respect. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Gu Feng added with a flourished God's pit. Chu Yohuan and the others simultaneously spat in disdain after a moment of silence. Once all preparations were complete, Gu Feng rented 3 adjacent stalls at the trading post, encapsulating them to form a small storefront, meticulously decorating it to resemble the pill shop within the Wania Commerce Association. On the day of the official sale, fearing a lack of customers, Gu Feng even hired a group of body refinement disciples to act as patrons. With a resounding chime, Gu Feng swung open the shop's door. The hired disciples from the Suanvi sect burst into song and dance, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Here they come, 50 vials for sale at once. I haven't heard of any master alchemist in the outer sect capable of mass-producing the washing bone pill. Could it be fake? The outer sect prohibits the sale of counterfeit pills. Surely no one would dare. Chu Yohuan passionately endorsed, it shouldn't be fake. Most likely, this batch of washing bone pills has an unknown origin. Who cares? Let us take a look first. No need to buy. Suanvi Feng. Is there any connection to the Suanvi sect? Are they the ones selling the pills? It's quite possible. Otherwise, the name of this drugstore is rather peculiar. Offering triple compensation indicates that the pills must be mostly genuine. Observing the bustling crowd below and the ensuing chatter, Gu Feng remained unfazed, as everything unfolded as he had anticipated. This was a pivotal move. Leveraging both Chu Yohuan's and the washing bone pill's dual reputations to open the market today, Gu Feng chuckled inwardly and commenced his sales. To avoid complications, he refrained from mentioning the term washing bone pill throughout the sales process. If any cultivator inquired, he would deftly divert the conversation. If they persisted, he would ask them to leave. Selling a high-end product like the washing bone pill required an air of dignity. Though the washing bone pill was indeed the premier pill for body refinement in the outer sect and was highly sought after, its price of 20,000 spirit stones was astonishingly steep, drawing many onlookers but few buyers. The primary reason was not that these cultivators lacked funds, but rather their hesitance to confirm its authenticity. They preferred to observe others try it first. After Gu Feng employed 2 accomplices to kick off the sales, a few individuals began purchasing the pills. With one sale leading to another, the demand grew, and soon all 50 vials were sold out. Esteemed patrons, today's supply has been exhausted. Please return tomorrow. We are now offering advance orders. Pay a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones to secure your purchase. Those who had hesitated and missed out on the pills began lining up to make their deposits, leaving with exuberant expressions. They harbored no doubts about the pills anymore. This grand spectacle suggested that if he were selling counterfeit pills, the outer sect's alchemy hall would be the first to deal with him. Even with his close ties to Elder Lu, it would be of no consequence. The following day, Gu Feng was fully prepared for the disciples to confront him. Along with the pills for compensation, yet to his surprise, not a single person appeared. Consequently, he leisurely continued selling his pills, successfully offloading 150 vials. Meanwhile, Yin Cece, her cheeks flushed with joy, rejoiced even more than Gu Feng himself at his newfound wealth. As the shop closed for the day, an unexpected visitor arrived. Cece, you've been at Falling Sunset Sect for so long and have only visited me once. Do you still acknowledge me as your sister? The newcomer was none other than Yin Cece's sister, Yin Yeshua. Upon being chided by her sister, Yin Cece's face fell, displaying a defiant expression. This only infuriated Yin Yeshua further, as she shot an exasperated glare at Gu Feng, who innocently rubbed his nose. Is this your concocted pill? It was unclear who she was addressing, but after her words, she tossed a pouch of spirit stones to Gu Feng, opened a vial and took a whiff, only to furrow her brow and swallow the pill whole. Yin Cece jolted, wanting to intervene, but she was a moment too late, anxiously watching her sister with a pleading gaze directed at Gu Feng, who was equally dumbfounded. Yin Yeshua's spiritual energy surged as she swiftly refined the pill, and the next moment, her brow arched as she exclaimed, "What a worthless pill! Associating with such disreputable individuals, wasting time on alchemy. Come back to the inner sect with me." The commotion attracted numerous onlookers, who pointed and whispered about Gu Feng, clearly enjoying the spectacle. In a world where scholars looked down upon merchants, the latter's success often incited envy. "I'm an outer sect disciple. I belong here and go to the inner sect," Yin Cece argued resolutely. "You have no say in this. You must come with me today." As Yin Yeshua's words hung in the air, she suddenly froze, her eyes twitching as if confronted with something distressing. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson, and her breathing turned labored. "Sister, what's wrong?" Yin Cece approached, concerned for her sister's well-being. "Don't touch me," Yin Yeshua gasped, appearing to struggle against some unseen force. After taking a deep breath, She shot Yin Cece a fierce glare before launching herself into the air, racing towards the inner sect, leaving a crowd of bewildered spectators and a bemused Gu Feng alongside a worried Yin Cece. News of Yin Yeshua's vehement condemnation of Gu Feng's pills spread like wildfire, and that evening, while the Suanvi disciples fretted over Gu Feng's pills in their toilet cultivation rooms, he executed a counter-marketing strategy. The 10th on the inner sect's heavenly rankings, Yin Yeshua, consumed the so-called garbage pills. Don't miss out. A large banner hung high, and several placards vividly depicted Yin Yeshua's expression at that moment. I want a vial. Ha ha ha, Yin Yeshua is my goddess. I want to see what her garbage pills taste like. Is there any left? I want 2 vials. This wave of marketing opened the floodgates, leading to a frenzy of 300 vials sold on the 3rd day. Much to Gu Feng's delight, on the 4th day, the anticipated troublemakers finally arrived. Hundreds of disciples, a tumultuous mob, stormed towards Gu Feng's apothecary, chanting for refunds. Even elders from the alchemy hall had come along. Gu Feng's reputation in the outer sect still commanded respect, but had it not been for the presence of the alchemy hall's elders, most disciples who had purchased the Xian Bone pill would have likely accepted their misfortune in silence. Refund. This is counterfeit medicine. It's not the washing bone pill. Compensate us. The entrance to Suanvi Feng was thronged with those who had bought the Xian Bone pill, as well as curious onlookers who had come to witness the commotion. Even fellow stall owners at the trading post had closed their stalls, transforming into mere spectators, eager to witness the unfolding drama. I told you. Where did all these washing bone pills come from? Only fools would fall for it. The outer sect is filled with naive individuals with plenty of spirit stones, destined to be taken advantage of. This is a classic case of unworthy virtue. They were merely lucky to be born into good circumstances, unlike us who have struggled from the bottom up, relying on ourselves. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng is in deep trouble now. The alchemy hall despises the sale of counterfeit pills, and even Elder Lu Wan-Ti be able to save him. Outside, the clamor was deafening. While the doors of Suanvi Feng remained tightly shut, Jiu Feng, seated leisurely, sipped his tea, exuding an air of calm enjoyment. Completely unfazed, beside him, Yin Cece wore a worried expression. Although he had never mentioned the washing bone pill during sales, the presence of the alchemy hall elders gave her no confidence in how the situation might unfold. Having received advance notice, Chu Yohuan had disguised herself and arrived, now harboring no hopes of profit, only wishing to recover her capital. Jiu Feng, can you withstand this? Don't falter. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to flee. Before coming, Chu Yohuan had gathered all her belongings from the inner sect's cave abode, ready to escape should Gu Feng fail to hold his ground. For heaven's sake, you're an inner sect disciple, ranked 5th on the heavenly rankings. Why are you so flustered? Gu Feng glanced at her with disdain and then turned his attention to Yin Cece. How is your sister? Is she all right? I don't know. She returned to the inner sect and locked herself in her cave. She didn't come out until I left, Yin Cece replied softly. Upon hearing this, a peculiar thought crossed Gu Feng's mind. It was typical for body refinement disciples to experience diarrhea after consuming the Xian Bone pill, but Yin Yeshua was a practitioner of the innate realm, having already cultivated her innate body. Could she truly be overwhelmed by the effects of the pill? It seemed unlikely. You're still concerned for others while the outside is in chaos. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yohuan would have laughed heartily upon hearing that Yin Yeshua suffered from diarrhea due to the Xian Bone pill. But now, she lacked that enthusiasm. The atmosphere had been sufficiently heightened. Let us go outside and take a look. Gu Feng finished the last sip of his tea, stood up, and approached the entrance. With a loud creak, the doors of Suanvi Feng swung open, and the crowd, witnessing Gu Feng standing tall and unyielding, momentarily paused before erupting into an even louder uproar. Jiu Feng is selling counterfeit pills and hasn't he run away? He is quite bold. Everyone, please calm down. Gu Feng took a deep breath, his voice booming across the scene. Speak one at a time. What issues do you have? Under Gu Feng's piercing gaze, those outraged outer sect disciples exchanged glances, none willing to be the first to speak. The stakes of 20,000 spirit stones versus their own lives were all too clear. The atmosphere grew tense, and just as it seemed they were at an impasse, the elder from the alchemy hall cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Those who purchased Gu Feng's pills, if you have any issues, confront him directly. I will ensure this matter is handled fairly." The elder's succinct statement acted as a potent catalyst, emboldening the outer sect disciples. A beautiful female disciple, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Feng, her face a portrait of rage and sorrow, as if he had personally wronged her. You sold me the washing bone pill, and it has ruined me." As she spoke, she began to sob, leaving Gu Feng utterly bewildered. "Isn't it just diarrhea? That's hardly a grave matter. Using the term ruin seems a bit excessive. Yesterday, I purchased your washing bone pill and was overjoyed to head to Brother Wu's place to enjoy it together. However, he wasn't there, so I decided to try one myself. The moment I took it, I was struck with diarrhea, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hold it. In a panic, I dashed to the male disciples area to find a restroom, and I was stuck there for a full 12 hours. Many saw me. When I finally emerged, Brother Wu stood at the restroom door with a grim expression, coldly telling me, 'Don't come looking for him again. He can't afford to lose face.' Wu. Brother Wu is supposed to be my future partner." As the female disciple concluded her tale, she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It was indeed a tragic story, yet to the audience, it was simply hilarious. Laughter and snickers erupted, intensifying her sobs. A single pill had shattered a potential union, which was quite the misfortune, and all eyes turned to Gu Feng, eager to see how he would respond. Gu Feng rubbed his nose, walked over to the sobbing female disciple, crouched beside her, and said with a meaningful look, "Dear sister, missing out on this union is a blessing in disguise. As the saying goes, to love someone is to love all of them. If your brother Wu cannot accept something so trivial, he is not worthy of your lifelong devotion. Sister, heed my words. The scenery you missed is not the best. Ahead of you lies even more splendid vistas waiting to be discovered. Right now, your only task is to cultivate diligently, and in time, you will bring the next one to confront Brother Wu, making him regret losing you." Gu Feng's words left everyone, including the elder from the alchemy hall, completely stunned. "Listen to this. You sold the pill, and it caused someone to suffer diarrhea, ruining their romantic prospects. Yet you spin it into a noble deed. I've never heard such absurd nonsense." Seeing the female disciple remain unmoved, Gu Feng stood up, scanning the crowd. Next, as soon as his words fell, a bearded male disciple stepped forward, his face flushed with indignation. "I purchased the washing bone pill the day before yesterday. Go consume what is touted as the finest pill for body refinement in the outer sect. I spent an entire day preparing myself, and even bathed and lit incense, only to find that one pill sent my stomach into turmoil, causing unbearable cramps. I rushed to find a restroom, but unfortunately, the one in my building was occupied. Without hesitation, I sprinted to another building's restroom. Took me 5 buildings to finally find an available restroom. However, I had held it in for too long and collapsed at the restroom door, resulting in a catastrophic scene." The laughter erupted, nearly shaking the trading post to its foundations. This brother's tale of woe rivaled that of the previous female disciple. Gu Feng chuckled inwardly, just as he was about to respond. A third victim stepped forward. This time, it was a male disciple, but his face was bruised and battered, as if he had just been in a fight. Gu Feng was once again taken aback. "Surely, this can't be a side effect of the Xian bone pill. Do you know how I got these injuries? Yesterday morning, after consuming the elixir, I found myself in a predicament akin to that of the previous 2 individuals. Fortuitously, the restroom door in the building where I reside was ajar, allowing me to rush in. The restroom was vacant, which was quite fortunate, was it not? What does this have to do with your injuries?" Gu Feng inquired, voicing the collective curiosity of the crowd. "It is indeed related," the irate disciple retorted, for the individual inside was just about to emerge, hence the door was slightly open. In my state of discomfort, oblivious to his presence, I inadvertently collided with him, causing him to stumble back. I then hastily lowered my trousers and, seated upon his lap, proceeded to relieve myself. The disciple with the bushy beard grew increasingly animated as he recounted his tale, exacerbating his wounds, blood flowing profusely. A truly pitiable sight. What a bizarre experience. Even Gu Feng could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into an unrestrained guffaw. "If you relieve yourself on someone else, of course you shall be met with retribution. There's no fault in that. And then there's me. My plight is even worse. I suffer more." With the previous 3 as examples, another group of disciples who had purchased Gu Feng's cleansing elixir began to unabashedly share their own misadventures, turning the gathering into a lamentation contest. Laughter cascaded in waves, the atmosphere brimming with mirth. as everyone lost themselves in fits of joy. Even the elder from the alchemy hall, who had come to mediate, could not suppress his laughter, shaking with amusement as he stroked his beard. Ultimately, those disciples who had taken Gu Feng's elixir found their faces flushed, secretly relieved that they had displayed quick wits, finding a container in their rooms to alleviate their discomfort, thus preserving their dignity. Yet, one container was far from sufficient. Filth overflowed, saturating the floor, and with the confined space, they feared opening the window lest the stench be detected. Consequently, this group of cultivators endured the foul odor for a grueling 12 hours, nearly suffocating in the process. The trading hall was filled to capacity, with laughter, curses, and jeers echoing incessantly, the situation spiraling into chaos. The elixir was utterly outrageous. A hymn. Everyone quiet down. The elder from the alchemy hall stifled the uproar, approaching Gu Feng with furrowed brows, demanding, Gu Feng, those disciples accuse you of selling counterfeit cleansing elixirs. Do you admit to this?